This young man, after trying to showcase his full character to get a SSR Heavenly Demon role, was immediately hit by an unknown truck. When Junshu woke up, he found himself in the hospital. "That's right, I was hit by a truck. Soldier Kim, you're awake? Wait a moment, I'll call the doctor." Then the nurse stepped out. "What is going on here? Why did she call me Soldier Kim?" Junshu walked confusedly to the end of the bed and looked at the patient information board next to Soldier Kim Nam. 22 years old, with a history of tightness and shock from an accident. It's really supposed to be Soldier Kim. How did this mistake happen? Junaichi returns to the bed, sighs softly, and thinks to himself, "I feel guilty for turning Sergeant Kim into a training point for the Heavenly Demon, but turning into Sergeant Kim. How could I do that?" While moving, Junshu accidentally touched the chair leg and cried out in pain like a pig being slaughtered, prompting the nurse to rush in upon hearing his scream. "Soldier Kim, you can't move yet." The doctor has arrived and, seeing this, said with a smile, "You're hit by a truck. Luckily, it's just a minor injury, but you still need further examination. You need an MRI scan and a magical vision test." "What kind of magic is that?" Jungsu angrily shouted. "You haven't even figured things out yet, and you're quickly faced with another difficult problem. The total for medical fees, emergency room charges, facilities, CT scans, X-rays, and other costs is 22,370,569 V." Junu heard the number and twitched the corner of his mouth. "What? I've only been here 4 days and already spent 22 million. Since you don't have insurance, you'll have to cover all the costs yourself." "What is health insurance? Why don't you have insurance?" "Every Korean citizen has health insurance." The receptionist looked a bit confused and asked what health insurance was. "You don't have Legion or Magic Tower insurance, right?" "Legion or Magic Tower?" She is speaking. Junu was about to reply but suddenly froze. "Wait a minute, I think I've heard these terms before. Where did I hear them from?" "The Legion, the Second Institute, the Magic Tower, the Holy Guild. This is the setting of the evil scene of Sion. In a world abandoned by gods, mystical science has advanced rapidly, the earth is polluted with monsters, and humans must transform their bodies to survive. In short, it's a very difficult world to live in. But I ended up transmigrating here." Junshu hopelessly stands in the street shouting, then drags himself forward step by step, exhausted, to his place of residence. "I went to sleep happy with the Heavenly Demon, but now I've become a test subject. Maybe this is the punishment from the holy reason that transformed these Kim soldiers." Seeing the room in front of me as small as a nostril, Junshu felt even more hopeless. This room is even more dilapidated than my old apartment. Why are Kim soldiers so poor and exhausted? Damn it, their bodies are weak. They have no money. What should I do? If this really is Seun's arena, it will happen soon. Events like nuclear war, space floods, or the resurrection of ancient gods will occur quickly, turning this place into a hellish trap. I don't know how I ended up here, but if I just stay still, I'll definitely lose it. A single question suddenly appeared in Junu's mind, and he immediately reached out to pick up the pen, placing his other hand on the table. "I need to check first before it's too late." Tamha determined, despite her trembling arm. Junshu firmly jabbed the sharp tip of the pen into his hand on the table, then endured the pain as he waited for the result. Soon, the wound was pierced by the pen and gradually closed up before disappearing completely. A notification also appeared, indicating the acquired trait, Wound Recovery. You could tell it was effective. Junu secretly felt pleased because he had raised numerous Kim soldiers. Kim soldiers are a free trial character, the only one without basic traits. However, Junsu can unlock traits and change his surname, so he can freely raise Kim soldiers more than other characters. For players like you who rely on strategy, Kim soldiers are easier to use than rare characters, meaning the healing trait has been activated, restoring the wounds you've endured so far. Junsu happily throws away the bandages because his body is now fully healed. "Now I am Kim's soldier. I can take any trait as long as I can get it. Senseun in this world being poor and powerless means death, or if luck is not on his side, Junsu won't let that happen. He has the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the Seun game when he was a free-to-play player with Kim's body. There was even a direct path from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The very next day, Junsu went to the recruitment office. The recruitment officer looked at Junsu's profile and then at him with an assessing gaze. "Kim, the soldier, you mean this is your first time coming to our recruitment office?" "Yes, I plan to join the Mana Purification project," Junu replied, secretly thinking that in these terrible games, I need to make money first. "Because I only have this body, the only thing I can do is earn a lot of money. It might be called mana cleansing, but do you understand what a real dungeon punishment entails?" I just said that while crossing my legs on the table. Yeah, I know. You know. Yet there's nothing about it on your CV. Junu looked confused, secretly thinking that of course he knew how terrible this job was. Contaminated mana is the reason monsters can invade, raid dungeons, and clean up the trash that releases large amounts of corrupted mana. Long-term exposure to mana can be deadly or cause mutations, making this job extremely dangerous. All right, once I have enough people, I'll assign you to a team. Let me say it, and before Junsu leaves, he doesn't forget to remind you. But are you sure? I've seen countless people like you come into this place for money and end up completely hollow inside. Don't worry, I might even be better than him, Junu confidently replied, then turned around laughing happily. What of it? Playing recklessly as a free player is Kim's specialty, with 10,000 hours of experience. Soon after, Junu was assigned to a mission. The team leader, Dia Huo, just met and immediately showed dominance. Are you the new recruit who just joined our team? Yes, I guess so. I only came here because I was assigned to this team. Hu Thobao grabs Junu by the collar. Is this your playground? Where is the determination in your eyes? It's best not to ask me to save you after a mutation. If I find any signs of mutation, I'll deal with you. All right, I'll remember that. Junu brushed it off and thought to himself, trying to scare me? Whether in the game or in real life, it's all the same, isn't it? But why is a level L retiree character here? So he looked like this before awakening. His character is also quite ordinary. Oh no, Hu, you can't do that to a newcomer. We're already short on staff, so we have to make use of any support we can get. Hedgehog, you have 5 years of experience cleaning dungeons, so step in to help run you if you can. Just seeing him not causing trouble for us is enough to make us happy. Hugh sighed and released Rune Shu, then said to the group, All right, we have exactly 4 days to clean up the 5 contaminated places. Let's get moving. That bastard is even more difficult than in the game. He may seem like that on the outside, but he's actually very kind, yes. Jun Shu replied, feeling a bit calmer and no longer overthinking. He followed everyone to complete the mission. Huang led the team to an abandoned station. A smell emanated from there so strong that just being near it made your nose tingle. I will open the door. Everyone get ready, Hu ordered, and used the dungeon keycard. Upon seeing the group of contaminated slimes, low-level monsters, everyone simultaneously raised their shovels to prepare for battle except Junsu, who stood behind observing. The basic rule when cleaning up corrupted mana or corrupted monsters is that although corrupted slam are weak, they are hard to deal with because they won't stop until they find the core mana inside them. After struggling in vain to deal with the slime horde, which kept multiplying the more we hit them, the cleanup team started to panic. Where do we find their mana cores now? If this keeps going, we'll be contaminated by corrupted mana. A young man preparing to attack a slam suddenly hears a voice behind him. Back off, I'm not responsible for this. After warning, Jun Shu rushes forward and strikes the young man's groin with his palm. The slam there, instead of continuing to clone like before, was instantly destroyed, revealing a striking yellow mana core. In the following minutes, Junu single-handedly took down the slam, leaving his teammates stunned. What the hell? In just one move, he wiped out all the slams. How is that possible? Junshu continued digging with a shovel, secretly feeling proud. Of course I can do it. Before defeating monsters, you learned some important principles while gathering the necessary attributes. First, collecting attributes is similar to in the game, as long as certain conditions are met. So, 2 days before conquering the dungeon, Junshu crawled along the street to find a coin to gather the treasure hunting attribute and went to smell the resin to collect the detoxification attribute. On Monday, June could have a total of 6 attributes. You can switch between attributes whenever you want. By activating the treasure hunting attribute, you can find your opponent's weak points and see their mana core. Through that, 2D it quickly eliminated the slime in an instant, then activated toxin resistance to counter the corrupted mana on him during the cleanup. Although he had supportive attributes, working all day still left Junsu exhausted. On the way home on the bus, the hedgehog approached Junsu's seat to chat. Today we got to go home early thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can see you're amazing. Are you waiting to awaken like a deer? June laughed and replied, That's not it. I just gained experience from my military service. If that's the case, you're really talented. Neem admired and said at the same time, 2 horns suddenly grew on his head. This person's mutation signs are getting worse. It seems he has been exposed to too much stagnant mana. He hesitated and nervously suggested, You don't look so well. Maybe take a rest tomorrow. The hedgehog shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I'd rather face a mutation than deal with debt collectors. That also makes sense. There's not much reason for someone to do this. Junu decided not to bring up the issue anymore, but what must come, will come. 4 days later, all team members except Junsu were somewhat affected by the corrupted mana, especially the hedgehog. His body gradually enlarges, his breathing becomes rapid. and his eyes turned cloudy. I told him not to push himself too hard. While trembling, Shu Quan was observing the hedgehog when Wu started a conversation. His attitude surprisingly friendly compared to the first time. Looks like he's full of enthusiasm. Is it because you're still young? I never thought you would be able to do your job, but you're doing really well. Thanks to everyone. Jun forced a smile and thought to himself that with the new abilities he gained after clearing the monsters, his work had become much easier. Junu's eyes now looked at the deer, who also seems tired. Is it because he is exhausted? At that moment, the hedgehog suddenly shouted loudly, then curled up and growled. The sharp quills on his body bristled more and more. The others in the team, seeing this, put aside their work and gathered around him to ask questions, wondering if Junu was secretly considering a possibility. Hu also seems to share Junu's thoughts. He quickly runs to the hedgehog with a serious expression, trying to persuade him. Stay calm and let's get out of here. And with a bang, the gentle hedgehog has transformed into a giant mutated hedgehog. He's mutated, it seems he's lost all reason. If I don't defeat him, I won't be able to get out of here. Junu hurriedly checked the attribute panel, but all the new attributes I gained were used to clean up monsters, so none of them helped in combat. No matter how I think about this, Junshu looked at the hedgehog with a loving gaze and silently thought, I'm doomed. Junshu was punched back by the mutated hedgehog, spitting out a large amount of blood, secretly fearing the huge difference in strength. With this speed, I might as well sleep forever. The system has detected a stamina stat. You have gained a trait. Seeing this notification, Junshu suddenly snapped out of his daze, silently cheering, A trait? That's right, I have the trait, it's still too early to give up. Then, he hurriedly opened his trait panel. To survive, I have to think and figure out how to defeat that thing. First, I'll remove some traits, then strength will come in handy. Right now, the mana heart helps control mana, endurance reduces damage received, mana absorption allows you to absorb mana, and deep breathing helps recover more mana. Finally, with the last piece of resistance to corruption in place, Runsun quickly stands up, stares fiercely at the mutant and shouts, Come on, you bastard! Yin the mutation, of course, won't let Junshu down. It rushes quickly towards him. Junshu watches intently as the shield in his hand glows with a blue light, activating his power system, increasing his strength tenfold. Wait for the mutant hedgehog to enter the attack range, then tightly grip the shield with both hands and smash it forcefully to knock it back. Junu silently cheered, Good, it's effective. I can do this. What the hell is that? Junshu screamed in fear and then saw the spiked wheel use a protruding rock to bounce high, landing right where he was standing. Oh shit, Junu barely managed to say, before the spiked wheel crashed down and shattered the ground into many pieces. After that attack, the spiked wheel transformed back into the mutant hedgehog, looking at the result of its creation. The system activated the defective endurance trait, increasing its great power tenfold. Thanks to his durability trait, Junu managed to withstand a dangerous blow from the mutant hedgehog and then leapt into the air above it. Even with high durability, he still felt sharp pain. As Junu spoke, he used a hit-and-lose tactic, frantically throwing punches at the mutant hedgehog. He knew that if he stopped until now, he would be doomed. There was no other choice but to keep attacking. At this moment, a spike on the mutant porcupine suddenly changed direction and shot towards Junu, catching him off guard. Junu barely managed to dodge by tilting his body, but the spike grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound on his skin. Even more terrifying, the mutant porcupine had a bunch of sharp quills shooting towards Junu, leaving him no chance to react. Junu was immediately pierced by the sharp quills, causing him to painfully fly backward and fall to the ground. No, just a little more, he kept shouting inside, trying to crawl up and rush at the mutant porcupine to land a punch. Just after this punch, his right hand was destroyed, but it caused no harm to the mutant hedgehog and only made it more agitated. The mutated hedgehog, enraged, aimed its sharp quills at Shu and shot them out, destroying his left arm down to the shoulder. The pain overwhelmed him, and Junshu collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. As expected, he couldn't win against Kim's soldiers, he whispered to himself. Junshu helplessly lying on the ground, staring at the mutated hedgehog, clenched both fists into a large punch and slammed it down hard. Suddenly, Jun's mind recalled the days when he used to lie inside the creature's mouth, laughing and saying, Come on, bring it on. I will defeat everyone with Kim's soldiers. At this moment, his mind became incredibly clear. He seemed to realize that back when he was playing games, everything was so easy, just one touch was enough to defeat the monsters. I never thought about the character's emotions, only pushing them to the extreme for effective training. But now, Min understands that only through pain can one develop a moderate trait. There's no way to win without paying a price. These things happened in the blink of an eye. When Junshu regained his senses, he saw the giant punch of the mutant hedgehog about to hit us. For this, Junu suddenly raised an arm to block. It was an arm as large as Neen's mutated arm. The mutated hedgehog was momentarily stunned by how easily its attack was blocked and was then knocked back by Junu's surprise punch. Junshu, seemingly empowered, had both of his arms healed, notably larger than usual, giving his body an unbalanced appearance. The system notification has activated the mutant muscle trait. Junu clenched his fists and quietly thought, the reason for his reckless attack is because the trait can be obtained by surpassing limits through activating the mana heart trait and strength to acquire mutant muscles. All of this is to prepare for this moment. As for the mutant hedgehog, after being knocked down, it became furious, quickly got up, charged at Junsu, and threw a punch. Junshu easily raises an arm to block. He smirks and says, "It's no longer effective." Then he kept punching the mutant hedgehog, which could only raise its hands to block and defend passively. Junshu, seeing this, taunted, "Go ahead and stab me. Keep stabbing. I dare you." The mutated porcupine, angered, chose to attack instead of defending. Suddenly, a bunch of sharp spikes grew on its fist, and then it punched hard into the chest. This time, you couldn't block and were knocked to the ground with a few bloodstains on your chest. Jun spat out a large mouthful of blood and muttered to himself, "It's not using its full strength yet?" Although I was knocked to the ground again, I still gained something. System notification. You have obtained a mutated body and trait. Junu immediately replaced the mutated body trait into the trait list, and the body began to grow larger, perfectly matching the two arms. Junu stood up again, smiling as he looked at the mutated hedgehog and said, "Thanks. It's because of you that I've become stronger." Then both sides charged at each other, and neither gained the upper hand. Junshu smiled and said, "Now we're evenly matched." Then the continuous sound of punches made the deer, who was fainting on the ground, wake up. "What's going on? It's too noisy," I muttered. The deer turned to look at the source of the sound and saw the mutant and the deer fighting each other, saying, "One punch from you, one punch from me, neither willing to admit defeat." Huang was stunned by what she saw. What is that soldier Kim? Superman or what? How can he fight evenly with a mutant? At this moment, Junu and the mutated hedgehog are both knocked to the ground. Junshu sits on the ground, breathing heavily, looking at the still-standing mutated hedgehog, which is still able to lift its head and roar, thinking to himself, "This is not easy at all. I'm as big as that thing, but I'm still at a disadvantage." Then, biting my lip, I silently thought, "It's a bit dangerous, but there's no other choice." Deciding quickly, Junu stands up and softly calls out, activating the resistance to the corrupt mana. The system confirms the resistance development. I must trust myself. He whispered to himself. Junu softly called for purification again. Instantly, under the astonished gaze of Hu, Junu's entire body suddenly mutated. The process was completed very quickly. System notification. Kim soldier mutation status. Jungsu, in the form of a Kim soldier mutant, tilts his head back and screams, as if gathering energy to shoot directly at the mutant hedgehog. With overwhelming power, he completely destroys the mutant without giving it any chance to fight back. Then Junu looked at Hu and walked over. "What's going on?" "A monster. He is transformed into a mutant while fighting one." Still trembling, Hu suddenly feels a chill, as if a fierce beast is staring at him. Hu looked up and saw Junshu staring at him intently, making him panic and secretly exclaim, "How is this possible?" He felt an overwhelming fear towards the mutated soldier Kim. All he can think about now is escaping from here. Just as he turns to crawl away, he realizes he's been covered by a large shadow. Hu instinctively turned his head and saw Junshu standing right behind him, reaching out with a large hand. Thinking he was doomed, Hu helplessly closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, Huo felt no effect and opened his eyes again, surprised to see Junu had returned to his normal body. As for Junu, after transforming back, he seemed to have no strength left and fell forward, whispering to himself, "I did it." The resistance to pollution. The final line of defense. If you possess a mutation form along with a mutation body and erase the resistance to pollution, you will gain a mutation. People usually believe that once you mutate, you can never go back to how you were before. But Junsu is different. He changed his state. He knew that as long as he kept a little of his reason, he could change his trait that way. He exchanged his mutation for resistance to contamination and returned to being human. After a while, Junu crawled to his feet, exhausted as he sat leaning against a wall, silently lamenting the sensation of his bones and muscles shifting. He never wanted to go through that again. Junu tries to stand up, and suddenly a large purple orb the size of a ping-pong ball appears in his hand. The system notifies that a first-class mana core has been harvested. Juno immediately grinned happily, but it was all worth it. I've received the top-tier mana core. It really pays off to do this cleaning job. At this moment, Hu and the others arrive. Deer stared intently and asked, "Are you okay? You mutated. What happened?" Junshu, calming himself from his cheerful state, turned to look at the three of them. It would be troublesome if any strange rumors about him spread. Thinking that, Junshu spoke up. "Yeah, I bet on myself being able to come back. I'm really very lucky." Hugh didn't believe the inquiry. What, is that luck? But that way is too much. Before he could finish speaking, Junshu took out a bunch of small yellow orb-like beads and handed them to Hu, saying, "Take this." Then he turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Come back now, I want some fresh air." Behind him, the two people next to Hu exclaimed, "The mana core is incredible. So many of them." Jun secretly thought that since he had saved them and given them some mana cores, they would keep his secret, right? Hu watched Junu's figure leave and remained silent in deep thought. The next morning, in the player recruitment room, Josio smiled warmly, rubbed his hands, and said to Junu, "I heard you've been through some tough times. It must have been terrible." Junshu smiled and replied, "Yeah, I was a bit tired at the end. Also, I secretly wondered why he suddenly praised me like that." Josio spoke up, "Shouldn't you have told us you were a superhuman? We could have given you proper work instead of cleaning duties." Hearing that, Junu immediately realized he thought he was a superhero. In a world where psychic abilities allow superheroes to wield powerful mana, in this world where strength equals power and status, superhumans are basically nobles. It makes sense why he thinks that. Only a superhero can defeat the mutation, even though I won thanks to my own abilities. "Then I guess I should pay you for cleaning up. That would be fair." Junu replied, secretly laughing to himself and deciding to let him think he's a superhero for now, as Cho pulled out some stacks of money from the paper bag and explained, "You cleaned up 5 areas and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million if divided among the group. So I will give you 5 million. But this time, we will do things a little differently. We will only take a 5% fee from your share and give you an extra bonus. We look forward to working with you again." Junu didn't hear clearly, staring intently at the pile of money on the table. Silently thinking, 12 million, it's great to be a superhero. A little while later, Junu happily left the room with a large sum of money, lost in thought about how to spend it, when suddenly a man approached and said, "Looks like you're in a good mood. Probably got quite a bit of money again." Junu realized this man was one of the people he had worked with before, so he modestly smiled and said, "Well, we've already completed the task. Actually, the reason I came here is because I need to ask you for a favor." "Are you asking me for a favor?" "My wife is really ill, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money." "Sorry to ask for your help with this, even though we've only worked together once, please." After saying that, the man even bowed his head. In this situation, Junshu frowned slightly. In this world, helping others without knowing them well is not good. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? Just taking care of myself is already hard enough, but I feel terrible for missing him. Looking at the man in front of me, I hesitated a bit, but the long track and instinct took over my reason. "Don't do this, you're older than me, even if not much. Take this money." By nightfall, in a hidden corner, the man who had slapped Junsu in the morning looked at the mana cores in his hand and laughed loudly, saying, "How foolish! I was just pretending to be a poor old man and he gave me all this money. Ha ha!" Surprisingly, this person isn't alone. Hu and 2 others are also here. Hugh asked with a smile. "Is he new to this?" The man said in the morning, "I bet if you ask about your child drinking more, he will give you extra. But what's really annoying is that he gets paid more than us. He gives us a small amount of money and even pretends to be a superhero to take our share." Hu speaks up. "He's not a superhero." The man in the morning asked Hu if he had any ideas about teaching him a lesson. Hu takes the mana cores, crushes them with force, and sneers. "Since we know his secret, let's show him how terrifying this world can be." Junu has no idea that a conspiracy against him is underway. "You're still lying on the bed now, proud of your help in the morning. It's really fun to be a good person. I will become a hero in this world at this rate." A few mornings later, in a large hotel, Junu lies on a single bed by the window, enjoying the soothing sensation as the mage staff massages him under the warm sunlight. Having money really is a blessing. I never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. The game is definitely better than real life. But when the mage staff was massaging my left arm, I was in so much pain I almost cried out. I've spent 3 days resting at the hotel, yet it still hurts. From now on, I have to think twice before using any mutation abilities. Changing abilities isn't exactly what I expected, and the body changes depending on the situation. The more severe the side effects, the greater the physical change. The question is whether I will survive after limiting the use of the ability. As Junsu was lost in thought, he turned around and saw a man with 2 black dragon tattoos on his chest, lying on a lounge chair by the pool on the first floor, guarded by 2 lines of people dressed in black. Wait a minute, aren't they the Iron Fist gang? Still that arrogant look. Asean Seiyun is more influenced by local gangs than by the law. That's understandable since there are so many around here, the people have to rely on superheroes. I barely managed to survive, but relying only on the situation in such a dangerous place is really stupid. Suddenly, you remember something and smile softly, saying, "Aren't there any items?" By evening, Junu was at a shop. The girl at the counter smiled and asked, "Are you here to sell stuff?" Junu replied, "Yes, I have some monster parts." The girl at the counter said, "I should mention I won't buy any low-level monocores. I know this is what I want to sell," Junu said as he took out a large blue orb bigger than his fist from his backpack and held it out to the girl at the counter. The girl at the counter exclaimed in disbelief when she saw the core, "This is a level 2 mana core." Junu smiled and said, "That's right, take a look." But he secretly felt happy inside. Seeing her surprised and happy, the effort to polish it in the hotel room has paid off. I combined everything I had, so I got a level 2 mana core. A moment later, Junu looked at the paper money in the girl's hand and quietly thought, the price varies depending on the level. Selling it at the highest price is how it is. The girl handed the money to Junsu and said, "This is the price for the 4.77 million core." Junsu took the money and smiled, "Thank you." Then Junsu asked if she sold any weapons or armor. The girl smiled and said, "Of course, please follow this way." Then, Junu was led into the inner room by her. As soon as he stepped in, Junu saw a variety of weapons displayed on wooden shelves on the walls. "I guess they have everything here," he thought to himself with a smile. "All the basic items I use in the game are here." The girl said, "Take your time, I'm sure." Junshu felt a surge of confidence inside and silently thought, "It's time to gear up." As night fell, Junu left the shop carrying a backpack full of weapons and quietly said with satisfaction, "Now that I have weapons, I finally feel like I'm playing." At this moment, a somewhat beautiful long-haired girl hurriedly runs up to Junu and asks, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Run waved his hand and replied, "Oh, I'm not the one. You should find someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the long-haired girl pull out a thick stack of money and ask, "I have a reason to be here, but the steel fist makes me afraid. Can you protect me back to my place?" Run Shu's eyes fixated on the stack of money in the long-haired girl's hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard? Just like a daily task anyway, I've got my gear on. Might as well give it a try. Thinking that, Run immediately placed a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder and smiled, saying, "We can't ignore a lady in danger. Let's go." The long-haired girl happily chased after Junu. "Thank you." Then Junu followed the long-haired girl to a deserted alley. Junshu was puzzled, wondering why she was in such a remote place. Not to mention people, there isn't even a single ant. Suddenly, the long-haired girl sped up and ran into a fork in the road. Junu hurriedly followed and saw a pitch-black alleyway, only able to faintly make out the silhouette of the long-haired girl ahead thanks to the streetlight outside. In the dark alley, the urging voice of the long-haired girl echoes. "They're coming soon. Come quickly." June walks over, complaining under his breath. "It's too dark. I can't see anything." As soon as he stepped into the dark alley, a system prompt appeared. "Night vision trait acquired." "You have acquired a trait, I see," Junshu thought to himself. "Oh, I can see now I didn't expect to acquire a trait. Your night vision ability has improved significantly. Everything in the dark alley is becoming clearer to you. And what surprised you was that you saw the long-haired girl now pointing a gun at you, smiling and saying, 'You are more cautious than me.'" Junshu was startled and thought to himself, "The gun? Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap?" Junshu slowly stepped back, but then hit an obstacle. You turn around and see it's Hu. He looks at you humorously and asks, "Where are you headed?" "The younger brother." At the same time, the alley lights also lit up, and 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Junshu stared at Hu and spoke. Hu smiled and said, "Nice to see you again." "Don't you see it?" Junshu frowned and questioned. "What did I do to deserve this from you?" Hu replied with a smile. "Nothing much. I just saw you being stupid. No other reason." "You idiot, trusting him." Before he even finished speaking, Run took advantage of his distraction to slip past and run away. Hu reacted angrily and shouted, "That Han, starting a conversation and then running away. Shoot him!" The long-haired girl, hearing this, hesitated no longer and aimed her gun at Junu as he ran away, pulling the trigger. A bullet immediately hit Junu's back, causing him to cry out in pain and fall forward. What the hell is going on? I should have shot his leg, not his body, the long-haired girl justified. But it's better than letting him escape, Wu muttered softly. Damn it, it seems he's dead. A man spoke up. Having reverted to his human form after the mutation, surely the sorcerers would be willing to buy this kid's body. If we could catch him alive, we would have made more money already. Another man said, just take his bag and gear. Hugh sighed and said, it's no use, just do it first. But when they looked again towards where Junshu was about to act, they were shocked to find only a pool of blood left, and he had disappeared. Huang shouted in panic, where is his body? At that moment, the sound of breaking glass echoed. The lights shone on the alley as something shattered them, plunging the alley back into darkness. Then, a man next to Hu was suddenly attacked at the back of the neck and collapsed to the ground before he could even cry out. The others shouted in panic. What is that? Huang guessed. Don't tell me he's still alive? Junshu's voice suddenly rang out. I am still alive. He doesn't look like he was shot. One of his pupils has turned yellow. The 6 traits he has now include great strength, endurance, mana heart, night vision, restore mana. At this moment, Junshu smiled and said, I can't die because of someone who repays evil with kindness. He felt lucky that he had bought a bulletproof vest at the store earlier. Also, after being shot by the girl with long hair, Junu gained a new trait, feigning death. Thanks to this situation, Junu was able to deceive the deer group, making them careless and gaining an advantage. The deer and their companions now had no streetlights illuminating them. They were like headless flies, panicking and looking around, shouting, He's destroyed the streetlights, I can't see anything. Where the hell is he? Junshu suddenly appeared behind Hu and asked softly, Looking for me? Hu instinctively turned around. Jun immediately threw a punch at him and shouted, I saved your life! Now I will take it back. The dog Hu Lin grabbed Jun's fist and fell to the ground. He quickly sat up, wiped the blood off his face. That damned dog. Hu yelled and charged forward, kicking at Junu. Junu quickly dodged to the side to avoid. You should be grateful that I saved you. Do you really think attempting to kill your savior is the right thing to do? As Junu spoke, he threw a powerful punch, causing Huo to fall back to the ground again. Just as he was about to deliver a kick to Huo's body, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Over there, the long-haired girl raises her gun with smoke still rising from the barrel, panicked as she shouts, Are you over there? Are you okay? Hu. Su stopped his movement, silently looking at the bloodstain from the gunshot on his arm. I've become too careless. In Enseon, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants, but people. I was too naive and trusted others too easily. I will not repeat that mistake ever again. Thinking to himself, Junshu confidently pulls out a pistol and fires 2 shots in quick succession. A bullet hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her so she could no longer hold the gun, while another shot struck the man beside her in the shoulder, causing him to collapse in pain and scream in agony. Seeing that the 2 no longer posed a threat to him, Junshu softly said, Enough? Just as he was about to eliminate the biggest threat, Huo, he suddenly heard the sound of wind tearing from behind. Instinctively, Jun turned his head and saw Hu's leg just a hair's breadth away from his head. Reacting automatically, Jun immediately raised both hands to cover his face and was kicked backward. He hurriedly got up. Junshu looked at Hu and was surprised to notice that Hu's appearance had changed in some details compared to before. Has his leg already transformed? He whispered to himself. Junshu realized a serious truth. Huang had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. No longer as comfortable as before, a serious expression appeared on his face as he muttered, Huang, this terrible game. Superhuman's awakening. Since all characters can go through the superhuman awakening stage, it is considered a basic development phase of this game. According to the world, a level 1 superhuman strong enough to threaten any ordinary person only carries a living spear. In other words, I have to fight a superhuman with nothing but this normal body. At this moment, Huang tilted his head and sneered. I will kill you. Then his body disappeared from Du's sight. Junu panicked and prepared to defend himself, recalling Hu's characteristics in his mind. Hu's trait is moving from the stone side. Moving in all directions, the user can freely use their incredibly elastic legs to move in any direction. Given the current situation, Junu deduces that he uses all-directional movement to climb up the building's wall. As soon as he looked up, he saw Hu stomping down from above and shouting, I will kill you. Junu knew he could only dodge this powerful attack. So you managed to dodge that attack, huh? Are you really able to avoid it? But this time, it won't work. With that, Huo rushed quickly towards Junshu and threw a kick. When he felt the impact of the kick on his leg, Huo smiled. But that smile froze when he saw Junshu blocking his kick with a weapon instead of being hit himself. Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that, you beast. He felt lucky inside and thought to himself, buying a Byong was a good idea. A few hours ago, Junu was standing in front of the weapon shelves in the store, hesitating whether it was worth buying a gun. But since Warrior Kim is a character with a warrior profession, even if I am stronger, my shooting skills will only reach a certain limit. To prepare for that, I will buy another warrior-grade weapon. In the end, Junsu decided to buy an additional bangtong, and now the truth proves that his decision to purchase a bangtong was completely correct. Each character has weapons and traits that are more effective with their profession. That's why to defeat the deer, you need to use close combat weapons and traits suited for a warrior, he quietly said. Junu raised the batong high and struck the deer hard, knocking him down for the third time. The system announced that a trait has been collected, and you have acquired the attack trait. Seeing the system menu, Junu quietly said, "All right, the trait has transformed according to my first profession, attack trait." Then, Junshu's confidence skyrocketed. He charged at Hu, repeatedly using the dual slash, overhead slash, and horizontal cut to attack, but all were dodged skillfully by Hu. Then Hu counterattacked by kicking towards Junu. Seeing Hu's move, Junshu silently wondered, should I dodge now? I can't stop now. Even if I break my bones, I have to keep attacking. Junu made a decision, grit his teeth, and took a risk. He only raised one arm to block Hu's kick and then struck his thigh hard with a 3-section staff. The system has collected a trait. You have acquired the combination trait. Junu secretly chuckled to himself. This is it. The greatest trait built for a warrior in the early days. Then Junu immediately used the attack trait and combination to unleash a storm of attacks towards Hu, leaving him no chance to dodge. The more hits he took, the greater the pain became. Huao's consciousness was gradually being eroded with each blow. Soon he could no longer endure and weakly begged, "Please, stop." Junshu really stopped. After a full-force strike to Hu's chest, he ceased his attack. Seeing Huang lying motionless on the ground, Junsu raised both hands, lifted his head, and shouted loudly, "I did it. I defeated an awakened deer." Suddenly, Junu's skin turned red, and the raindrops falling on his skin immediately vaporized. What is this feeling? My whole body hurts so much, but I still feel something flooding inside me. Junshu bends over in pain, crying out, but at the same time, he also suspects that this might be the day he learns the cruel truth of the world. The day the notification system awakens at level 1. Superhero warrior, Kim's shock fades away. Junu, knowing he is awakened, is as happy as a child tumbling and shouting with joy. I finally became a superhero. Now I can receive high-paying offers from mercenaries. On top of that, you also got low-interest bank loans. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind you. Are you finished? Junshu quickly turned around to look at the person speaking. When he saw who it was, Junshu frowned and muttered, "This is Kim Thiet Quyen. He is the second main character introduced in Seon after Kim the Warrior, a character from the enhanced soldier class who uses guns as their main weapon and specializes in hunting with prosthetic hands. The problem is that Kim Thiet Quyen is a terrifying figure from the Iron Fist gang in the underground world. Since I fought on their territory, I must have provoked them?" At this moment, Kim Thiet Quyen questions, "Did you check this place before causing trouble here?" As he finishes speaking, his henchmen immediately point their guns at Junu, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Junu's face turned pale. "I was suddenly attacked, and I can't just sit here and wait to die." So you're saying those guys are even more terrifying than the martial arts society? Junshu is startled and thinks to himself if he fights with a gun in this situation, he will definitely lose. Kim Thiet Quyen didn't give Junshu a chance to react, raising his gun and aiming straight at his chest. "You're doomed. You've made a terrible mistake. I will show you what happens if you defile our territory." Then, Kim Thiet Quyen's face turned fierce. "Oh, I see. But you forgot one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the pistol, pressed the barrel against his chest, and shouted, "I'm not the type to die easily." Then he didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out loudly, and a bullet pierced through Du's chest. Kim Thiet Quyen only just reacted, his face showing disbelief as he muttered, "Did this bastard just trigger his gun himself?" And facing him, Runshu, who just got shot, stands there as if nothing happened. What is this? So itchy. At the same time, the gunshot wounds are healing visibly to the naked eye, closing rapidly. The system has received the regeneration ability. This scene made Kim Thiet Quyen feel interested. He changed to a smiling face and said, "Oh, look at you. You have an interesting ability." Junu whispered that the upgraded version of the healing trait, regeneration, is a trait you can acquire when becoming a level 1 superhuman. Everything will end when they start to look down on me, and I will use intimidation tactics. But on the surface, he smirked and pointed at the corpses behind him, saying, "You see, I don't rely on luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Kim Warrior, you'd better be prepared." Hearing that, Kim Thiet Queen also didn't get angry. He laughed and said, "Kim Warrior, huh? Is that your name? I like your courage. All right, I'll let you go this time, but in that case, you'll owe me a debt." Then he patted Junshu on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Do you understand what that means?" Junshu smiled and replied, "Okay, I remember." He wondered inwardly, does he realize who I am? Satisfied with Junu's answer, Kim Thiet Queen extended his hand and said, "Let's work together next time." Junshu carefully watched Kim Thiet Queen's hand, reaching out to him. Kim Thiet Queen is not the type to betray me, so building a relationship here wouldn't be a bad choice. Thinking that, Junshu also shook hands comfortably with Kim Thiet Queen and said with a smile, "I look forward to seeing you again." The next morning, Junu, dressed in a beach vacation outfit, entered the Jamsiu Superhuman building. I didn't see any things when I looked at it in the game, but now it looks impressive. It's completely different from my town. As Junu was excitedly looking around, a girl in office attire approached with a smile. "Thank you for visiting the Superhuman Tower. How can I assist you?" Seeing the female staff member, her face slightly trembling and blushing, she suddenly thought to herself, "What is this? She's so beautiful, but she seems like an NPC. It looks like the staff here are highly skilled." The female staff member didn't seem flustered or angry when Junu stared at her. She maintained a professional smile and pointed her hand toward the right, where a large machine was being introduced. "If you're here to receive your superhuman certificate, please go to that machine over there to measure your mana and traits." "Junu, thanks you." Then he headed towards the large machine, pondering as he went. She even guided me without me asking. Maybe they think I'm a newcomer. Anyway, once I get the superhero certificate, my real life in Seoul will begin. Suddenly, there were many shouts of surprise. "What's going on? Look up at the ceiling, the Saintess is here." Hearing that, Junshu also curiously looked up and saw a golden point of light above. He secretly doubted, "It's just a ship, isn't it?" At this moment, the golden light suddenly intensified and shone down on the large circle on the ground, causing everyone to temporarily cover their faces. Next, a group of people stepped out from inside, appearing in everyone's view. When Junu saw them, especially the girl at the front, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as he whispered, "Why are they the main force army? Why is her female city lord here?" Meanwhile, the appearance of these people causes a wave of chaos for the Saintess. It's truly an honor. Unlike them, Junshu can't feel happy at all. I was still in the tutorial phase when she became a saint, but as the story progressed, it was revealed that they were a destructive cult disguised as a peaceful religion, and they began attacking innocent civilians indiscriminately. At this point, everyone begins to speculate whether the Holy Maiden came here to measure mana or to extend her level. The maiden simply smiled and acted by walking straight to the large machine instead of answering. A few seconds later, the machine started moving. Its mana detection sound is quite stable. Junu muttered with slight annoyance. Quickly, in the crowd's eager eyes, the electronic screen appeared, showing the professional nun with mana level 8 and 6 auxiliary traits. Another wave of exclamations erupted. "What the hell is this? Level 8. She even has 6 sub-attributes. This is crazy." "Oh," the Saintess smiles, enjoying the feeling of everyone's admiration. Junu watched the Saintess for a few more seconds before heading to the mana testing machine, feeling heavy in his heart, thinking this was not the time to praise her. An 8th-level superhuman can be compared to a squadron of planes, a national-level powerhouse on the move, and someone with that kind of strength would wipe out Seoul in the future. But if I say that now, they'll treat me like a crazy person and throw stones at me. Thinking about the future later, for now I'll just measure my mana first. Having 6 attributes as a rookie would attract too much attention, so I'll reduce it to just magic. Just as Junu was opening his attribute panel to make adjustments, the Saintess suddenly stopped and turned to look at him, prompting someone from her team to ask, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The Saintess continued to stare at Junshu and softly replied, "It seems like there is someone I have never met." Then, the Saintess suddenly appeared behind Junu and spoke. "You seem to have an interesting ability." Junu jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "You startled me." But then he suddenly panicked, thinking, "Wait a minute. What did she just say to me? Could it be that she sensed I had undergone some changes?" People around whispered quietly, "What is the Holy Maiden doing? She looks pretty normal, huh?" While they were still confused, what surprised them even more was that the Saintess took Du's hand and asked, Soldier, what's your name? Junsu stammered. I am Soldier Kim. Then he nervously whispered to himself that when the Holy Maiden asked for his name, it was no surprise to Junsu. The Holy Maiden then said, Well then, Soldier Kim, on behalf of the old congregation, I will perform the baptism for you. The former ruler of the Black Kim throne has always yearned for those with rare powers like yours. Submit to him and seek peace in this hellish earth. At the same time, a line of golden characters on the saintess's hand begins to flow down onto Du's arm. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd erupts with cheers and envy. The baptism, so jealous. Is the saintess herself performing the baptism? But secretly, Junshu clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it, if he agreed to be baptized and gained the baptism trait, he would become a holy knight of the church. But the old church's faction lost in the future battle against the major powers at Arenseun, as if forced to buy stocks about to go bankrupt. Unable to accept it, that's the only thought in Junsu's mind right now. So, in everyone's surprised eyes, he decisively withdrew his hand, knelt on one knee, and said, I refuse the baptism. The maiden was stunned, unable to believe her ears, and asked again, Huh? Did I hear that wrong? Junshu replied, No, I'm serious. There was a brief silence before the Holy Maiden spoke. You can do as you wish. Serving or rejecting the divine is your freedom. Then she used her trembling hands to support Junshu and said, But the former master has chosen you. If you can't overcome this little worldly dust, your small freedom will mean nothing anymore. As she spoke, Junshu was terrified to see the position of his arm where her hand was touching. Suddenly burst into flames. After the saintess left, the flames engulfed his entire body, continuously burning, causing him to kneel on the ground, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The people around feel a bit pleased, indifferent, as they watch Junshu struggle inside the flames. How dare a worthless person refuse baptism? An atheist. Poor thing. The system has activated the trait notification. The divine fire must endure the pain of burning trash for refusing baptism. Junshu silently thought he had foreseen this, but his whole body felt like it was burning. The fire. God's intense negative state causes constant burning pain, making daily life difficult and only alleviated by going to the church to receive baptism. I refused because I was thinking about the future, but now am I about to fall asleep? Just as Junu's consciousness was about to fade, the girl in office attire who had approached earlier ran over, pouring water on his face and asking worriedly, Soldier, are you okay? Who is that over there? This is the person who guided me earlier when I was burned by the fire god, so no one else helped me. I'm really grateful and I assist to her. That's right, keep going, just a little more. Encouraging himself, Junshu tried to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification, you have gained the fire resistance trait. I didn't refuse the baptism ceremony thoughtlessly either. The negative state of the fire god is characterized by intensifying as the target's mana increases. I'm just a first-level warrior, so my divine fire is weak. There are still a few ways to handle this. The first condition is to acquire the fire resistance trait. Now let's increase the magic power. He quietly thought. Junshu opened his attribute panel and changed his traits according to his will. As soon as he finished, the flames on his body seemed to be stimulated, burning more fiercely and causing him to scream in pain. The girl in office attire saw this and poured 2 bottles of water over Junu's body, encouraging him. Keep going, the effect is incredibly clear. Thanks to those 2 bottles of water, Junu once again regained his composure, the cool water soothing him amidst the intense pain. I have to focus on this opposing sensation. Fire and water, burning pain and cold reason. According to Junsu's thoughts, the water and fire in front of him swirl together and eventually form a yin-yang symbol, extinguishing the flames with his own magic. A loud shout echoed in his mind. Junu opened his eyes wide, and the pain from the burning flames had completely disappeared. The system notifies you that you have received the magical shield trait. The girl in office attire saw Junsu stand up and asked, Oh my god, are you okay? Junu replied, Yes, thanks to you, I am fine. The people around gasped in amazement. Did he survive the divine fire? What's going on? Is he cheating? Junshu smirked quietly and said, Although it's not a complete breakthrough, but just a temporary shield solution, I've now escaped the excruciating pain. The black flame looks pretty cool, only soldiers can probably see it. Then, you walk over to the machine to test your own magic power. The others also curiously watched the electronic board. The results appeared very quickly. Soldier Kim, 22 years old, level 1 mage system with 6 innate traits. Wow, level 1 and already has 6 traits. The emergence of a super rookie is exactly why the Saintess overheard everyone talking. And Junshu, reluctantly rubbing her nose, quietly thought, I've become too prominent. My goal is to grow stronger in silence, and with a magic shield I can't reduce my attributes. The office girl approached with a smile and said, "Congratulations, soldier. Since I started working here, this is the first time I've seen someone with 6 traits right from the beginning. So let's go get your soldier certification card now." After a moment, the office lady pushed a card towards Junu sitting opposite her and said, "Here is your soldier certification card. Congratulations, you are officially recognized as a soldier." Junu tears up, holding the badge and admiring it, saying, "I had to work so hard to earn this." The office girl tilted her head and smiled, saying, "Well then, let me inform you about the privileges for first-class soldiers." But before she finished, Junu cut in quickly and spoke up. "Hey, I already know everything. Tax reductions, weapon privileges, immunity from all taxes when leveling up, freedom from arrest, free use of all transportation and other benefits." The office girl looked surprised and said, "Wow, you know so much." June laughed and said, "Do I look like a game doctor?" "No, I'm a soldier. Science doctor." Ha ha. Then Junshu said, "I'm the kind of person who doesn't like wasting time." As he spoke, he glanced at the noisy crowd staring at him outside the glass door. "We have to bring him back to our guild. Can I get an autograph?" The super rookie has to write a special piece about him first. The office girl also turned to look at the crowd outside like a predator stalking prey. Junsu asked, "Is there a way to get out quietly?" The woman in office attire stood up and smiled, saying, "Of course I have. I prepared in advance." June asked in surprise, "Huh? Already prepared?" The office girl takes out a large black cloak. She smiled back at Junu and said, "Just follow me." In that moment, Junu stared at her in surprise, his face slightly blushing. A moment later, Junu put on the cloak, followed the office girl, and successfully escaped from the crowd earlier. "Thank you for caring about me like that and for giving me the invisibility cloak and guiding me secretly." The office girl said, "It's nothing. Helping each other is good. The system has activated invisibility. You have gained the invisibility ability." Seeing this message, Junu happily thought to himself, "I didn't expect to get this awesome trait." The office lady stopped, pointed to the path ahead, and said, "Soldier, just go straight this way to get outside. According to the rules, I can only guide you this far." Hikom. Junshu bowed slightly and said, "All right, that's enough. Thank you very much for today." The office girl smiled and said, "Yes. Take care on your way out." June watched her leave, quietly thinking that he didn't expect there to be such kind and beautiful people in Seoul. "Later, I must repay her when I get stronger." What was her name again? I think I have the business card from earlier. Junu remembered the business card and quickly took it out to check. Associate Human Manager P. What is it? Seeing this name, Junshu's face immediately changed, and he looked again at the office girl who was still not far away. What would BJ is one of the 3 strongest SSR warrior characters in the game. Because she's a swordsman, she always looks scary, but I keep feeling like I've seen her before. Turns out, she always looks fierce in the game, so I can't imagine her like this in real life. I didn't expect Beachy to be such a kind person. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, B's face is now smiling happily as he softly says, "Luckily, the soldier is okay." A week later, to maintain the magic shield, Junu had to adjust all his attributes, unintentionally making the dungeon cleaning process more difficult than ever. If I had used the specialized ability to clear the monster lair, it would have been done long ago, but because of that damn bump, I couldn't do anything else. To remove the heat poison, I need a rare item called NTA, which is extremely expensive. How can I afford to buy a tree for this kind of cleanup? As Junsu was thinking, his phone rang repeatedly, almost like it was the signal that everything between us was over. Just as he was about to answer and give him a piece of his mind, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him, making him turn his bike around. A moment later, in the player recruitment room. Oh my, it's our assistant Kim, the one who overcame the heat stroke without any difficulty, starting with 6 different attributes. Meeting the main character, I feel truly honored, Chu said while handing Junu a cup of tea, looking more exaggerated than 10 times before. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Junu took a sip from the cup and asked, "So, have you found what I asked for yet?" "Oh my, don't remind me," he sighed, saying it's really very difficult. Neta is a rare item only found at the residence of a 5th-rank healer. If I can't find it, I'll pretend to leave, Junu. No, this is a matter related to the contract with you. I have to find it no matter what. I already found it. Choseo urgently said that if it was Major Choi, others would be eager to secure the warrior contract, believing he would find a mission with a reward. Junu, feeling defeated, sat back down in the chair. "So, what is the mission? Have you ever heard of Gel Security?" As he spoke, Choi handed Ju the tablet. "Is that the security company I've heard of before?" It is a private military company, one of the 10 largest, run by a husband and wife team as director and deputy director. A wealthy family with such a strong foundation, Junshu wondered, why do they still need to rely on missions? I have identified the problem lies with the son. Although he is over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. Huh? Both the husband and wife come from martial artist families, Junshu asked while looking at a photo of his son. I've heard that he has accumulated level 8 magic power but hasn't awakened yet, which is why it's a mystery. The condition they said is that the person must have awakened as a level 1 or higher warrior. This is the perfect mission for the warrior. Upon hearing the condition, Jun felt intrigued and decided to give it a try, which is why we see Junshu and Choi So sitting in the living room of this magnificent mansion. It seems the director and his wife are busy. They are not the usual latecomers. While fidgeting and sitting cross-legged, Junu isn't too concerned about the delay of the host. He looked around and couldn't help but sigh internally. This house smells strongly of money. Sorry, you guys must have been waiting a long time, right? The woman's voice startled Choseo and Junu. The two had just entered the main room and were the director and deputy director of G Security. The woman smiled and continued to greet them. Are we the ones who requested this? Oh no, you two are too formal. I hurriedly replied and bowed my head. Thank you all for taking the time to come here. Lim smiled and spoke. Junu also politely bowed while assessing the couple through the aura they emitted. Maybe they're at least level 6 warriors. Both of them have strength that is far from ordinary. What are you talking about? There's no way I'm going into the room like this. Satrungduk replied curtly, really stubborn. Come on, sit down. Lamaji told her husband, then turned to talk to Val. Does your coming here mean you are here to receive our mission? First, I want to check on your son's condition. If there is a special reason why he cannot wake up, before Junshu could finish speaking, Seo Dongdu angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, a new soldier who appeared out of nowhere. You think I will obediently tell you? Be calm, my love. Limizi calmed her husband and then apologized to Junu, saying, I'm sorry, it's just about the children, and he's been under too much stress. This isn't something to share with outsiders. If we accept the mission, we will call the boys and explain everything to you both. Are you the warrior also in need of me? They know exactly what they want, Jun thought to himself, smiling as he replied, I will take the mission. Call your son over. A moment later, a shy-looking young man appeared. Hello, I am Sei-Yu-In. Yes, nice to meet you. Junu shook hands with Uan and silently assessed him. It's suspicious that no magic power is felt at all. At this moment, Junsu happens to notice Uin's engraved gloves. Your gloves are really beautiful? Yes, they are a precious item to me, and I always use them with gratitude. That's right, Ujin must need a powerful magic seal. Junsu's words immediately stunned Ujin and his parents. Seeing their expressions, Junu knew he was on the right track. Just by looking at the gloves, I was certain. This is an important matter involving a noble family, but with the condition of requiring a level 1 warrior. The simplest reason I can think of is that they want to lure me with a bait, right? You also underwent the baptism from the church, right? Junu turned to look at Du. The reason your son cannot awaken is because he refused the baptismal ritual and sealed his magic to avoid divine punishment, so he couldn't publicly announce it. Recently, there's been rumors that a level 1 warrior has passed the baptism and divine punishment. That must be why everyone came to me. Uzin listened to Junu's words with admiration. That's amazing. I don't need to explain further. You're like the main character in a detective novel. I just got a simple grasp of the situation. Jun smiled and replied, secretly thinking, if I knew the future, nothing would be difficult. I had a premonition the moment I saw the photo. Seen in the future has become the leading holy knight of the Holy Crusade. Refusing the baptism ritual and trying to resist the church's orders would lead to a dark future where his parents lose their power. Master? Seo Dongdu immediately changed his attitude, shyly asking Junshu, is there any way for my UIN to avoid the baptism ritual? The one who was so arrogant before now has been convinced so easily. Haha, now he's been persuaded right away. Of course I can. Junu, who are you? You've spent 10,000 hours playing Seun. Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. I understand Ujin's pain because I've been through it. Junu pats Ujin on the shoulder and assures him, trust me, I will definitely help you get out of this. Ujin can't hold back his emotions and embraces Junu tightly. His parents also hugged each other, crying bitterly. A saintess or something, a fake who dares to perform a baptism ritual for evil. The loyal subordinates with potential in your future now stand on my side. Junu warmly embraced Uin and then added, however, before starting the treatment, I want to add an additional condition. Ujin's parents couldn't help but be surprised. Another additional condition. The difficulty of this request has just increased, right? Lim wiped away her tears and replied, yes. It's no longer about awakening my magic, but overcoming this illness. Please go ahead if you can save my you. Before Limidzi finished speaking, UIN stated his condition. I want to be taught how to break the sword-breaking technique. Huanya's expression immediately disappeared from Limidzi's face. Do you fully understand what I just said? Junu was terrified by the aura and icy gaze of Limidzi. Turns out, the deputy director is even more frightening than the director. Sedongda saw her serious expression and didn't dare to object, only softly reminding her. Be gentle. I understand she's angry, but she's not breaking swords. Some might think that choosing to learn swordsmanship in the information age of the 21st century is strange, but it is completely different in a place where the strong hold power. Because a super swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank, a high-level martial artist is like a fighter jet squadron worth trillions. If a superhuman at level 1 continuously learns and trains without breaking the sword, they can reach level 4 without any difficulty. This is basically an early-stage cheat in the game. I remember only the elite can learn this swordsmanship. Of course, only if I complete the mission, Junu said to soothe Limi's hot-headedness. Mom! A call from Ujin immediately woke Limidzi up. All right. Limidzi relaxed her hostility and bowed her head, saying, if you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that swordsmanship with a secret code. Really? Thank you, ma'am. Uin moved, bowed her head, and silently sighed in relief, thinking she was about to die. Now she has the swordsmanship too. This is just perfect. However, if we fail, my husband and I might be very disappointed, even furious, Lim gently reminded. Hey, that won't happen. I assure you. All right, then it's better to start as soon as possible. Very quickly, a room with a magic energy circle and 200 intermediate water magic practitioners was prepared as requested. This is enough. I want to be alone with the patient during the treatment, so you can. Junu was speaking when Limidzi suddenly interrupted. Sorry about what happened earlier. My Yuan was forced to undergo baptism before it even started school. It never had a chance to make friends, let alone go on family outings. It had to endure being forced to stay in the room. It seems we were too sensitive. From now on, I will leave this matter entirely to you. As he spoke, Limidzi bowed his head. Hearing Uin's story, Junu grew even more angry. Everyone in their family had to endure this because of her trap as a woman. Uin, feeling emotional, ran over to comfort his mother. Mom, I'm fine. How could UIN be like that? In the final game, he betrayed his own family again. No wonder he became such a cold person. I feel a bit sorry for them. Thinking of that, Junju said, Don't worry, I will succeed at all costs. Hearing that, Li finally felt reassured and left. Now just the two of us are here, let's begin. Junshu cheerfully stretched and said, What should I do now? Seeing Uin's pale face and trembling body, Runu pouted and said, Why are you trembling so much? Just stay calm, buddy, Ian asked nervously. Are you planning to torture me with needles or electric shocks to force me to awaken, like they usually do? How have you been treated all this time? Junu asked with a sigh. The usual treatment for the holy power fever is to drink honey after awakening, but because UIN has too much mana accumulated in his body, the fever is too intense, so the attempt to make him wake up failed. You don't need to worry, but you must remember one thing. Keep everything you saw during today's treatment a secret, I promise, Uin confidently replied. Junu grabbed the 2 potion bottles and began to act. First, you need to expand the mana barrier to its maximum limit. Then the barrier will weaken. And then the holy power surge causes Junu pain. He hurriedly swallowed the 2 vials of potion with a terrible taste in his hand. Soon, all the prepared potions were inside Junu's stomach. The damage from the drug's addiction and the mana consumption have increased. But the drug's effects have amplified abnormally. You've gained the drug addiction trait. Now if I focus mana into a shield, I think to myself, Junshu concentrates on creating a shield around the circle. Focusing magic power and the holy power fever is completely pushed out by the barrier. Uin's eyes lit up as he watched this scene, and he looked at Junu, saying, That's amazing. Junu smiled and replied, You're too surprised too soon. Now you have to take off the mana-sealing gloves. Reach your hand outside the barrier and hold my hand. Uin's face immediately paled and asked, So wouldn't there be a resonance effect between the 2 holy energy surges? You will be fine as long as you stay inside the barrier. As he spoke, Junshu stepped outside the barrier, and immediately the holy power fever returned once again. Don't ask why, just follow my instructions. Uin. You have never taken off your gloves since being baptized and have decided to listen to Ju. As Ewan's hand just extended beyond the barrier, the holy power fever on his hands erupted, overwhelming Junsu. How much mana does he really have inside him? Even knowing the consequences, Junu still chose to take that hand. It hurts more than being baptized by the saintess. My bones are breaking apart, but I have to stay focused and endure this pain. Damn holy maiden and her annoying holy fire fever. Junu endured the pain from Ujin's and his own holy power fever, then returned to the barrier. I took off my gloves, but nothing happened. Uin looked at his still normal hand and said emotionally, "That's right. That's why I had to do those crazy things." Junu replied that besides using the barrier, he also absorbed damage to transfer part of the holy power fever to himself, meaning Ewan's holy power fever had decreased significantly. Then, Junu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Ewan. "This is the final step. Don't stop. Keep attacking me until you awaken. All right, it's time to use the swordsmanship I've practiced since childhood." Ewan responded with a sound and swung his sword at Junsu. Junu raised his hand to block and then ran away as fast as he could. Because you realized your iron gauntlet was shattered with just one strike from Ewan's wooden sword, at that moment, the system notified you that you had gained a new defensive trait. But even with this new trait, if he gets hit by Ujin's attack, he still collapses with cold feet as usual. After a while of chasing Ewan, Junu was exhausted while Ewan still hadn't awakened, making Junu start to get annoyed. What kind of swordsmanship did she teach this kid? Just dodging attacks is that hard? You have acquired the evasion trait. At this moment, Junshu turned to look at Ewan and noticed a aura emanating from him, meaning he was about to awaken, but before he could rejoice, he saw the sword in Ewan's hand also start to glow. SSRS Ewan, the sword, fusion class. Junu reads the information silently. The merged sword wielder reaches a state where the person and the sword become one, which is extremely powerful for a warrior, but that guy is completely in a trance. If I get hit, I will be doomed. For an attack that threatens my life, Junu certainly won't just sit and wait to die. He quickly opened his status window, his mind racing to find a viable plan. First, I must maximize all defensive traits and focus the shields on my hands with the help of the magic circle in this room. As soon as Junsu finished setting up his attributes, Ujin's attack arrived. Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of him, and took a gamble. 1 second later, a loud explosion accompanied by blinding light filled the room. After the dust settled, Run Shu appeared unscathed. A large shield appears before you, blocking the way. The mana shield system notification. You have acquired a special trait. Junu smirked to himself and said, "I did it." I combined the mana shield trait and protection to create a mana shield. Then, he sighed tiredly and muttered to himself, "It's just a guy with a wooden sword and he's almost turned to gold by me." As he was about to sit down to rest, he suddenly heard a faint cry from Ujin. Junu looked up and saw him staggering and then collapsing to the ground. How dare he lose consciousness in peace after almost turning to gold myself? He muttered softly and slowly approached Ewan, only to find that he had fallen asleep completely. I guess he went a little crazy after awakening. In the game, Gujin is a powerful SSR character, but since he awakened a warrior instead of a knight, he now has the merged sword as a starting trait. It seems I created a monster of a warrior by awakening Segujin into a fighter instead of a knight. I don't know how this change will affect the future story. Dad, he's a Silver Spoon kid with unmatched strength, and now he owes me a favor. That's not too bad, right? Thinking of this, Junu grinned and carried Ewan out. A while later, in Ewan's bedroom, his parents looked at their sleeping son with full of love and softly said, "Our Ewan has truly overcome the fever of the gods." Then they both bowed to Junu and said, "Thank you very much." Junu smiled and said, "It's nothing. I told you I could do it." Chus handed Junsu a glass of water with a flattering expression and said, "I knew you could do it." Lim stroked Ujin's hair and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen the boy sleep. I don't know how to repay this debt." Then she smiled and nodded at her husband. Jongdu understood and nodded with a smile before taking out an envelope and heading towards Junu. "So, let's keep our promise and have some drinks. I will add an extra fee for the memory chip of the swordsmanship technique, not breaking the mountain sword." Junu smiled happily, but still pretended to refuse. "Oh my God, you don't have to do this," Jongdu said sincerely. "Please, I hope you accept our 1 billion won. Although the amount might still be less than what you've done for us, hearing the figure of 1 billion, Junu was overjoyed, but kept his composure and said, "Oh my God, my heart would hurt so much to refuse it twice, so I guess there's no other choice." Then Junsu and Jongdu sincerely shook hands, and not long after, Junsu and Joel left Ujin's house. Sitting in the car, Choel said, Today you hit the jackpot, soldier. Junu, while observing the NTA vial and the memory chip of the non-sword-breaking sword in his hand, replied, I know they look amazing. May I ask, are you planning to drink the nunsu? I have, and I intend to take a break for a while. Speaking up might make it clear that you probably don't want to attract your former boss or others. Listening about your reward. But unfortunately, if you refine the NTA and absorb it, it will significantly boost your mana. Junu replied. That's right. You look at the potion in your hand, thinking that if you could refine and drink it, you could greatly upgrade your superhuman level instead of spending money to cure the divine fever. Very quickly, the car arrived at the hotel where Junsu was staying. Chus pulled over to the side of the road and said with a smile, Commander Stius, I will check if there are any necessary devices to refine NTA. If you can, think about it first, and then use it. Junu got off the car and replied, Thank you very much. I will consider it. Back in his room, Junu immediately opened the NTA jar, smiling to himself and saying, I will drink it. Now I have learned how cruel Aiken can be in the deer case. I can't guarantee that Director Choi won't betray me. The addiction to mana absorption depends on the drug, but I do have traits that can maximize the effectiveness of the NTA. Thinking this, Junu drank the entire bottle of Nekka without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a wave of pain swept through his body. Junu felt as if every fiber of his body was being taken apart and reassembled, with a tremendous amount of mana flowing through him. After a moment, the pain subsides, and a blinding golden light erupts in Junshu's room. System notification. Level 2. Superhuman Kim Warrior. I have leveled up. He quietly rejoiced as Junu looked at another system notification. You have harvested a trait. Harvest trait. Black Fire. And by curing the divine fever within Ta, I gained one of the best attributes of level 1 in the entire game. Black Fire has been added to my list of attributes along with the non-sword swordsmanship, and I feel truly relieved. I can focus on training these two traits and there won't be any problem. As Junsu was pondering, the phone on the table vibrated. This is a message from Cho-So. Sir, I have a few things to discuss. Junu glanced at the phone on the table. It was Director Choi. Why did he suddenly message me? He only hesitated briefly before dismissing it and smiling, I guess it doesn't matter, I'll go train now. But within a few seconds, a series of notification sounds from his phone reached his ear. It's so noisy, what's so urgent? He shouted angrily as Junshu ran over and picked up the phone to check the messages. Superman, I have many things to discuss, but I think it would be more respectful to contact you via message first. I'm sure you will need help. I understand why you're hesitant. It might be because of the opposition from the sect members. Ignore everything and be determined. It's time to reevaluate yourself. When you learn swordsmanship, your path will become clear. Of course, some people will oppose it. Please reply to this message as soon as you read it. As Junu finishes reading, a big question mark appears in his mind. What the heck is this? What is he trying to say? But just a few seconds later, Junu realized there was something unusual about these messages. He read through them carefully and quickly found the answer. Flee from the Dagger Gang. As soon as the sentence was formed, he quickly thought to himself. He hid this information in the message. Dagger Gang. They are one of the rival gangs to the Steel Fist Gang. If Director Choi wants to betray us, he will call me as usual to buy time. Looking through the messages he sent, it seems he was captured earlier. It looks like the information was compromised while he was preparing the equipment. Thinking everything through clearly, a sudden coldness appeared on Junu's face as he softly said, Well, I'll ignore it because I already have in. The next day, in a deserted alley, the continuous cries of a man echoed painfully. There is a small warehouse here, and Choi Seo is now tied tightly to a chair, surrounded by several men standing around. At this moment, a man grabs Choi Seo's head and says, You're pretty tough, huh? You haven't told us all night where that superhuman bastard is hiding. Persistently, he said, He signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't say anything, no matter what you do. The man hearing this grinned like a demon. I don't want to do this, but you left me no choice. A teammate, understanding the hint, steps forward with an axe and asks Choi Seo, left or right, which hand do you use to eat? Choose. Just stared silently at him. Seeing this, the guy burst out laughing. You don't answer? So it's usually the right hand, right? As he spoke, he raised his axe high and swung it down towards Choi Seo's right hand. But just as the blade was about to strike, a loud explosion suddenly erupted, causing him to stop and angrily look towards the source of the blast and shout, What the hell is going on? Boss, the guy with the axe asked, What's going on over there? Some crazy bastard threw a grenade into our building. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Junu grins, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, aiming at the Dagger Gang's prison building. You chose the wrong person to mess with. I can't abandon someone who kept their promise in this cruel world of Seun. All right, now the battle begins. Junu once again pulled the trigger, firing a shell straight at the gang's building, and a few seconds later, a large group of armed people rushed out through the large hole caused by the explosion. Where did he shoot from? Find him now. Watching the crowd shouting below, Run Shu sneered contemptuously. As expected, they swarm out of the building like cockroaches. Although the outside looks like a normal apartment, I know everyone inside. Because this is the Dagger Gang dungeon I've beaten so many times, I'm tired of it. It's a complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings. Because the Dagger Gang's mission is one of the trial tasks, I could defeat it even with my eyes closed now. My earlier effort of sharpening the iron has now turned it into a needle. Now the veteran is here to complete the mission. With that, Junu slung a backpack full of weapons over his shoulder and jumped onto the rooftop of the neighboring building to avoid staying in one place too long and being detected. Meanwhile, below, the Bullet Dagger Gang had split up and was patrolling the area. A few minutes later, in an alley, 3 members of the Dagger Gang were slowly searching. The group that attacked us earlier must be the Steel Fist Gang, only they could have pulled off such crazy stunts. We've caught them. Let's teach them a lesson and beat them to a pulp. As they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a sound coming from the trash bin behind. What was that sound earlier? Let me go check it out. The leader reminds him, okay, make sure to search thoroughly. So the guy who heard the strange sound went to the back of the crate, peeked inside, but saw no one. Nothing here. He was about to turn back to his companions when suddenly a hand grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Jun Shu in stealth mode appeared, holding the unconscious man, leaning against the wall and smiling happily. Even though I'm right in front of him, he can't even recognize me. When it comes to infiltration, no team beats pretending to be dead with the Assassin's Guild. So while those thugs are wandering outside, I'll go into their main building. This is too easy. Let's go. Let's find a secret entrance. After saying that, Jun Shu walks over to the trash can, gently opens the lid, and descends using the elevator inside. When he reaches the bottom, he cautiously looks around. So far, I've tried to avoid fighting as much as possible to get in. Bang Gom likes to keep hostages near their boss's room on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way. I will move stealthily so they can't catch me. The plan sounds great, but life is not a dream. Junu had just taken a few cautious steps when the alarm blared loudly, urgently announcing that enemies had attacked and infiltrated the building. Everyone was ordered to gear up and gather at the designated rendezvous point. Hearing this, Junu's face darkened as he muttered to himself, "They've found us." Then, his eyes shifted to the closed door right in front of him, caught in a dilemma. If I leave here, I will find a corridor, which is the best route because it has the main staircase leading to the upper floors. But the problem is, when they realize someone has infiltrated the building, they will set up barricades in the corridor to block the way. If I open this door now, they'll fire at me like crazy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Junu decided to open the door. As you guessed, inside many of the Dagger Gang members have set up barricades and are ready with guns. Hello everyone, take this bullet, it's my gift. As he laughed and talked, Junu drew a gun and wildly fired at the gang members. And in an instant, the sound of screams from those hit by bullets echoed loudly. The ones who weren't hit quickly reacted back. What the hell? Are you kidding me, bastard? Return fire. They started cursing and raising their weapons to shoot back when suddenly a grenade flew in. A loud explosion echoed inside the room, and from outside the door a laugh said, "If you're scared, go home, stylish, stylish." Then he took out a few more grenades from his backpack, holding them in his hand. One might not be enough, so better take a few more. After finishing, Junu threw several grenades into the room, then quickly retreated outside and closed the door, hearing loud explosions and screams that made him happy, and he smiled like a devil saying, "I'm glad you like them." After a few minutes, Junshu finally entered the room, cautiously looking around and quietly thinking, "Is that all they have? A few of them are probably still alive. I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, a guy lying on the ground suddenly got up and shot at Junu. Because he was alert early, the sensitive system detected the bullet heading straight for his head. He simply tilted his head to the side and avoided it. The alert system confirmed he had acquired the sensitive trait. "Now I have the sensitive trait I need for this dungeon," I muttered to myself. Junshu looks at the sniper. After a few seconds to deal with the shooter, Junshu wipes sweat from his forehead. Now that I've dealt with the henchman, I'll head upstairs. After a while, Junu reached the 4th floor. Maybe I reached the 4th floor safely, but the real danger is just beginning. The gang members will appear on the 4th floor of the casino, right before I reach the 5th floor and the boss's room. He quietly whispered to himself and gently moved to a corner, leaning his head out to look in, and was surprised to see no one there. Feeling suspicious, Junu headed towards the casino to check, but found no one there. Realizing something was off, he seriously told himself, I need to focus. The system notification has achieved focus mode. Almost immediately after, Junu heard a strange noise from above. Junu looked up and saw a drone flying out of the ventilation shaft. Then the drone dropped a grenade that exploded with a blinding flash, forcing him to close his eyes. He secretly cursed in his heart, damn it, a stun grenade? At that moment, a figure appeared behind Runshu, rushing forward with a dagger and stabbing fiercely at his neck while laughing loudly. I got you now, little rat. The person who arrived was the second-class assassin, Iceblade, but his stabbing was suddenly blocked by a shield. Junshu regained his sight, turned to look at him, and asked, Who do you say you caught? The incredible boss Bang Jiaogam shouted, Can't the knife pierce through? He quickly jumped back, creating distance from Junu. Junu also made no move. He only asked, Who do you call a rat? You're the one dressed like a rat, aren't you? He thought to himself, I didn't expect the boss to appear on the 4th floor. That was really dangerous earlier. What just happened didn't occur in the game, but I can still read the game pattern. The white grenade is a linked attack pattern that activates when the player enters the boss's room. Earlier, I had to activate my sensitivity trait and focus before the Iceglaive boss ambushed me. The Iceglaive boss is a killer. I need to sense where his attack is coming from using my 5 senses. Now the bandit leader angrily shouted, You can withstand my ambush. Junshu chuckled and said, Don't be surprised so soon. Then he took out a weapon from his backpack and said seriously, I will make you regret targeting me. Junshu charged at the knife-throwing gang leader, swinging his sword, but failed as he had already disappeared before his attack hit. The gang leader with the dagger appeared behind you again, and despite your slow reaction, he arrogantly said something, then threw a glowing green dagger toward your back. Junshu quickly turned around and slashed the dagger away with his sword, thinking to himself that he was too fast. Truly a killer. If he hadn't had heightened senses and focus earlier, he would be dead. That dagger he soaked with deadly magic is enough to send me to the other world just by touching me. The longer this fight goes on, the more disadvantages I'll face. The big boss with the dagger exclaimed in surprise. Well, you're quite lucky, huh? If you surrender now, I will be merciful and only cut off one of your arms. Du laughed and said, Don't talk nonsense. Just charge in. The gang boss grinned and said, With that terrible swordsmanship of yours, I can tell you're a marksman. But compared to someone who can't even assess the situation, your mouth is pretty big. Hearing this, Junshu was startled and thought to himself, Does he think I'm a marksman? That's right, because I've been shooting with a gun all this time. He probably thinks I'm a reinforced soldier. Seeing Junu say nothing, the gang leader thought I guessed correctly, and then grinned fiercely. I will take your place and deal with you in the most painful way possible, he shouted loudly and charged at Junu, swinging his weapon in an attack. At the same time, Junshu clenched his sword hilt and raised it above his head. I only have one chance. And it was at this moment, when he let his guard down and silently shouted in his heart. Runshu decisively swung his sword down. The senior brother from the Ice and Fire clan saw this, withdrew his attack, and moved aside. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, Too slow. He had no idea that Runshu was waiting for this moment. He only saw his eyes suddenly flash, his hand gripping the sword handle subtly turning, transforming the downward strike into a horizontal slash toward him. The gang leader with the dagger saw this scene and secretly panicked. What, a marksman using a combo attack? He hurriedly swung his dagger to block but was still pushed back and fell to the ground. At this moment, the gang leader no longer dared to underestimate Junu. In his eyes, he looked at you with complete disdain. Junu raised his sword again and said, Sorry, but once I change my trait, I'm no longer an archer, but a top-tier warrior equipped with swordsmanship. After finishing, Junshu immediately uses the non-armor sword to break the first move. The mountain bandit slashes at the ice dagger boss, causing him serious injury. The dagger falls to the side as he bows his head and spits out a large mouthful of blood. Jun smirks and says, Letting your guard down is just losing. The gang leader with the dagger angrily shouted, You bastard! He also learned Runu taking advantage of the moment when you are confident and careless, reaching out to pick up the dagger, then throwing it with all his might at you and shouting, This is not over yet. Jun was startled and shouted, Is he making a final move? In the blink of an eye, fresh blood splattered as the boss with the dagger was defeated by Junsu's sword, while you were pierced in the side by a throwing dagger. A few seconds later, Junu suddenly collapsed to the ground. You frown, pull out the dagger, and mutter softly, Damn it. I let my guard down at the last moment again. The poison has already spread through my body with the blood. I need to change my attributes. After changing these attributes, Junu was able to stand up on his own. I can endure it, but it hurts too much. As he spoke, Junu put away his weapons into his backpack. You're about to leave when you hear loud noises outside the window. Hurry up, an intruder has just appeared nearby. Junshu glances out the window and softly says, I can't let time go to waste. I need to get out of this building as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the torture room on the 5th floor, Chus is also trying to save himself, shaking his body forcefully until the chair tips over backward. I need to get out of here, quickly. Quietly, Choseo pinched the nearby piece of glass with his finger. He intended to use it to cut the ropes, but since he hadn't retrieved the shard of glass yet, Choseo suddenly felt a shadow covering his head. He was startled and looked up to see that the person approaching was Junu. So how exactly did you end up in their hands? Junu asked as he helped remove the cloth covering Choseo's mouth. Cho happily exclaims. Superhero Junshu gently sighs as he unties Choseo. You're tiring me out a bit, Cho asked, her eyes filled with tears. You came all the way here to save me? Shu's face was trembling as he seriously placed a hand on Cho's shoulder and said, Let's get out of here first. They're coming. Cho laughed and said, Yes, of course. But just as he was about to leave, he felt a sharp pain in his legs that made him cry out. June hesitated, and seeing Choseo's trembling legs, frowned and muttered, Those bastards, just look at what they've done to him. Then he sat down and said, Get on my back. No need. I probably have no right to ask for anything more from you. Junshu urged. It's okay, we're in a hurry, so let's get to the safe spot first. That makes sense. Choseo could only reluctantly agree. Well, just this once, thank you. Carrying Choseo, Junu quietly thought that despite enduring brutal torture, he still maintained his loyalty. I thought this Seun world was hell on earth, but it also gives people a surprisingly touching feeling. A few hours later, Junsu and Joyelle safely returned to Choyelle's office, with Junsu now sitting in the chair, continuously drinking cans of recovery potion. System notification, poison resistance trait acquired. You have gained the trait. Seeing this notification, Junu stopped drinking and leaned back comfortably in his chair, saying, Taking the recovery medicine has detoxified everything. Chose enthusiastically took out a bunch of recovery cans and said, If you need more, feel free to take some. Junu smiled and said, All right, this should be enough, secretly adding in his mind, because I already have that trait. At this moment, Choseo looked remorseful and said, I really don't know how to apologize enough. It seems that when I was preparing the elixir for us, the information leaked out. I shouldn't have trusted my staff like that, Junshu advises. It's okay, I already drank the elixir anyway, I asked in surprise. What? You already drank the elixir wine? June said with a smile. If I hadn't drunk it, then I wouldn't have been able to save you. The director, upon hearing this, looked devastated, clutching his head and moaning, saying it was impossible that you had to drink the immortal wine earlier to save me. Junshu quietly turned away and said, It's not his fault, but whatever he wants to think, I'll let him think it. Suddenly, there was a pounding on the door outside. What? Could it be that the knife gang has arrived already? What should we do with this guy? Junshu crossed his arms, looked at the door, and said with a smile, Looks like we have some guests, so let's welcome them. Then he stood up and went to open the door. Chus nervously followed behind. When Junshu opened the door, Choseo immediately shouted, The Ice Blade Fist! The person here is Kim Thich-Quyen and his men. June smiled and said, Here he is. I didn't expect you to have eliminated the Jiaogam gang. I've known for a while you're not an ordinary guy. So, what do you want to call me here for? Junu muttered to himself, as it was time for him to receive his reward for completing the difficult mission. Ice Steel Faction and Jiaogam Faction are rival gangs fighting for control of the Super Lim territory. In the game, players are instructed to help Ice Steel Faction eliminate Jiaogam Faction. The Steel Fist gang will reward a lot for destroying the Gavel gang. Seeing Junsu silent, Kim Steel Fist asked, Are you planning to start a new organization or something? Junu shook his head and replied, No. Running an organization is not my style. The reason I called you today is to tell you that you can keep the Jiaogam territory you've held all this time. Kim Thich-Quyen gasped in surprise. What? Junshu explained, I prefer to go solo, and I have no intention of entering the underworld, so this is to settle the previous debt. Kim Thich-Quyen paused for a moment, then asked, If I accept your offer, I won't lose anything, but it seems a bit too much compared to the debt you owed me last time. Junshu smiled and said, Looks like we understand each other because thanks to me you now own the Super Lim territory, so grant me one wish. A wish, huh? And if I grant you one wish, what would you wish for? Tell me beforehand. Junu secretly thought, Of course it will be what everyone in Seun wants. On the surface, you just smile and say give me a house, he added in his mind. Then, when he went home, Kim Thich-Quyen asked, Do you mean a house? Junu replied, From the moment I started acting independently in this unpredictable world, I realized I should have a proper place to settle down and make a stand. Kimthich Queen pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, that's fine. After all, you've escaped from those knife-wielding thugs, so let's agree on that." Hearing that, Junshu happily said, "I like your straightforwardness." Kim Thiet Queen asked, "So what kind of house do you want? A luxurious villa or just a simple apartment?" "Neither of those. I need a house in a sparsely populated area with good security and soundproofing, plus a training area in the basement." Hearing that, Kim Thiet Queen began to murmur softly, "A house in a sparsely populated area with a basement training room?" Jun Shuko appeared calm and patient, but inside he was desperately praying. "Go ahead, tell me about the house I have in mind." Kim Thiet Queen spoke up quickly. "There is one I know that's similar. It's a house on the outskirts of Sai Lim." Walking along the Jeon Ubong Road, Junshu couldn't help but shout with joy. "Bingo, it's a house located on the hillside of Jeonbong. It's the perfect place to serve as a first base for a player in Sion." On the surface, Junu tried not to show any unusual signs, avoiding suspicion from others. The next morning, Junu was already in his new house. You're now relaxing in the sun on the second-floor yard, with food and drinks beside you. So, this is what it feels like to enjoy the pleasure of having a place to call your own? He stammered as he walked to the balcony, stretched out his arms, and exclaimed with pleasure, "This relaxing atmosphere smells so good. The view from here is also beautiful, truly an amazing house." At first, when I was caught by Soon, I didn't even know what was happening. I spent about 20 million on it, but now I have a magnificent mansion like a palace. Not only that, but I also have financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Choi. With this kind of support, even if I end up in the hospital for a year, I have nothing to worry about. Joy fades away. Junshu regains his composure and gazes into the distance in deep thought. But this is Seun, and he can't afford to rest on his laurels. As the story of the game progresses, evil villains like the scientist and the bishop will appear and destroy the city. Then Junshu casually picks up the sword next to him and says, "Now it's time to find the real reason I chose this house." A moment later, Junu carried the sword on his shoulder as he went down to the underground training room and tapped his fingers all over the wall as if searching for something. "It's probably somewhere nearby." Junshu muttered to himself and kept knocking until he found a spot where the sound was different from the others. "Let's get to work." He shouted loudly, then swung his fist to smash into the wall, causing it to shatter and reveal an empty space inside. Seeing the result of his single punch, Junshu happily exclaimed, "It seems like my abilities are finally coming into play. I should finish sooner than expected." Later, Junu continued to diligently break the ground, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. His face now looked gaunt and angry. Faster than expected, I didn't realize it was this deep. Still, Junshu never gave up. "Keep going, don't give up, show yourself." As he shouted, Junsu swung his axe forcefully into the ground, and after this strike, water suddenly erupted from the spot where it hit. "Here it is!" Junshu shouted with joy. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few drops falling nearby. Within seconds, his gaunt face was completely gone. He looked at his hands and softly said, "I can feel my body gradually recovering." Is this the effect of the mana spring? A mana spring, a real mana spring. Even characters with depleted vitality can recover quickly by soaking in the mana spring. And even most of the negative effects disappear as well. It really is an amazing skill. There's no better place than this house near Jeonwang, the first base of the Iron Fist gang, where you can access the mana spring for free. So, Junsu took it upon himself to install a water system and bring in a large bathtub. You turn on the faucet to fill the mana spring into the bathtub and sit inside. Thutai says, "Anyway, to get this house, I've been through quite a few hardships, unlike in a game where you just click once and it's done. This place is so full of vitality that you can easily see its effects. The mana spring is truly an excellent recovery therapy. Training here, even if you push yourself to the limit. A quick soak and then back to training makes everything feel perfect. Now it's time for the only one who grinds to rank up like a super VIP pro to go train." Time passed by, and on an evening 2 weeks later, Junshu stood in the training room underground, quietly thinking that he had been confined in this training room for 2 weeks now, and that he could now activate Black Fire steadily. Then, his focused expression, continuously performing the non-sword sword-breaking techniques. The first Mountain Crusher, the second Dividing the Universe, and the third Penetrating the Mind Mountain. All right, now I can use non-sand swordsmanship alongside Black Fire. Plus, I also gained a very useful trait during training. The attribute table for Destructive Strike, Deadly Blow, Fire Resistance, Meditation, and mana stability. Looking at these attributes, Runshu falls into deep thought. Now that training is done, there's only one important thing left to do. The ability to refine mana that I can't acquire through practice. If I had refined the Du Tien before drinking, I might have already reached level 3 superhuman. But now I'm only at level 2, so I don't have much mana left in me. Now, to fully absorb Du Tien's mana and reach level 3, I need the ability to train my mana. Of course, it's not easy to acquire, but if I do, it will be worth 3 times as much. Thinking of this, Junsu suddenly remembered something from when he was still playing. That day, Junu had guided the character Kim Warrior to Kim Chun Bok's weapon shop. In the shop, the shopkeeper was surprised by your request and asked, "Are you really sure you want to buy it?" That item has been in storage for nearly 10 years. Junu confirmed, "I want to buy it." The seller didn't say anything else and went to get it for Junu. System notification, you have purchased the mana training skill. Seeing this notification on his phone, Junsu, lying on his bed playing a game, happily said, "I must be the only one who knows that the mana training skill can be bought at that old shop." Now Junu, snapping back to the present, cheerfully said, "Let's just swing by the SW shopping district to that antique store now. It's time to level up." So Junu immediately headed over to the store, but when he arrived, he was disappointed to find it closed. Why is it closed? And is the door locked by mana so no one can get in? As Junu approached it, he noticed a small notice hanging on the lock saying the store was closed until Sing Market's situation stabilized, and to his surprise, he saw that other shops were also shut down. This place is deserted, completely different from the busy shopping district in his memory. Sing shopping area has the most stores in the region. There's no way this place is closed. In the game, it's open 24/7, so why is it shut now? Most of the other shops are closed like this one too. Is Seun's world different from what I know? Wanting to gather some information, Junu walked along the street and saw a man sitting and smoking in front of the only store still open. Junu slowly approached and started a conversation. "Is the market situation not good lately?" This man is the shop owner. He glanced at Junu and then spoke irritably. "Can't see me, kid. I'm exhausted to death. With Dukan's gang constantly fighting, there's no way any customers would come." Junshu asked in surprise. "Dukan? I thought the Steel Fist gang was in charge here." The shop owner waved dismissively and cursed, "The Steel Fist gang is a load of crap. Ever since the Dagger gang was purged, all kinds of gangs have been fighting each other non-stop. The Steel faction, the Poison faction, and even the Naked faction." Hearing that, Junu immediately understood the issue. The gangs are fighting each other. "I see. So that's how it is." In the original game story, the Steel Fist gang defeated the Jiaogam gang and declared sovereignty over their territory. So the Singo market naturally fell under Kim Thiet Quien's control. But this time I am the one handling the Dagger gang, so this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs to fight over. What should I do? Junu, lost in thought trying to find a solution, suddenly hears shouting from afar. "Look at these fools, chase them out quickly." The shop owner sighed and said, "It's them again." Junu decides to head towards the shouting sound. He needs to check the situation himself before taking action. A member of the Steel Fist gang was knocked back and crashed into a pile of covered crates behind them. The other 3 members of the Steel Fist gang, though angry, dared not act and could only stand there, alert and watching the enemy. A group of 4 from the Poison Dagger gang stands opposite them, led by Kwang Hit Tu, the second in command of the gang, a renowned figure and a superhuman level 2. After knocking out a member of the Steel Fist gang, Kwang Hit Tu sneers and says, "Do you guys not understand? I told you this corner is the territory of the Poison Dagger gang. Got it? Get out of here, Bang Thiet Queen. Go back to your hideout." The person knocked down by the Steel Fist gang covers the hit area with their hand, gritting their teeth and cursing, "Damn bastards." At this moment, a voice questioning them is heard. "What are you all causing trouble for in our territory?" The members of the Steel Fist and Poison gang all looked over and saw a group from the Lethal gang approaching. And the leader is Fo Ram, the second-tier superhuman boss of the Latha gang. Kuang Hiet Tu, seeing this group approaching, scolded them. "Annoying, those pests are here." The boss of this gang is the one laughing. This intersection is under the control of the Latha gang. Kwang Hiet Tu, leading his men, said to the group from the Latha gang, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." The show-off asks, "Do you still want to continue this invasion?" The beaten member of the Tich Quien Gong whispers angrily, "Crazy bastards, I need to get out of here quickly." He was about to stand up when he suddenly realized there was someone else beside him. Junshu stood next to him, glancing at the 2 groups of people struggling and softly saying, "What a mess." The guy who was beaten in shock asks, "Are you a superhero who cleared out the gang with knives?" Junu finally looks at him. He used one hand to help him up and said, "What are you doing? Get up and do your job." The newcomer, confused, asked what, meaning Junshu loudly called out directly to the two nearby groups. Hey, these thugs and troublemakers are fighting and gathering here. The newcomer, frightened after being beaten, quickly said, Wait a minute, what are you doing? Junshu glanced at him and calmly said, I am helping you. In my mind, I think that to restore the normal market, I need to establish a clear hierarchy system, and it's best to help the Ice Fist clan. Courageous Tsu looked at Junshu and said with a smile, So, what do we have here? Who do you think you are to give me orders? Are you trying to offer a sacrifice? In that case, I have to show them my strength first. With that in mind, Jun grinned and took a sword out of his backpack. Then, he quickly reorganizes his attribute panel. A second later, his whole body is engulfed in black flames, and the sword is covered with the distinctive blue energy of the Void Mountain Breaker. Seeing this, Kwang Hiet-tu exclaimed in surprise, What? Is this the divine sword break and the divine feeling? Fadam suddenly asked with his mouth wide open. You are a superhero who single-handedly eliminated the entire dagger gang. Jundu said with a smile, Yes, this time I will be generous. I want to make a request that you have no right to refuse. Instead of complicating things, let's settle it with a one-on-one fight. The winner will get control of the market. What do you all think? Fair enough, right? Kwang Hiet-tu said angrily. Do you think I'm stupid or something to agree to a one-on-one fight with a warrior? The guy with the scar didn't say anything, but he shares the same opinion as Kwang Hiet-tu. Junshu says, Don't worry, we will fight in the style you are most confident in. After a moment, the three groups of gangs retreat a bit. So your special ability is mind control. If I can resist it, I win. The man with the scruffy beard smirked and said to Junu, It's truly an honor to have someone as handsome as you knowing about us. Why don't we skip this pointless fight and you can join our worship of the primal goddess? Why should I join your gang? Think it over. Your faith isn't even one of the second-tier religions, clearly an unknown sect. Why should I join a fake sect that isn't even on Westphalia's list? Hearing Junsu's words, the smirk on the conman's face faded. He shouted in anger, Truly an unholy person. I will make you change that way of thinking with the love and mercy of the goddess. Quickly kneel before me and I will grant you the chance to see the goddess. Junu stood still, enduring without any attempt to dodge. In an instant, his mind grew heavy, and his knees slightly buckled as if about to kneel immediately. The mind control ability to seize the priestess is indeed powerful, but sorry, buddy, even the goddess won't be able to get away with me. He whispered to himself. Junu opened the attribute panel and replaced the divine resistance attribute. Junu immediately felt his body lighten, and his mind became sharp again. Then he immediately threw a punch to knock out the show-off, and the others in the naked gang hurried over to help him up. Lord Forem, are you okay for now retreat? As the naked gang members left, Runshu looked at Kwang Hiet-tu and said, Your turn now. Kwang Hiet-tu replied, Oh, you're not exactly harmless either, but let me warn you, the poison gang is on a different level from those guys. Junshu said, Well, not necessarily, you have to try to know. Your special ability is mixing poisons, right? Give me the most terrible thing you have and I will drink it. Kwang Hiet-tu smiled and said, Fine, if you really want to die that badly, I'll help you. Hey, I know you're very strong, but drinking their poison is just self-destructive. Junshu smiled and replied, Don't worry, I am confident enough. At the same time, Kwang Hiet-tu also took out a cup of poison and handed it to Junu, saying, Drink it if you can, withstand it, then you win. If not, I win. Junu took the cup and looked at it intently, whispering to himself. As expected, she handed me the poison. It's the most painful type among all they have. Then a look of disgust appeared on his face as he said, Oh my God, the smell is terrible. If I don't back down, you're in for a punch. Kwang Hiet-tu angrily said, Don't even think about an antidote after drinking. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Kung finished speaking. Junu decisively drank the entire poison. A second later, Junshu collapsed to the ground, silently cursing as if his blood was boiling. Kwang Hiet-tu, seeing this, smugly approached, kicked Junshu a few times and said with a smile, You feel it now, right, if you beg for mercy by barking like a dog? Maybe I will consider helping you. Junu doesn't have time to argue with her right now. He's just gritting his teeth, enduring and trying to find a way to resolve the danger. I need to focus. This poison is made by mixing many special medicines, so the resistance cannot neutralize it. I have to endure as much damage as possible with the healing trait and find a way to control the poison. Thinking of this, Junu immediately took action. First, I changed the attribute panel and then concentrated the poison into my left hand. The system notification. Poison resistance. You have gained a trait. Now, thanks to the resistance, I can control the poison with mana. The final step is to do. As she spoke, Junu used her sword to cut a wound in her left palm, immediately releasing a large amount of toxin. The person who was attacked earlier shouted, "Wow, she's concentrating the toxin in her arm to get rid of it." Kwang Hit too shouted in disbelief, "No way!" And then she was terrified as Runshu suddenly appeared in front of her, smiling and saying, "That poison vial is really bad, now it's my turn." Then, without giving Kwang Hit too a chance to react, Junshu grabbed one of her arms, forced her to raise a finger, and cut it off, causing her to scream in pain while the henchman behind worriedly shouted, "Big sister!" Kwang Hit too knelt on the ground, glaring with hatred as she trembled and spoke. "Do you think you can escape after doing that to me?" Junshu twitched his ear and said, "Stop acting like typical losers, get lost." Kwang Hit too angrily shouted, "You bastard!" The henchmen behind hurried over, placing their hands on her shoulders to advise, "Let's go ahead, boss." So Kwang Hit too could only endure, gritting her teeth as she left and said, "I will remember this." The members of the Iron Fist gang cheered happily. "We won." "Ha ha ha, serves you right, you bastards." Kim Junshu cheers with a smirk, then quietly says to the merchants, "Winning is expected. Now the real challenge begin." Did the Ice Steel Fist win? I wonder how they will try to bully us next. As I leave, I glance at the merchants and nervously say to the person who was beaten earlier, "Hey, you have to tell me that you were the one who did all this." This person smiled and said, "Of course, sir. Thank you very much." Junshu raised one finger and said, "There is one thing the Ice Steel Fist must remember in this market." This person kept nodding and saying, "Yes, what is it?" "Please go ahead, Your Excellency." Junshu said, "The protection fee for this market area is only half the price of the dagger we previously took." Hearing this, the person who was beaten earlier shouted, "What? Then we won't have any profit." Junshu's face turned serious and asked, "Are you arguing with me?" This person immediately spoke in fear. "No, of course not. I think our boss will understand." The two of them are talking quite loudly. Of course, this was Junshu's deliberate move, so the nearby merchants heard clearly. They happily exclaimed, "Wow, having the protection fee. He is the hero of Sing World Market." Junshu secretly rejoiced. This was the reason he had been putting up with all the trouble. Ha ha. At this moment, the merchant stepped forward and kept bowing to thank Junu. Thank you very much." Junu smiled and waved, saying, "No, I'm just doing what I need to do. Just remember to give me a discount next time." The merchants happily agreed. "Of course, we always give you an 80% discount." Junu secretly thought with joy that the Singo market was clearly a great deal, and it even increased the favorability of the merchant NPCs. The next morning, all the merchants in Sing had reopened their shops, and Kim Chun Bak was no exception. He greeted Junsu warmly as he entered his shop. "I've heard a lot about you from the other merchants. You are the hero who saved Singol Market." Junu, praised, smiled broadly and replied, "I just did what I had to do." "Don't be modest. Those thugs cause a lot of trouble. Look, I had to close my shop because of a fight and broke my arm." "Oh no, I'm still okay now. I was treated with energy healing. Luckily it worked. If it weren't for the healer, I would still be stuck in the hospital now." Junshu asked in surprise, "Is there a Qigong doctor in Super Lim?" "Yes. Do you want me to introduce him to you?" "He's very skilled. I'm very grateful, but I need to buy a few things first. Of course, feel free to look around. We have everything except what we don't have." Junu didn't bother looking at the items on display here. He looked straight at Chun Bok, who was stomping his foot on the floor, and asked, "There are a lot of quality items here, but can I take a look at the ones downstairs?" Chun Bok was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Junu smiled and replied, "I have my ways." He secretly thought, "Don't underestimate a gamer like me with 10,000 hours played. Is there any secret I don't know?" Chun Bok also didn't refuse, leading Junu down to a room on the lower floor. "I usually don't let first-time visitors see this, but for you, I'll make an exception." Junu smiled and said, "Thank you very much." As the door opened, Chun Bok led Junu inside and introduced, "This is a collection of magical artifacts. Feel free to take a look." Junu cheerfully exclaimed, "Great!" Then he eagerly approached each item to examine them, with the ancient god's flute being his final destination. He raised the item with both hands, quietly saying to himself, "I had many rare items while gaming. But above all, this ancient divine flute is sealed with a magic cultivation technique. This is the jackpot. Now I have the most valuable item, and it's time to make everything worthwhile." A while later, the two of them returned to the upper floor shop. Junu places the ancient god's flute and the items he selected on the counter. "These are the things I will take today." Chun looked over the items and was amazed, praising as expected. "You have a good eye. The 5-colored diamond, the magic spellbook, the enchanted gloves, and the ancient god's flute are all rare items. Then he quoted your price at 2 billion go. Junshu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God, 2 billion." Chunbuk, seeing this, chuckled and said, "That's the price for a stranger, but since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can offer you a more reasonable price of 500 million Junu." Junu sighed in relief and said, "Chunbo, you almost scared me to death." Then Junsu paid Chunbok, who carefully packed the items and handed them to him. An 80% discount from the NPC for high favorability. Really great. Now all I need to do is find a priest-type superhero who can lift the seal on this item, and of course, I have a lead on where to find such a person. Thinking of that, Junu smiled and asked Chunbok, "Can I have the address of Ms. Liu Qikong's house?" That afternoon, Junshu went to the house based on the address provided. He knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there?" When there was no response, Junsu suspiciously leaned in close to the door and whispered, "It seems like he might have gone out." At this very moment, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked out and asked, "What do you need so early in the morning?" Junshu silently observes this person. Oh, white hair and pale face. That's right, this is the person I was looking for. Thinking to himself, Junshu cheerfully said, "It's the afternoon now, so you call this early morning?" The young man said, "For me, that's right. What brings you here?" Junu scratched his head and explained, "Well, I heard your treatment method is very good." Just hearing that, the young man suddenly changed and cheerfully said, "Oh, so you're a customer. I thought you were one of those thugs. Please come in." When leading Junu into the room, the young man pointed to the single bed and said, "Here, you can lie down. Where are you hurt?" June hesitated before replying, scanning the room and stopping his gaze on a statue, silently thinking that given the statue's presence, it probably belonged to him. The young man suspiciously asked, "What are you doing?" "You can lie down on that bed." Now, Junshu finally looked back at the young man. "Actually, I'm not here to heal. I'm here to ask you to remove the seal on this item." The young man waved his hand and said, "Remove the seal. I'm just a Qigong healer. It seems like a sacred seal. You can go to a temple to ask for help," Junshu explained. "No, because places like that would demand a very high price, and I might lose my item." Then he opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. "If he could lift the seal on this item, I will give him 100 million Kim clerics." Father Kim asked in surprise, "You know my name?" June smiled and replied, "Of course." He secretly thought that Reverend Kim was Seun's third guide character. He was a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god who disappeared 3,000 years ago. He is one of the few truly innocent and kind-hearted characters in the game, making it hard to find someone with such a warm heart among the many corrupt priests. In other words, I can take advantage of him. Reverend Kim stammered, "How do you know that?" Junshu held the ancient god's flute out to Father Kim and said, "Please keep this secret and help me." Father Kim sighed, took it, and said, "I don't think this will be an easy task, but fine. I'll try." Junshu quietly rejoiced, just as a good person would. Then the two of them sat right on the floor with the ancient god's flute placed in front of them. Father Kim solemnly reached out toward the flute and attempted to break the seal. In a flash, the outer wrapping showed signs of loosening. "Oh, it works," he whispered softly. Reverend Kim continued to persistently channel his magic towards the ancient god's flute. The signs of the paper loosening became even more evident. In the end, the paper layer was completely peeled off and fell to the ground, revealing the true form of the artifact, shining with a dazzling golden light. The ancient divine flute, capable of gaining the properties of a cultivation technique. Father Kim exclaimed in amazement, "Does it really work?" Junu praised as expected, "Your skill is truly impressive." When Father Kim saw the effects of the ancient god's flute, he exclaimed in amazement, "Is this a magic power cultivation technique?" Junshu happily admitted, "Yes, thank you very much." He took the ancient divine flute to his lips and blew a note. As the sound echoed, Junu suddenly felt the previously wasted mana on his body being absorbed. "System notification, you have gained the inher cultivation trait." Junu quietly said, "The effect is truly amazing, like the calm currents of the North Atlantic flowing into my body. In about 2 weeks, I will be able to absorb all this mana and reach level 3 superhuman." Father Kim clapped beside me and said, "This is the first time I've seen a warrior-type superhuman use mana cultivation techniques." Junshu walks over to the single bed, sits down and says, "Yeah, that's not something you see every day." Father Kim, seeing this, advises, "You must be very tired. You can lie down here and rest." Junshu also didn't refuse, lying down on the bed and lazily saying, "I have too much information flooding into my mind. I'm exhausted." "All right, then I'll ask you to take care of me for a while." Reverend Kim smiled and said, "Yes, feel free. You pay me a lot, so stay here as long as you want. Junu sleepily replied, "Thank you. I think he's a good person, just like I knew from the game. It's good to find a pastor you can trust, which will benefit you in the long run." So without any defenses, Junu slept soundly until late at night, gradually waking up to strange noises. I was half asleep and sat up, scratching my head and asking what the noise was. Then I saw Reverend Kim pouring gasoline from a can into the bag of money I brought. "Huh? What are you doing? O beloved forgotten one, accept the gift of a believer and be reborn." The prayer ends. Father Kim releases his hand, and the lighter in his grip falls into the money bag below. What the hell is going on? What is happening here? Are you crazy? Junshu quickly grabbed the lighter and pushed Father Kim aside. What do you think you're doing? Is this any of your business? What are you planning to burn for this offering? I have to burn all my money and teeth for the god. Father Kim shouted angrily, and Junshu's face immediately fell. What? Money is an offering. Our god only accepts cash, and that is the only way to gain power, Lin Muk Kim explained. Junshu immediately understood the issue, so this must be when he still believed in the gods, right? This time, Reverend Kim looked confused and asked, "What do you mean the god he worships has been dead for 3,000 years? Even in the game, this religion hardly had any power until Reverend Kim resurrected that god and found a way to practice it. Still, I don't think he's unaware of how to serve his god properly," Junu quietly advised. "Your way is wrong. You shouldn't burn the money like that. You need to burn and vaporize the gold." Reverend Kim looked at Junu with a skeptical expression. "So, you mean it sounds like heresy, but you've never actually tried it, right?" Father Kim said with disdain. "Don't talk nonsense. Our church has been creating and practicing this for thousands of years, but there's a reason why your god hasn't been resurrected yet." "You don't think so, do you?" Father Kim immediately fell silent. "Right now, burning gold is difficult, so I have an idea, another way. Because you helped me with my magic cultivation technique, now let me return the favor." Reverend. A moment later, Reverend Kim looked at the bubbling golden liquid on the stove and hesitated before saying, "I think I really shouldn't do this. Let's stop here." Junshu poured the gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Reverend Kim. "Trust me, when you drink the gold, your divine power will increase significantly. Focus and see if your god responds. If you are truly determined, then I will trust and try this once." With that, Father Kim quickly drank the entire glass of trembling golden water. Just a few seconds later, Father Kim felt the change. His whole body was enveloped in a radiant golden light. "Oh my god, it's real. This works much better than burning millions of W." Junu smiled and said, "The growth will be much faster if you keep doing this." Father Kim looked at Junu with shining eyes and said, "I don't know how to thank you for this valuable information." "Oh, right, here you go." Father Kim handed Junu a necklace. "What is this necklace?" Junu asked with a pretend look of surprise, but inside he already knew the answer. "That is a sacred relic with healing properties. I believe my god would be very pleased to know you have this. I mean, since you gave it to me, I shouldn't refuse." Junu said awkwardly, secretly feeling so happy he could dance the Vina house. This deal turned out to be more beneficial than he thought. Looking back, Father Kim's congregation really has given out a lot of good missions. Thinking of this, June immediately made a suggestion. "Reverend, would you mind if I pray to your god? Please, in a week." "Stop! I feel like my whole body is turning to gold," said Priest Kim as he clenched his stomach to prevent himself from turning into a beautiful statue after drinking the golden water Junu gave him. "But you have to drink more," Junu said as he grabbed another 10 bottles of golden water and approached Father Kim, making him scream in fear. "I will get magic poisoning if I keep increasing my magic power so quickly. Don't worry, I guarantee nothing will happen. So keep praying." Junu pinched Bishop Kim's mouth and directly poured the golden water into it, secretly smiling to himself. "Don't worry. The 4 guiding NPCs each have their own unique traits. If the warrior has a strong body, the priest cannot be poisoned by magic power, which allows him to grow very quickly." As expected, after being forcibly restrained by Junu, Bishop Kim has successfully awakened to level 3, Bishop Kim. Father Kim looked at his glowing body in amazement. "I can't believe I reached level 3. This is the speed that I could even become an apostle. Excellent. At this rate, it won't be long before you can become an apostle of the god," Junshu said, satisfied. Father Kim humbly replied, "I still have shortcomings to achieve, that I think you have enough experience to become an apostle now. Anyway, now that you're at level 3, you need to convene a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop." "Yes, that's what must be done. I was able to develop so quickly all thanks to you. I will never forget this kindness," Father Kim said gratefully. "No, I just like helping others," Junshu replied. but deep down he thought differently. You'd better not forget that. Become a bishop as quickly as possible and bring me relics from the church's vault. While you're at it, I have one more favor to ask. I am planning to convene a regional council, but I feel a bit overwhelmed to go alone. Can you act as my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will be there too. Junu immediately agrees. The next day, Father Kim took Junu to the meeting point, and when the other priests learned that Father Kim had reached level 3, they kept praising him, making Father Kim very happy. The scale is a bit small since only this many people are attending the meeting. Junu, feeling a bit disappointed, was suddenly surprised by a voice, creating a pitiful scene. Everyone turned their eyes toward the door, where an old man, a bishop of the congregation, and a masked entourage had just entered. Bishop, you're here! Who gave you the right to organize a regional council? Father Kim. Father Kim hesitantly replied, well, all priests in the congregation have the right to hold a council. That only applies to ordinary priests. It's different for a heretic. Your level has increased by 3 in just 3 months. There's no way you could level up so quickly through normal methods. You must have betrayed to gain such divine power. That's impossible. I just found an amazing way to level up. Despite Father Kim's explanation, the church's elder still ordered to arrest him. Just as his guards prepared to attack, Junshu stepped in to stop them. Come on, don't scare the kid like that. Who are you? His bodyguard. Junshu replied with a smile, this is our church's private matter. Outsiders should not interfere. The old priest said, I already said I am a bodyguard. I am not an outsider. Speak more reasonably, old man. What absorbs gold? You heretic, how dare you commit such crimes and think you can escape them? This is not heresy. Our God has permitted this. Eat your words, heretic. I will personally purify you and offer you to the eternal flames of repentance. As he spoke, the old priest cast a fireball with his staff toward Father Kim. So, since Run was also beside Bishop Kim, his attack was blocked by the shield Run created. Wow, attacking without warning like that is truly blasphemous. Old man. The old priest looked surprised. Can you block my magic? Junshu asked back. Are you sure you want to fight the apostle's candidate? Stop talking nonsense. What do you think a heretic can become an apostle? Father Kim was frightened by the angry look of the priest, quickly grabbing Runshu's arm. I am Superman. I'm not sure why you call me a candidate. Don't worry here. Eat this and pray. On the other side, the old priest was starting to lose patience and threatened Runu. If you don't want me to burn you like that guy, move to the other side. What if I can prove that Father Kim is an apostle? What do you think? Junshu smirked, looking forward to the great show about to unfold. What? Before the priest could understand what was happening, he saw a brilliant glow enveloping Father Kim's body as he knelt on the ground in prayer. This comes from the apostle, Father Lin Mok exclaimed. Junshu looked at his terrified face and secretly felt pleased. Look carefully. Are you surprised? That's why I didn't turn Brother Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old man. Moreover, he is a true villain radiating pure evil energy. I should eliminate him right here. For Father Kim to awaken his apostolic trait, he must swallow a foreign gold relic from another sect while being accused of blasphemy by the bishop, making it easy to turn Father Kim into an apostle. The process of turning Priest Kim into an apostle is also when he drew his sword and coldly declared that it was time to teach those blasphemers a lesson. At this point, June tilted his head and asked Father Kim standing behind him, Do you mind if I ask your God something? Yes. I should punish those scoundrels who are willing to attack their own people out of jealousy. And he has not only done this, but also committed many other evil deeds. The old priest was startled and flinched. How do you know about this? At the same time, Bishop Kim, after consulting the gods, gave his answer. He said, the guardian of the clearing. This is the word of the gods, so I have no choice but to follow it, right? In almost an instant, Junshu rushed at the old priest and struck, directly taking his life. I just eliminated a villain before he could cause trouble later. Junshu quietly rejoiced. Father Kim, with a pure soul, couldn't help but feel sorrow upon witnessing this, but he remains a bishop of our church. Runshu waved his hand. You don't need to pity him. He deserves the consequences. Now, the god commands you to decide what to do next. Oh, you're talking about Levan area, where the first church council was established and the gold was offered to you there, see? I told you that gold is the right choice. Go there and expand your influence. Junu smiled and thought to himself, now it's time to repay me for what I did today. Without making Junu wait long, Father Kim, grateful for Junu's help, gifted him a few valuable items from the warehouse. Among them, there are 2 things Junu wants. Finally, his first holy sword, worth billions. And what else? The holy statue emits a radiant aura of holy power around it. A holy site filled with divine power is a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If enemies invade, it emits energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I no longer have to worry about being ambushed while training. Now, let's mess around with these new gadgets. The scene shifts to Topo trembling slightly in the bathtub, saying softly, "I might have trained a bit too hard. Even the recovery potion doesn't work much anymore, but still, I have plenty of time to practice the Holy Light technique and the Mountain Breaker sword style. I can feel my power increasing significantly. It's time to check the results after all this hard training." Thinking of this, Junu took out his phone and called Choi Seal to ask if he needed any help right now. "We are facing a few issues at the moment." He sighed and said, "Do you remember the first training ground?" "Of course, how could I forget it?" Junshu replied, recalling in his mind how that was the first place he realized the terrifying nature of the monster's soul attributes. The entire cleanup team there was brutally slaughtered. That means there are at least 6 mutants there. So, shouldn't we contact the Protection Association? But the government officials asked us to keep it secret. They don't want to make a big deal out of it. Yes, at least a few people would be fired if it got out. So, what is the reward for cleaning up that mess? A bit stingy. 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. In addition, they give a relic to the saint with a special effect. Junu was immediately attracted by the reward. What kind of effect is that? That depends on you. It's an item used by the bishop of the congregation. This is the image of the saintess appearing in Junshu's mind, making him unable to refuse the request. Ha ha ha. The rifle used by the bishop of the congregation causes a dark fire effect on those hit. This is a quite valuable item. So, Junu didn't hesitate and took on the mission immediately. When he arrived at the location, the foul stench in the air here made him dizzy. Has no one cleaned this place for just a few days and it's already so polluted? Something's not right. I can't see straight into the distance. My field of vision is limited. I need to prepare for a surprise attack. At this moment, the noise from monsters coming from multiple directions makes it impossible for Junu to pinpoint their exact locations. Just as Junu was aiming his gun in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Instantly, he spun around and fired at the monster rushing from behind, causing it pain and forcing it to change course and fly up into the sky. It's the leader. Junu keeps firing at the monster, then realizes that its wings can actually deflect bullets. Suddenly, the monster lunged from above at Runshu. Luckily, he dodged just in time, or he would have been frozen with fear. The enemy can dodge bullets and fly, and is very agile, so I will be at a disadvantage if the fight drags on. In this case, I need to end it with a precise shot. Junshu silently raised his gun and fired a shot directly at the monster's forehead, just as it lunged forward, sending it to meet its ancestors and gaining a new attribute in the process. He believed he was close to victory, especially after just learning a high-level aiming skill. But Junshu hadn't had time to rejoice before hearing the monster's roars. This is troublesome. The mutated monsters are coming because of the noise earlier. I can't face all of them like this. In adversity, there's opportunity. Junshu suddenly has a plan. First, he used his stealth ability to hide in a corner and waited. Sure enough, after a while, the monsters arrived and gathered around the body of the defeated monster. Just then, Junshu immediately threw a flashbang and kept firing at them. I should use more combat tactics. Junshu smugly looked at the corpses of the monsters scattered on the ground before exiting stealth mode, only to realize too late that he had underestimated the situation and was now surrounded by the monsters. What? They made no sound as they approached, so I didn't notice their presence. But they are not mutated monsters. They are spirits summoned by an evil sorcerer. Truly terrifying. Suddenly, a monster spoke up while Junshu was quietly thinking of a plan. "Superman, I have something to say." "How are these guys talking, I wonder?" Junshu looked at the monsters in surprise, then understood when he saw the speakers attached to their heads. "You want to talk to me, so you must be that summoner of these zombies," Junshu guessed. Right now, the zombies' speaker continues transmitting. "I want to ask you one thing. Why did you destroy our territory?" "Your territory?" Junshu asked. Curiously, calling an infected area their territory, Junshu quickly realized the answer himself. "I see. The External Protection Association is a charity organization that cleans up contaminated magical energy, but in reality, they are one of the most notorious villain organizations in Aranseun. Cleaning up contaminated magic zones is just a cover for their true nature of being willing to do any dirty deed to expand their power. This incident is probably also caused by them. They create situations where the government can do nothing but ask for help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they used these incidents as an excuse to dismiss officials hostile to them. At this moment, the other side said, "If there is no reason to continue this battle, let me suggest something. You are a talented person, so why not join the Protection Guild?" Junshu replied with a steady smile. "Do you mean joining an organization that causes attacks by mutated creatures at the landfill?" "I'm serious. With your skills, you could be in the top group of the association." "Forget it." Junshu outright refuses, flipping the bird with love. "Just hearing the name of the guild already doesn't suit me. I don't look cool at all." "Ha! It seems you don't know your place. If you don't want to join, you can do so after becoming a zombie warrior." The wizard finished speaking, just as the zombies all charged forward to attack. Junu's attack with a hot weapon causes the monsters to stagger, but quickly their bodies start to reassemble and return to their original state. Realizing that firearms are ineffective against the monsters, Junu proactively switches to a sword because the Holy Light attribute will be very effective against shadow-type creatures. "Wait, are you a sniper? You're not a sharpshooter." The monster hadn't finished speaking before Runshu cut it down. "Speak less, kid. I will find you and send you to the afterlife soon." And then, thanks to the superior attributes, the battle for Junu became easier. The only problem was that the monsters were too many. To avoid exhaustion, Junsu decides to change tactics. Besides specialized attributes that increase endurance like strength, vitality, speed, protection, resilience, and perseverance, Runshu also has a special attribute from the relic, the healing ability of the necklace's property. The steel gloves ability from the gloves and the holy sword's ability from the sword increased the total abilities used from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Junu tried swinging the sword. Overall, it was somewhat effective, but it still wasn't enough to deal with this horde of monsters like the Mongol army. So soon, Junu started feeling dizzy from exhaustion. At that moment, he unlocked a new ability, swiftly gliding forward over a certain distance to deal damage along the way. Thanks to this ability, Run glides like the wind, taking the life of any monster in its path. Not stopping there, Junu continues to experiment with combining abilities and unlocks the jump skill. Just by swiftly dashing and jumping, escaping the encirclement will be a piece of cake. As for these weaklings, I can wipe them out in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the monsters had all been cleared out by Runshu. The sound came from the speaker again. Unexpectedly, "You are a knight, which makes me want you even more." Junshu turned his head toward the sound and challenged, "If you're so confident, show yourself. No wizard is foolish enough to face a warrior head-on. This is for you." "Heh." The wizard chuckled and then handed Junu a giant, enormous fruit, the level 2 zombie shield of Karen's undead servant, still not fully healed in its mouth. Junu cursed silently. Without making Junu wait long, the monster swung its sword straight down where he was standing. Junshu quickly jumps to dodge. Taking advantage of his distraction, an arrow suddenly shoots through his back. "Ha ha ha, I see your attack isn't bad. You'll be a useful member of my zombie army," the summoner said smugly through the communicator. "This reminds me of a rule. When fighting in Summoner, you can't attack the summoned creatures, you have to find the summoner himself." Junu secretly pretended to attack the monster, but actually slipped past its legs to escape, then quickly looked around and saw a figure standing on the second floor. He swiftly used a quick slide to dodge the monster's pursuit while closing the distance to the summoner. "This mouse is only good at causing trouble," Junshu muttered angrily. Looking closely at the summoner's hand, Junu realized he was Karen, a level R summoner. He's a leader of the Protection Guild and the final boss of this stage. You should also know how to use your brain a little, right? Caught off guard, Ken was a bit surprised, but he quickly responded, "Nothing will go according to your plan. You will never touch me." Karen raises both hands to the sky. Instantly, countless mana hands like tentacles reach out, controlling Junu and making way for arrows to pierce Junsu, causing him to scream in pain. I love the echo of screams. You should know your place. "Hey, buddy," Ken said excitedly. A blazing red orb begins to form in his hand. That is Karen's ultimate move. Junshu silently thought to himself as he struggled to break free from the control. Seeing how miserable Junu looked, Ken smiled even more brightly and mockingly said, "Is all this your power? It's a bit cute for this final battle. You think that, but you're mistaken. I haven't even used my full strength yet. If I equip the right attributes when using my skills against a summoner like you, something interesting will happen, you know." As Junu spoke, he rearranged his attribute table, which included the skill Non-Sun Sword Break. "Enough chatter, and die." Ken shouted in anger and launched a fireball at Junsu, unaware that his end was near, as the perfect harmony of magic and physical strength triggered the appearance of a skill when facing danger. The ultimate sword aura can cut through all tangible and intangible objects, so one of Junsu's swords sliced the fireball in half. In Karen's shock, Junsu continued to gain a new trait. Rage, the strongest swordsmanship, only attainable by those who reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After the finishing blow, Karen and Junsu, exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. Although very tired, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "That was close. But I have defeated the level 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Karen. In the game, to hunt it at level 2, you need a well-rounded team. Even at level 3, you can't solo it with just normal traits and gear. I can only win because I've played the game for over 10,000 hours. After catching his breath, Junsu stood up and said with a smile, "Ha ha, now let's go loot the spoils." About an hour later, Junsu was in Joyel's office. Now in the room, besides you and Joyel, there are 3 mission agency staff members sent to deliver your reward, and currently Choice, with a flattering expression, is fanning Junsu non-stop. "Did you really clear that mutation zone? You're amazing." Junsu smugly sat back in the chair, feet up on the desk, smiling and saying, "Oh, it's nothing." But suddenly I remembered there are 3 other people here, so I quickly pulled back my leg, hugged one arm, and exclaimed, "Ouch, I hurt that spot, be careful." Chus looked worried and said, "Oh no, I'm sorry for damaging your precious body." The 3 agents from the task force could no longer stand the third-rate acting of the 2. One of them with blonde hair said, "Thank you for your help, Superman. I can't believe you defeated all those mutants." Getting back to the main point, Junsu and Cho also sat up straight again. "Oh, I was just doing my job. By the way, something completely different from the request happened when I entered the scrapyard. Do you recognize these things?" Junu said as he took out the electronic devices he collected from the zombies in the training yard. Just by seeing these items, the blonde-haired man recognized them immediately. His face showed shock as he loudly said, "This is a mana chip used to create shadows. It was used by Ken from the Protection Agency." Junu said seriously, "Yes, this wasn't an accident, it was intentional." The blonde man angrily slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Those damn protection guilds." Junshu saw this and asked, "Looks like you also don't like those guys, huh?" The blonde-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "They always set unreasonable prices, so we had a hard time in the past. We had conflicts, but I never expected them to turn innocent people into mutants." Pay attention to the expression of the blonde-haired man. Junshu secretly thinks he doesn't know. That's right, because the true evil face of the Protection Agency only begins to reveal itself after the players complete the cleanup mission. At this moment, the blonde man bowed to Junu and said, "I apologize, Superman, for putting you in unnecessary danger because of us." On the surface, Junu modestly replied, "I just do what I have to do to blow away the bad guys." But secretly in my heart, I was hoping to say, "That's right." It would be better if he had something to send besides just an apology. The blonde man pushed the suitcase toward Junu and said, "This is the reward we promised." Junu took it, opened it in surprise, and asked, "Thank you? But why are there 2 pieces?" The blonde-haired man explained with a smile that it was an axe gun and an extra reward for doing something very dangerous. Hearing that, June happily accepted. "Oh, thank you." Then Junu started examining the extra reward. "This is holy water, received as a free essential elixir instead of buying it at the temple. So fragrant." Just as Junu was happy about the reward, the blonde man said, "But stay safe, Superman. We plan to accuse the Protection Society based on the evidence you provided." But before he could finish speaking, Junu predicted, "They will try to fight back against me." The man with blonde hair confirmed, "Yes, that's right, but we can't ignore something this big." Rungsu calmly said, "I will be fine. I always find a way to survive." The conversation didn't last long, and soon the 3 agents from the client side left. Cho Seo suggests that it might be a good idea for the superhuman to temporarily hide to avoid the Protection Agency. Junu thought for a moment before speaking. "I don't think that's the best idea." In his mind, he secretly thought that after completing the disposal mission, the player would receive a chain of missions leading to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Association. It's natural since the players have caused trouble for them, not to mention killing Director Karen of the Protection Guild. The worst part is that the guild's mission chain splits into many paths, and the worst of all is doing nothing and wasting time. In that case, the president of the association will attack the player's house, along with a bunch of superhumans. Meanwhile, the one with the lowest difficulty, Junu, turned to ask, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called John U Bong?" "Of course. It's a restricted area in the south of Super Lim, right? There is a large poppy field there, so you'll run into trouble if you go." Junu said, "That area is owned by the Protection Association." Chus was startled and exclaimed, "What? The Protection Society, what are they doing planting took?" Junshu says, "They are not only growing poppies, but also performing body modifications and human trafficking there. They are no different from a glamorous criminal organization." Choo's angrily scolded, "What the hell, these useless people?" Junu calmly said, "That's right, so I plan to attack Ubong first." Hearing that, Joyceo's hand trembled, almost losing control and crashing into the roadside. Luckily, he reacted in time and managed to steer the car back to normal. Junu nonchalantly held up his phone to Chobao and said, "I need a lot of things, so here is the list of what we need to prepare." Cho glanced over quickly and then frowned, Claymore mines and Min. "What is this? Are you trying to start a war or something?" "Buying these things will be very expensive," Junu said with a smile. "Only amateurs worry about money. Here, take this long box. These are the items I collected from clearing the monsters at the quarry." Joel quickly took it and said, "That place will cover the costs, but I guarantee you can't fight the association alone. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are level 3. Junu said with a smile, "I never said I would fight alone." Chell surprisedly said, "Tao Junu mysteriously told me not to worry for now, just focus on gathering the items on the list." 2 nights later, near the outside of John Yubong's location, 2 guards with guns were standing watch. Suddenly, an invisible hand struck the back of one guard's neck, causing him to cry out and collapse to the ground. The other guard, seeing this, was terrified and raised his gun, shouting, "Who's there?" Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. A second later, Junshu appeared with a silenced gun in hand, smiling softly and saying, "Well, sneaking in is really exciting. I've done it so many times, but I still find it thrilling. So the outer security team is done. Now it's time to check underground." And then Junshu took out his phone to contact Kim Thiet Queen. Over there, Kim Thiet Queen punches down a man with one hand while holding his phone in the other. "I hear you, Soldier Kim. Thanks to your clearing the way, we easily seized the underground area." Then he looked at the people being held here and said, "They are truly evil. Forcing body modifications and trafficking them, they have crossed the line." Junshu said, "Yes, they deserve to be wiped out." "Have you checked?" Kim Thiet Queen replied. "This really is a proper modification workshop." Junshu said, "If you're done, you can take it. It will help you strengthen your own power." Kim Thiet Queen says, "That sounds good, but are you sure you can handle the Protection Association? It would be trouble if we get involved in the aftermath." Junu said with a laugh, "Of course I am sure. Have you ever seen me do anything unreasonable?" After disconnecting, Junu quietly said, "Jianyu Bong's point is our main source of income, yet security is quite lax." Then, he took out a lighter, lit it, and laughed eerily, making it the best place to trigger the collapse of the association. The next morning, at the skyscraper in the city, a member of the Hot High Protection Association rushed into a room shouting urgent news. "John Ubong is under attack. Uncle Jian Ubong has been attacked." Inside the room, Chairman Park D.J. Job of the Protection Society was standing and looking at the city below, through the glass door. Hearing this, he frowned and glanced at the messenger, asking, "What do you mean?" The messenger replied, "Oh, the guy who attacked Director Karen has also taken over Uncle John Wong's territory." As he spoke, he was so frightened that he opened his mouth in shock, witnessing Zhou furious, pounding a spot on the stone desk, eyes full of murderous intent, roaring, "How dare he attack us so blatantly?" The messenger nervously took out a phone and tremblingly handed it to DJ. "He also sent this." Job took the phone and looked at it. When he saw that it was a selfie with a burning fire behind, Job immediately crushed the phone and shouted, "That bastard is burning our farm. Kim Soldier, right? I will deal with him and tear him apart." Early the next morning, a large group of armed people divided into teams from different directions approached Jian Yubong's location. They are members of the Protection Guild coming to eliminate Junsu and retake the target point Dizhou. One of the teams stopped to observe a few hundred meters away from the target point. The idiot leader saw the smoke still billowing from the target point and angrily gritted his teeth as he said, "He really burned down the whole camp." The young subordinate with the colored hair behind also spoke up. "That golden soldier, he's definitely crazy." The leader turned back to the group behind him and shouted, "All we need to do is catch that crazy guy. Quickly breach in and handle the situation. Show the chairman the strength of the external circle." The crowd shouted in unison, then continued forward as the leader turned back to remind the guy with colored hair he might be aiming at us from inside the building. "Be careful." The guy with the blonde hair said, "Understood. We will blow him away as soon as we spot him." But just as these words were spoken, he noticed a gun barrel sticking out of a slightly open window. He hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Wait, there's a gun at that window." The thug reacted instantly, aiming his sniper at it and firing, shattering the window. The gun also fell out because of that. The punk sneered and said, "I was right. You're amazing, Captain." Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, causing everyone to stumble. The crowd shouted in confusion, "What's happening?" The headbanger also looked back in suspicion and saw a massive explosion erupting from the crowd behind, causing heavy casualties in an instant. The headbanger shouted in horror, "Damn it, it's M. Clay Mo!" The red-haired guy is even more scared, trembling as he asks, "What should we do, Captain?" The headbutter hadn't had a chance to reply before hearing someone shouting loudly, the team leader launching a missile. The sharpshooter instinctively looked up and saw a missile heading straight for him. The sharpshooter's eyes widened as he muttered, "Damn it!" Then there was a loud bang, and dust and smoke shot up into the sky in an instant. In the control room, Junshu, with dark circles under his eyes, watched this scene on the monitor and laughed loudly. It's good to stay up all night planting bombs. Then he looked at the stealth features in the stats table and smiled proudly. Thanks to their unique abilities, they couldn't detect us in advance. I'm not crazy enough to face off against all of you. I will be under this underground control room, killing all of you. Then Junshu pressed the 2 red buttons on the table to activate the bombs elsewhere. For a moment, the sound of explosions around the target never stopped, wiping out all life within the affected area. Only one team remained perfectly intact. They stand calmly inside a protective cage, and the leader is none other than Joe. When the explosions cease, Diop, with a pensive expression, speaks. Unlike his appearance, it seems he was well prepared. The one who dares to directly challenge us is different. At this moment, a team member stepped forward and said, "Let me handle it. I finished analyzing his tactics." This is Saibo Box, a level 3 superhuman, L rank, vice president of the Protection Association. Desop seems to trust him a lot, not only not stopping him, but even laughing and saying to bring him back alive. I need to kill him as painfully as possible. So Cybok led a group forward, and one of them threw a grenade to a nearby spot ahead. After the explosion, he confirmed it was safe here. Cybok spoke up. "Good. Keep throwing grenades to check the traps and approach." As the man who threw the grenade shouted, "Commander!" Cybok suddenly realized a missile was heading towards his head. He didn't dodge, but used the weapon in his hand to deflect the missile's direction and make it explode elsewhere. Then Cybok turned around and looked at a sniper, asking, "Got it?" The sniper responded and fired a shot from the right side of the rooftop, successfully destroying the missile launcher that Junshu had set up. Sabok smirked and said, "Perfect. We've reached the target point. Let's show him the hell he might be experiencing now." Soon, Cybok's team successfully entered the target point. Junu watched the entire process through the surveillance screen. Well, Sabok really is different. They are truly inhumane. While holding back, Runshu suddenly saw the alarm light on the desk turn on, and he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "They arrived faster than I thought. The rookie assassin mission truly lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the door handle outside was shot off. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come on, play with us." Amidst the laughter, 2 girls with guns entered the room. These girls are Ebony and VIP, level 3 superhumans, rank L, directors of the Protection Association. Huh. Wait a moment, does he know we're coming? Neither of them knew that Junu had used his stealth ability and fake death to become invisible right beside them. Of course, I know your Protection Alliance's plan to cause chaos up front and pretend to wage a war of attrition. While the assassin directors are working behind the scenes, I already know all your tactics. So eat this, he muttered to himself. Junu triggered a stun grenade and threw it onto the floor, causing a loud noise that drew Ebony and VIP's attention and temporarily blinded them with the bright flash from the stun grenade. Junu seized the opportunity to rush outside, laughing and saying, "I don't have time to play with you guys." Ebony and VIP, realizing they've been trapped by Junsu but unable to see anything now, could only shout angrily, "You dog, if I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces." Junu didn't have time to pay attention and hurriedly ran upstairs, thinking to himself, "The assassins will catch up quickly, I need to move fast." But as soon as Junu stepped onto the upper floor, 2 bullets suddenly shot from behind. Luckily, they missed. The 2 bullets whizzed past his head, leaving 2 holes in the wall. "Damn it, am I in time? I need to hold my ground first," he whispered to himself and quickly activated the shield and protection mana abilities. Then he turned around and created a large shield, big enough to block the entire hallway, preventing Ebony and VIP from continuing their pursuit. Ebony and VIP simultaneously fired at the shield but couldn't break through. Junu stuck out his tongue teasingly. "No matter how many shots were fired, I blocked them all." VIP calmly smiles again and raises her gun. "Do you really think our bullets are just ordinary?" As soon as she finished speaking, VIP pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet pierced through the shield and hit Junsu, who was fleeing, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Vi smirked and asked if it was good. The bullets were enchanted to explode. Junu struggles to get up and mutters softly, "Damn it." Ebony speaks. "Here's another sweet treat for you. She shot a blue arrow into Ju's hip. Ebony spoke again. This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel. Junu tried to stand up, flipping the bird at the two people speaking. Nonsense. You guys are just bad people in tight clothes. What did you say? This brat will teach you a lesson about your attitude. As she said that, she quickly kicked Junshu in the face, sending him flying backward, crashing into the large clock before falling to the ground, struggling to get up. Junu suddenly collapsed again from a sudden wave of pain. Feels painful, right? It's a powerful poison that affects the arteries and is hard to withstand. VIP grabbed Junu's collar and said with a smile, "Take him to the chairman." At that moment, Junu smiled and grabbed her wrist, saying, "Welcome to the destination." 2. Junsu's unusual behavior startled Ebony and VIP, causing them to scream in surprise. "What?" Junu asked with a smile. "Can you hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it remind you of something?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Jun chuckled dangerously, sounding like a giant ticking time bomb. Then, without waiting for their reactions, he added the quick slide ability and updated his attribute sheet. "All right, die here then." With that, Jun sped like the wind, quickly running dozens of meters away. Both Ebony and VIP are as strong as Karen. I can't be sure to win in a direct fight. I removed all my traits to act, even when they went to the clock to catch me off guard, because I had set a bunch of powerful explosives inside it worth over $1 billion. Thinking of this, Junsu turned to look at Ebony and VIP, pressed the control button on his hand, and said with a smile, "Good night, guys." Only then did Ebony and VIP realize they had fallen into another of Junsu's traps. But it was too late. They could only helplessly curse before being swallowed by the explosion. It seems I have successfully eliminated those enemies, but there are more enemies coming. I need to recover my strength quickly, especially since I don't know when that robot guy will show up. Before Junshu could finish speaking, Saibok and his men appeared. Seeing the bloodstains on their weapons, Saibok gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You defeated Ebony and Viper, and soon you'll be just like them too. Hehe, don't expect to die easily. I will definitely torture you until you beg for death. That's too cruel. Next time, act more humanely. There's no point in continuing the conversation. I will end you here." The car signals with its light, and the henchmen immediately point their guns at Shu. "But you know, I'm really glad you all could come here. That's beyond what I could have imagined. When you try to enhance your bodies with machines, that's exactly what I wanted. Thanks. You fools are just here for me to gain experience." After saying that, Junu pressed the button to activate the 1 billion troop attack preset on the ceiling, then fired a shotgun blast at the enemy. The dust settles. All enemies are gone except Saibok. Junshu looks surprised and says, "Again, how much money did you put into your body, and that mine is even ineffective?" "There's no choice. I'll kill you here." Bok's vehicle speeds towards Junu, using its weaponized hand to cut away his gun, then strikes again. Luckily, Run managed to draw his sword in time to block. Otherwise, he would have been frozen with fear. The bike kept attacking relentlessly, while Run struggled to defend. Annoying. His strength is too great. I have to outpace him in speed to gain the advantage. Junshu suddenly tilted his body and slashed at the side of the Bok vehicle. The impact not only failed to damage Bok, but also allowed him to grab the sword and pull it back, closing the distance with Runshu. Then he activates the system in his leg and kicks Runshu away. This is bad. His body, reinforced with magic, renders blades useless. Before Junshu could breathe, Bok quickly lunged forward, kicking him directly in the stomach and then stomping on his chest. Kaonghua looks at your battered body and mocks you. "What else do you expect from your weak body? I will cut off your hand first to show you what pain really is." Saibok raised his hand to attack, but then saw that Junshu now had an extra gun in his hand. "What's with that pistol? Looking at your disgusting body, I came up with an idea." Runshu laughed and replied, "You still haven't realized that normal bullets are useless against me, but this isn't an ordinary bullet. It's dark fire. As soon as it contacts the black fire, his whole body seems to burn up, and the pain makes him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Your machine body runs on magic power, and the black fire burns through all the magic. In other words, once black fire clings to your body, there's no way to extinguish it completely. That's why I said even if you modify your body with machines, it still has its weaknesses." Junshu stands up with his sword, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Afterward, he carries his gun onto the roof and shoots to eliminate the henchmen of the Protection Society. "Without that powerful surveillance team, you're finished with me." Oh. The taunting shout sounds so sweet. While Junshu was still pleased with himself, a deafening sound suddenly exploded in his ears. "Are you bringing your own ears? Is that a battle cry? Is he finally joining the fight?" At the same time, a tall, dark, and foul-smelling figure appeared below the stadium. Seeing those tiger-like red eyes, Junshu immediately knew he was parked as op, a level 4 superhuman, and the president of the Protection Association. Just wait, you bastard. I have never experienced such shame before. I am very happy to punish you for provoking the Protection Society. Desjo gathered his magic into his arm and charged at Juno so quickly that he couldn't draw his sword in time and took his powerful punch. If I don't switch to a more aggressive approach, I'll be finished, but fighting defensively won't let me beat him. I secretly thought about using lightning to attack Zopop, but he just tilted his head and easily dodged, then sneered and said, "You're using some interesting skills." "And what about this?" Junshu drew his gun and fired black fire at Jop, but he was stopped by a protective shield. Then he regained the initiative and relentlessly pounded Junshu with a series of punches. He's too strong. As expected, this was impossible from the start. Because DJ is inherently an SR-level character, while I am just a beginner, and he is way beyond my level, the only way for a level 2 superhuman to beat a level 4 superhuman is for Juno to activate his mutation body trait and mutation engine to create the Kim Warrior mutation state, directly turning himself into a monster. Knowing that in this form he would lose his reason at any moment, Juno prepared something. A rage glass that grants the wearer the trait of fury for a limited time. This item has the trait I need most right now. Junshu squeezed the rage glass in his hand, and immediately a notification appeared. Gained the rage state, clearing all distractions from the mind, focusing solely on the battle, unleashing power beyond limits. As the preparation ends, Juno begins the fight, rushing forward to deliver a loving punch to Djob. Djo uses both hands to block in front, successfully stopping Junu's powerful attack. I don't know what you just used, but one thing's for sure. Things are getting more interesting. Let me try, Djo said excitedly, then also activated the enhancement trait and went all out in a solo fight with Juno. Both sides kept punching each other, unintentionally giving Juno the opportunity to gain 2 new traits. Superhuman strength and iron armor, making the thrill of battle take over his consciousness. I could do this all day, Runshu said. All right, I admit you're right. It's been a while since I had a battle like this, but I've analyzed you already. This is my victory. Zop's eyes flickered red, then he confidently declared, "Stop messing around." Junshu angrily throws a punch at Dezo, but it hits nothing. So Junshu kept attacking Zop, but Djo was always able to read his moves and dodge easily. Punches and kicks are useless. You have no fighting foundation at all. Djop punched Juno in the stomach, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Furious, Juno swung his fist at him, but it looked like a clumsy punch from someone who doesn't know how to fight. Djo crouched down to dodge, then precisely punched up, causing Juno's jaw to shake and fly back dozens of meters. Are you up to some sneaky trick again? I will end it here. I admit you're better than me in close combat, but as you can see, I'm not a martial artist. I'm a swordsman. This is a great battle. You damn monster, he muttered weakly before collapsing to the ground. An unusual condition sensing changes in the body. According to the notification, a golden light envelops Runsu, transforming his body back into human form, and he is also promoted to a superhuman gold-level warrior. Thank goodness I leveled up just in time. What a lucky day, Junshu said, then gradually lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When you woke up, you found yourself lying in Mana's bathtub. Have I gone home yet? While Junshu was stunned, Choi Seo appeared. You're a superhero, are you okay? Choi Seo rushed to hug Juno, crying uncontrollably. What happened, Director Choi? I guess you really did die there. You were lying on the ground with the members of the Protection Club. Choi sniffled and replied. Choi's childish appearance made Juno laugh. So you brought me home, I see now. I noticed you were still breathing, so I placed you in the Mana Spring. You have been unconscious for a week. Oh, you mentioned I've recovered quite a bit. You're truly amazing, taking down the heretical society on your own. We received many calls from the office about this, so I said excitedly, I knew it. I am truly special. You're not just special, you're amazing, Choi said, raising 2 fingers in admiration, making Juno happily smile widely. I've collected the spoils from the battle. Take a look and tell me if you need anything else. I need to recover first. And now that I have been promoted to level 3, I have a place to go. A week later, Juno returned to the superhuman building to measure his mana. Kim, a 22-year-old male soldier, a 3rd-level 6-tier warrior. I will receive an official certification and enjoy various amazing benefits. Juno was happily thinking to himself when applause sounded from behind. You're amazing. Superman, I admire that. I've never seen anyone develop as quickly as you. You're going to establish your own country in the future, right? No, I won't go that far. Can I get my certificate now? Yes, of course. Please, follow me, B said with a smile. After a while, B handed Juno the official certificate, unable to hide his envy. I really envy him. Junu was a bit surprised to hear that. Huh? Why? For many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you. BX replied sadly. Seeing her expression now reminded Junu of her in the game, which made him a little uncomfortable. But quickly, an idea came to his mind. Do you want to become a superhero? Junshu asked cautiously. Of course. Who wouldn't want that? So why don't you become my student then? Beach. Sodi startled. If you want, I guarantee I can turn you into a superhero. You can trust me because I can see your potential. Beach Sodai, who didn't realize how huge her future would be. Dijas was moved by this and immediately agreed to Junu's proposal, making a wise decision. She didn't need to pay for the lessons. Once she became a superhuman, she could repay me later. Beach X hesitated a bit and said, That's fine, but I have to tell you, I failed to awaken even after studying in a special class. It's not easy, even for you. Don't worry about anything, trust me. Junu, of course, isn't concerned about this at all because he knows well Beach Sodi's awakening story, a trait that represents the rebirth of a miasma that stains the world with blood. This is Bai's top core trait as a berserker, but although it grants a lot of experience points through fighting, it also has side effects. The high risk is that her mental state could deteriorate, turning her into a lunatic or a berserk killer haunted by combat. Beggy has an awakening story that matches her trait. Thinking about that story, Junu reminded Boggy that she would need to prepare herself mentally. Boggy smiled shyly at that. Do I need a lot of money? I only get paid 20 million a year. Junu smiled and replied, No, you need mental strength more than money. Betch. So D was about to ask further when suddenly a girl entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim. Someone is inviting you to a gathering. Can we go to the area on the 5th floor? The invitation is from the 5th floor. Junshu was a bit surprised but still chose to follow the girl. The superhuman tower is divided into floors based on levels. Since Junu was called to the 5th floor, it means a level 5 superhero summoned him. As Junu was pondering who could be calling, the elevator quickly stopped at the 5th floor. And the one who called you up was the last person you expected, S. Gwyn. Thanks to his awakening, Ewan is now the director of security number 1, and also a level 5 superhuman. I also thought about it, but it's really you. Congratulations on earning your level 3 certificate. It's really nice to meet you here. Me too. Junshu chuckled to himself, secretly feeling envious. Considering his innate talent and wealthy family, isn't graduating 5th year a bit too quick? I want you to accept it. It's a gift to congratulate you. As Ewan spoke, he handed a gift box to Junu. You didn't have to, Junu politely said, but his hands kept opening the gift box to check out the item. A mana concentrating artifact. It's perfect for a mana-using warrior like me. Junu grinned happily, patting Uin on the shoulder. So, I shouldn't refuse a gift from my friend, right? Thank you. Please make good use of it. Commander actually, there's another reason I want to meet with you. Can I ask you for a favor? Ask me. Why suddenly so serious? Are you willing to help your friend? Have you also been infected with the divine fever like me? They were infected from the temple line of the Lord. Yes, I have 4 friends who have suffered since childhood. Ewan honestly replied. 4 people are infected with the divine fever. Wait, does he mean those characters? If that's the case, then it's the perfect opportunity for me to make everything easier. Jun silently decided to help, showing a righteous attitude. I can't ignore those in need of help, but can I meet them before treating? Uzun naturally agreed and quickly arranged for them to meet at his house. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junu knew he had guessed right. They are supporting characters for the Holy Knight Uin. They are all children of noble families, basically held hostage by the church's bishop. Let me clarify one thing. You were forced into baptism without your consent, right? Yes. Is it really possible to cure it? Junshu replied, My treatment is really very painful, but if you can endure it, you will awaken like Ewan here. Can you do that? The 4 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, We will do anything to eliminate the divine fever, thank you. So, a week later, with Junsu's help, mainly thanks to their own innate talent, Ujin's 4 friends also successfully awakened. Junsu also received quite a few valuable gifts from the families of these 4 Rick kids. But those were not the real rewards he was truly hoping for. Junu proactively requested a private meeting with the Galaxy Store representative, the parent of one of the 4 Rickies. I have something to ask of you. Yes, because my brother is willing to do anything. Teacher Junshu said seriously, I want to go into the underground gold mine located beneath the H-Nam branch of the Galaxy Store. The Galaxy Store representative denied the existence of the hidden mine, claiming we don't have such a thing under our shopping mall. I'm talking about the thing between the wall of area A1 and A2 on the 8th basement level below the parking lot. Are you sure there isn't anything? The Galaxy Store representative waved his hand and said, I don't know how you found out about it, but even if you ask me, I can't do anything. I promise I won't say a word about what I saw there. Seeing the hesitation in the Galaxy Store representative's eyes, Junu added, Just one day. I only ask for that. I will keep the secret you want to hide. So the next day, Junu took Baji to the gold mine. I really can't believe there's a hidden space behind the wall, Baji exclaimed. See? I told you this is the place where you will awaken. You have no idea how hard I struggled to get here. B hesitated slightly and asked, But are we really going to train in such a secluded place? Of course, I promise I'll be very happy, Junshu replied with a smile. Characters with the innate ability of Death Star cannot awaken normally. They must be placed in extreme combat situations to survive. And this is a dungeon the world doesn't know about, where B will awaken in the future. The soldier, it's too dark here and the smell is strange. It makes me feel uneasy. As Boggy finished speaking, a scream echoed out. A zombie appeared, swinging its arm to attack him and shattering his glasses. The soldier rushed to save him. Beck shouted in fear, but then saw Run throw him a sword along with a message. It's time for practice. Huh? What? Kill the zombie yourself, Junu replied coldly. Bitch! She looked at Junu in horror. What do you mean? Fight for your life. That's what I mean. That's the only way for her to awaken. So what? What nonsense are you talking about? While Biso was still rambling, the zombie attacked her once again. Go away. You monster is already annoyed. Baji swings his sword directly to send the zombie to meet its ancestors. Even Junu is surprised. What is that? How can a single slash have so much power? Bitch, she might have talents beyond what I imagined. Well done. It started off really well. Junshu clapped and praised. Biso-D pouted and said, You're so mean, you can't just tell me to fight like that without warning. But you did well anyway. Junshu chuckled and pointed at the zombie lying flat on the ground. One of the 3 best warrior characters in the game. Even though she hasn't awakened, she still fights like a beast against the deadly nature when entering battle. Junshu wondered to himself, Do I really have to fight alone? Yes, but don't worry, at least I won't let you die. Runshu reassured. Huh? That doesn't sound convincing at all. Betch X expressed his dissatisfaction. So they continued to go deeper into the gold mine. Baji's outstanding performance made Junu curious. She mentioned that she had taken a few courses on superheroes before. You learned a swordsmanship from that? No, I've never studied anything about swordsmanship. You say I have talent, right? Beach Shawadi replied with a smile. Junshu forced a smile, secretly thinking that he had to go through enough things to learn a special trait. This one was too powerful. They keep moving, but this place is deeper than I thought. I can't see the end. How much farther do we have to go? Junshu didn't answer, but chuckled to himself. Actually, it won't end unless she awakens. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Sai, attacking with its drill-tipped arm. Luckily, Soji D reacted quickly, but I just escaped a deadly attack from the zombie. When I played games, the drill zombie was also a tough opponent. Maybe I should lend a hand. The truth proves that Junsu's worry was unnecessary. If it was a zombie, you should have kept your hands free, right? How dare you use a weapon? Soji scolded, and then swung his basic moves to take down the zombie. Wow, that's an absolute victory. It feels like my body is moving on its own. So turned to Junu and said that the consequence of being careless was getting bitten on the leg by a zombie. After killing the zombie, Soji nervously asked, What should I do now? Junshu ran over to check the wound and replied, Well, normally if you get bitten by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Please end my life before I turn into a zombie, so I said with a tearful face, as dark veins started to appear on his face and arms. Cô đi Junshu nghiệm mắt rồi lấy ra một lọ thuốc từ trong túi. Cúi toẹt toẹt va nổi, dừng lộ tới da chuẩn bị sẵn phượng ấn, rồi sau khi chữa trị xong, B cùng Junu ngồi xuống nghỉ ngợi. Baji said gratefully, I was very surprised. I thought I would become one of those disgusting creatures. This is a brutal world. Junshu smiled and said, But the zombies here are a bit strange. From their clothing to their equipment, it feels like this place is artificial. You're right, the Galaxy Store was built faster than usual given its size. This might be due to the huge number of workers, but strict schedules caused many injuries and even deaths. However, the official death toll for the project is 0. Evil construction companies buried them here. Later, the Galaxy Store representative heard about it. But since this would severely damage their public image, he kept this area and the secret hidden. Junshu recounted, I never expected this place to hide such a dark truth, but how did you find out this secret? Because the temple released the zombies to seize Seon, and the dungeon opened up in the forbidden area of the Galaxy Store. That's the truth, but of course Junsu couldn't say it, so he had to cover it up. Just consider that I have a special ability. B also trusts me completely without asking any further questions. Junshu is now staring intently at BX, wondering to himself that since this is where she awakened after being attacked by zombies, he thought it would be the best place for her to awaken, but there are still no signs. The victims still have to endure even after they have died. At this point, B stands up with determination. At least we can help them find eternal peace. Oh, it seems she has found her resolve. That and I both have a strange feeling that we should keep fighting, Besho honestly replied. Ha! It's starting. Junshu secretly rejoices and then urges Beach Soadi to keep moving forward. The further we go, the darker the road becomes. Wow, suddenly this place turns freezing cold. This place is really creepy. Be careful. After walking a bit further, they arrive at a warehouse where a children's fable is being played, but the voice reading it sends chills down your spine. Suddenly, the radio crackled with interference, and a deafening sound blared into Junu and B's ears, causing them to cover their ears. An object resembling ice fell right on B's head. Fortunately, Runshu reacted quickly, hugging B and tilting her to the side just in time to save her from danger, but he himself was injured in the process. The ghost of the Galaxy Store's restricted area has undergone a level 3 mutation, a level 3 mutant. Junu holds her injured arm and urges Bai to leave here. You have to get out of here. It's not something she can handle yet. But before B could finish his sentence, hundreds of sharp ice shards were shot toward them. Junshu swung his sword to cut the ice shards, but was then struck down by a giant ice beam that pinned him against the wall behind him. Soldier B shouted and tried to approach Junsu, but was stopped by him. Ms. Soren, run away! I'll try to buy some time. How can I just leave him here? B weeps and says, one of us must survive. I can't do that. Miss B, the reason I am so sure about your talent is because you are a natural assassin. So trust yourself. With that, you will be able to awaken. And Junshu, after watching another wave of ice rain, continued, my lesson ends here, trusting myself. How is that possible? The result of the ice rain was immediately nullified by some force. I will trust myself and that soldier. So don't give up. BJ's whole body is enveloped in divine golden light, meaning she has awakened as a level 1 super SSR warrior. With just one sword, Bed shattered the ice pillar and freed Junshu. What kind of power is this? That's great. I really have awakened. BJ is celebrating without noticing the ice pillar rushing towards her. Just as it was about to take her life, a figure swiftly rushed in and shattered the ice pillar to save her. Now that she has awakened, there's no need to pretend anymore. Junshu smiled broadly and said, act. The awakening of a heavenly assassin requires a battle where lives and mental strength are at stake to overcome it. Did he put himself in danger just to awaken me? You did well. Now it's time to fight. At this moment, a monster suddenly roared loudly and launched bone ice darts at the two of them. Seeing this, Soren couldn't help but worry and muttered, it seems it's angry. Runshu softly reassures, don't worry, just block its attacks directly. As soon as he finishes speaking, he rushes forward and swings his sword. The ice darts were pushed back. Junu raised an eyebrow and looked at Soren, saying, see? It's easy. But when she turned around, she saw Soren had already been frozen. He hurriedly asked, are you okay? Thinking about it, even though she has awakened, she's only at level 1 and can't fully control that power yet. It takes a long time for the ice bones to melt. Soren shivered slightly and shook his head, saying I was pricked by quite a few ice thorns, but it didn't hurt much. Junshu nodded apologetically. All right, everyone has their own trait when they first awaken, but Soren has an invincible trait. Before awakening, she felt like she could die at any moment, but it suited her, a top-tier defensive trait. Junu has awakened multiple times and received the trait of insight, giving him the ability to see others' traits. This skill is incredibly powerful. While Junu was thinking, Soren suddenly spoke up. I don't think I needed help anymore. He nodded without hesitation. All right then, let our heavenly assassin train now. At that moment, the bone ice darts once again wildly shot toward us. This time, Junu's two people no longer stood still and endured, but sped up and ran away. Soren, having just awakened his quick dash ability, was no longer hit by the ice dagger. Seeing this, Junu couldn't help but feel emotional. She has learned to run fast. Good. Soren smiled softly and replied, my body feels as light as if I am flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw something, her eyes involuntarily narrowing. In front, 2 large blocks of ice were rushing toward the two of them. Junu instantly jumped to avoid it without hesitation, But then he remembered Soren and hurriedly shouted, "No, wait, let me do it." But before he could finish, Soren cut him off. No need. Immediately after, she leapt into the air, leaving Jusu stunned. With a bang, the 2 blocks of ice struck the ground and exploded. Seeing this scene, Junu immediately praised her. "Great job, you didn't expect Soren to be able to use a leap as well." Soren let out a sigh of relief and cheerfully said as if she was flying. Then she stretched and asked fiercely, "What should I do now, soldier?" Junu's worry deepened as he saw that Soren was getting stronger than him, just like Uin. Junu snapped out of his thoughts and slowly said, "Stop her for a moment so I can deal with him. You've already taught Soren what she needs to know, so this should be over quickly." Soren also had no objection, nodded and said, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted her foot and moved forward. Immediately after, she dashed forward like a gust of wind, dodging all the ice darts from the monster while shouting loudly, "Hit me, you fool!" Junu outside watched this scene in confusion, muttering, "Soren has all those abilities too, she's incredibly talented." At this point, he could only reluctantly laugh. "All right, teaching her enough, let's end it here." With that, he drew his sword and charged forward. The sharp sword light, full of powerful energy, struck out. The speed and trajectory of the sword light were so fast it was almost unbelievable, instantly reaching the monster's front. A deafening explosion erupted, filling the entire cavern with smoke and flames. Soren looked at this incredible display and couldn't help but marvel. That was a really powerful strike. June gently shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing special." While they were talking, something fell from the sky that looked like a phone. Junu walked over and picked it up, frowning as he muttered, "This is the mana core of that monster." Soren was a bit skeptical and asked, "Could a phone really become a mana core?" Junu explained slowly, "For a monster like that, it's very normal." At this moment, an image of a little girl appears on the phone. Junu looks at it for a while before explaining that a worker lost his life while risking everything to protect his daughter. His resentment accumulated in this phone, turning it into a mana core. After hearing the story, Soren felt heartbroken and tearfully said, "I hope he can rest in peace." June nodded softly and said, "Of course." At that moment, the phone suddenly lit up. It was lifted into the air by an invisible force, and in an instant turned into 2 strange objects. Soren looked at them in confusion and asked, "What are these?" Junu slowly explained that it's called crystal. If used properly, she could get better equipment. It is a great reward obtained from the dungeon boss at Galaxy Store. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling both of them. Soren nervously asked what was going on, and Junsu quickly realized that since we defeated the boss, this place will collapse. Soren nervously asked, "What should we do now?" Junsu narrowed his eyes and replied, "Have you gotten used to the movement skills you just learned?" Soren looked a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Junu didn't have time to explain, turned around and ran away, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and run if you don't want to die. Your speed is quite fast. In an instant, you've covered some distance." Seeing Soren still far behind, Junu shouted, "Run as fast as you can, slow as death." Soren did her best. She ran forward desperately and reluctantly said, "I can't run any faster." Junu frowned upon hearing this. There's still quite a distance to the teleportation gate. Will she be able to push beyond her limits? As he was thinking, a stone suddenly fell onto Soren's foot. She was momentarily startled, but then her eyes quickly became determined. Then Soren quickly sped up and ran forward. Having finally awakened, she wouldn't easily let herself die here. It seems that at the same time, cracks and breaks kept appearing behind them. In front, Junu found the teleportation gate and hurriedly shouted, "This is it, the gate!" "Is it here already?" Junu looked at her battered appearance with concern. He couldn't help her, because Soren still had 1 trait to acquire. The reason she became one of the strongest was because of 3 traits. The Celestial Assassin helped Soren grow rapidly and become unbeatable, allowing her to resist the side effects of the Celestial Assassin. And there's one last thing. Meanwhile, Soren was desperately running toward the teleportation gate, but obstacles kept appearing non-stop. Shattered stones falling from above hit her shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow continuously. Soren grimaced in pain and sank to her knees. She bit her lip fiercely, holding her wound, and stood up determinedly, muttering, "I won't give up. I must survive immediately." Blood-red energy surrounded Soren's body, and she vanished in an instant. Her final trait has awakened, the train trait. Soren easily overcomes the obstacles in her way. Junu, looking confused, asks what happened to her. Where is she? Did we fail? His expression immediately darkened. But at this moment, Soren's figure suddenly swooped down from the sky. She embraced Junsu's body and shouted, "Hurry up! Go now!" Junsu was suddenly embraced and a bit confused, but before he could react, a layer of energy appeared around them, and they vanished into the wreckage. The near escape ability saved them. By the time they reappeared, both of them were on the street, surrounded by a crowd, who rushed to get close. Their sudden appearance caused panic among the people, but Junshu didn't seem to care. You can breathe a sigh of relief. I knew you could do it. Soren has awakened all 3 traits, including the near escape. Just then, a sobbing voice suddenly called out, "Hey, warrior!" Junu was startled and looked down, only then realizing that Soren was still in his arms. Junu quickly pulled her away and anxiously asked, "Big Soren, are you okay? Can you stand up?" Soren gently shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Junu saw she was not okay at all and hurriedly said, "There's no way you're fine, your face is all red." Soren was not only blushing, but her ears were also as red as tomatoes. She stammered for a long time before muttering, "That's because the warrior keeps doing this a little bit." "Like that!" Soren threw herself into Junsu's arms, her voice full of pleading. "Can you hold me a little longer?" Junsu couldn't help but feel confused, but Soren softly muttered, "Let me fix my clothes first." Soren quickly finished and spoke with gratitude. "It's done, thank you." June finally realized the problem, scratching his head awkwardly. "No problem at all, that was close." The two quickly got up, and Soren let out a relieved breath. That moment almost went south, but luckily we pulled through. Junu looked at her thoughtfully, feeling a deep sense of reflection. He's still worried about Soren, unless she awakens in a completely different way from the original story where she survived countless hardships. After thinking, Junu finally suggested, "Okay, let's get out of this chaos." As he stepped out the gate, he handed Soren a crystal and softly said, "Take this." She looked confused and they asked Junu, "Are you giving me this crystal? That thing is worth at least a few billion." Dan Mac nodded, and Junu casually said, "Yeah, use that crystal to get stronger, faster." Sorry took the crystal in his hand, still confused, hesitating as he muttered, "This gift is too big. I don't dare accept it. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it." "It's okay, you can pay me back later when you have it," Junshu said generously, but inside he kept calculating. After all, he didn't invest so much in awakening Soren, just for nothing. Fire Spirit Sword Technique is one of the top 3 sword techniques. Once mastered, the character's experience will soar. However, it is a unique trait that only Soren can use, so the only way to learn it is by receiving that trait in the form of a memory chip. Of course, Soren didn't know about these deep plans. She looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you very much." Soldier Junshu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much about it, but don't forget it either." After a while, Junu finally arrived home, but he couldn't rest for long before a car was parked outside waiting. He was truly speechless, just wanting to rest even a little. But this Seon world wouldn't let him have a moment's peace. The person in the car was Uin. "Soldier, get in the car." June slowly opened the door and said, "Thank you for coming all this way to finish me off." Uin gently shook his head and replied, "I should be the one happy for finally having the chance to repay you for saving my friend. That's right." Junshu nodded softly, secretly sighing inside, wishing he hadn't come here. "I'm so tired." Uin still happily laughs and chats. "Finally, we've managed to arrange a meeting with the armor management team. I'm so excited. Junu really can't miss this event. In this world, good items bring about great skills. Master blacksmiths capable of creating level 3 items are extremely busy." As Junu was lost in thought, Uin continued to smile and say, "The person we signed the contract with this time can craft level 7 armor." Junu heard that and excitedly exclaimed, "Level 7! All right, let's speed up." After a while, the two of them arrived in front of a large building. As they entered, 2 rows of knights were already waiting, and Junu couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this really true?" Uin also nodded in admiration. "The blacksmith's house looks really nice." At this moment, Junu suddenly asked suspiciously, "Urin, do you know what religion this blacksmith follows?" Uin frowned slightly, confused, and asked, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Junshu sighed and muttered, "So you don't know." Of course, Uin doesn't know, just like when he got into trouble because of the temple, which only the bishop understands. This is the blacksmith's house, following the path of Bishop Jokchun. Jokchun is a devout follower of that temple, representing the future struggle of the craftsmen fighting for the temple's cause. Junu refused to be baptized, but June still agreed to make armor for him. What does he ultimately want from you? At this moment, a hand stopped in front of Ju and the other person. A knight spoke slowly, kindly extending his hand to verify their identity. Junu slightly furrowed his brow in suspicion. So, that's his identity. Before he could understand what was happening, the knight grabbed his hand and coldly ordered, "Show me your dark fire." Junshu gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to resist but unable to. With no other choice, Junshu summoned the black fire in his hand and showed it to the knight, asking in a very displeased tone, "Have you had enough?" The knight narrowed his eyes at the black fire in his hand, the cold aura around him growing thicker. Uin beside him couldn't help but speak up. "What is going on here? Let go of him." "We are the guests who made an appointment." "Stop right there at this moment." A commanding shout rings out from behind as a middle-aged man in a wheelchair approaches. "This is June, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith." He asked coldly, "Who gave you the right to do this to my distinguished guests?" The knight immediately bowed to the other person. "Sir Blacksmith." Rochun didn't reply, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Junshu and said, "You really are an unusual guest. Is this how you treat me?" Rochun coldly smiled and said, "Please, forgive me. Light and salvation are recognized by the Supreme Being." Junshu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. "Light and salvation, huh? What nonsense is this?" Before I could think, Rochun had already spoken up with a suggestion. "Now let's go inside and discuss what kind of armor you want." Junshu squints as he watches his back, as if deep in thought, but very quickly he followed inside. Run immediately introduced his armor sets. "These kinds of armor are my specialty because they were requested by the Saintess, but he said he could make them in Junu's style if you want." Junu glanced at it for a long moment, then quickly walked over and calmly said, "I've made my decision. I'll take this one." Then he pointed to a very ordinary armor placed in the corner. Rochu was surprised and exclaimed, "Is that really? Are you choosing that one?" Junshu replied very calmly, "Yes, I like it that way." For a moment, Jo Chun angrily exclaimed, "Lo Beach! Do you even realize how difficult it is to imbue magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor like that. I don't need a holy armor. Just embed the giant and extreme attribute into the armor. Based on June's reaction, you can judge whether your request is reasonable or not." The holy armor is also known as the armor of the Holy Knight, providing the wearer with high defensive stats. However, it has a critical weakness. To fully utilize the armor's capabilities, the user needs a large amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Junu needs to join a religion. They are pretending to offer you something very good while trying to lure you into the religion. Thinking that, Junu quickly ran over, took Jo Chun's hand, and smiled flatteringly. "Then I look forward to the best from you, Blacksmith Chun." Then you and you quickly left together. They walked and talked happily, unaware that the knight from earlier was watching them intently. A moment later, he turned and went inside. Ro Chun heard footsteps and immediately said, "I can only embed a few attributes into this type of armor." That knight suspiciously asked, "Are you really going to do what that guy asked?" Jo Chun reluctantly shook his head. "So you want me to go against the goddess's orders? You said that he is the light and the salvation of the temple." The knight still refused to accept it and spoke up. "But I can't believe it, no matter how many times I think about it. He said I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure." After saying that, he bowed slightly, a look of determination in his eyes. A week later, at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was still urging Junu, "Don't take so much mandragora extract all at once." But Junu didn't listen at all, and tilted his head back to gulp down all 3 bottles of the refined medicine, much to Chunbok's alarm. After finishing, June sincerely smiled and said, "Thank you." Chunbok looked at him in fear and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Junshu raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Of course I am. Thank you for giving me this for free." Chunbok saw that you were okay and happily said, "You saved our market, and thanks to that our business has really taken off. This is just a drop in the ocean compared to what you've done for us." While they were talking, someone approached and bowed to Junu, loudly saying, "Hello, Superman." Junu couldn't help but be suspicious, but quickly remembered who they were. He patted the other person's shoulder and said with a smile, "Oh, hello, you're the guy from that gang, right?" "Haven't seen you in a while," the young man whispered close to Junshu's ear. "Can I have a moment of your time?" "Our boss would like to meet you for a moment," Junshu asked suspiciously. "Is that all?" The other person glanced around for a long time before speaking. "There are quite a few eyes around here too. Where should I go to find a quiet spot first?" Junshu nodded without hesitation. "All right then." Junshu followed the young man onto the car and left the market. The other guy drove while laughing and said, "We've prepared the most advanced armored cars for you. Do you like it or not?" Junshu didn't pay much attention and nodded casually. "Not bad either." The car quickly sped into the Miorim area. Junu slightly frowns. Something doesn't feel right. "Is the headquarters of the Steel faction in Miorim? If I remember correctly, it's a place full of society's scum." As Junu was lost in thought, the other suddenly spoke up. "Let's stop at the gas station to fill up since we're out of fuel," Junshu casually replied. All right then, but he quickly realized that the car was stopped at Maori train station. At this moment, the other guy smirked maliciously and said, "Well then, I hope you have a good rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the car, and Junshu's face instantly turned grim. This is obviously a trap. Junshu reacted quickly, grabbing the other guy's hand to hold him back, and he coldly said, "You look like a fool. Do you think you're joking with someone?" "What? What are you saying?" Junu said nothing, kicked the car door, then directly jumped out of the vehicle. "Smile on his face," he said. "Stay there with all the bombs you've prepared your whole life." As soon as he finished speaking, Junu threw a grenade into the car. Boom! The car was engulfed in flames. Junu quickly ran away to avoid the blast. Only after finding a safe place did he raise his eyebrows and mutter, "That explosion was bigger than what a grenade could cause." Just as I suspected, he's the traitor. Then Junsu began to organize everything from the expensive armored car to the approach towards Maorim filled with Ko, and finally being taken to the station. There's a reason Junu keeps feeling something familiar. That's because all these events happen in the story when the Steel Fist Gang is betrayed by their own members. I don't know why, but someone in the Steel Fist Gang has taken an interest in me. As Junu was thinking, a barrage of bullets suddenly fired from afar. He glanced over and indeed saw a group of armed people approaching. "The clear target is him." The leader kept shouting loudly, "He's over there. He's the one in the photo. If we kill him, we'll get a lot of money, so let's make some cash." In just a moment, everyone went berserk and charged at Junu again. Junu bit his lip fiercely, knowing right away that that bomb-filled car wasn't the only thing they had prepared for him. Meanwhile, the group kept firing their guns, and Junu had no choice but to hide behind a car. "Damn it, there are too many of them. This car can't hold me anymore. I have to get out of here now." As soon as he finished speaking, Junshu quickly used his jumping ability to the middle section, then landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right, they probably won't expect this." But then they quickly aimed their guns at the building and opened fire. Junu immediately panicked, not expecting them to recognize him. He quickly used the shield to block the incoming bullets. June couldn't believe them and shouted, "They're not even superhumans! How can they react so quickly?" "The surprise is not over yet," one of them shouted loudly. "Aim for the center! Kill him!" Immediately, all the gun barrels aimed directly at the center of the shield and fired. The furious gunfire caused the shield to tremble non-stop. June was instantly panicked. "How is this level of accuracy possible? I have to step back. This is too dangerous." Thinking quickly, Junu immediately jumped back, and it seemed like at the same time the shield was shattered and the bullet whizzed past his hand. Only then did Junu realize a problem. You can't underestimate them like you thought before. Junu really didn't want to use these things because he just bought them, but there's no other choice. So he pulled out something from his pocket and threw it fiercely at those bastards. In an instant, a series of smoke bombs fell on the group. Immediately, hazy smoke appeared in the air. The crowd saw this and hurriedly covered their noses, trembling as they muttered, "We can't let him escape. We must kill him to get the antidote." "Who do you think you're chasing? You're not even superhumans. It's time to leave." So Junshu quickly turns and runs away, running straight to a nearby residential area, and only stops when he feels he's far enough away. He lands on the rooftop of a building. Junshu frowns slightly and mutters, "So a group of fire demons showing focus and strength equal to a superhuman is possible?" At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Only that could make this happen, a combat enhancement drug. It has serious side effects but can temporarily boost a person's fighting ability. Junu feels it's very likely. He nods to himself and mutters, "They mentioned something about an antidote. Maybe that's the key." The only person who can command this fire team in Maorim, the only one Junu can think of, is that hunter. He is the best at long-range combat operating in Maorim. The hunter's method will be to first use an insider to plant a bomb, then deploy the deceivers to fight under the influence of performance-enhancing drugs, and third, he uses his marksmanship skills to eliminate the opponent. Sure enough, Junu quickly saw a flickering light in the distance. It seemed like at the same time, a bullet tore through the wind and sped toward him. Junu didn't dare to be careless, quickly dodging away. The bullet continued to fly straight behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that if he had reacted a little slower, he would definitely be dead. But then Junshu smirked and said, "The risk of this bet is worth it, because now you know where the hunter is hiding." Junshu squinted from above, a calculating look in his eyes, and then he jumped down from the rooftop. Junu smugly muttered, "I know where you're hiding, you bastard." Then he desperately ran forward. To defeat a cowardly sniper who can only shoot from a distance, Junu has no choice but to approach him. Thinking this way, Junu quickly sped up. Although his whole body was burning, he had to endure. Junu had to make sure the sniper couldn't target him because the smoke was obscuring his view. As he ran, a bullet suddenly whistled past wildly. Luckily, you managed to avoid it in time. When fighting a professional marksman, you're not without a way. After running for a while, Junu stopped and looked up, smiling as he said, "I'm here." Damn it, he can't see Junu. Meanwhile, Junu is feeling extremely proud. He managed to hide himself within the smoke and flames, making it impossible for the hunter to find him no matter how hard he searched. June kept running forward and soon reached the place where the hunter was hiding. Seeing him, he immediately shouted in panic, "Is he jumping up?" Ignoring the hunter's reaction, Junu raised his gun to shoot. The bounty hunter didn't back down and sneered, "You dare challenge a marksman in a gunfight?" But before he could shoot, Junu used black fire, and then he fired directly. It seemed like at the same time, the bullet left the gun of the hunter, quickly grazing Ju's shoulder and making him bite his lip in pain. This guy must be a sniper. To hit the target in such a tricky situation, I really have to respect him. Junu wasn't too worried either. He smirked with a satisfied smile because the hunter across from him was also hit in the shoulder by a bullet. But unlike Junu, he was covered in dark aura, causing him to scream in pain, and even though Junu's bullets only grazed him, it was still a fatal wound for the hunter. Junsu quietly watched the hunter wrapped in dark flames, a smug smile on his face. "I've won." But at this moment, the ground beneath Junu suddenly caved in, grabbing both of his legs. Jun was startled and shouted, "The trap is a magic trap, and the hunter is pouring some potion on himself." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Don't think everything will end so easily." Junshu's face suddenly turned ugly. "This is bad. If I can't escape here, I will die." At this moment, the hunter grits his teeth and speaks again. "Now prepare to die with black fire." Jungsu struggled to escape. If they have to use that explosive, he will surely die. I never expected everything to suddenly turn into a race against time like this. Now Junsu needs to slow down the sinking by reducing the amount of magical damage. This way is a bit forced, but I'll survive this first and deal with it later. Immediately after, Junu placed his hand on the ground. The power within him keeps growing, and then Junu struggles to pull himself out of the sinking ground. Then he used the cleansing attribute again, which would help him destroy as much magic as possible within the trap. But before he could escape the sinking ground, his eyes suddenly narrowed involuntarily. Because the hunter has escaped from the black fire, he is slowly walking toward Du. He snorts coldly and says, "I commend your effort to resist the magic trap, but it's too late now." The trembling expression on his face suddenly froze stiff. He didn't expect the hunter to be able to extinguish the black fire. The hunter didn't pay attention to your reaction, trembling as he picked up something from the ground. And he said coldly, "So this time, the victory is mine, huh?" If I kill that guy, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. I will kill. But when the hunter raised his gun to shoot, there was no one in front of him. His face instantly froze, and before he could understand what was happening, he was punched by Junu. He smirked and said, "This is a truly spectacular comeback. Damn it, thank God." At the last moment, Junu gained that attribute again. The attribute he just received is Earth Resistance. At that moment, Junu was truly happy. It had helped him escape a lifetime. Junshu grabbed the hunter's collar and coldly said, "You're a good shot, so at this range, just accept your fate. Now tell me, who ordered the killing?" The hunter trembled as he looked at you and hurriedly spoke. "All right, I admit I lost. I will tell everything, but at least give me a cigarette first." "Fine, do whatever you want," Junshu agreed without hesitation and then released him. Having regained his freedom, the hunter took out a cigarette and prepared to light it. Junshu squinted at him, eyes unreadable. The hunter still leisurely smoked, and Junshu frowned and asked, "Do you like its taste?" The hunter sneered and gave a twisted smile. He laughed loudly and said, "I definitely like it because it tastes like a sweet victory." Then, the hunter crazily charged forward. But before I could do anything, a loud bang rang out, blood pouring out like rain. The hunter stared blankly at his opponent, trembling as he muttered, "You knew all along?" "Of course I knew. Did you really think that someone like me who has played for 10,000 hours wouldn't realize that a cigar would turn someone like you into a mutant?" "What the hell?" The hunter only managed to say 3 words before collapsing face down on the ground. Junshu looks down from above, sighs softly, and mutters, "That one really was unpredictable. This hunter is truly a scum." He was ready to surrender and confess everything when failure was imminent, but this time he fought to the end. There must be a reason, even if he turned into a mutant. Junu hesitated for a moment before leaning down to examine the hunter's body. Sure enough, he found a USB drive. All right. Let's see who is behind this. The next day at Choi's office, Koel and Junsu are watching the news, which reports on the shooting between gangs in Mayoram last night. After hearing this, Cho was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you really alive after surviving such dangers?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "That's also why I got caught up in this mess. It's deadly dangerous." Choos, upon hearing this, immediately became angry, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who was the one who attacked you?" Junshu sighed helplessly. "The story is quite long. I don't even know where to start now." At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the office door was broken down. One person was thrown to the ground while the other stood outside the door. Choi So and the others glanced over upon hearing it. The one who arrived was Thayet Quyen, who angrily said, "Sorry, it seems I have failed in managing my subordinates." Jun Shu still sat leisurely on the chair, nodded and said with a smile, "Glad to hear you acknowledge that." Then, in frustration, he shouted loudly, "Can't you just come here without breaking a door every time? Did the Thiet Quyen gang attack you?" Thiet Quyen quickly explained, "That is one of our lower-ranking subordinates. But after further investigation, I also learned some useful information." Junshu squinted at the guy being lifted like a chicken by the iron fist, muttering, "That attacker probably needs money, something like that." The Quyen was a bit surprised and asked, "How do you know?" "That guy is indeed someone who loses all his money after a little bonus and then gambles it all away, and now he's drowning in debt." Junshu nodded in understanding, so the reason for his betrayal is clear now, isn't it? "Apologies, but I cannot provide the translation for that line." Thiet Quyen also doesn't really know everything, because if it weren't for Junshu, the one targeted for revenge would probably be Thiet Quyen. Now Thiet Quyen speaks up again, saying, "I will take responsibility and find out who is behind all of this." Junshu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "I have proof of that." Then he took out a USB stick and explained, "The superhuman trying to kill me is carrying this. Do you know how to use a computer?" Cho nodded slightly, excitedly exclaimed, "I even have an IT certification." And then he started working on the computer. After a long while, Cho exclaimed with admiration, "This guy is really a big deal. He's killed nearly 20 superhumans." Junshu was unfazed and calmly said, "Forget it. Check his most recent request." Choos nodded and quickly responded, "It's the one he made 3 days ago." Just seeing the reward money, he was so shocked he exclaimed, "The reward is 20 billion. Even Thiet Quyen and Junu are no less amazed." Junu hurriedly asked, "Who could possibly offer such a huge amount?" He glanced at you and replied that the request came from someone at Ascendant Security. Junu frowned and muttered, "A person from a big company?" Choos brought the computer closer for you to see. This is the person. Seeing the information on the screen, June was shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's that bastard. Did you realize he's not the knight you met at Ju's house?" Junu sighed reluctantly. "Everything's getting complicated now." Choos glanced at him suspiciously and asked why he wanted to kill him. Run-sun didn't answer, quickly suggesting, "I have an idea. Can you show me the family tree of Ascendant Security?" He nodded slightly and said, "Of course. Wait a moment." Then he started searching for information, and soon handed it to Yunsu, and his face immediately darkened. As expected, you already know what's happening. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds, and Legion is a descendant of that company. He is the top heir, but after completing the baptism as the bishop wished and becoming a holy knight, Jian was no longer on the list of heirs. His only path now is to become a renowned holy knight, but that saintess has already seen Junu as the savior. Junshu sighed and muttered, "I guess he's angry that I passed the baptism and gained fame, so he ordered my assassination." After hearing that, he immediately shouted, "We have to teach him a lesson?" "But how? My opponent isn't the heir of a small trading company." "Of course I know about that, but I still refuse to accept it." "That doesn't mean I have to just let it go." Junu responded immediately, "I agree. I have an idea." He looked at you happily and said, "I know you will have a way." Junshu chuckled softly and said happily, "We need to deal with a big shot, so let's focus on getting stronger first." A moment later, Choi Seo's office welcomed another person. After hearing Junu recount the assassination, Ewan exploded with rage, slamming the table and shouting, "How dare that crazy bastard try to assassinate Soldier Kim?" Jun saw his strong reaction and quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm still alive. Ewan is the most trustworthy here. He's rich and a level 5 superhuman." At this moment, IN firmly declared, "I won't let this go. People say blood debts must be paid with blood, so I'll hire an assassin to take revenge. Hearing that, I hurriedly advised I can't imagine how much I would have to pay the assassin. I want to assassinate that son of Ascendant Security. Jin was about to say something else, but Juno interrupted. I have an idea. Ujin glanced at him, hesitating before speaking. Go ahead, tell me. Juno smirked and said, I will challenge Lion to a duel. This stunned all three of us here, and we all panicked. A duel, but that's too dangerous. Calmly shaking his head, Junshu nonchalantly said, There's no other choice. If I leave him be, he'll hire an even stronger assassin to kill me. Uin hurriedly advised, He will let others fight in his place. This world has always been full of injustice. If I win the duel, I will get an apology and a proper compensation. The room suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, Tiet Quien hesitated and muttered, It seems this is the most feasible way now. Junu nodded slightly and picked up the USB in his hand. With evidence in hand, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we allow him to have someone fight in his place and only accept a duel with a close relative, he will agree. Your words make sense. Choose has volunteered, so I will officially send the challenge letter, and I also need another lawyer to represent us. Uzin hesitated for a moment before speaking up and assigned me to go. My parents know a lawyer who used to serve as a judge at the Supreme Court. Seeing everyone had taken care of everything, June happily smiled and said thank you, but the three of them kept staring at him silently. June sighed helplessly and asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not about to sacrifice myself. Dojo hesitated and asked, Do you really think you'll win? Because the enemy knows your strength well, he will definitely find a fighter of level 4 or higher. It's not easy, Junu answered without hesitation, knowing that using the mutated attribute in the duel was impossible, making this even harder than facing the chairman. But there is a way. Junu confidently said, I can guess who will fight in his place. Thiet Quien was surprised and exclaimed, So you know who your opponent is? Junu confidently replied, Yes, so I need time to prepare. Uin, can we have a practice match? Uin responded confidently, I will do my best to help you. June, seeing his excited expression, quickly warned him, Thanks, but take it easy, or you'll end up dead like last time. 3 days later, at the venue of the decisive match, Junsu's supporters were already waiting in the stands. In and Joel kept cheering. We support you, Knight Kim. We believe in you. Junu's face at this moment isn't quite right, looking a bit exhausted. Probably because he trained too hard over the past 3 days, but thanks to that, he's prepared well to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people approached from afar. Junu recognized the leader, that man named Oish, as the commander of the Holy Knights of the Bishop. It's been a while since I last had a duel. Du immediately retorted with displeasure. Shut up, do you have the right to speak up? As long as I am the commander, no Holy Knight of our team is allowed to lose. Jian fell silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Junu couldn't help but frown. Jian appears tough in front of you, but in front of the commander, he's like a turtle hiding its head. Truly a coward. While Junu was thinking, Dewey spoke up. Commander Kim, nice to meet you. Junshu politely nodded. Hello, sir. Suddenly, Dewey bowed his head and said solemnly, I want to apologize for this unfortunate incident. What is this? Is he really apologizing? Before I could even recover, Dewich continued speaking. This is entirely the fault of an individual and has nothing to do with the Saintess. Junshu narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, What is the stance of the Bishop's Society? Dushich hesitated for a moment before whispering, The Saintess said that Warrior Kim will be our light and savior. Junshu was once again stunned by the idea of being the light and savior. Jo Chun said the same thing last time. What does that even mean? Dewitt didn't care about your reaction and kept speaking. So the condition I set is that if I win, you will join our team. What? Join the team? June was startled and panicked, shouting out, Are you all obsessed with me? While you panic and clutch your head, Jian grits his teeth in anger, but he can't do anything. Dwitch then spoke again, saying everything was the will of our master and the Saintess. Junu hadn't even had a chance to reply before the lawyer hired by UIN arrived. He slowly spoke. The time for the decisive battle has come. Everyone is present. Please confirm the pact for the 3-dimensional duel. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Bishop's Guild. If Junsu wins, Gianna will be forbidden from harming him directly or indirectly and must pay compensation. The lawyer looked at both of them to confirm once more. Is that correct? Both Junsu and Jian answered in unison. Yes. As soon as these words finished, A surge of magical power erupted from Junsu's chest. In Xinzone, the dual oath is a magical vow. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode. Even Gion is like that. In this chaotic world, no one would be crazy enough to break such a vow. Now the lawyer speaks again. I will continue to confirm the rules of the duel. The duel follows international standard rules, allowing all psychic powers and personal weapons, but consumable items can only be created on site. Junsu's supporters remain in the stands, looking somewhat worried. The Holy Knights are also waiting outside. At this moment, Dudish, excited, spoke up. I am ready, but Junu smirked and said, I will create my own items. Duich suddenly felt inspired, but still nodded in agreement. All right, each item has 10 minutes. Junu quickly produced 3 bottles of potion. If you keep changing attributes like this, you're no different from a fake alchemist. This is the divine potion to fight against the Holy Knight. The lawyer saw your 3 bottles of medicine and spoke. The Vajra elixir, the Speed elixir, and the Demon Dragon elixir. That's right, Junu nodded slightly in response. Yes, I will use them. During the fight, use the appropriate potion as needed, so you should drink all 3 bottles at once. Both are ready, and the match will begin soon. A countdown timer quickly appears on the screen. Junu and Duch both step onto the arena. Duch narrows his eyes at Junu and says, Kim Warrior, it's an honor to have you join our guild. Or maybe you should change your mind and volunteer to join instead, he said without hesitation, sneering coldly. Since you're not cooperating, there's nothing more I can do, but you don't need to worry too much. He said he wouldn't kill Junshu because you still have to join the guild. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of magic power rose around Duich. Junu couldn't help but frown. The magic power is incredible. He is in a different realm from him. No matter how well prepared Junu is, he cannot defeat him without risking his life. In just a moment, only 1 second remains on the countdown. And finally, the clock reset to 0. Dushich shouted a long scream, his magic power increasing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving a large hole in the ground. Junu couldn't help but furrow his brow in surprise, muttering in confusion, It's gone. But soon, Junu realized that Duich only activated the teleportation ability. As expected, in just a moment, Duich appeared before Junu, shouting wildly, Soldier Kim, you will become a god. Hearing this, Junu was stunned. What? Become a god? While you were still confused, Dudish's hammer struck down. Flames erupted everywhere. The people on the stand saw this and shouted in panic, What? That guy is so strong, is it really over after just 1 hit? He said becoming a god? What nonsense are you talking about? Dushich didn't say anything. He just stood there calmly with a faint smile on his lips. Junshu's guess was correct. He indeed used the instant movement ability from the start, which is essential for surprise attacks, but since he predicted it, there's no reason to block it. Still, that move earlier caused Junu's 3-layer shield to crack. Now Dudi again smiled and said, I understand why the Saintess acknowledged you. Junshu snorted coldly and said, Stop talking nonsense and explain. Before, they called it the light and the savior, now they call the god a star? Suddenly smiling, Dudich calmly said, Yes, as you heard, you are the hope of our army, and also the victor who will save us from the approaching apocalypse. The hope of the bishop's army? Looking back now, the god they worshipped has already died. A few years later, during the main event where the Saintess performs rituals for the gods, and a great battle with the boss takes place, Insun Junu suddenly senses something and screams in horror, Don't tell me the savior is the vessel of the god. Exactly. Dushich sneered and spoke coldly. That is a noble sacrifice and a sacred offering. This statement makes Junshu furious and shout loudly, You crazy fools, so you just want to sacrifice me? Dushich doesn't care at all. He laughed loudly with excitement. Your body and soul will become part of the bishop and his divine spirit, because you will lose this battle and join us. Junshu snorted coldly, then, filled with peak fury, charged forward. Duit didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his shield to defend, but he still had to step back a few paces. Dushich's brow couldn't help but raise. This power was just too much. Junshu saw his reaction and couldn't help sneering. Worried now? Of course, he had transformed all his traits to suit an offensive-type warrior. Thinking of that, Junu used wind-cutting speed to rush forward, and now he will attack Duich with warrior traits that can make him fear. Dick also didn't panic at all. He used his shield to defend, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ha ha, your swordsmanship isn't bad either. Junu also didn't reply. He was thinking about how to attack. Good, now that he's switched to a defensive stance, he can change his special ability. Immediately after, Junu drew another weapon to attack, and as expected, the weapon struck Duich's arm. Duich was not at all panicked, and even praised without hesitation. This is getting more and more interesting, isn't it? Junshu bit his lip fiercely, and it worked. His 3 days of preparation were not in vain. The reason I called UIN for training was not only to acquire the necessary traits for this battle, but also to learn how to change traits in an instant by fighting a higher-level superhuman like UIN, using defensive traits when defending and offensive traits when attacking, along with other warrior abilities to execute multiple techniques. So right now, Junsu is going all out, forcing Dudich into a defensive stance step by step. At this moment, Junu screams loudly, his eyes turning red with madness as he charges at Dudich, having learned to use his berserk trait to seize the opportunity to attack. When a level 3 superhuman fights a level 4 superhuman, all they need to do is switch traits during combat. Under Junsu's relentless assault, Du couldn't even land a counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and defend, and before long, Duich's hammer was knocked away. Seeing this, Jion's face immediately turned grim. Duich was just as stunned, feeling like he was facing 4 warriors at once. How could that be possible? Regardless of his reaction, Yu calmly said, "I will win this battle because I don't want to become a sacrifice for your corrupt army." Dujich clenched his teeth and fists, then coldly said, "Fine. I admit I can no longer ignore you. I don't care if you're a sacrifice or whatever, I will kill you." As soon as I finished speaking, Duich charged forward with his weapon. Then he threw his weapon at Junu. Not daring to be careless, Junu quickly created a shield to defend himself. You grit your teeth and speak, realizing that your direct attack was useless, and in just a moment, Junu's shield shattered and you were knocked away. Junu bit his lip softly, muttering, "Damn it, Dich's power suddenly increased, so he was holding back earlier." As he was thinking, Duzich suddenly charged forward aggressively, shouting in fury, "Why dare you mock our army?" Junu was caught off guard and was knocked back again, smashing into the wall behind him before falling down. No. Junshu hesitated, not at all, and refused. He stood up from the ground and coldly said, "If you can't kill me, don't dream of victory." As soon as he finished speaking, Junu charged forward, his aura now incredibly fierce, wildly swinging his sword. Duit didn't dare to slack off, hurriedly defended, and then threw a book at Junsu's shoulder. Both of them continued to attack each other fiercely. The shock waves from the relentless attacks keep coming, forcing both of them to endure each other's assaults. It wasn't long before both of them were pushed back, creating distance between them. Dushich had been cut multiple times by Junu's sword, with many wounds on his body, but Junu wasn't much better off, also battered and bruised. At this moment, Dudish shouted fiercely, ready to end this pointless battle. As he finished speaking, a large shield appeared in his hand. He raised it high and shouted loudly, "Father!" Immediately, a wave of water appeared. Duich's figure was quickly engulfed by the massive wave. Seeing this, Junshu's face immediately darkened. That is Dewey's ultimate move, the Dark Tsunami. Now, seeing it with your own eyes, you realize it truly is a disaster. If hit by that move, Junu would definitely lose 100%, but there's no way to dodge it. To win the fight, he must find a way to break it. Though afraid, Junsu has to trust in the qualities he has built as a Kim warrior. Breaking the mountain sword technique, something you have never forgotten to practice, including the swordsmanship Junu learned from Ujin and the Heroja cultivation technique you have dedicated much effort to training. The spiritual technique grows stronger each day with Junshu. The ultimate move he achieved through desperation and determination can cut through any material in this universe. Junsu's trait is to trust in his own qualities, the time and effort he has invested in them, and ultimately, the most important thing is to believe in himself. Thinking of this, Junu drew his sword and charged forward. The dazzling sword light appeared. Dishik was completely stunned by this scene, but there was nothing else he could do but watch the sword light rush straight into the wave, then slowly expand, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Even Ewan's group was the same. Blinded by the intense light, they couldn't see anything. Only when the brightness gradually faded did the figures of Junu and Duich appear, but soon after, Junu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the opposite side, Duich was also in a bad state. He muttered softly, "That was a great battle." "Warrior Kim, huh?" Then he collapsed directly. Immediately, the lawyer raised Junu's hand and loudly declared, "The winner is Kim the warrior." Uin and the others saw the match was over and immediately ran onto the arena to congratulate him. Junu smiled contentedly. "You did it. You defeated a higher-level superhuman without using your mutant ability." Ujin hugged Junu tightly, excitedly shouting, "Teacher, you're the best!" The 3 people behind him also burst into tears of joy, gathering around him to praise him. Just now, he really didn't seem like a human at all. I knew he would defeat that guy. But at this moment, a furious shout suddenly rang out. "That damn bastard!" Junwoo was stunned and turned around to see him rushing forward with a hammer. Before Junwoo could react, Uin jumped out to block him. A loud bang and a shockwave of energy immediately erupted. And of course, the one who lost was Jion. He was pushed out like that. Uzin angrily shouted, "You cowardly bastard! How dare you refuse to accept the result and attack our teacher? You really want to die, don't you?" I just didn't have time to act, but the lawyer stepped in to stop me and warned Jion not to forget that magical vow. If you act so impulsively, your heart will explode. Jion still refuses to accept it and shouts loudly, "Kim the warrior, because of you our captain has died, and we must avenge him. The Holy Army does not forget this enemy." As he finished speaking, the knights behind immediately moved forward. Junwoo was unfazed and calmly asked, "Do you say I killed him?" Jion without hesitation replied, "Yes, we saw him die at your hands with our own eyes." "Stop talking nonsense." Junshu snorted coldly and said, "The one who killed Odusi is none other than yourself." This statement made Jion's face turn grim, and he kept trembling. Junwoo paid no mind and coldly said, "Even if he is my opponent, he truly embodies the image of a great warrior. It's true that he wasn't the one who should have died in a match caused solely by Jion's disgusting act of assassination. For Deuce's honor, you should tell Jion to accept the outcome and keep his promise." JJ heard this and bowed his head in silence, not knowing what to say. Junwoo didn't care about his reaction and added, "It's all due to that person's inferiority complex." Jion still bowed his head, trembling as he muttered, "Captain, the Holy Knight saw this and came to help him up and leave." Jun squinted at Jion's back, frowning in silence. "So even if you've gone this far, the German army still won't think of revenge, right?" The next day at Choi Chul's office, he was happily talking to someone. "That's right, we officially signed a contract with the warrior Kim, the person who just defeated the team leader of the Duke's army. I understand what you want." At this moment, someone is approaching. He quickly said, "Sorry, I'll call you back later." It turned out to be Junwoo, who had just gone to pick up the armor he ordered from Jun, and he cheerfully spoke. "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Jo Chun would tamper with my armor, but he actually followed the specifications for giant and super strong. Seeing that, I excitedly ran over, still holding a box of fruit, and said coaxingly, 'Why not try wearing this now that you're here?' 'This is my fruit.' Du hesitantly took it and opened it to see. For a moment, he happily exclaimed, 'This is more like it. I'm so excited to introduce it. This is a luxury handmade training tool that even has self-cleaning and mana recovery functions.' Junju gave him a thumbs up. Hailong smiled. 'You understand my taste. Director Choi, thanks a lot. By the way, can I ask you for a favor?' With a low mutter, he said, 'Thanks to you, our business has exploded. But because your work history with us isn't long enough, some people are suspicious about our contract.' Hearing this, Junwoo nodded clearly. 'Oh, if that's the reason, then I have to do it. Have you assigned the task to me yet?' 'All right, I've prepared something very perfect for you.' Chus nodded slightly, handed Junwoo a set of documents, and spoke. 'The Sun Tower wants to study your black fire for scientific purposes.' Junwoo frowned upon hearing that. 'You know that the Sun Tower is one of Seun's 4 great magic towers. If Junsu remembers correctly, it's a place to study fire-related magic.' At this moment, he spoke up, saying, 'They will reward you equal to their own members.' Junwoo nodded slightly and replied, 'Okay, I accept.' Because that character was inside the Sun Tower, he knew exactly what reward he would receive. A while later, at the Sun Tower surrounded by fire magic, Junwoo arrived here on a mission. After entering, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene blending science and magic. Truly magnificent. At that moment, someone approached and spoke, 'Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-do, a researcher. You're probably here because you want to research black fire, right?' 'Yes, that's correct.' Jun nodded slightly, then Hyung-do led him inside. 'Let's go quickly, we don't have much time. Please follow this way.' Soon, the two of them entered the research room. Hyung-do suggested, 'Let's start with some basic tests first.' Jun-shu frowned slightly. 'This machine looks quite familiar, doesn't it?' While he was still thinking, Hyung-do spoke again. 'Please go into the machine. Just stand still.' Jun-shu didn't hesitate and stepped inside. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in front of Ju, and in an instant his face turned grim. This is the machine used to reveal everything about the character to the player. It will disclose all of Junsu's secret traits. Thinking of this, he immediately smashed the glass and shouted loudly, 'Stop this machine right now! I don't want this!' 'Stay still. This is just a necessary procedure. It's written in the contract.' Jun-shu suddenly exploded with anger, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, 'Get lost, you bastard!' Immediately his fist struck down, shattering the glass of the machine. Hai Eung-do hurried back, shouting, 'What are you trying to do?' Jun-shu angrily shouted, The contract I signed only requires me to demonstrate black fire for your research. Who would have expected you to do this to me? Just then, someone hurriedly ran over and without hesitation punched Hyung-do in the face while shouting in frustration, "You idiot North Hyung-do, are you doing this again?" The person who arrived is Yu Myung-sho, the head of the research department. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you destroy my project?" Hyung-do quickly explained, "It's just a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Myung-kok didn't listen and angrily accused me. "Misunderstanding the monkey. You want to sell information about Warrior Kim? I've been watching all along." He lowered his head and muttered softly, "I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed back then." Miyok coldly said, "Get out of here quickly. You're expelled from this team." Junshu looked at the scene in confusion, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Miyok, feeling guilty, spoke up. "I'm sorry, Warrior Kim. I am Yu Myung-seok, head of the research department, about what just happened." I didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Junu cut in. "That's not really your fault, either. I guess this kind of thing happens quite often, huh?" Miyok sighed resignedly. "That fool sold the information because of his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his teacher, he would have been kicked out long ago." "I understand." Junu nodded slightly and said, "Well, I went through the trouble of coming here to fulfill your requests, and my personal information almost got completely leaked." Myung-ek said, "I will upgrade your membership for an apology so you can use our advertising equipment and training facilities." Hearing this, Junu immediately felt happy. The training ground of the Demon Tower is usually only accessible to mages, right? Thinking about it, he nodded satisfactorily, not feeling too bad. Seeing that, Myung-kok suggested again, "You can rest while I get ready." Junshu nodded slightly and said, "All right, then I'll go for a walk." Then he headed to a floor of the Sun Tower. Junu was very happy right now, almost carried away by the moment. Truly worthy of Sun, but it's also fair. This is a chance to gain additional traits from the Magic Tower's training ground. At this moment, the announcement over the loudspeaker began, signaling the start of lightning magic training. As soon as the words were spoken, the spheres in front of them were enveloped in magic, and in an instant a barrage of lightning bolts struck down. Junshu was now surrounded by lightning, which fiercely struck his body. It hurt to the bone. Junshu clenched his teeth and endured, but it would be better if he used his trait to withstand a little longer. Thinking that, Junu changed his trait. Immediately, Lei Kwang started to diminish. Before long, Junu finished training with the lightning element magic. And you also gained the 6-element resistance trait. Having achieved what you wanted, Junshu happily shouted, "Turn off the electricity now, I'm about to be burned alive." But at this moment, the room's system suddenly turned red with warning sounds, and the training system was switched to manual mode. Warning. Warning. The current intensity has been adjusted. Lei Guang strikes again, causing Junu to shout in frustration. "Wait, what?" I said, "I'm done practicing. Who's out there?" It wasn't long before Junu saw that bastard Hyung-do outside. He is holding a control stick with a malicious look in his eyes, shouting at the inside, "You've messed with the wrong person, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung-do maximized the control, and the lightning struck wildly at Junshu, whose face instantly turned grim. This moment, Hyung-do had become frantic, continuously shouting, "Die, you son of a bitch!" In this way, Junshu endured all the lightning strikes at their strongest level. Seeing this, Hyung-do grinned triumphantly and said, "This is the consequence of daring to mess with me." But soon after, he wiped the smile off his face, and his expression instantly stiffened because Junshu was still standing there unharmed. You can't lose to such petty tricks. There's a reason you come to the training room during your free time. Junsu's equipment has a divine resistance trait, which he gained when resisting the Holy Maiden's baptism. Fire resistance is the trait gained from soaking in the magic spring. Darkness resistance was obtained by Junsu during the battle with the death spirit Karen. Ice resistance, which you gained in the battle against those unjust spirits. Earth resistance, Junsu received when escaping the magic trap set by the hunter. And finally, the lightning resistance you just gained through the training earlier. Junu quickly combined all 6 attributes together. A large amount of magic power enveloped his body. The heart inside Junu's chest is no exception. It keeps transforming, and he quickly gains a new trait, anti-magic. Junu smiled with satisfaction, trembling all over. Seeing this, Hyung-do outside was panic-stricken and shouted, how could he block a level 3 magic using only his body? Is he even human? This time the magic will be stronger than before. Immediately after, Hyung-do once again manipulated the control handle, and the warning alarm sounded instantly. Warning, warning, the system is now out of control. Please stop the training and evacuate immediately. Junu was not at all panicked. He snorted coldly and said, "The system is out of control? Sounds really dangerous. Then I will use the ability to dodge all its attacks." It seemed like at the same time, Lei Guang struck at Junu, but this time he quickly dodged and even gained a new ability called Retreat, which made Junu very happy. All right, with this team, you'll probably acquire a higher level ability than the attack. Contrary to your excitement, Hengdu outside is extremely unhappy, continuously controlling the joystick and shouting in anger, "I will really kill you." At this moment, Meek stepped inside and slapped him across the face. He angrily scolded, "What the hell is this crazy guy doing when I already heard the warning?" Immediately afterward, he ordered others to shut down the control immediately. Soon, Loi Kwang completely disappeared and the system returned to normal. Myung X could no longer hold back and grabbed Hyungdu by the collar, gritting his teeth as he scolded, "What the hell are you doing to hurt Warrior Kim?" Hyungdu hurriedly waved his hand, denying vehemently, "Director, it's not like that." At this moment, Junu stepped out from inside. He snorted coldly in disdain and said, "Do I look hurt to you?" Myung X was startled and looked back, worriedly asking, "Are you not injured, Warrior?" He chuckled softly, pouting as he said, "Yeah, it does feel a bit like being electrocuted." This scene left everyone confused and not understanding what was happening. What will happen if he gets expelled? Mi-se-ok slowly explained, "It will have magic cast into its brain so it can't learn any new magic." Junshu nodded faintly and indifferently said, "Life as a mage is over, serves it right." Mi-se-ok also showed no mercy, coldly saying, "That kid caused too much trouble, so this is the natural result. Please accept it. It may not be much, but consider it our apology." Then he handed Junu a box containing a potion that can heal very effectively. Although he was very happy inside, he still calmly said, "Thank you. This potion feels like my second life." Mise nodded and smiled. "No, I think this is also a fair price." It seems he doesn't want this matter to escalate, but Junu still needs something else from the tower. Then he slowly spoke, saying, "But I have to admit it's a bit suspicious that I was attacked twice after visiting the tower, right?" Mi-seok couldn't help but feel confused and asked, "So tell me what you want." "I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells of the Great Demon Tower's bag. Are you really planning to try the solar cannon?" June nodded calmly and admitted, "Yes, fire that at me." Mi-seok then advised, "Superman level 3 can't withstand that even for a second. Maybe after you become stronger." But before he finished speaking, Junu coldly interrupted, "No, I am sure I can endure about 15 seconds. Myung-sok was taken aback. "Huh? But even a level 5 superhuman would hesitate and shake their head firmly when faced with this. I'm different from them." Myung X looked confused and hesitated for a long time before speaking up. "That black fire can burn the enemy's mana. This is truly an interesting approach, but still, it's very dangerous." Junshu chuckled softly and confidently said, "We have to see how it turns out." So right after that, Junu went to the room where the solar cannon was placed. He stood facing it, lost in thought, feeling a bit scared at the idea of being shot by that thing. But with no other options, the only 3 ways for Junshu to acquire the solar cannon trait are to first enter the demon tower as someone's disciple. The second is to defeat the tower's owner in a one-on-one battle, but both methods are only suitable for magic-type superhumans, so I can't do it. While Junu was thinking, Miok spoke up, "We will open fire now." Junu nodded slightly, indicating he was ready to act. However, there is still a third way. You can use the hidden mission unlocked when you reach enough affinity with the tower's owner, who is also present here now.
The firepower of the sun cannon has begun to fire.
Junshu looked up as the incoming attack approached, and in an instant, a blazing fireball sped toward him. Boom! The fireball exploded directly, engulfing Junshu in a sea of flames, and he was able to endure it. Because of the traits he has gained so far through the magic armor's properties, seeing this scene, the people above were immediately stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is he really enduring it? He's only in 3rd grade, but how is that possible?" Junu didn't know their reactions and kept biting his teeth to endure the flames. He had prepared very well, but it still hurt too much. Junu endured like that for 15 seconds. Myung hurriedly shouted, 15 seconds are up, withdraw the sun cannon." As he finished speaking, the firepower of the sun cannon was withdrawn. Junu was exhausted, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Finally, it was over. These were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The Tower Master was very pleased with Junu's performance and smiled, saying, "What's his name?" "Kim the Warrior. He is truly an impressive person." A while later, in the Tower Master's office, he invited Junu for tea. The Tower Master looked at you with satisfaction and said, You were excellent earlier, using black fire to withstand the solar cannon for such a long time. He said you will be very helpful in their long-awaited project. That is my honor. Juno nodded and smiled. You may seem calm outside, but inside you're eager to increase your favorability. Meanwhile, the Tower Master smiled and said, I like the way you talk, and I have a request for you. Junshu couldn't help but be stunned. What is the request? A while later, a young man from outside entered and asked, Are you calling me, sir? The Tower Master nodded slightly and then introduced the two of them. Say hello to Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman. June immediately stood up and greeted. Nice to meet you. The young man also bowed his head and replied, I'm glad to meet you. Junshu recognized this person. Mage Kim, the magic system guide character who appeared after the Holy Knight turned into Priest Kim, and he was always so gloomy. At this moment, the Tower Master spoke again. This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his strength remains stuck at level 1. Junshu nodded and said, Truly remarkable. Wizard. Kim desperately spoke up. Sorry for being strange. Sorry for being a disgrace to the tower. Juno couldn't help but feel confused and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. The Tower Master was well accustomed to this. He glanced at Juno and asked, What does you Kim think? I heard you healed Director S's son. I believe you have an idea on how to wake the boy up. Kim the mage dared not interrupt and sat quietly in place. Of course I have a way. Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson of the Tower Master immediately smiled happily. The Tower Master exclaimed happily, Really? If you can do it, I will grant all your wishes. Anything at all? Junshu sneered in response. This is the starting point for the secret mission of the Tai Duong Cannon. Junshu quickly reveals his purpose. The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise after hearing this, What do you want? Junshu replied without hesitation. Sun Cannon, haven't I made that clear yet? Made. The Tower Master hesitated for a moment before murmuring softly, Phao Tai Duong. If the future of the tower depends on this, I can give it to you, but I'm not sure what you plan to do with it. Juno also wasn't in a hurry, smiling with a wink. Then could you give it to me in the form of a memory chip? Let me learn right away. The Tower Master didn't expect you to be in such a hurry, but he could only nod. All right, then. At this moment, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. Sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan to train me? Juno Shu calmly replied. First, we need to identify the root of the problem. Without waiting for Kim the mage to respond, the Tower Master coldly said, The biggest issue is that this kid is too stupid. He's supposed to become a mage, but his knowledge of mathematics is almost non-existent. Juno naturally understands Kim the mage's problem. He is smart enough to study business management at Seoul University, but completely failed in math, so he's not suited for researching magic. After a while, Juno finally spoke slowly. Then why don't we learn magic that doesn't involve calculations? The Tower Master looked a bit confused and asked, What do you mean? Magic that doesn't involve calculations? Dan Mack nodded. Junshu calmly said, using a spirit, he could become a fire mage. The Tower Master was stunned and exclaimed, a fire mage? But that's not what a mage is. Indifferently shrugging, Junshu pouted and asked, So do you want your grandson to stay like that for his whole life? Or do you want him to become a fire mage and help him unleash his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, fell silent for a long time, then finally sat down and sighed before speaking, So, please explain in detail. The main issue is casting the spell, isn't it? Because you can't perform incantations, you also can't cast magic. Then let's leave this difficult task to the spirits and just focus on providing mana. Then that's not possible? The boy isn't familiar with the spirits, so how can we find one? June frowned at the two and firmly said, I didn't say he had to make a contract with the spirits. As I mentioned, he will use them. Your method is for Mage Kim to just inscribe a spell into the magic circle, so the user only needs to focus on providing mana, and the circle will handle casting the spell. The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise, So you mean we should catch a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Or is it simpler? We just need to turn it into a magic circle. Junshu nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. The Tower Master immediately exclaimed happily, That's a brilliant hypothesis. I thought you were a warrior. How could you know about these things? Junshu didn't know how to respond. That method, of course, is excellent because it's their own idea for the future. At this moment, the Tower Master whispered again, But the gate to the spirit realm is now closed, and we cannot summon any spirits. Junshu calmly said, So we can use spirit animals as substitutes. The Tower Master thought of something after hearing that and frowned, muttering, Spirit animals like the phoenix? It's not that hard to hear. How could we find mythical creatures? He chuckled softly. confidently saying, "Don't worry about that. I have a way." After a while, the three of them arrived at a canyon. Seeing the many phoenixes there, Mage Kim couldn't help but exclaim, "Is there really a valley full of phoenixes like this?" The Tower Master also exclaimed in surprise, "Even high-level superhumans find it very difficult to find a place like this." "So how could you?" Jundu shyly smiled and said, "The phoenixes are not like the rumors say. They hide behind the valley, and I just happened to find them." The Tower Master didn't seem to quite believe it, but still enthusiastically went along. "Ha ha ha, oh my god, you really are lucky," Junshu whispered happily. "So what about the solar cannon we talked about earlier?" The Tower Master nodded slightly and said, "I will give you one." Junshu happily accepted, completing the task with just one location. So satisfying. While you were happily chatting, the Tower Master spoke up again. "By the way, how does a warrior like you plan to maximize the power of the solar cannon?" Jun calmly replied, "I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a separation." Hearing this, the Tower Master threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, a split? That's not an easy task. We've spent 10 years on it." Nonchalantly shrugging, Junshu calmly said, "Approaching as a warrior will surely produce different results than approaching as a mage, right? Who knows, maybe my separation is better than yours." The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him, pouting as he spoke. "Let's bet big then. 2 years' time. Let's see which is better, yours or our demon towers." Junshu calmly replied, "What are we betting on?" The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. "If you win, I will grant you a wish, but if I win, you must join the MA Tower security team." "All right, that sounds good." "There's another chance to take control of the tower, so why not agree?" While they were talking, Wizard Kim quietly entered the canyon, and now it's time to confirm. A moment later, outside the operating room, Junu was waiting when Myung-ja approached, smiling happily and saying, "That's amazing, Kim Warrior. I didn't expect you to open the path to becoming a fire mage in our tower." "Director, yes, but first let's hope the surgery is successful. As for the expelled wizard earlier," Junshu frowned slightly and muttered, "Oh, that failure?" Mi-Ung-X muttered thoughtfully after he left. "I investigated more carefully, and it became clear that he had taken money from the Kumo Corporation." Junu was stunned and widened his eyes. Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major corporations known for aggressive expansion, ruthless tactics, and tendency to dominate or swallow up competitors in the market. In the game, they are the true villains. The problem isn't just that they want our magic information, but they specifically want yours. Maybe they're trying to recruit you. I don't want that. After hearing that, Junshu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He sighed helplessly, saying, "You will never cooperate with villains like Kumo. And now there's another thing to avoid." At this moment, the operating room door opened, and the Tower Master hurried over to Junu and gave him a pat. He burst into loud laughter, saying, "Ha, a great success. It's all thanks to you, Superhuman Kim. My grandson has now become a super mage." Junshu was stunned, and Kim the mage stepped out from inside, surrounded by a strong aura of magic, bowing his head slightly and saying, "I truly thank you very much." Junshu narrowed his eyes and looked at Mage Kim. "So he's already as strong as you? Starting at level 3 so early. Could this be the power of DNA?" Wizard Kim then spoke again, feeling that it was strange how easily he could use magic now. Junshu happily approached and suggested, "From now on, you should use the fire attribute Divine Potion so you can produce more mana." "Thank you very much, Kim. This is the reward you wanted." Hearing that, Junshu's eyes lit up brightly. He finally received the Sun Cannon, but there was another item as a reward. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, "Inside this bag, I added some nourishment for you and used magic to prove it." Junsu's eyes shine like stars, his admiration surpassing the ordinary. A moment later, in Choi Seal's office, upon seeing the money Junsu brought back, Choi Seal couldn't help but marvel. "You earned a reward of 5 billion? Amazing." Junu said proudly, "I think it's time you get used to my greatness." "So it's honey? You just reached the 3rd grade in less than a month. Isn't that a bit too soon?" "Be careful of side effects." "Then you can refine the honey." Director Choi, "Refine it." Cho couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly blinked with confidence. "Just trust me." And then he opened his storage to look for something. After a while, Cho finally spoke. "I only need a few main ingredients. These are the most common ones." Junu glanced over, frowning as he muttered, "Will I gain different properties depending on the ingredients I use?" "Then I'm still hesitant since you already have superpowers, regeneration, and steel armor on your shield." After some thought, Junshu pointed at an ingredient and said, "Let's go get a horned tiger's heart." Hearing this, Choseo was taken aback and hesitated before asking, "Does it really have to be a horned tiger?" Seeing his reaction, Jundu couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Choseo explained slowly that this is an endangered creature, so it's quite difficult to obtain. Junu was extremely confused after hearing this and immediately drove off to search. "You're not too worried. If it's not there, you'll go find it yourself. The problem is how to locate the horned tiger in this vast area." Junu didn't want to use this, but there was no other choice. So he took out a can of fish and brought it to his nose to smell. It wasn't long before Junu gained the dog's sense of smell, and smelling durian was even worse. The stinky fermented fish is disgusting. It's like the smell of rotten flesh still lingers in your lungs. But thanks to the ability, I can smell all kinds of odors. Junshu continued to walk deeper inside. He could smell a lot of blood. Have there been predators around lately? So, it means it's here. Junishu quickly glanced around searching, but before he could find it, he saw something else. In the distance, a car is approaching with people on board, chasing a creature and wildly shooting at it. On the opposite side, Junshu hurriedly follows. So there is still an opponent. You will lose it if you hide it. Judging by the scratch marks on that corpse, it's not an ordinary horned deer. This is the most famous mythical creature on the Chungan Plateau, the King of Beasts, and it possesses all 6 traits. At this moment, the King of Beasts is charging toward Junu. If you lower your guard, you will definitely die. Junshu can't afford to be careless and quickly dodges. But what surprised you more was that the Beast King also has evasion abilities. Junshu bit his lip fiercely and said, "You don't have many chances left. You have to finish it with a single strike." From then on, he had to rely on his senses and instincts. While Junshu was thinking, the beast charged fiercely. He aimed the gun at it and used his special ability at the same time. Without hesitation, Junshu fired, but the beast still dodged and the bullet only grazed its body slightly. Jun bites his lip fiercely so it can dodge like that too, but he's not done yet. Thinking that, Junu charges again. "You may be a warrior, but I'm quite confident in my shooting skills." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired directly, and the magic bullets pierced into Son Vuong's body. Junshu smiled in satisfaction. He had only just started to smile when Son Vuong suddenly charged at him, causing him to panic. Luckily, Junshu dodged, not expecting it to still be able to move after being hit by black fire. Junshu looked at it in panic, frowning as he muttered, "If black fire isn't enough, it seems I have to go melee." Meanwhile, Sun King's eyes turned cloudy, filled with killing intent as he stared at Junu. Without hesitation, it charged forward wildly. Junu recognized this move. It was Son Vuong Songfa's strongest skill. It can strengthen its body to over 1.5 tons and completely tear apart its target by charging into it. Compared to the infamy that has terrified countless players, defeating it with a simple strategy is almost laughable. That is precisely using its own strength against itself. Thinking this, Junu jumped onto the back of the Beast King, startling it. Surprised? You knew you couldn't dodge this attack, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword into the body of the Beast King, blood pouring out endlessly. After a while, Junu dragged the corpse of the Beast King into the city, attracting a crowd. He held the box containing its heart and shouted loudly, "This is the one! Everyone see its heart right here." Junu handled it himself because he was afraid that the collaborators would betray him and end up gaining its traits. Then he slowly spoke, "I only need the heart, so the remaining parts will be sold. Is anyone interested? Do you want to see how much the King of Mountains is worth?" As soon as Junu finished speaking, people started bidding, and the number quickly rose to 2.5 billion. But inside the crowd, a woman wearing a hat stepped forward with a shocking bid. "I'll pay 5 billion. Junu didn't hesitate and shouted, confirming the deal for 5 billion. Seeing you agree, the crowd dispersed. The woman stepped forward and said, "I will transfer the money to you now." Junu handed her his account information. The girl quickly transferred the money and asked suspiciously, "So, did you kill him alone?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I was very lucky." The woman sneered and pouted. "There's no such thing as complete luck in hunting. It's partly thanks to your skills." She handed Junshu a business card and said, "This is my card. I would be very grateful if you contact me in the future." Then he turned and walked away. Junu looked at the business card in his hand. "You feel like you've seen this before, right? It must be some super rich character again." But Junu didn't really care. He had obtained the tiger's heart and gained an extra 5 billion. He was already incredibly lucky. 2 days later, Junu returned to his place. He quickly went to the training room, looked at the bottle in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and judging by its color, he could tell the quality of the medicine. Earlier, after bringing back the tiger's heart, Junu gave it to Choi Seo for refinement. He said there would be no side effects, and he looked very confident, so you can trust him. Junu suddenly sighed to himself. But I'm still quite worried. To be safe, he decided to prioritize understanding the properties first. Then Junu swallowed the entire bottle of medicine. In just a moment, a fiery heat like lava erupted within his body. Junsu's body is beginning to evolve as it detects the changes in adrenaline hormones accumulating. Its effects are starting to manifest. This makes Junsu very happy. It is regenerating the magic cycle, and he has leveled up to 4. Junu couldn't be more satisfied now that he's reached level 4. The feeling is truly different, as if his soul has ascended to a new level. Plus, he also gained a new attribute, Fury. It's like confirmation that the creation was successful, and there's also a reason why Junu went there to hunt monsters and sell his items. With the attributes gained from battles, and if he combines the trait in his gear with this diamond, he would gain the traits of immense strength and size. Junu nodded in satisfaction. The preparations are complete. Now it's time for the final step. At this moment, Junsu's body begins to change, with the internal muscles suddenly tearing apart and the bone structure being realigned. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junu had gained the strength of a giant. Looking down at my muscular body, I feel extremely happy. At last, I have it. The strength of a giant, the top trait of a warrior. It was just very quick. Junu realized there was a problem. He's broad, but that's okay. Let's see how strong he really is. Immediately after, Junu threw a punch at the glass. In an instant, the entire surface cracked and shattered. Junu muttered with satisfaction. It shattered just from sound waves alone. This power is really amazing, but it does have serious side effects. Just as June thought, to use this ability he also needs a diamond body, which makes the body more resilient, or an invincibility trait that speeds up recovery, but both are top-tier traits. Junu can learn them from equipment like before. The problem is that you're out of damn diamonds, which really gives you a headache. But soon, Junu came up with a solution. You knew exactly where to get it, so you just went to look, but when you arrived, you received a shocking piece of news. We're out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed and said, We don't have any left. The earliest we'll have more is next month. Next month is too late. Then Chunbok suddenly whispered, Would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds? Junshu was stunned after hearing this. I don't remember the part being in the game. Chunbok whispered again. This is a trip that must not be exposed at all costs. Are you interested? Junshu agreed without hesitation. Of course. Let's go. The streets of Seiyun are bustling with people tonight. Chunbok drives Junu away and speaks slowly. I'm sure you know that to get something like a diamond, you have to accept risks, right? Junu nodded softly in response. Of course. Chunbok then reminded him after hearing that. Look ahead for a moment. If you think it's not safe, you can pull back. Junu didn't understand why he suddenly gave that advice, but only now did he realize something. The car is heading towards Bun, rushing forward without stopping at all. Junu finally realized where they were headed. It's the place where superhumans fight for their lives. The largest underground arena in the capital, a fierce one-on-one fight where blood can be shed but defeat is not an option. A moment later, at an opulent building in Bun. Below the basement, Chunbok and Junu slowly walk in as everyone continues to cheer loudly. Junu glanced around and couldn't help but marvel, this place is huge. Chunbok looked suspicious and asked, You know about the arena too? Junshu casually replied, I just heard a rumor, and by the way, isn't it because you have a connection to this place? Chunbok chuckled softly and pouted, saying, Ha ha, I've been caught by you. Junshu was initially puzzled about where Mr. Dao got those rare items. So now I realize that Kim Chunbok's background in the game is also quite suspicious. As I was thinking, Chunbok spoke again, but I want to make one thing clear. I didn't bring you here to go up there. Junshu pouted and whispered, So you brought me here as part of your plan, right? Chunbok nodded awkwardly. That's right. Nothing in this world is free. This is one of many ways to quickly obtain diamonds. The rule is simple. The winner takes the loser's diamond, and the loser must destroy their magic ring to create a diamond. Junshu frowned after hearing this. So basically I have to bet my entire life? The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. Chunbok nodded softly and said, That's right. If this doesn't work out, we can just leave. It's just that you haven't finished speaking yet. Junu interrupted with a smile. What are you going to do? Where is the registration place? This is the perfect opportunity to earn diamonds, isn't it? Chunbok immediately volunteered, saying, I'll register since I'm the one who introduced you. Junshu looked at him suspiciously and asked, What do you get out of it? Chunbok cheerfully replied, Half of the prize money will be yours, and the rest will go to me and the organizers. Junshu also had no objection and calmly said, Sounds good, let me experience this place first. Then Junu went up to the arena to compete. Your opponent is a big guy, and he rushes wildly towards Junu. No matter how you dodge, it makes him furious and shout, "You keep trying to dodge like a coward? I will crush you with this fist in one hit." At that moment, Junshu suddenly sneered and said, "You're too talkative. Now it's my turn, right?" Then he used his giant strength and threw a punch at the big guy's face. A knockout, the big guy just fell down. Of course, Junu is the winner. Chunbok saw that and ran down to congratulate him. "That's amazing. It's been years." Junshu happily said, "I bet it's because of me that you now have a pile of diamonds." Chunbok excitedly patted his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "And not only that, there's also a lot of money." "What are you planning to do with the money you earned today?" Junu thought for a moment before replying, "I think I'll buy a new piece of equipment." "So you're only interested in becoming stronger, because strength determines a person's rank in Araksun. I don't want to live as a failure being toyed with by this world." At this moment, Chunbok suddenly spoke up, as if he had just received a challenge. Junshu was surprised and asked, "Who is it from?" Chunbok casually replied, "From a level 4 superhuman known as the Destroyer, ranked number 1. Junshu was stunned when he heard the name. Chunbok, feeling it might be tough, advised him, "You don't have to accept the challenge." But it seems like he knows this name and accepts the challenge right away. A moment later, he steps back onto the arena. Below the stands, everyone begins to cheer and shout. A burly man with his face covered stands ready in the arena, enjoying the sound of the crowd, calling his name. This is the Destroyer, a level 4 superhuman. The Destroyer looked at Junu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to accept my challenge, kid." "Looks like you've lost your mind," Junu said, narrowing his eyes as he observed the opponent. The Destroyer is definitely a completely different opponent. He is an SR-level character with melee combat, immense strength, and fighting skills. If it comes to hand-to-hand combat, he is the strongest with 3 high-level traits, but he can still be defeated. In the game, the Destroyer was already level 5, but here he's only level 4. Moreover, Junu also begins to feel that the amount of diamonds earned as rewards isn't quite enough. Just as he was thinking, the Destroyer charged at him, shouting non-stop, "I will smash your smiling face to pieces. Prepare to become a pile of meat, then roll around crying on the ground." His fists kept punching, but Rungsu kept dodging. He wasn't afraid at all and sneered, "I want to say that to you too." At this moment, the Destroyer rushed forward and embraced Junshu tightly. But Junshu remained very calm, just as expected. He knew this guy would come at him. The Destroyer is a wrestler, and when he lifts his opponent, he immediately pins them to the ground. But he doesn't know that this time his opponent is Junu, a foe who is not so easily brought down. As expected, when the Destroyer was about to pin him to the ground, he suddenly spun around. Junu had added the strength of a giant super strength and power, then activates the counterattack at the right moment. A perfectly cinematic spin by Junsu takes place in the arena, and then he jabbed his elbow into the Destroyer's stomach, causing him to spew a mouthful of fresh blood. But the Destroyer quickly reacted, grabbing Junu's hand and then clamping his neck, but Junu had already anticipated this and easily dodged. Then he grabbed the Destroyer's collar and threw him violently to the ground, which gave Junu the suppressive trait that made him quite happy. The Destroyer quickly got to his feet, suspiciously asking, "How did you do that?" Junshu calmly smiled and said, "You're probably wondering how I predicted your move and dodged it, right? But you're unlucky. I've only just begun. After gaining the suppression, I collected all 6 basic combat traits. And when these traits combine into a single one, it evolves into close combat." Junu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "All right, let's see how strong you really are." Hearing this, the Destroyer immediately froze in surprise. He frowned and muttered, "What are you trying to do?" Before he could understand what was happening, Renu charged forward to attack. The Destroyer King didn't dare to be careless, quickly raising his hand to defend, but still asked in doubt, "What the hell is going on? What did you do that suddenly changed your aura so completely?" Junshu chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow and saying, "You're sharp too. No wonder your rank is so high." He's right. Compared to a rookie new to the arena, you should have no experience, but you've become a well-rounded warrior after gaining the close combat trait. Equipping it allows Junsu's normal attacks to trigger continuous combo traits and adds a few more effects to the strikes. The Destroyer King struggled desperately, but Junu kept dodging, then grabbed his punching arm tightly. When using this ability, Junu also combines some basic traits, so even the Destroyer King is no match for him. At this moment, Junu clenched the villain's hand and neck with his foot, immobilizing him, and he raised an eyebrow as he said, "If you don't want your arm to break, surrender." Overwhelmed by pain, the Destroyer shouted hoarsely, "I surrender, I give up." The referee immediately announced that the winner was Warrior Kim. To everyone's surprise, he climbed to first place in the Level 4 Superhuman tournament. Junu was extremely satisfied with this result. Under the stands, everyone started cheering for his name and calling him the Warrior King. Junu was so embarrassed by the nickname he almost died. At this moment, the referee spoke up again, saying, "Now we will begin the diamond creation process." Junshu narrowed his eyes at the destroyer, wondering if he would give up all the power he had painstakingly gathered. The destroyer clenched his teeth fiercely, almost bleeding, and after a moment of thought, he finally spoke. "I want to use the special contract." The referee, hearing this, suspiciously asked back, "Are you sure you want to use it?" The special contract is something the organizers made with the destroyer when he became the #1 warrior. The condition is that if he is defeated, the organizers will pay with diamonds. However, this must be accepted by the winner. So the referee looked at Junu and asked, "Do you agree?" Without waiting for Junshu's response, the destroyer continued speaking. "If you agree, I will give you 10 diamonds. But Junu shook his head and said, "That's not enough." The superhuman level B and SR level magic powers are in his hands, so Junu has to seize the opportunity. That's why he started to make a deal. "I want something, but not Kim Kwong." Junu said that if he gives you the right to design, you will accept this condition. As soon as those words left his mouth, a look of panic appeared on the destroyer's face. He avoided Junu's gaze and muttered softly, "What is liking the book? It's too late now to pretend you don't know." Junshu saw the surprised look on his face earlier. "I won't accept a head without a diamond and a seal of authority." The destroyer bit his lip fiercely, hesitating for a long time before suspiciously asking, "How do you know?" Junshu didn't answer, calmly asking back, "What are you going to do now?" You knew he couldn't refuse. If he broke the magic circle to create diamonds, he would lose all his skills. The destroyer thought for a long time before speaking, "I will give you the artifact, but later you have to come back to the arena to fight me and bet the artifact." Junshu, without hesitation, smiled and said, "Sounds good. Let's decide on a time later." So right after that, Junu obtained the artifact and left the underground arena to go home. He happily said, "Look at its aura, it's real, and this thing can also reduce damage, hack the game, and more." In addition, Junsu also has another mountain of diamonds, and after obtaining the advanced trait, he might even have a whole pile left over. So after that, he added the healing trait from the necklace given by Priest Kim. A surge of magic quickly appeared around the necklace, and Junsu's entire body began to change. It wasn't long before he gained a new trait, immortality. He excitedly exclaimed, "Now I have the strength of a giant and immortality. I just need one more to complete my 3-good warrior build." Then Junu put away the pile of diamonds. "You have to keep it safe." While you were excited, your phone suddenly rang, the caller ID showing Jin Yang. Junu saw the name and frowned, muttering, "Is that the hunter who bought the giant fish?" A little while later at the Hunters Guild, Junu arrived here at Jin Yang's suggestion. She led him to the top floor of the building and gratefully said, "Thank you for coming. Our guild leader really wants to meet you." Junu also really wanted to meet that person because the NPC Hunter Guild leader is famous for giving out rewards. Soon, the two of them entered a room where a man in a black vest was waiting. He smiled and greeted, "I'm Sun Bajin, the leader of the Hunters Guild." Junshu stared in shock at the man in front of him. "This isn't the guild leader, he's the boss of the assassin organization. How is he here?" "But you didn't say anything." Koch Sao shook hands with Byung Jin and whispered, "I am Warrior Kim." Byung Jin chuckled softly and said, "It's an honor for me." Junshu finally remembered that after some events at the Hunter Guild, he was expelled, but it was really strange. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Apologizing, they said, "I'm sorry for being late." Byung Jin glanced at the man and asked, "Director Kang, what's going on? About the disposal?" Director Kang awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I heard that the person who defeated the Mountain King is here, so I hurried over, and today is also the day of the fusion competition." Junshu quietly observes the man in front of him. This is the guild leader from the game. So what is really going on here? At this point, Director Kang approached and greeted him, saying, "I am Director Kang, just call me that." Junshu shook his head with a smile and replied, "No, how can I call you by your first name?" "You're joking too much, Director Gang." Seeing the two chatting happily, Bien interrupted. "Well then, since you've finished introducing yourselves, let's get to the main topic." Junu and Kaiosai exchanged glances and looked towards him. Bien calmly spoke. "Superman, we want to invite you to become an official member of our guild. Hunter Guild. I need to think about it first." After hearing that, Junshu frowned and replied, "Becoming an official member sounds good, but he's a bit hesitant about the name of the guild leader." Byung-jin then spoke up to persuade, saying frankly that our guild is currently building a high-level hunting ground in Troll City. Honestly, our guild's current situation is unstable. Right now, they are only allowed to hunt in 2 areas, but if permission becomes an issue, it could cause trouble. So they want to create a territory where they can hunt without needing such permits. Chairman, this is not really our true goal. Our leader doesn't just want to establish a hunting ground, but also wants to be recognized as an army and create an armed kingdom. Junu was stunned and exclaimed, "Isn't this too much for a guild?" The generals in those 2 regions both have significant influence due to their independent histories and their own armies. Yes, so it can't be. Kyuk nodded, but Bungjin coldly interrupted. Maybe. He narrowed his eyes at Junu, proposing with extreme determination. Superhuman Kim, if you lend us your strength, I can give you this position of mine in the future. Junshu frowns deeply after hearing that. Chairman position, huh? His eyes are filled with ambition, while the chick on this side also looks equally convincing with a smile. Now you should forget everything and join us. I will definitely take good care of you. Jin Yang scoffed coldly in disdain. Director Kang, do you think I can't do that? Ki XOC awkwardly scratched his head, stammering without saying a proper sentence. Junu glanced at her, then looked back at Bungjin. He's a suspicious guy and unpredictable. If something happens to Kok, the person who will make the proposal later will be in trouble. While Junu was thinking, Kiok pushed Jin Yang out, a bright smile still on his face. Superman Kim, if you join, you'll get a tax reduction too. And today you also get to enjoy the unification contest. After some thought, Junu made his decision. You have to protect Kok, so you happily agreed. Sounds good. So, I will join. Then Kyok drove Junsu away. The uncle happily laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, now I owe you a favor. I was really worried that the president had already invited you, so I rushed over right away. Honestly, I was quite concerned when he wanted to get close to you." Junu sat in the passenger seat, listening to Kok ramble on endlessly, helplessly sighing. In the game, this uncle isn't this talkative. Then you suspiciously asked Director Kang why he didn't set up his own hunting ground, and Kiok didn't hesitate to answer. That's because of the Ontron team. Junshu was a bit confused, and the uncle slowly explained that they are a group of the leader's supporters who don't focus on hunting, but only on politics. Jun frowned and muttered, "So the hall leader is trying to recruit me to his side?" Kiso nodded softly and said, "That's right. He's in the wrong. Shouldn't you be focusing on the most important thing in the guild, instead of worrying about something so meaningless?" But lately all the members at Feki Shox have been sent elsewhere, so his position is quite unstable. Junshu couldn't help but sigh quietly. You thought Kisok was just a cheerful, simple, happy guy, but your uncle thinks he's quite insightful. The car kept driving through the desolate wilderness. After a while, they finally stopped at a camp. This is a private hunting ground of the Hunters Guild. Junu walked inside alone, looked around, and couldn't help but marvel at how many hunters there were. Just then, Jin Yang came over to greet him. The gold hunter finally arrived. Wasn't he supposed to be with Director Kang? Junu awkwardly smiled and replied, "Yes." He suddenly said he needed to go to the bathroom, but before he could finish speaking, Jin Yang cut in coldly. "All right, I have something to discuss with you. Being too close to Director Kang isn't a good thing. Do you think I would side with him?" Junshu nodded slightly and said, "I understand now your thoughts are different." Jin Yang coldly replied, "Yes. He is someone who focuses too much on details and cannot see the bigger picture." While talking, Junu was secretly observing her. He finally noticed an important detail: yellow eyes and a scar. Jin Y is a member of Bungjin's assassin organization. Now I understand. The Jeonchan Society is the predecessor of the assassin organization. Jin Y doesn't know what he's thinking, and she continues, "Even the hunting grounds are the same. He goes crazy over minor illegal actions." Junshu chuckles softly and pouts, saying, "But I quite like him. He doesn't speak ill of others behind their backs and is very honest." This made Jin Yang's face darken. She snorted coldly and said, "Whatever you decide, don't regret it later." Then she turned and walked away. Junu said nothing more. Now that he had a rough idea of the situation, it was time to start preparing. Immediately after, Junu went into the resting tent and then into the bathroom to slather on sunscreen all over his face. The smell almost made him vomit on the spot, but Junu had to hold back. He had already received the sensitive trait. After waiting for a long time and receiving the trait, Junsu finally washed it off. He has now obtained all the traits. When combined, they become an absolute attribute beneficial for hunting, which is the sixth sense. Junu smiled contentedly and said, "The sixth sense is not only useful for hunting, but also very suitable for situations like this." So after getting ready, Junu went outside. Thao suddenly said, "Should we go around and see what their evil thoughts are?" At that moment, he suddenly saw something ahead. Two people emanating murderous intent. Moreover, everyone around was the same. Junshu couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons." While he was still thinking, Kiok came in from outside, carrying 2 bottles of soju. With a simple smile on his face, Kim the warrior finally found him. "Let's have a drink before the competition starts." Behind the uncle, there are 2 others, all of whom are his close associates. These 2 hurriedly greeted him. "Director Kang has spoken very highly of you." Junu gently shook his head in refusal. "I don't think I can drink." Because of Kisek's trusted person, he could smell something. The foul scent of betrayal. So afterward, Junu stood outside the meat bath while Kisek's men enjoyed their feast. He sighed in frustration. They were having so much fun they didn't even realize there was a spy. "I need to tell Kiseo, but will he believe what I just saw today?" While Junu was thinking, a trusted aide of Kisek approached and asked the warrior Kim to please take care of the director for a while. Junu nodded softly and replied, "All right." Kiseok is now drunk and leaning on his fishing rod. The uncle stumbles over to pat Junshu's shoulder and ask, "How did Warrior Kim find the building event? Are you happy?" Junshu could only force a smile in response. "Ha ha ha ha, yes, it's very fun, especially since there's a traitor involved." He poured the drink and said, "I will have a glass of whiskey, and of course the director will have a beer mixed with it. I will make it really good for you." Kiok heard that and excitedly exclaimed, "The Director Choi's drink is the best." Director Choi quickly poured a full glass and handed it to Kiok, smiling. "Let's drink it all in one go." Kiok had no problem and reached out to take it. Just a sip. "Sounds good," but at this moment, Junu had already stepped in to stop him. "Wait a moment, you go ahead first," making Director Choi startled. He suspiciously asked, "What are you talking about?" "Why? Do you have a reason why you can't drink?" The best time to catch a traitor is when the plan is underway. As the wine is being poured, Director Choi exudes intense hostility and worry. In this situation, poisoning is the perfect way to kill Kisek. Thinking it over, Junshu handed him the glass again and straightforwardly questioned him. "Did you put poison in this?" This made Manager Choi feel uneasy. He nervously asked, "What are you talking about?" "Stop messing around," Kiok also asked, confused. "Kim Warrior, why are you suddenly trembling and not answering, your tone still very firm in giving orders? If there's nothing else, just drink." Seeing Manager Choi still standing there stunned, Runshu brought the glass of wine to his face to pour it out. Sensing the situation was tense, he pushed his hand away and coldly shouted, "Stay away from me!" The glass of wine spilled onto the ground, and the manager felt guilty, lowering his head. This scene made Kisok startled and panicked. Uncle angrily shouted, "That bastard Manager Choi, did you really put poison in him?" Seeing that things had been exposed, Manager Choi immediately revealed himself. "You betrayed us before. I've heard the chairman say everything. He prevented me from getting promoted to director." As they argued, Manager Choi kicked at Kok, but Junshu was faster, grabbing his leg and twisting it behind his back to hold him down. "You really betrayed us, so what should I do now?" He hurriedly begged and trembled. "Wait, please, sir." Junshu ignored him and looked up at Kok, who was trembling with anger, and asked, "Or would you rather do it yourself?" The director, even as Chief Choi tried to say something, drew his weapon and without hesitation struck down. Blood pouring like rain, and Chief Choi's head was severed from his neck. Kiex wiped the blood from his face and coldly said, "You idiot! I know you're greedy, but why would you want to kill me just to get a promotion?" Immediately after, Kok's 3 men drove away from the scene. Kek still looks very angry, and the uncle keeps scolding, "Debungjin hates me that much?" So that's why he sent all my men somewhere else. He really is a filthy bastard, but at that moment, a truck suddenly sped up, passing alongside their car, and the person inside was Jin Yang. She smirked and said, "I heard you caught a good prey." Seeing her, Kiok's face grew serious, but the uncle still kept calm and said, "Just an ordinary prey. Come on, just tell us the truth. I heard you caught Director Choi." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her gun and aimed it at Kiok. Seeing this, Junu immediately changed his form and quickly stepped on the gas to drive away. Behind their car, there was not only Jin Yang, but also many other vehicles chasing after them. Junsu's car quickly broke free from their encirclement, but bullets continued to wildly fire from behind. Kyo also refused to back down, sticking his head out of the car and shouting loudly, "You bastard, who do you think you're shooting at?" As soon as he finished, he threw a grenade in that direction. A deafening explosion shook the sky with smoke and fire, but Jin Yang's car remained safe. Kiss Oak complained, Can you go a little slower, Hunter Kim? But Junu just smirked and said, Do you want me to show you how to do it? Kiss OC, still confused and unsure, then saw him stick out from the car, gun in hand, pointing at the people behind. Junsu has modified the gun's attributes to include lightning effects and reduced recoil. With these bonuses, he can see through their movements and then use his sixth sense to aim and shoot. And then Junu directly pulled the trigger, sending the bullet tearing through the wind with momentum, hitting the wheel and causing the vehicle to swerve. Junu kept shooting, causing the convoy to quickly veer off course. Ki Seok's close associate couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He's gone mad. That's a divine gun. Ki Seok also nodded in agreement. Kim the warrior, you truly are a monster. But at this moment, Jin Yang's car was still catching up to the three of them. Her eyes were extremely cruel, as if she wanted to kill all three of them. Junu once again changed his driving style, flipping his car around and forcing Jin Yang's vehicle into a panic, and then they managed to escape from the pursuit of the two pickup trucks. Junsu drives with incredible skill, boldly leaving, while Jin Yang screams in fury, frantically shouting, Get them now and quickly! Through the rearview mirror, Junshu sees 5 cars still tailing him. You changed your driving ability again and sped off. Junshu sighed in relief, almost doomed, and the two inside the car nearly vomited. After a while, they arrived at a different base, but there were guards outside preventing them from entering. Ki quickly introduced him as a level 4 gold-ranked hunter from the hunting guild, just back from a hunt. The guard soldiers nodded indifferently after hearing. What's going on back there? Jin Yang's people are like dogs tailing them. Jin Yang followed all the way here, jumped out of the car, and ordered his subordinates to put down their guns. The guards narrowed their eyes and warned them that any disruptive behavior on ghost territory would be considered a challenge to the general. Junu nodded slightly and said, I understand, I won't cause any trouble. At this moment, Bien is also present. He roared fiercely, Wait, don't let them in. They are criminals, murderers. The Go Army will not interfere in matters within the hunting grounds. The chairman also knows about this, right? Bien wanted to say something, but the guard's stern warning silenced him. He is challenging the authority of the Eastern Army General. Is that what you want? Byung-jin was speechless, his face turning pale, then white. After a while, he looked back at Ki-O-C and said, If you run away like that, you're no different from a mouse. Did you hire a professional racing driver? Ki-O casually smiled and said, Everything is thanks to our gold hunter. He's good at hunting, good at driving, and also a talented shooter. If I had a daughter, I would have already married her off to him. Byung-jin was so furious after hearing this that he gritted his teeth and said, I don't think Superman Kim would side with someone like you. I don't want to. Did you forget we're in the world of hanging? Why is it so noisy? At this moment, a stern shout rang out, startling everyone as a proud figure stepped out from inside. It was Gu Heon W, a level 7 warrior and general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the group immediately bowed and greeted him. Commander, I apologize. We were just talking. June slightly frowned and looked at the man. He's here. Hey, Mr. W, glaring at the crowd, shouted, The grudges of the hunters are not my business. And the same goes for G. Do you think this is a place to mess around? K, Sakak, and Bung Jin were scolded, but couldn't say a word. Hi W warned coldly that if this happened again. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly glanced at Ju, and High World silently observed him for a long moment. After a long pause, he finally declared clearly, Forget it. This time the Eastern Army will intervene in this matter. Bung Jin was stunned and exclaimed, Sir, this is clearly an internal affair of the Hunter Guild. But Hongo still insisted and shouted loudly, This is an order from above. This made Kok and Bung Jin even more terrified. Heon W calmly announced, Tomorrow afternoon, a duel of honor will be held right in front of the city hall, with only one person from each side stepping forward. Then he looked at Junsu, causing Junu to frown in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. W just looked at you for a moment, then shifted his gaze and coldly declared, The loser must willingly surrender their head. If you refuse this offer, I will be the one to judge. The next day, in front of the city hall, a crowd had gathered as it was still raining. Kiex anxiously looked at Junshu and asked, Are you sure you're okay with this fight, Kim Hunter? Even if you volunteer, this is a bit, don't worry. I didn't wait for him to finish speaking, Junshu said coldly. After all, this honor duel is just a way to test me. A sudden challenge to fight is definitely orchestrated by that guy behind the scenes, the level 8 superhuman quietly watching from the city hall, the general of the Eastern Huang Guam. Thinking this, Junu smirked and said, Let's see what I can do now. After a moment, Junu and Bung Jin entered the decisive battle at the center of the land. Too bad, Kim Warrior. If you had joined our Hunter Association, we could have been great teammates. I refuse, but I don't like doing your dirty work. He shouted fiercely, If you have made your choice, then I will have to kill all of you. And as he finished speaking, Bungjin released his own magic power. The people surrounding outside gasped in horror and exclaimed, "It's a dragon demon! Is he a shape-shifting demon?" Junshu understood why they were so shocked. Dragon worms were supposed to be extinct, but you knew about that creature in advance and had prepared everything. The night before, Junsu asked Kiryok to find something for her. Your uncle's close associate brought you some, then hesitated and asked, "Are you sure this is enough to deal with that worm vampire?" Junu pouted and said, "Manager Park, you're always in such a hurry." Then he started to combine his attributes into one, and Junsu received the diamond body trait. This trait has completed the development of the three main characteristics. Returning to the present, Byeonjin is now frantically attacking Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Junsu raised his shield to defend, leaving him stunned and muttering,
"A petty level 4 brat can easily block my attack. My attack?"
Junshu let out a cold sigh and said, "I am not weak enough to lose to a monster like you." Then, he swiftly struck with his sword, forcing Byeonjin to retreat. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "What kind of strength is this? Don't tell me he's been hiding his true level." This is what is called a super game-breaking combo, considered to be a level 3 trait, and Junsu possesses all three of these traits. It can maximize the giant's strength and, when combined with the diamond body and immortality. Taking the lead, Junu quickly charges at Byeonjin with relentless attacks, forcing him step by step into a defensive stance. In just a moment, Byeonjin's claws were chopped off. He was so furious he turned red with rage and howled wildly. "If things are already like this, I have no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Byeonjin's body began to change. His sharp fangs quickly grew longer, and his claws transformed into a new set. Strange claws also appeared on Byeonjin's back. This scene made Kiok and the other two outside panic and mutter, "Impossible! A mutant monster?" This is the second awakening form of the demon, enabled by its mutated traits. The danger of using it is losing control and becoming a monster, but when it awakens, it will possess the power to wipe out an entire team of level 5. So we must eliminate it before this thing fully develops. At this moment, Bien in his mutated state has begun attacking, but Junu also used dark fire to fight back, though his claws can burn through the dark fire.
Junu couldn't help but be amazed. It can withstand black fire? If it fully awakens, it will definitely easily surpass level 7.
At that moment, one of Bungjin's legs lunged forward, and Junu couldn't react in time, falling to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, secretly marveling at this incredible power. Seizing the moment, Bungjin charged forward recklessly again. He smugly said, "I really regret this, Kim Warrior. I didn't expect I would have to kill such a talented person myself." A series of sharp claws simultaneously rushed towards Junu. A loud bang shattered the ground around him, filling the sky with dust and smoke. Bungjin stood proudly, gazing at the wreckage before him. He thought he had won, but from within the smoke came a sigh that shocked him. Junshu stood up from the wreckage, coldly snorting, "I almost died, and now you even have a destructive king's power in your hand." Byungjin couldn't believe it and shouted, "What the hell? With that awakening power, you should definitely be dead, right?" "That's right. I will do that, but only when the black fire no longer slowly prevents the blackening of Bayon." Junu chuckled softly and said, "So after you finish fighting, it's my turn, right? If the evolution has been stopped, then there's only one thing left to do. Cut its neck before it fully evolves." Thinking of that, Junu swung his sword, the dazzling blade rushing forward wildly. He smirked and said, "Goodbye, monster." Byungjin watched the dazzling sword rushing toward him in panic, but he couldn't do anything and was cut in half. When the light faded, a large scar had formed on the ground, and Byungjin had also vanished into thin air. The two Kiok were overjoyed, trembling as they cheered. "You really defeated a level 5 vampire, even though I saw it with my own eyes. I still can't believe it. You're amazing." Meanwhile, Byeonjin's side was in a state of panic, constantly confused and unsure of what to do. Jin Yang was the same. She couldn't believe Byeonjin had been defeated like that. Junu ignored him and glanced at Kok, asking, "What do you plan to do with the Hunters Guild now?" Kiok thought for a moment before suggesting, "Maybe you should become the guild president." "Hunter." Kim Jun gently shook his head in refusal. "No, the director knows the guild best, so I trust that you will do it." While they were talking, Hungwan approached and said, "Warrior Kim, come with me. The general wants to see you." Junu smirked knowingly. Just as he expected, John had been watching the fight all along. A while later, inside the Emperor's palace, someone was already waiting. Junu entered and bowed, saying, "Hello?
I am Warrior Kim. Then he looked up at the person in front of him and said, So this is General Jom of the Empire. You thought he was over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it, does he? While Junu was lost in thought, JN suddenly spoke up. That's right. Your fighting style is very refreshing. Who told you who he is? Even without releasing mana, the pressure from his presence was already overwhelming. Junu took a deep breath and calmly replied, I don't have a master. Jom was surprised and asked, Really not? Did you learn on your own? The two people sitting on either side of him also spoke up. Your movements really are unorthodox. His swordsmanship is only so-so at best, and his movements are very clumsy. Junu felt a bit dissatisfied with this comment. Jum doesn't know what you're thinking, but he continues speaking. The more I look at you, the more interesting you seem. Are you considering becoming my disciple? This is not exactly an unexpected offer. In the game, choosing the warrior class also grants this. Becoming Jom's disciple will definitely make you incredibly powerful. And the main reward is the swordsmanship of General Huang, but at this moment, Junu bows his head and refuses. I am truly honored and grateful, but I want to try walking on my own feet. Does he dare to refuse his father's offer? Are you out of your mind? Junu still stood there silently, knowing that if he accepted, he would have to face many restrictions. Choosing the easy path is not always the right answer. Jom is also silent now. But those around him keep making noise, pushing him to the limit, and he suddenly unleashes his aura, shouting angrily, Shut up! Everyone shut up now. Jom's aura erupts, overwhelming those around. Even Junu feels a weight pressing down on him. Just his pressure alone makes my body feel like it's being crushed. But you'll be fine because you have that trait, right? Seeing Junu still standing firm within his aura, Jom was a bit surprised. He retracted his killing intent and spoke coldly. Can you endure? Despite your potential, why do you refuse to become my disciple? Junshu trembled slightly, as if standing before a lake larger than a mountain. He took a deep breath and resolutely said, I have a dream of reaching superhuman level 9 to attain the position of the constellation, the place that only 4 people have reached so far. Hearing this, Jom was a bit surprised. He slowly said, To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need to master advanced swordsmanship and proper training. You need enlightenment more than anything else. When reaching level 7, bad habits might hold you back, but Junu still speaks firmly. Even so, whether right or wrong, I want to walk my own path. That's how you handle things. Hearing this, Jom couldn't help but laugh. Very well, I respect your indomitable spirit. As he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the sword beside him, then threw it toward Junu. This scene causes everyone in the room to panic. Junu looks at the sword in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. This is the SSR Black Lake sword item. Junu is still confused and doesn't understand. Jum spoke again and took this as well. Junu obediently stepped forward, lowered his hand, and received what he was offered. Jum slowly spoke. This is the Huawang sword technique. I heard that Junsu's swordsmanship clearly shows strength. The wild swordsmanship is the same. Strength and speed blend together, so it suits Junu very well. Surprised by the suddenness, Junu was stunned for a moment before speaking. Thank you, General, but why did you give me this? It's not that you dislike the gift, but receiving so much can also be a lot of pressure, right? Jom replied with a calm smile. I gave it to you because I see your soul and potential. If you can reach level 9 within 10 years, or even just level 8, the Eastern Army will belong to you. When these words were spoken, Junu was once again stunned. Everyone around also started to advise, saying, General, this is too ridiculous, he's just a foreigner. But Jom was very determined and declared loudly, You all hear this. Anyone sitting here just need to reach level 8 and the position will be passed down to you. Those people then stopped talking. Jom then looked at Junu and said, You have 10 years during which you can do as you wish. But if you cannot reach level 8, you must return the Black Lake sword. Junu hears this and tightens his grip on his sword. After a long moment, he kneels and solemnly says, I will remember this, and I will show you the results in 10 or 5 years. Junu didn't plan to inherit the Eastern Army, but accepting this offer wasn't a bad idea, and refusing others' kindness would be rude. The next day, Junu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunter Guild headquarters, Kai Oxi happily said, Guess who will be called Lord Black Wolf from now on, but why did you refuse to become his disciple? Jun Shu calmly replied, I have a dream of trying to make my own food, and if you want to collect all 3 divine swords, you can't be bound to any organization. Soren is connected, so he just needs to wait until she awakens as a fire spirit warrior, but Junsu still hasn't met Janet or Callie. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh. KOC still didn't understand Junu's plans and continued to smile and say, "Ha ha ha, you're really different. Honestly, without you, our association would probably be in trouble right now, so." At this point, the uncle suddenly paused, then tightly grasped Junu's hand and said solemnly, "Because you refused the chair of president, why not become an honorary director?" Junshu was startled and frowned upon hearing this. "Honorary director?" Dan Mack nodded. Key X. C calmly explains, "You only need to attend quarterly meetings. All your benefits will still be guaranteed." Junu frowned slightly, thinking, is this a dream job where you get paid without having to work? Seeing that you haven't responded, Kok continued with his condition. Of course, we also thought that wouldn't be enough, so we prepared something else. Junu's eyes immediately lit up. Kiss Oak took out a suitcase, inside of which were 2 long guns. This is a Dasan gun. In the story, at the end of the Joshin era, a mad scientist named Dasan in Yang created this gun. Seeing Junu like it, Kiss Oak happily said, "We will give you both of the ones our association currently holds. What do you think? While you're at it, why not go collect the entire Dasan gun collection as well? If you have 5 of them, I hear you can create Dan's magic book." Junshu, of course, knows about this. That is a divine weapon capable of unlocking top-tier attributes for building a sharpshooter image. You will collect them whenever you have the chance. Kyook watched intently, blinking and smiling. Then let's seal the deal. Since Director Kim had already received his benefits, Junshu naturally wouldn't refuse. He happily nodded. "All right, please take care of it." Director Kang, no, he is not Chairman Kang. After discussing with Uncle, Junsu returned to his own house. He went back down to the basement to practice swordsmanship. In a short time, Junsu had reached the 4th stage of the Huakwang sword technique. He trains tirelessly, with his sword light dancing constantly in the air. The key to mastering the wild sword technique lies in controlling the magic power. If used correctly, the sword energy will merge seamlessly. Junshu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and drew his sword from its sheath once more, instantly unleashing a powerful blade of light. With a loud bang, it exploded in front of him, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Once the dust settles, a large crack appears in the thick wall in front of him. Junshu mutters with admiration, "This power is truly insane, but I will need more practice to control it completely." Thanks to the Black Lake Sword, he can draw out a large amount of aura. But Junu didn't gain nothing. He smirked and smiled with satisfaction. "You have gained the traits Quick Draw and Poison Moon," Junshu exclaimed excitedly. "Getting these 2 attributes makes the training worthwhile. Now you're close to unlocking the Beastmaster trait. Just 2 more attributes to go. You wanted to do it right away, but in the end you went up to the rooftop to relax." But Junu's life is never that rosy. Not long after, the noise below made me annoyed and mutter, "What the hell is going on?" I was just about to rest. There is a black car parked outside your house, and a man jumps out. This man is Thiet Quyen, but he has become Yang Kwa, battered and crying out in despair, "Please, Warrior Kim, help me, don't save my brother." Seeing Thiet Quyen's battered body, Junshu was shocked. He hurriedly ran downstairs and asked anxiously, "What happened to you?" That night, on a rooftop of a building, Junu and Thiet Quyen arrived there. Junu listened to his story and asked with a frown, "So you were betrayed by your subordinates because they wanted to form their own gang?" Thiet Quyen nodded slightly and replied, "They secretly established a human trafficking ring behind my back. They have held resentment in their hearts because I punished the gang leaders." Junshu frowned and retorted, "I don't think that's the main reason." This statement confused Thiet Quyen, but he didn't care and used his abilities to observe his surroundings. Although in the game Thiet Quyen was betrayed, Junu remembered that this would end once he captured the hunters. And despite Thiet Quyen being seriously injured, the enemy still had many armed guards standing watch around. It means that perhaps the person they are targeting is actually you. The siblings of the hunter, the crazy bomber, and the demolition expert are probably also involved. So, Junshu immediately suggested, "I will go through the front gate, while you go find your brother." Thick Quinn was startled and exclaimed, "The front gate? That must be a trap. What are you thinking?" "I trust you. I'm now a level 4, you know that." Junu boldly walked through the front gate without a hint of worry, and as soon as the ambushers inside saw him, they immediately prepared to fight, the leader sneering, "So this damn bastard really came straight to us? So it's you, the one who betrayed the Golden Iron Fist." He let out a cold, faint sigh and said, "You think that's acceptable when human trafficking has gone too far?" "What are you doing? This is body armor, you idiot. Shoot if you think you can, I dare you." Then, in the afternoon, Junshu smirked and replied, then directly fired at him. The bullet pierced through the bulletproof vest and lodged into his body. "How is that possible? How could you shoot through armor with just 1 shot?" Junshu is extremely proud because what he has in his hand is the Dasan gun that has pierced through all kinds of defensive skills. His smug expression makes the traitor angry. He screams wildly, looking desperately at someone. Shoot him quickly. Immediately, a barrage of bullets rained down towards Junsu, but he quickly dodged and then continued to aim his gun, ready to fire back. The first gun he received from the Hunter Association was a multi-purpose gun, and its power lies in its destructive force, so Junsu was not afraid and fired to eliminate the people in front of him. It can destroy anything it hits and send them to the sky, but that's not enough. Junu added the traits suitable for a shooter. He took out those people as easily as flipping a switch. He also gained the spread trait. With that, Junu completed the final piece in building his sharpshooter persona. I'll use this to wipe them out and then deal with the bastards behind this. And right after, Junu started showing off his sharpshooting skills. He frantically fired his gun at the group. Although they wore bulletproof armor, they couldn't withstand the barrage from his multi-barrel gun, and one by one, they fell. Before long, a group of people was taken down one after another, leaving only one man standing. He trembled as he sat on the ground, staring at Junshu as if he were a monster, but he paid no attention. He snorted coldly and said, "Looks like this plan wasn't your idea after all. Where are they?" The traitor hadn't even had a chance to answer when the phone on the ground suddenly rang. June picked up, and a teasing voice immediately came through. "Kim Warrior, I will send you a surprise now." A trap. You haven't even had a chance to understand what's happening, and something is already rushing toward us. A loud explosion erupted in front of him, smoke and flames billowing everywhere, and the underground bunker nearly collapsed completely. Luckily, Junu managed to use his special ability to escape in time. You got out of the basement safely, but the entire building seemed ready to collapse in an instant. Junu gritted his teeth in anger. These crazed people are using the whole building as a trap? It's time to teach them a lesson. Then, he used his sixth sense to sense the magic power of those people. The location was quickly revealed, and June hurried over to the neighboring building. He snorted coldly and said, "If you're so good, just run away. With this ability, I can find you even blindfolded." But while searching for the enemy, something flew in from afar. Jun Shu hurriedly dodged, and the object crashed into the building behind before exploding directly. Seeing the wreckage, Junu couldn't help but feel annoyed, muttering, "So they want to play this way? All right, today, I will end this endless cycle once and for all." As he finished speaking, he pulled out his sniper rifle and changed into a real sharpshooter. Junu didn't hesitate and took the shot, smiling proudly as he said, "With these traits, I feel like I'm playing an FPS." Sure enough, Junu quickly located the positions of the two hiding enemies. Junu sneered and then directly pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air and hit one of the enemies right in the head. Seeing his teammate fall, the other guy immediately panicked. He hurriedly caught the other, frowning and muttering, "I deliberately hid between two buildings, so how come that guy is still far away? Jun Shu is still locking onto the target with his sniper scope." You smirk and laugh, run and hide quickly because with my bullets, these walls are nothing. Because this is a bullet that can pass through anything and hit what is unseen, Junu pulls the trigger again, and the bullet races forward madly. A direct hit that went straight through his head. Junshu knew he wasn't dead yet, because this bullet targets the soul rather than the body, but this is much better, and the others will handle the rest. As the two guys fell, Thiet Queen arrived. While he was deep in thought, suddenly someone called out behind him, "Boss?" Thick Queen turned around and saw his men approaching. "Are all of you still alive? These kids, you have no idea how worried I've been. Seeing you all safe on my subordinate's back, I finally breathe easy." He paused to think before asking again, "Where are the other members?" The subordinate hurriedly reported, "The prisoners have escaped safely. What is our plan now?" Thick Queen thought for a moment before speaking, saying, "Our first step is to clean up this mess, but first we need to deal with the two guys who dared to challenge your gang." Thiet Queen looked at the two who had regained consciousness and then quietly approached, making them tremble uncontrollably. On the other side, after dealing with the two guys, Junshu stood in a corner waiting for Thiet Queen, but he didn't appear for a long time. The others muttered, "Kim Thiet Queen is so slow to handle things." Just then, suddenly hearing the voice of Kim Warrior Thiet Queen behind him, he was startled and looked back to see him rushing over and kneeling down in front of Junshu. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Kim Warrior bowed his head, hesitating for a long time before finally whispering, "Please, Kim Warrior, teach me how to become as strong as you." This incident made Thiet Queen realize that to protect his family, he needs strength, but for now, he's still not strong enough. Thiet Queen said, "If Junu shows me the way, he will become your servant." Hearing this, Junshu was initially a bit stunned, then he sighed and said, "If Thiet Queen is grateful, just give him some trivial reward. There's no need for him to owe you for life." But he also can't deny that Jet Quien can definitely become a much stronger warrior than he is now. Seeing that Junu didn't respond, Zet Quinn continued, I can even sign a magic contract with you, which would prove my absolute obedience. Really? Thiet Queen nodded without hesitation and replied, Of course, definitely. He involuntarily smiled, and Rune Shu sinisterly said, All right, then starting tomorrow, get ready to face death. Hearing his agreement, Thiet Quien immediately knelt down. From now on, I will follow your orders absolutely. After a battle, the game has just begun to dawn. This area has also turned into a pile of debris. The two Junu are heading somewhere. Is this the place where they modify people's bodies that we took? Junu nodded slightly and replied, Yes, and the traitors used this place to continue human trafficking. Hearing this, Thiet Quien immediately shouted in horror, Here! I told those bastards they only used this place to store stuff. Don't tell me you brought me here to transform my body, Junu calmly admitted. Yes, this place is perfect for upgrading superhumans with the ability to enhance their powers. Today you will undergo both biological transformation and prosthetic grafting at the same time. Thiet Queen shivered instinctively and muttered in panic, At the same time? Isn't that very dangerous? There have been many cases where people lost control of their mana during the process. I haven't finished speaking yet, but Junu waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, as long as the transformation factor and the prosthetic part are compatible, it'll be fine. So the two of them continued deeper inside and stopped at a basement level. Junu led the Iron Fist into the testing machine while Yu stayed outside to control it. They didn't have many materials but enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory of upgrading a warrior is basic, but knowing how to combine things creatively is key. Thinking of that, Junu looked at Thiet Queen and warned, It might hurt a bit. Are you okay? Xing nodded slightly and said, I'm ready. Then let's begin. Junshu listened without hesitation and smiled, then began clicking his mouse. As soon as he finished, magic started to envelop the experimental machine. Thick Quien took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he watched the saw gradually move toward him. Immediately, it began cutting into his body. The pain made Thiet Quien scream loudly. In close combat, he uses a prosthetic hand as a weapon, but at medium range, he switches to using a machine gun. So instead of using materials for close combat or long-range fighting, choosing the agility trait opens the path for Thiet Quien to transform into a demon. And in the end, Junsu also adds a spiritual technique. In an instant, the experiment machine suddenly burst into bright light. The fluid was quickly injected inside, then into Thiet Quien's body. At this very moment, his entire body began to transform. Junshu outside held his breath, waiting for a long time before finally smirking with a satisfied smile. This experiment was a great success. The experimental device slowly opens, revealing a set of claws extending from inside, followed by a row of sharp teeth. Do you think Kim Thiet Quien enjoys this rebirth? The wolf mutation drug, which transmits magic and artificial parts that could trigger mutations, is a necessary step for warriors to become stronger. Junshu used this on Thiet Quien. You watch him closely, raise an eyebrow, and say with a smile, If you start evolving, you won't have any trouble achieving your goals. Thiet Quien happily laughs and says, Thank you so much. So what should we do now? Junu thought for a moment before suggesting, Why don't you start expanding your influence across the entire area? You need a gang to maintain public order and monitor other criminal groups. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Thiet Quien turned to look at them and said, You guys. But when the Hao saw his current appearance, they all hesitated for a moment. Then he trembled and muttered, Is this your voice? Big brother, what happened to you? Thick Queen coldly replied, I have upgraded myself many times to enhance my body, but never mind, why are you here? After hearing that, Thick Queen frowned and muttered, A young wizard? Junshu, standing behind, also remained silent. That person might be the one you're looking for. In a building not far away, it is currently under constant attack, with walls being pierced repeatedly, and inside the cell, a thin figure is sitting curled up. When Thiet Quien and Junshu arrived, they saw this wrecked scene. Thick Queen couldn't help but marvel, Is this the work of that wizard? If we don't act quickly, this entire building will collapse. Indeed, with this power, there is no doubt that inside that cage is one of the top 3 most dominant warriors in the game, Janet. If Soren has the celestial assassin trait, then Janet has innate energy. That's also what allowed her to rise and take the position as one of the 3 most dominant warriors in the game. But the truth is, Janet constantly using that precious ability means her life is now in danger due to depleted magic power because she is relying on her instincts to protect herself. While Junoo was thinking, the magic beams from the cage suddenly shot toward him and Thiet Quyen. Not daring to be careless, Thiet Quyen quickly dodged and angrily scolded, "Damn it, if this keeps up, we won't be able to get close to her." But Junoo rushed forward regardless of the magical beams targeting him. With a loud bang, the magic suddenly exploded. Inside the cage, Janet saw this scene and stopped her attack, but at the same time, Junoo had already reached the cage. He broke the iron bar with his bare hands. Even though it hurt a lot, he still tried to save her, but Jeanette inside suddenly raised her hand to attack. Junshu couldn't dodge in time, and then an explosion occurred in front of the cage, filling the sky with smoke. Thiet Quyen, outside, is extremely worried but hasn't had time to act before seeing a medicine bottle thrown out. June emerges from the smoke, holding Janet's small body in his arms. You breathe a sigh of relief, almost burned to death. Seeing you, Thiet Quyen happily runs over to say something. Junoo quickly signaled to stop. I used medicine to calm her down. We need to leave before it wears off. Thiet Quyen quickly replied, I will order my people to take her to the hospital. Junoo shook her head gently and said, No, I will take her to my place and I will be responsible for her treatment. A moment later, at Junsu's house, Soren happily carried her belongings to the basement and said with a smile, Teacher, I'm here. Junoo glanced at her and finally spoke with a sigh. Are you in 3rd grade now? Soren smiled and replied, I knew you would pay attention. By the way, is today's visit from the teacher to teach me something? Jun shyly scratched his head and hesitated, saying, The situation is a bit complicated, but my second prospective student is currently a little unwell. After saying that, he glanced at Janet resting with her eyes closed on the chair. Soren also noticed and hurried over to check on her. Oh my God, what happened to this girl? Junoo explained slowly. She can't control her power right now. You said you plan to take Janet as a student and awaken her true power. You asked Soren if he could take care of her. Soren had no hesitation and agreed. Of course, if it's the senior's request, I will do everything. So she stayed at Junsu's house, and after a few days, Junsu and Soren kept attacking Janet non-stop for several days in the basement. Her magic power continues to surge to protect her. Soren, attacking while doubtful, asked, How long do we have to keep fighting these things? It's been a week now. Junoo also didn't know what to say. You are also fighting hard. After a while, the saline bag is almost empty. Junoo finally spoke, saying, I think her magic is almost gone now. She'll regain consciousness soon. Keep going. The two kept fighting for a while longer, and finally their efforts paid off. Janet's magic power came to a halt. Hey, you're awake now, right? I was worried you wouldn't wake up again. Did you get hurt anywhere? Janet shook her head and replied, I think so. But where is this and why am I here? Soren pointed to Junoo and explained. You were over there and saved her. He also helped your sister. Janet then stood up and bowed to Junoo. Thank you. You saved me. My name is Janet. Junoo shook his head slightly and said, You're welcome. I'm glad you're safe now, but why were you locked in there? Talking about this, Janet's tone is full of sorrow. My parents died while trying to escape from the Ilyang Demon Tower. I was captured, and then, hearing that, Soren couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Junoo wasn't surprised at all. It was exactly like in the game's storyline. Thinking about it, Junoo approached the girl and sincerely said, Janet, if you have nowhere to go, I'd be happy to have you stay here. Honestly, I want to take you as my student. Janet was stunned to hear that. Junoo nodded softly and said, I can avenge my parents' death. I will teach you how to become a superhero. The girl pursed her lips and muttered, But I have nothing to thank you for. It's okay. June gently shook his head and said with a smile, You can repay me after you become strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, her eyes welling up with tears, but she quickly steadied herself and said, Yes, please help me become a superhero, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Junoo nodded slightly and replied, I look forward to seeing your progress. You are very happy right now. Janet is a very valuable talent. You will teach him one of the top 3 most overpowering sword skills in this game. But while Junoo was thinking, a burst of magic suddenly shot towards him, grazing his ear and hitting the wall behind, causing it to explode. Janet nervously said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Soren quickly reassured her, It's okay, no one is hurt. June felt helpless and sighed before saying, Janet, let's focus on helping you control your magic first. The girl nodded softly and replied, Yes. Then Junsu began explaining to Janet about her trait. The name of the trait she possesses is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here? Janet nodded slightly and replied, No. But Soren cheerfully said, I know it's like sword energy, right? Junsu explained slowly. This trait is similar to the celestial assassin. However, He said Janet needs to train her body to withstand the magic she is using. Because if the pipe is too narrow, water will have difficulty flowing through it. Janet hesitated and muttered, "Do you really think my physique can improve?" "Of course I will teach you one of my traits. I will use this opportunity to test the transformation system. This is the system you will use in the future to learn swordsmanship from Soren with Janet. The metal attribute will help strengthen the user's body and mind. And that is what someone like Janet, who has suffered much physical and mental pain, needs most right now." At this moment, Janet speaks up with great excitement. "Teacher, what should we start with now?" Junshu smiled knowingly, then suddenly shouted loudly, "What do we do first?" "Of course, eat as much as you can because the training will be very intense, so eat up." So both Soren and Janet had a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in Junsu's private basement, Soren and Janet are intensely sparring. Unlike her previous fragile appearance, Janet now looks much more lively. Soren, on the other hand, is not far behind, having made quite a bit of progress. Junu quietly observes the two training outside, unable to help but marvel at how much they've achieved in just 2 weeks. Truly born geniuses, Soren has also developed his swordsmanship traits. Thinking of that, Junu spoke up. "It's time to stop. I'll train her in something else now. Janet's body is stronger now. It's time to teach her how to use magic precisely." Junu, sword in hand, smirked and said, "I won't hold back, try blocking my attacks," and then charged forward. Janet dared not slack off and used her shield to block, but Junu kept attacking, forcing her into a defensive stance. Before long, they exchanged several moves. Junu can now sense a bit of it. The fluid movements reveal a steady aura, along with the magical energy from Janet's innate power and her spiritual magic. Thinking of that, he raised his sword again and struck. The blade's radiance, full of momentum, tore through the wind as it shot forward. Janet was pushed back, but Junu was very pleased and smiled. Now Janet can control her magic precisely. At this moment, Soren rushes over and hugs Janet tightly, exclaiming happily, "You did it, Janet! Good! Congratulations on your awakening!" Junu also expressed his satisfaction. Janet gratefully smiled and said, "Thank you, Yaitzer. It's all thanks to your help and your sisters." As expected from an SSR character, they're truly in a different league. Just after awakening, they've already reached level 3. It's not too surprising compared to others. Soren also declared proudly, "I can't lose to my juniors. I have to go hunting right now." Janet quickly ran after him and said, "Let me go with you." Junu, of course, was very pleased with this scene. The faster they grow up, the sooner they will learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques. You also can't fall behind. So Junshu took out his phone, looked at it for a while, then spoke. "I need to take care of a few things before my student's personal mission begins." A few days later, in a mountainous area surrounded on all sides by mountains, Junu just landed here. This is the city where Atrin's holy war takes place. Under those shell-shaped buildings is a giant interdimensional maze, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly surge in. But Atron is currently protected by the strongest human team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came to Awakens is because I can transfer the Hoja cultivation technique here. Soon after, Junsu went to a nightclub called Diana. As you enter, a woman is waiting inside. Seeing Junu, she frowns and speaks. "Haven't I met you before? Do you want something special to drink?" "Do you sell information along with drinks?" the woman asked suspiciously. "Information? What do you want?" Junu calmly replied, "I am looking for Sigmund Sigerson. I am willing to pay for this information." Hearing this, the woman immediately froze in shock. After a long pause, she hesitated before speaking. "I'm sorry, but it seems a bit difficult now. His wife is currently seriously ill." Junshu frowned slightly and remained silent. Thinking about it, the information in Sigmund's game says he has a sad story about his deceased wife. With that in mind, Junu immediately asked, "Madam, may I see his wife for a moment now?" On the other hand, at a house on the outskirts of the city, Diana's woman from the nightclub brought you here. She whispered, "You can go inside now. Mr. Sheechmoon is currently in a very sensitive state." Junshu nods slightly, indicating he understands. With those words, the woman pushed the door open cautiously and said, "May I see Mr. Sheechmoon?" A guest mentioned wanting to check on his wife, but as she entered, she saw 2 priests performing a ritual beside the bed. The woman let out a sigh of relief, realizing that there was already a guest here. Luckily, it seems a priest has come to treat her. "Maybe we should step outside for a moment," but as soon as the words left his mouth, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. "So, it's Junshu." The pastor saw this and was startled, shouting, "What are you trying to do? Let go of me now. Do you think you're doing anything during the treatment?" These 2 are the pastors of the Tho and Ger congregations. When it comes to healing abilities, they are on equal footing. But Junshu calmly replied, "That treatment is pointless now. Holy light only makes the wounds worse." This angered the pastor of the Tho congregation, who angrily retorted, "What are you talking about, and how do you know?" Sitmun, who was waiting beside him, suddenly ordered to chase everyone out, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. What would a strange superhero like you know?" Jordis hadn't finished speaking when Sigmund angrily shouted, "Every second with Jord is now extremely precious." But at this moment, the person on the bed suddenly was lifted into the air. Sitmun hurriedly ran over. "Edord, if you don't, I will start the treatment right now." Junu tries to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. The priest continued to channel holy light into Jordis' body, and she was lifted high into the air again. Seeing this, Sichmun's face darkened as a wave of dark energy instantly enveloped Jordis' body. Sichmun frantically questions the priest. "Why did Jordis end up like this? Keep treating her quickly." The pastor shook his head and replied, "It's too late now. Holy light can't stop this disease anymore." This statement plunges Sichmun into despair, but at this moment Junshu calmly speaks, "She can still be saved." "The illness of your wife was caused by the evil spirit possessed by Haki Maris, right?" Sipun suddenly looked at him with suspicion and exclaimed, "How do you know? Do you really know how to cure it?" Dam Mac nodded, trembling slightly as he coldly replied, "Yes, I told the truth from the beginning." With this affirmation, Sichmun immediately knelt on the ground. He trembled and begged, "I beg you, if you save my wife, I Sichmun swear on my honor, I will give you everything fine." Hearing this, June smirked and smiled. "You better keep your promise." Immediately after, he changed his attributes and then infused magic into Jordis' body. Stigma is a type of disease caused by demons in the maze that can shatter a person's soul, one of the worst kinds. Evil spirits will gradually drain a person's vitality, but thanks to Junzu, Edord has returned to normal. Sitman exclaimed happily. She stopped convulsing. Junu nodded slightly and said, "I used mana to put her to sleep." At this moment, the two priests returned with the items. "Superman, I have brought what you requested." "All right, then let's get started." Immediately, the ceremony set up around Jordis' bed. Junu is preparing medicine on the side. After the two priests finished their preparations, they skeptically asked, "All the candles have been lit, so can it really cure the disease?" Junu coldly replied, honestly saying it's more about helping her win than curing her. Even in gaming, removing this weakness isn't something easily fixed. The more you treat it, the stronger it gets by draining Jordis' HP. Basically, it's like transferring her power to it. To overcome possession, you must first eliminate the hidden seed inside the possessed body. At this moment, Edge Jordis is once again surrounded by dark energy, her body floating continuously in the air. Before long, two horns appeared on her head, and her body began to change. Sitmun was startled and shouted, "Why did Jordis turn into a demon? Did you do something wrong?" Junshu shook his head and replied, "No, the process is still going very well. Demons are always like that. We have to make them reveal their reactions first before proceeding." Then he took out a cross and without hesitation pressed it against Jordis' abdomen. Instantly, a brilliant light burst forth from her body. Junshu shouted fiercely, "Get out, you sinful creature, you evil demon!" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of dark energy burst out from Jord's body. Her body also fell onto the bed. Sichmun hurriedly ran over to check. Edord has woken up. Seeing her husband crying, she nervously asked, "Did someone die? Why are you crying like that?" Sichmun sniffled and explained, "I've been possessed for almost half a year, and I just woke up. If it weren't for that guy, I really would have died." Then he pointed to Junu over there. Junu ignored it, glanced at the two bishops, and said, "Now that the bishops are here, please complete the healing process." After saying that, he turned and left the room, leaving the bishops to do their part. After a moment, in the lounge, Sichmun looked grateful and asked Junu, "Why did you come all the way from Korea?" Junu also didn't hide it and replied casually, "Of course, to find you. Isn't it what you promised to give me?" "Everything." "Then please pass on the Sigus magic to me." Sigus, the ancestor of Sigmund, is the most famous human hero in Norse mythology. The Sigus technique is a family legacy and is a much higher level cultivation technique. So when Smun started transferring that technique into Jusu's body, he realized every cell was awakening, and the nature of his magic was changing, becoming stronger and more intense. Junsu's heart is now also enveloped by a surge of magic power. He sits in a meditative posture to focus on cultivation, and finally he receives the attribute of the Saigon spell. Junsu's maximum mana capacity has increased by over 30%. With this, he no longer needs to worry about learning other sword techniques. At this moment, the two priests entered and announced that Sichmun's treatment for Jordis has been completed. Sichmun happily stood up. "Really?" Then he ran away. The two priests approached Junu hesitantly and asked, Superman Kim, you're amazing for being able to cure possession. Do you know how to cure other types of possession? Junshu nodded slightly and said, just a little. Hearing that, the two bishops eagerly asked, Can you teach us? Of course we will pay, and if we do it right, we might receive more blessings from this religion. So Junshu agreed immediately. Of course, because the entire Allied Guard Army are those who prevented the giant maze for humanity. You said you couldn't accept money from people like them, so you'll teach for free. The two priests were even more excited after hearing that and praised you as a saint. But they have no idea about Du's deep scheming. Will these two armies truly accept this for free and pretend nothing happened? Of course not. This is the way to unlock the hidden quest. One evening, many days later, Sidiatron held a celebration. Everyone raised their glasses to toast. Sichmoon and his wife stood on either side of Junu, constantly urging him to drink. Then they started drinking a lot themselves. Junu couldn't help but be speechless. How much have they drunk already? And you're about to pass out from exhaustion. A week ago, Junu held a lecture for the townspeople. You have spread the method to get through this phase to both the Church and the Guardians Alliance, and even went around to save the warriors suffering from the possessed demons. Junu also told them what the ingredients are. So you changed Anne's fate. So it's only natural they hold a festival like this. But now Junshu needs to rest. He's exhausted from the noise. A little while later, Junshu finally managed to get outside. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally free. That house really knows how to throw a party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance came over to greet Du. He smiled happily and said, I was worried I wouldn't be able to thank you. I rushed here as soon as I recovered. Do you have time now? Junshu gently shook his head and replied, I'm a bit tired now. I think we should talk later. Hearing this, the Guardian League director couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Oh well, it's a pity. Our president wanted to meet you once. Hearing this, Junu's steps immediately halted. The Guardian Alliance director kept rambling on. If you're uncomfortable, there's nothing I can do. I will explain everything clearly to him. But then he changed his mind, blinking and smiling, saying, No, I suddenly feel fine. Please lead the way now. If it's the chairman of the Guardian League, Junu knows who he is. The youngest disciple of the Blood Demon King. A moment later, Junu was led to a luxurious house. He bowed his head in a respectful greeting to the person sitting on the chair. It is truly an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim. The other person also politely greeted. Nice to meet you. I am Tran V. Junshu watched intently as he spoke. President, you have guarded the maze and shown great dedication to the Alliance. I know very well. Tran Vi replied modestly with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. It's a small matter. Just sit down. Junshu sat down upon hearing that, then heard Tran V smile and say, I heard you spread the method to heal the spiritual seal in a Trin, right? It really is as impressive as I heard. You're surprised and ask, Do you know who I am? He suddenly smiled, and Tran Wei calmly replied, In this world, there's no secret the Guardian Alliance doesn't know about. I hear you're a rising star in Korea. Are you considering becoming my disciple? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked intently at Junu, waiting for his response. Hearing this, Junu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What do you mean by that? Tran V slowly explained. Your personality is strangely similar to my master, almost like you can predict the future. Junshu asked back with a slight frown, Are you referring to the heavenly demon? Dan Mac nodded, and Tran Vi continued. Yes, the heavenly demon was once the #1 in the world. His skills had reached the threshold of heaven, although he had been closed off for cultivation for decades, and I haven't seen him. The disciples of the heavenly demon, the heavenly lord, the demon king, the blood king, all of them are SSR and level 8. But the heavenly demon is peerless, class O, and the reason is the heavenly demon cultivation method. The move combines attack and defense perfectly, including the mana control formula and movement techniques. The heavenly demon possesses the strongest martial arts in the world. At this moment, Tran V slowly spoke again. Although it's a pity that the heavenly demon technique has been passed down to my senior brother, my blood fist technique is also impressive. Anyone seeking power won't regret it. Junshu's eyes immediately lit up. I'm crazy. The blood quin technique is top-tier martial arts. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Junshu hesitated and said, I really appreciate the offer, but I don't think I can follow you anymore, Mr. Chairman. Tran V looked confused and asked, Why am I not qualified to be your master? Jun shook his head gently and replied, That's not it. I already have one, so I have to decline the offer to become someone's disciple. And then you let him see your sword. After watching, Tran V nodded in understanding. It seems you have met Grandmaster Goom. I can't do anything disrespectful to him, after all he is a symbol of history. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As soon as I thought I had found a smart disciple candidate, that old man ruined it all. It seems I have no other choice left. Isn't this the heavenly demon medal? Junshu exclaimed in surprise. Wait, are you planning to give me such a rare item? Tranvi said softly. Only our master and brothers are allowed to use this. You should cherish it. Junshu gratefully replied, Thank you, but since he made it so clear why he gave it to you, if Junu changes his mind, come find Tranvi. Maybe it's similar to how the general gave you this sword, but Junshu really likes it. Being noticed by two powerful experts like this, I'm so happy I can't stop smiling and trembling. Seeing this, Tranvi asked suspiciously, Why are you suddenly trembling? Junshu quickly stood up, bowed his head respectfully to him, and said, I am touched by your gift. I will cherish it. Please take care of yourself. Tranvi nodded with satisfaction. Well then, I hope next time we meet as master and disciple. Junshu felt like celebrating. It was time to claim that difficult mission reward. The next day, in a tall building in the city, the two pastors from the respective congregations presented Junshu with a Duong artifact. Although he liked it very much, Junu still modestly said, I don't want anyone to thank me, which made the two pastors keep praising you. After some superficial handling, Junshu finally opened the sun, revealing a large hammer inside. The preacher from the Tho Bua Johaya Church quickly explained that it was a gift from the Tho Bua Johaya Church. The Gay Guild stayed to give you an SSR-level item, an invisible shield that can freely shape itself according to magic. Junu tightly held the two items in his hands, extremely happy. Do you like it? The two pastors asked. Junshu looked up at them and smiled. Are you really giving me such precious gifts? If that's all there is, you'll be a bit disappointed, but they didn't let you wait long and kept opening another melon. Inside, there are 10 bottles of Ya's secret nectar, 7 diamonds, and even the tears of the heavenly angel. There is also something else, Junshu asked suspiciously. What is this? The heart of a demon? The pastor nodded slightly and explained that, yes, we had prepared it for you to refine together with the nectar when you use it. Junshu frowned and fell silent after hearing that. I guess I just need to ask for a little more. Then he hesitated and asked, Do you all have the heart of the fire dragon? Isn't that something used by fire mages? Junshu summoned the black fire in his hand, smirking as he said, Yes, I can use black fire, so I need it. The trait of the fire dragon demon is the Inferno prison. If you want to win the bet with the tower, you need it. Seeing the black fire, the priest of the Tho sect immediately nodded in understanding. I understand, so we are willing to give it to you. Quickly, he took out the heart of the fire dragon demon for Junu. This was also the final gift for him. Junu took it in his hand, smiling happily and saying thank you. At this moment, the pastor of the Tho congregation spoke again, saying, According to direct orders from above, you will become an honorary Holy Knight of the Tho Legion. The pastor of Gai also nodded in agreement. Junshu had no objections either. Becoming stronger was very important, but there was no need to refuse these things. So he calmly smiled and said thank you. I am happy to become an honorary Holy Knight. If one day Junshu wants to take control of the bishop's congregation again, he will need the strength of these two groups. In the afternoon, the sun had already begun to set behind the mountains, but the festival in the village was still ongoing. Junshu reluctantly weaved through the crowd to return home, but halfway there he heard a familiar voice, a figure in a white cloak rushing toward him. That person is Father Kim, but his face looks very worried. Junshu wanted to ask about it, but before he could speak, Father Kim covered his mouth. He nervously said, Oops, I'm being chased by the bishop's followers right now. Let's move somewhere else quickly. At the same time, inside the crowd, there was indeed a group of people with not very friendly faces, constantly looking around and searching. A moment later, in a quiet place, after escaping from there, Father Kim finally let out a sigh of relief and said, I thought they had left. I really thought I was going to die. What's going on? I thought you were in Levan. Linmuk Kim slowly explained, At least I found the treasure, and thanks to the golden relic inside, I leveled up to level 5, but then he was discovered by the bishop's church. After all, that place is the source of our kind. Hearing this, Linmuk Kim, frightened, muttered while holding his head, I don't know if the challenge is difficult or not, so I need to level up to 7 quickly for our god. Junshu narrowed his eyes and hesitated before asking, Is there anything you need help with? Reverend Kim frowned and fell silent after hearing that. It's actually the reason I came to you. What is going on? Can you take me into the giant maze? A maze? Junshu muttered softly, and Reverend Kim nodded slightly, saying, That's right, to the second hall at the start of the 10th floor. After hearing that, Junshu fell into silence. Using the maze as a place to hide and gather strength until then is actually quite perfect. A moment later at the entrance of the maze, the guards were still on duty day and night. Just then, they seemed to see something. Jun and Reverend Kim approaching, but their faces were covered. The guard suspiciously asked, "Stay there, what do you want to do?" Junshu calmly replied, "I want to enter the giant maze." The guard frowned and remained silent. At this hour? Junshu calmly explains, "I have my reasons. Because I am masked, the guards will see you as a criminal." The giant maze is often used as a hideout for criminals. It's a chaotic area where surface laws don't apply. The 4th level superhero. All right, you can go in, but when you leave, remember that your identity will be checked at the exit. So the two of them smoothly entered the maze. Reverend Kim walked confused, but upon reflection, he thought this wasn't entirely wrong. From a normal perspective, Father Kim really is a religious criminal. Inside the maze, Father Kim walked while suspiciously asking, "Didn't you say you're very famous around here?" But those people didn't recognize me earlier. Junshu pouted and said with a smile, "Don't ask such questions. If I get recognized, the rumor will spread and you'll be exposed too." Father Kim chuckled awkwardly before speaking again. But here is quieter than I expected. At that moment, Junshu suddenly noticed something, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. He frowned and muttered, "There's a foul smell in here." Reverend Kim, hearing this, nervously asked, "What kind of foul smell?" Frowning fiercely, Junshu said in a low voice, "The demons are attacking us." "No, I take that back. The demons are rushing toward us." As soon as you finished speaking, a horde of demons charged at us. Jun took out Tho's hammer and said, "Father Lin Mook, please bless our weapon." Father Kim obeyed quickly, blessing Junu with holy light, and in an instant, his hammer was filled with divine radiance. Junu smirked. Just in time, wondering how his new weapon would perform. The SSL weapon and Truk Fuk Hwang Kim. And then, Junsu charged forward and launched a demon slaughter. In just a moment, everyone was defeated. Father Kim couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the Kim warrior. Junshu also didn't hesitate to praise him, wishing him well. With a gentle laugh, Reverend Kim happily said, "Honestly, at first I was a bit worried that the bishop's army would follow us here, but as long as we get through this gate, we'll reach the 9th floor. But Junshu's face suddenly looked a bit serious, causing him to ask nervously, "What's with your strange expression all of a sudden?" Jun then said seriously, "I don't think things will go as you want." Just then, the door in front suddenly opened, and a woman appeared from inside, followed by a group of people. The woman sneered and said, "You're later than I expected." The savior? Reverend Kim saw the group and immediately trembled, curling up and hiding behind Junshu. Junshu, on the other hand, couldn't understand why they found him, but looking back, it all made sense. They must have been tailing Father Kim from the very beginning. So maybe that woman also has the same stealth ability as Runu. No wonder no matter how far they run, they can still tail them effortlessly. At this moment, the overseer of the Bishop's Society chuckled and said, "This tiring persuasion ends here. Finally, you have joined our faith. Savior?" Hearing a faint sigh, Runshu coldly said, "What nonsense are you talking about joining your cult?" She then smirked and said, "The Saintess has blessed us with a holy word. If the Savior agrees to join, you will be treated as an equal to her. You will have to dedicate both your body and soul to the Church of the Bishop." After hearing that, Junshu muttered in dissatisfaction, "Are they justifying your sacrifice?" Then he angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to decide?" The woman sneered and pouted, saying, "You don't need to worry too much, because right now the inheritance ritual for you, the Savior, has already been prepared. So you're throwing Westphalia's customs into the soup, huh? You know that acting on your own will cause chaos, right?" Hearing this, the woman sneered and smiled mockingly. Then she threw back her head and screamed to the sky, "This is a giant maze, a place beyond all laws where there are no limits." So, she ordered the Holy Knights to kill Junu. At first, Junu was a bit stunned, and Father Kim behind him was so scared he didn't dare say anything. But now he sneered and said, "Yes, this place is outside the law, which means I can also cut off your limbs without hesitation." Father Kim hesitated and warned, "Do you think we can do this? There are 2 level 5 enemies, and the rest are level 3 or higher." Junshu confidently said, "We can do it." Then he took out a grenade and shouted, "Kim Priest, bless me!" Father Kim immediately took action. All of Junsu's high-level abilities gathered, along with the weapons he currently possessed, he was not afraid to fight them. The grenade, blessed by Trukfuk, shot forward with holy light. A loud explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. But when the smoke cleared, The bishop's followers were still standing there safely. The woman leading them sneered and said,
What cheap tricks are you trying now?
"Those toys won't hurt us at all, but right now, Junu pulls out a firecracker and aims it at them. You have also changed the traits of a sharpshooter and are wildly shooting. But that woman has created a protective barrier that cannot harm them." She laughed triumphantly. "This is the true power of the bishop. Savior?" Junshu paid no attention. Jumping down from the sky, he smirked and said, "That's just the greeting. Now the real show begins." Then Junu changed his nature again, using Sig's combat technique. His magic power had been amplified to the point that his blood was boiling, and then Junu started to charge forward. His speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see, and he began attacking the members of the bishop's team. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point of seeing everything in the world. He could see the position of each enemy clearly and found their weaknesses, so he quickly drew his sword. Junu uses the Huanglian Tram technique to attack, and in an instant, the formation of the bishop's disciples is broken, causing one of them to panic and shout, "Wait, something's very strange." At the same time, Junshu once again summons his magic power. Immediately after, he glanced at the remaining ones behind him and continued to attack with the Tiger King twin spears. The sword light wildly danced in the air, tearing the surrounding space apart. That woman hurriedly ordered them not to retreat. "The great bishop is watching us." Knights, form a wall of shields. Soon, the remaining enemies lined up in a row, creating a barrier. But without hesitation, he charged forward again, drawing his sword from its sheath. This time, the Tiger King's fierce attack unleashed a furious sword light that exploded directly, causing those people to fall all at once. Even the woman behind was cut a few strands of hair. The holy knights shouted in panic, "Supervisor, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us orders." The woman coldly replied, accepting death in glory, leaving the knights confused. She continued to smile and say, "Your deaths will bring joy to the bishop in the divine realm. This is his will. You are not allowed to refuse. The difference in numbers and levels means nothing to Junu. You have completely overwhelmed the holy knights." Junshu kept charging forward, his sword energy dancing continuously, his stance incredibly graceful, yet causing everything around him to collapse. The woman saw this scene, and not only was she not afraid, but also smiled. She excitedly exclaimed, "You are truly magnificent." "The Savior, it's an honor to witness this side of the light." Junshu snorted coldly and asked, "So you finally plan to send out someone stronger?" Danmo nodded. The woman calmly replied, "Yes. I will send someone worthy of you, but I only care about one thing. You must not die," she finished as two high-level holy knights stepped forward. But at this moment, the trembling figure remained remarkably brave, showing no fear at all. Without hesitation, the two holy knights charged forward to attack. June calmly blocks their swords with his shield, but unexpectedly, the knight who just collided with the shield spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving him utterly stunned. "Are you injured? I only bumped into that shield once." Whether the holy knight understood or not, he was already knocked away by Junshu. The other one had now sneaked up from behind. Junshu quickly leaned back to dodge, then used the momentum to spin around and attack. The powerful hammer struck the holy knight's body. He smirked with satisfaction. "Is this what you want to challenge me with? It's not enough to make me activate yet." The holy knight, battered and broken, looked at Junshu with growing confusion. What kind of savior is this guy? You must be a devil worshipper. Thinking that, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward, shouting loudly, disappearing into the demon. Junshu couldn't help but frown in suspicion. "Are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword to cut off his head. He snorted coldly and said, "I'd rather not go this far, so I guess it's just you left now." He looked at the woman. She suddenly burst into a loud, excited laugh, saying, "You still have hidden strength in this body. You truly are the savior foretold in the bishop's prophecy." Junu paid no attention to what this crazy woman said, quickly changing his weapon to a sword and also altering his own attributes, with the holy priest behind supporting him. Junu coldly said, "So that's all you intended to say?" The woman then started to scream wildly. "Do I need to say anything more? Now I just want to wait until your soul reaches the divine realm." And as soon as she finished speaking, a powerful sword beam struck and exploded directly. When the smoke and flames cleared, that woman had also been destroyed. Priest Kim couldn't help but marvel at how he handled them all alone. Junshu nonchalantly replied, "It's thanks to your blessing." "Did you see that girl still talking nonsense until the end? That's why I couldn't handle those crazy people. So, I got a little carried away with my anger and hit a bit too hard. Their stuff is all destroyed. We couldn't take anything. What a pity, but thanks to the fight earlier, you now have enough materials for a high-level ability that can defeat 1,000 enemies. So it's all good." With no more obstacles in their way, Junu and Reverend Kim smoothly entered the giant maze on the 10th floor. Reverend Kim exclaimed happily, "We've finally reached the 10th floor." Junshu also nodded in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations on reaching the destination." Reverend Kim turned to look at him, grateful, and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Maybe I'd still be just an ordinary healer." Junshu shook his head with a smile and said, "You're the one who's been working hard. I didn't do anything." At this moment, Lin Mook Kim suddenly remembered something, reached into his shirt pocket, and took out a string to give to Junu. He slowly said, "This is Prosperity's heart." Junshu eagerly took it. "This is an SSR-level sacred item, a great treasure." The priest, seeing that you like it, spoke up again. "I found it in Levan's treasure valley that you mentioned. I think it will be perfect for you." Junshu grew more and more excited, patting his head and smiling. "Thank you, little one." Father Kim was very pleased with the compliment and asked suspiciously, "So where do you plan to go now?" "It's time to return to Korea and also time to find the final item to level up to 5. A few days later, in a forest in Gangwon province of Korea, Junsu entered this place after returning. "This is a lush forest, but also dangerous." Junu didn't get far before a sword was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appears out of nowhere and coldly asks, "What is an outsider doing here?" Junu slightly frowns and looks back, recognizing this character as an SR-level snake skeleton. "It seems you've found the hiding spot of the mutation." Seeing that Junu didn't respond, the snake skeleton coldly spoke again. "I ask why you are here," Junshu replied calmly. "I have business here, but it was ordered to chase people away. This is a restricted area. Get out." Runshu sneered and said, "Isn't this the way to Hope Village?" Hearing this, Snakebone immediately froze. It asked in confusion, "Why do you know that name? The place Runshu wants to go is called Monster Village, but the mutants call it Hope Village." At this moment, Shuangran lowered his weapon and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to know the real name of that village. I will lead the way. Stay close to me." Then he turned and walked away. Junshu hurriedly followed. Luckily, today the Snakebone was on patrol, and it was more lenient than the other mutants. After a while, inside Hope Village, the trees bloomed vibrantly, full of life, and the mutated creatures were also very cheerful. When Junsu was led in by the bone serpent, the mutated creatures immediately became alert upon seeing him. Before long, a giant foot appeared blocking their path, coming from a large bear. It squinted at the Snakebone and asked, "Why did you let a human enter the village?" The Snakebone slowly replied, "He knows the name of this village and says he has something to talk to you about." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to observe Junu, and after a long while, it spoke with suspicion. "I have never seen you before. What is it?" Junshu took a deep breath, calming himself before speaking. "I want to ask for a favor." That bear couldn't help but look at me with suspicion. Junu hesitated for a long time before continuing. "I need the core of a mutated beast's magic. I don't know if it's possible." It was just that I hadn't finished speaking when the bear suddenly swung its paw to attack me. Junshu was knocked back, and if it weren't for his diamond-like body, he would have fainted. Seeing you still standing firm, the big bear charged at you again. "Not bad. Now you deserve to be beaten to death. I will kill you." Junshu, seeing this, hurriedly shouted, "Wait, what are you doing? I don't want to hurt anyone." You understand why it's so angry, because the magic core can only be taken from the corpse of a monster. The big bear swings its claws while howling wildly. "If those are your loved ones' corpses, would you sell them for a few coins?" Jun looked at the sword energy emanating from its claws and couldn't help but feel confused. Can the big bear also use sword aura? Is that really possible? "But now is not the time to think about these things," you quickly spoke out. "Please, calm down. I will pay a fair price." The big bear angrily shouted, "I said no need for money, not money." Junshu shook his head slightly and then reached into his pocket to take out something. "What is that?" I thought it was something extraordinary, but Junshu only took out a jar of instant noodles. He smirked and said, "I will pay a fair price." The big bear instantly got angry and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Junshu remained very calm, pouring boiling water into the noodles and speaking slowly. "Don't say that, just try eating it. We can talk afterward, no need to rush." Then he closed the lid, pushed it toward the big bear and said, "This is not ordinary instant noodles. I don't need it. Get lost or I will tear you apart." In an instant, it transformed into the appearance of a puppy. Junshu smiled proudly, knowing that a mutated bear with a keen nose wouldn't be able to resist the aroma of this national dish. As expected, the big bear sat down in front of the box of noodles, muttering suspiciously, "I've never smelled this scent before." Junshu smiled and said, "I heard you say that the villagers hope very hard to find food." The big bear snorted coldly and said, "It seems you know quite a bit." Nonchalantly shrugging, it pouted and said, "Go ahead and eat. Don't you want to know why humans are so crazy about instant noodles?" The big bear hesitated for a moment, but then changed its attitude. "I am the village chief's hope, so I only eat to understand human culture, not because it looks delicious." So it quickly poured everything into its mouth. The moment the flavor touched its tongue, the big bear's eyes immediately widened. "This flavor is like being in heaven. Chewy noodles fill my mouth, and hot broth warms my stomach with satisfying comfort. It truly has a divine flavor that makes it obsessed." The big bear muttered tremblingly, "How can there be something with such a taste?" "Is there more?" Juno nodded softly and said, "I brought many more dishes today. Everyone come and try." Then he took out a lot of delicious food to share with the mutated creatures around him. Not all mutants have the same taste as this bear, so Juno prepared everything with magic powder. As expected, these mutated creatures are completely captivated by the food. Even the big bear forgets everything to eat. Everyone is gradually warming up to Junsu, which makes him very pleased. But at this moment, the snakebone suddenly picked up a jar and asked, "Wait, is this magic powder safe for us to eat?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the mutated creatures immediately panicked. The big bear glared at Juno again, and he sighed reluctantly, knowing he couldn't blame them for being cautious. If the absorption went wrong, the mutant's magic core could explode. But he had a plan. Thinking this, Juno smiled again and said, "If everyone is worried, why not ask the deity for help?" The one with the divine foresight ability, also known as the grandmother of the monster village. The tree god, the guardian spirit of the monster village. The tree god. Although she is weaker compared to other divine beings, she is still a true goddess. Therefore, all matters related to mutants are decided by her. The big bear quickly brought the magic powder to the tree deity to show her. After receiving the answer, it still skeptically asked, "Really? How is your godmother doing?" The tree god replied slowly, "Yes, the powder he used is a core-level unpurified powder from holy water, an excellent supplement for you." The big bear used a translation device so everyone could hear. Hearing this, the surrounding mutated creatures immediately cheered. Then they began to pay their respects to the tree god, thanking him for lending us his wisdom. Mother is supporting him. At this moment, the snakebone walks over to Juno and speaks. "So the suspicion has been resolved. I may have overreacted." "Sorry about that." Junshu waved his hand and smiled in response. "It's okay, I understand. You don't need to apologize. Now everyone understands that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Let's have a barbecue or something together." Right after, he started grilling meat for everyone to eat together. It was an incredibly joyful meal. Juno gained a lot of favor from them. The tree god saw this scene and was also very happy. This hopeful village now has a distinguished guest. Not only did Juno bring food, but he also brought alcohol. The big bear took a sip of soju and then happily laughed and said, "I see why humans like drinking so much. It's just too good." Jundu smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. But Chief, aren't you also a human? Why do you speak as if you're a different species?" The big bear replied calmly, "It's just a habit of mine. Honestly, it's been a long time since we've been treated like humans. Even so, you are still amazing. I heard that you participated in the war and achieved great things, which granted some rights to the mutants." Big Bear nodded gently and said, "That's the result we achieved together. It's been a long time since the village was this happy." It said it had wanted to hear that kind of laughter for a long time. Hearing these words, it couldn't help but feel emotional. This is indeed a pure village. Just by scratching the right sore spot, you can easily complete the fame mission. After finishing, the big bear spoke again. "So you said you needed magic cores, right? Take it." With that, it took out 4 magic cores and handed them to Junshu. Junshu felt like he was overjoyed inside. The fame mission was complete. Now bring it on. Magic cores. But outside, Junshu still maintained a friendly demeanor and said, "Thank you." Having obtained what he wanted, Junshu quickly looked for an excuse to slip away. "You are in a very good mood right now. Giving you such a precious gift was the right decision. But just as you haven't left the forest yet, Shuangran suddenly blocks your path. Are you leaving already? I still haven't thanked you." Junu shyly scratched his head and said, "It's not that serious. Everyone has already given me such a precious gift," the snakebone calmly replied. "I feel like you want something even bigger from our village." Junshu felt this was their first good meal in decades, so it was understandable. But surprisingly, Shuangran had no objections and sincerely offered, "If you still need the core of a mutant, just say so. I am ready to give you mine." Junu was so stunned, he quickly waved his hands to protest. "Don't say such scary things. I didn't ask to extract a living person's heart, understand. Shuangran remained firm and said, I'm serious. My godmother once told me that my destiny is to give a part of my body to someone who can regenerate my flesh. Junshu was once again stunned. Is meat really that expensive? This is the beginnings of the skull's personal mission, but he's never heard of anything like a magic core before. Thinking about it, Junshu spoke again. Maybe it's just a metaphor and actually something else, not a magic core. Bone Snake nodded slightly and said, Yes, I will know when the time comes. The two of them chatted for a while before Junu left the Hope Village. He quickly returned, and the first thing he did was choose a new house. Seeing it, June's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, the large house in front of me will be my new home. The house with a garden alone is over 3,000 square meters, and it even has a swimming pool in the yard. Moreover, the real reason June chose it was because of the private secret training ground in the basement. This training ground is much larger than before and fully equipped. Junu really liked it. He excitedly exclaimed, never thought he would get this excited about something. At this moment, Choi Seo enters from outside and, seeing Junu laughing loudly, suspiciously asks, Superman Kim, are you that happy? Junshu shyly scratches his head and says, Director Choi, thank you for recommending such a wonderful house for me. Cho Se heard that and waved his hand with a smile, saying it's nothing, but then asked why I suddenly moved away. Junshu explained slowly that his students would be coming for practice, and he wanted a better training space, and also needed some personal space. And as for the room I requested, Chus winked and said with a smile, Of course, it's already prepared. Inside the house there is also a large laboratory. When Junu entered, a spirit appeared. Hello, Master. I am the magic spirit here to assist you. How can I help you today? Junu entered the testing machine and coldly said, We've done the general check. From now on, leveling up will be more complicated, so you will need the spirit's help for good results. As soon as Junsu stepped into the machine, the spirit snapped its fingers. A wave of magic enveloped him, and a comprehensive scan of his attributes began. But before long, the system suddenly reported an error, leaving Junu a bit confused. The spirit also nervously said, Master, an error occurred during our mana ring check. Junu thought for a long time before replying, Oh, it's probably my fault. I can freely switch my mana rings. This is a secret, you know. Tin Lin was a bit stunned and muttered suspiciously, Really? This condition isn't in my data. Junshu said calmly, You can figure it out yourself, which is why I looked for a suitable level 5 divine medicine for someone like me. Normal elixirs won't do, but if I make it myself, maybe I can, right? Junshu nodded indifferently. That's right. It sounds very valuable, doesn't it? Then Tenlin started asking for all of Junsu's abilities and inputting the data into the system. It was completed very quickly. Tin Lin cheerfully announced, You have a total of 136 abilities, and the design of the divine pill is complete. Junshu, after hearing that, skeptically asked back, What is a divine seed? The spirit explained slowly, a type of divine medicine that was originally just a hypothesis. Have all the ingredients for its creation been prepared? He frowned slightly. It's not the elixir you wanted, but it should be fine. Junu asked the spirit to prepare something that would merge with me. Thinking for a moment, he nodded slightly in agreement, of course. Seeing Junsu ready, the spirit had already begun crafting the level 5 divine medicine. And so Junsu spent a long, busy day, and night had fallen. Soren and Janet came in from outside, carrying all sorts of things, happily saying, Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junshu looked at them in confusion and asked, How did you two know about this? Soren pointed outside and explained, The person out there told us. Junu looked out and saw Choso and Thich Queen dressed in suits, carrying wine and fruit, and Cho ran over smiling, saying I invited them there. It would be a shame to let today pass by like this. But what surprised Junu even more was behind him. He saw fireworks and the shadow of a family of 3 Yuans celebrating, blushing with embarrassment. Why is Yuan also involved in this? At this moment, Chell spoke up again. I think there's a flower wreath in front of your house. Jundu gritted his teeth and muttered, After getting a level 5, everything I do will attract attention, so I have to be careful now. You guys are trying to harm me with these gifts, right? Then he directly tore apart the wreath. At that moment, a black car suddenly sped up to Junu's house, startling him. A woman steps out of the car, her demeanor extremely unsteady. Junu frowned slightly in suspicion. Who could she be? It seems everyone was invited to this party, right? As you were feeling confused, the woman slowly spoke. You're Kim's warrior, right? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junshu nodded politely and replied, Thank you. But who are you? The woman suddenly remembered and hurriedly smiled. I should have introduced myself earlier. I am Zong Hyun Johon from the Kumo Corporation. Juno immediately knew who it was upon hearing this name. Isn't this the youngest member of the Kumo Corporation? Thinking that, he then asked suspiciously, "What is the Kumo Corporation doing here?" Hai Yang calmly replied, "I want to hire you for a task." Juno, surprised, asked what kind of task, but he quickly remembered that the Kumo Corporation was involved in a succession war. Dealing with them would be a headache, so it's best to stay away. While Juno was contemplating, Hai Yang spoke up again. "We want you to participate as our representative warrior in the five-way battle to compete for the throne, and the reward will be even more spectacular." Then she pulled out a gun. Seeing it, Juno was stunned and widened his eyes. "Isn't that the DOA gun with destructive properties? Everything has changed now." Thinking of this, Junshu immediately smiled and said, "Let's sign the contract now. And this time, let's gather all the good stuff." The next day, in a tall building, Hai Yang sat on a long chair and looked at the person opposite her before speaking. "Since you already have 2 enchanted guns, I think you'll accept." Juno couldn't help but smile and asked, "If the reward is this big, can you add more if I win?" Hai Yang calmly replied, "We will give you an additional ice gun with a freezing property." She said if Junsu keeps winning, there will still be more rewards, but she hopes he won't be too greedy because all the opponents are level 6, and winning just once is enough. Juno frowned in silence after hearing that. The next day, at a large arena, Hai Yang brought Juno to this place. Seeing her, a man smirked and said, "So you've arrived, little sister. I didn't expect you to join in." "You are truly lucky." Hai Yang said nothing, passing by the man and heading straight to her seat. "What kind of attitude is that?" "This man is the eldest son of the Kumo Song Haijun group and a level 6 superhuman. The person sitting next to him is the second son of the Kumo Song Haichun group, also a level 6 superhuman." He sighed and said, "Forget it after all, this is just a battle between the two of us." Junshu sat down next to He Yang and calmly said, "The first battle will be between the eldest and the second son." Hai Yang nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, both of them are very strong." Junshu looked down and saw a SR-level iron armor warrior and another SR-level demon. After observing for a while, he sighed and said, "They truly are a top-tier group, all high-level experts." Hai Yang seriously reminded him, "You need to watch this battle carefully. The ironclad warrior belongs to my second brother's side, and he is also considered the strongest opponent in this competition." On the ground below the arena, the armored warrior charged forward to attack Demon S. But Demon S suddenly smirked, then let out a loud shout, and the blazing sunfire made the armored warrior startle. Before she could react, a blazing fireball rushed towards her. Seeing this, Hai Ya immediately panicked. A loud explosion shook the ground. Smoke and flames filled the sky, and the armored warrior was engulfed in flames, burning to nothing in an instant, leaving only the demon behind on the arena. Hai Y's face showed fear. Hai Chun could not believe it, and stood up with his head in his hands. Only Hai Jun was smirking confidently. At the same time, Jun Shu seemed to realize something. The fire just now was strange. That demon spirit wasn't a level 6 warrior, just a mage who could manipulate heat fire, but wasn't the sun tower supposed to prohibit killing? Thinking quickly, Junu used his sensory abilities to observe the demon spirit. Immediately, he realized something. Wasn't that the North Solar Eclipse? Don't tell me that name is the one you're thinking of. After a long pause, June finally glanced at Hai Y and asked, "Miss Hai Yang, it's my turn next, right?" She nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Jun Shu immediately stood up. "I'm leaving now. Be prepared." Hai Yang looked worried and hesitated to ask, "Are you sure about this?" "We should send a level 6 superhuman to replace him." Jun Shu shrugged indifferently and confidently said, "I can win. That guy seems to really know what he's doing. Exiled from the Hongdu Thalassic Tower, so he must have joined the Kumo Corporation." Up in the stands, the 3 children of the Kumo Corporation are still watching the next battle. Hai Jun glances at Hai Yang and says with a smile, "Let's see if your youngest warrior can defeat the demon." Jun Shu stepped onto the arena with the black wolf sword in hand. Hai Jun looked a bit surprised, but he was sure that even as a swordsman, he couldn't defeat the sunfire, and it seemed like there was another corpse added to the pile. "I never expected to meet you again like this." Jun Shu calmly replied, "Yes, because the trick you're using is at the sun tower. Does your master know about this?" Hearing this, Haidu smirked and then looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "My master knows everything." Before coming here, Junu heard Choi Seo talk about some things. Just before the Kumo Corporation inheritance battle began, it was said that the chairman was suddenly assassinated. In this country, only the head of the Tai Duong Tower and one other person can do this. Could it be that the old lady from before is really involved in the Kumo Corporation inheritance battle? Although this is very frightening, Junwoo might still go to her afterward to confirm. As he was thinking, Hyung-do spoke up. Well, since you've recognized me, I can now take my revenge. I'll show you the strength I've prepared just for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a blaze of flames erupted, but Junshu's figure still stood tall and proud there. This made Hongjun furious. He roared loudly, so the rumor that you can withstand the sunfire is true, but the sunlight is on a different level, so obediently turned to dust. Immediately afterward, a burst of brilliant flames shot out again. Seeing this, Haiyang immediately panicked. No way. Can a level 6 superhuman perform divine techniques? Then how can a level 5 superhuman survive? But when the smoke and flames cleared, Junshu still stood there proudly, sneering. Is that all you've got? So now it's my turn, huh? But I almost got roasted alive? Then he smiled and said, let me borrow your flame for a moment. As soon as Junshu finished speaking, the sunlight enveloped his hammer, causing Hyun-do to scream in horror. No way! How can you take my lightning? Junwoo ignored his reaction, raising the hammer high as lightning swiftly struck down from the sky. At the same time, Junwoo also changed his attribute. With a bang, lightning from the hammer struck Hong-do, causing him to scream in panic. Wait a moment, it's too late. The lightning has already enveloped his entire body. By the time the lightning dissipates, Hyung-do's body has vanished without a trace. This situation startled the 3 children of the Kumo Corporation, but Jun-do, on the other hand, became excited and spoke up. Can we go to the next battle now? Later that evening at the Kumo Corporation headquarters, Jun-do sat on the sofa, looking up gratefully. Thank you for fulfilling my request, and here is an additional reward for your victory. Junshu's eyes immediately lit up, finally having the 4th desert gun. Seeing his excitement, Haiyang added, it's not over yet, we still promised another one, right? Although a bit modest, these are a pair of shoes. Junshu's heart was as happy as a festival, but he shyly asked, can I accept something so valuable? Haiyang calmly replied, giving you this was completely deserved. Junsu's 3 consecutive wins were truly impressive, but then he was banned. The remaining representatives fought their battles, and the winner was just as Haiyang wanted. Junwoo could continue fighting, but he didn't plan to reveal everything like this. The whole world is watching this battle of the Kumo Corporation. Thinking about it, Junwoo finally asked, so you're the heir now, right? Hi. Yang shook her head slightly and replied, not exactly. This battle was just a way to persuade the board of directors. They won't give up easily. Dan Mack nodded. Junshu clearly said, I understand now. After all, a young CEO will face many disadvantages. Yes, that's right, but I also can't just sit back and do nothing. Since things have turned out like this, I want to ask you for one more favor, Kim Warrior. Junshu frowned and asked her, what is going on? With such a big reward, who could refuse it? Haiyang hesitated for a moment, then reached up to touch her earring and slowly spoke. There is a way to turn this situation around. In front of her, a shadow of a black raven appeared. Haiyang slowly explained, the raven chip is a chip containing a mutation agent that only reacts with our family's DNA. If she uses it, she could reach level 7 and turn the tide. Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood the situation. So, Haiyang was willing to risk using the mutation agent. After thinking it over, he nodded without hesitation. All right, let's do it. Haiyang looked at him in surprise and asked, really, of course. Who's stupid enough to refuse, right? So that night in the DM Corporation's underground bunker, a black crow silently flew around unnoticed. Junwoo sat on its back, smirking as he said, we found them. A few hours earlier, Haiyang offered Junsu a deal. If he brought her the raven chip, she would pay him twice this amount. Immediately, she piled a mountain of gold bars on the table, worth about 10 billion G. Junwoo looked at it all in stunned silence. Haiyang calmly said, and if I win the chairmanship, I promise to give you the hat and dalmo that your brothers have. As she spoke, Junwoo couldn't help but snort, making her confused. He apologized, saying, sorry, I just had an itchy nose. Actually, Junwoo was just too happy. The Kumo gear that all 3 of them own will ultimately belong to the chairman, meaning the Kumo gear with SSL level effects will be yours. But I can't let Haiyang see how happy I am about this. Haiyang, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice, and continues saying, guys, I can't let anyone know about this, so let's keep it a secret. If you need anything to carry out this request, just let me know. Junshu hesitated for a moment, then winked and said, oh, then can I have some diamonds? So right after that, Junwoo went to the rooftop of the Kumo building to survey the surroundings. He smirked and said, I can see the entire gang from here. Money really is amazing. Now Junwoo has a high-level set of gear including a detection helmet, super speed boots, a fury axe, and a crisis detection ring. Now it's time to absorb the properties from these magic items. In an instant, a brilliant flow of mana surged into Junu's body. It wasn't long before he gained the no-fall damage trait. Junu smiled contentedly as his movement skill was activated. Now, everything is ready. It's time for you to start. Then Junu leapt off the building. Of course, before you hit the ground, a black crow appeared to catch you. Junu smiled contentedly, just as he expected from the Kumo shoes. It really feels different now. Time to report to the client. Without hesitation, Junu reported to Haiyang as in the previous scene. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "Where is it?" He calmly replied, "It's right in front of the crow statue in the main hall, but there's a tiny problem." Junu slowly explained, "I will have to cause some chaos to get the chip, so you will be responsible for what happens next." As the chairman finished speaking, he struck the statue in the main hall with a hammer. The raven chip immediately appeared. Junu quickly grabbed it and reported back to Haiyang. "Got the raven chip. Where do I need to go now?" Haiyang hurriedly said, "I will go to the body editing room on the second floor and will be there immediately." Junu didn't hesitate and ran off, reminding them as he went, "Your brother's probably already figured it out. You need to hurry up." A moment later, in the second floor modification room, the door suddenly burst open, causing the person inside to ask in surprise, "Vice President, why are you here at this hour?" The person arriving is Haiyang. She doesn't have time to explain. Quickly give the order to activate the editing room. The lab technician was stunned for a moment, but quickly started operating the computer. After finishing, she hesitated and asked, "What are you planning to do with it?" "Hi." Haiyang didn't answer, but looked towards the door and said with a smile, "You arrived just in time. I'm ready." "Junu, the one who arrived is Qian Min." He smirked, and Chip did the same. "Let's get started." Then he handed the Javan chip to Haiyang. She took it and entered the editing machine, calmly speaking. "Then I will leave the rest to you." Warrior Run Shu replied calmly, "Yeah, don't worry. I'll be right here to witness everything." With these words, Haiyang felt very reassured and used the chip. She stands tall inside the editing machine, her gaze extremely determined. Haiyang has decided to go through with this. At that moment, a loud, dissatisfied shout outside startled Jun Shu, and he looked out to see that it was none other than Haiyang's two brothers. Haijun, furious, shouted as he stepped in, "Done! How dare you betray me behind my back? Stop him now!" But Jun Shu blocked them and calmly said, "I can't let you go any further." "So you've beaten a few superhumans before, and now you want to oppose me? Don't you know who I am?" Jun Shu casually smiled and said, "Of course, I know you're the chairman of Kumo Corporation. Or should I say, former chairman." This made Haijun's face turn red as a monkey's backside. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard!" At that moment, Haichun stepped forward to block the owner of the black Dark Lake sword. Haijun slightly frowned at him, but Haichun paid no mind, calmly saying that no matter how skilled a warrior he is, he can't fight against him and my brother, two level 6 superhumans at the same time. He said he would give Junu a reward equal to what Hai Wai promised, so they could negotiate instead of clashing. Haijun also promised you the position of Deputy Security Director at Kumo. Junu frowned and fell silent, but quickly sneered contemptuously. "That's a damn lousy offer, asking me to betray a client who can't defend themselves." That's how Sai thinks. This remark made the Zong brothers furious. I didn't even get a chance to say anything before Junu kept mocking us and claiming the reward was fair. It should be at least double or triple for me to reconsider, but I would never accept it. In the end, Haijun couldn't hold back anymore and charged with his sword, while Jun Shu quickly raised his shield to block. The pain is worse than you think. So this is what level 6 superpowers feel like. As they said, Junu couldn't fight both at once, but one of them might not necessarily lose, because right now, a cut had appeared on Haijun's stomach, blood pouring out constantly. Junu smirked and said, "I didn't mean to kill you." Seeing the situation was unstable, Haichun raised his gun to shoot at him, but Junu quickly created a shield to defend himself, as if he had gained a new ability at the same time. Junu couldn't help but sneer, wondering why his shield was so much stronger now. Let them shoot all they want, he wouldn't move an inch. While Junu was confronting Haichun, Haijun took the opportunity to rush toward the editing machine. But just before his hand touched the device, a bullet with a blue light suddenly shot toward him. Haichun was startled and panicked as he saw this. Haijun's body was frozen and unable to move. "You bastard, where did you get that gun? The person in front of me has already disappeared." By the time he reappeared, Junu was behind Hun, and in an instant, he changed his ability to an airstrike. This is a jump enhanced by the no-attack trait, exploiting the opponent's momentary weakness and raining down bullets like an airstrike. After taking down both of them, Junu smirked and said, Are you ready to give up now? But at this moment, Hun smirked and said, How funny. Do you really think you can win with just that little strength? As he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in blood-red energy, causing Jun-Soo to recoil in shock. Hai-Jun is using an item called the Eternal Darkness Orb, and at the same time, Junu is surrounded by black muzzles. At this moment, Hai-Chun was also being supported by someone. The situation was a bit unstable, and Junu clenched his sword tightly, not even sure he could escape safely. At that moment, a sudden scream rang out. Everyone, stop! At the same time, the editing device emitted a golden light. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned into silence. Jun-Shu, on the other hand, was very happy, just in time, and the faces of the Zong brothers also turned dark as ink. Hai-Yang stepped out from inside. Her appearance changed, now a level 7 superhuman with 2 pairs of wings behind her. Hai-Yang's title now is Sun Crow, she coldly said. This time you guys are late. Seeing this, Hai-Chun couldn't help but tremble and mutter, Sun Crow? Hai-Jun, on the other hand, confidently shouted, Do you think you can scare anyone? Fine, let's fight then. But at this moment, a middle-aged man entered, grabbing his shoulder to advise him, Stop it. If the young chairman really makes a move, this entire building will collapse in a minute. This is Dong Kyung-jun, the one who helped establish the Kumo group. He coldly said, I thought the outcome was already decided in the previous confrontation, yet you still behave like this. Are you ignoring the process approved by the shareholders? Hearing this, Hai-Jun trembled and wanted to explain, but Kung coldly interrupted him before he could finish. If I have no such intention, then am I planning something else besides the chairman's death? This statement caused Hai-Jun's face to darken, and he remained silent for a long time before Kyung-jun looked at Hai-Wai and said, Congratulations on reaching level 7. President Song-hon, I will see you at the shareholders' meeting to elect the next president. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed to her and then left with his men. A few days later, on the balcony of Hai-Yang's house, Hai-Yang was sipping wine and speaking. According to tradition, my brothers have withdrawn from all business activities and moved to the United States. Junu happily said, Congratulations, you're about to become the new president of Kumo Corporation. Hai-Yang gratefully said, Have you received the items from my 2 brothers as promised? Of course, just let me know if you have any other requests in the future. Thanks to her, you completed the Kumo test. Hai-Yang hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up, remembering. Actually, I have one more request for you. At that moment, Hai-Yang suddenly took out an SSR-level men's ring, causing him to be extremely confused. Without waiting for him to react, Hai-Yang knelt on the ground and proposed, Soldier, will you marry me? Jundu immediately froze upon hearing that. Sorry, but I can't agree to that. Hai-Yang exclaimed in surprise. What? But why? I have nothing missing to be your partner. She's right. She has both money and beauty, but Jun-Shu shook his head and replied, She's not my type. Hai-Yang couldn't believe this, muttering in confusion. It's ridiculous how something so trivial can be so important to people like us. It really is important. Jun-Shu angrily said, I want to marry someone who truly loves me, not someone like you who only sees me as a tool to strengthen her power. Hai-Yang was stunned by this and finally could only sigh resignedly, You really are hard to read. Then she raised her glass and said, So I want a partnership. We can help each other any time. Is that okay? Sure. Jun-Shu immediately agreed without hesitation. The two quickly clinked glasses and officially signed the cooperation agreement. By late evening, Junu finally got into a car to go home. Thinking about the proposal he just received, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling as if he had wasted a luxurious opportunity for no reason, and a sense of regret crept in. Anyway, Junu is still at an age full of passion, so marriage might be a bit too much. But if it's just dating Hai-Wai, he hasn't even had time to think about what comes next. Junu already looks annoyed and pulls a face. What he needs to focus on now is the Elder of the Sun Tower because what Hongdu said really doesn't add up. Is that old lady really as he said? As Junu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. The call from the Sun Tower came just in time. The next day, Junu arrived at the Phoenix Valley as scheduled. Strangely, I don't see any phoenixes here. Just then, the Tower Master approached from afar, with Sorcerer Kim behind him. He cheerfully greeted, Long time no see, Kim. Or should I just call you the owner of the Black Lake Sword? The Tower Master kept rambling on, making Sorcerer Kim annoyed and remind him, Sir, let's get straight to the point. Wizard. Kim looked directly at Jun-Shu and spoke. Superman Kim, you probably already guessed, but we called you here for a favor. Jun-Shu seemed to guess what was happening and asked with a frown, Is it because all the phoenixes have disappeared? Damn, Mac nodded, and the Tower Master replied in a deep voice, That's right, I have no clue where they have gone. I guess some kind of mythical creature has captured them all. Junshu crouched down to observe for a moment, before speaking again probably, but have you considered the possibility that they were illegally hunted? But what if someone from the tower's senior mage level is involved? Sorcerer. Kim pondered your words, frowned in thought, and asked, "So you have an elder?" Then maybe, but who would dare do such a thing? On the contrary, the Tower Master was very angry and gritted his teeth as he said, "Abusing the Phoenix is a blatant violation of the rules. The owner of the Black Lake sword, can you find the culprit?" Of course, Juno did not hesitate and replied, "You promised to find all the missing phoenixes, and find out who is responsible for this, but the Tower Master will have to pay you extra." A while later, near the Phoenix Valley, a speedboat was gliding smoothly over the waves, moving so fast that Juno felt nauseous. Sorcerer. Kim sat in the driver's seat and cheerfully asked, "So why did you think of choosing this car as the advance payment?" "I wouldn't even dare to dream of driving it, because my grandfather values this car very highly." Juno calmly replied, "Because I need it for the mission. We need a super-fast car to catch that thing." What they are chasing is a blue-feathered phoenix. A moment before Juno was working, Wizard Kim noticed the movement. He approached and asked, "Sir? What is that? Can you recognize it?" "It's a phoenix, but what you made doesn't resemble one at all." Juno didn't care. He had just received a crafting trait from the system. A moment later, Juno spoke again. "All right, so you're a wizard. Give me some blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Juno approached, took Mage Kim's hand, and drew blood. Back in the present, Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel, never thought just a little of my blood would be enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix. Junshu slowly explained that your blood contains the essence of a phoenix, so we can use its innate tracking ability to find where the others are. A while later, on Ulangdo Island, the two of them followed the trail of the artificial phoenix. Sure enough, when I saw those phoenixes, they didn't look very healthy. Wizard Kim muttered in doubt. They should all have lived more than 20 years, yet now they look so exhausted. Junshu thought for a moment before suggesting, "Can you check their mana?" Sorcerer Kim nodded, and then began the inspection. Through magic, he saw the hollow hearts of the phoenixes. Wizard Kim exclaimed in shock, "They have been drained of mana. From their hearts to their veins, everything has been burned out." But quickly, Sorcerer Kim realized there was another issue. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait a minute, this trace belongs to Truong Thien Thuk." Hearing this, Junshu immediately felt happy and lucky because he's very clever. Then he suggested, "Let's contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than the Elder of the Heavenly Reality." Upon hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed in madness, shouting in fury like a madwoman, "Wizard!" Kim saw him so angry that he was breathing fire and hurriedly advised him to calm down, but the Tower Master was still furious and shouted that she was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. "If I catch her, I will only be—" Before he even finished speaking, Junshu interrupted. "So the Elder also disappeared from the tower?" The Tower Master nodded slightly and said yes. "I went to her office, but she had disappeared, leaving only a clone, and he was getting angrier and angrier. He really wanted to hit someone. Luckily, Kim the mage stopped him." Junsu ignored it, frowning as he muttered, "A clone?" Kim the mage explained slowly, "That is a type of magic that creates a body identical to the owner, but it will die after a while." June thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe she was just trying to buy more time. Hearing this, the Tower Master immediately tensed up. The death of Kumo Corporation's chairman, whose heart was burned out. The exiled mage reappeared, transformed into a reinforced warrior. The overhunted phoenixes are used to boost power, and the elder who disappeared has left too many clues. Junshu forced himself to think. After a while, he looked back at the Tower Master and spoke. "Lord of the Tower, are you thinking about that?" The Tower Master looked at him confused, muttering suspiciously, "Don't tell me the blacksmith's hand touched that thing. What he has in his mouth is the forbidden ritual of the celestial beasts." The forbidden ritual is a process of burning mana to block out the sunlight. An event appears in the solar optimization mission, but at this point, solar optimization hasn't been studied yet. Juno doesn't understand why it appeared. Maybe it's a butterfly effect. Your intervention and Hyondus have made a difference. Mage Kim then asked suspiciously, "What exactly is it?" The Tower Master replied slowly that she was using the power of the Phoenix to deplete the sun's mana. Not only that, but the sun, the earth, and the seas, Akbun, are draining the mana of all living beings. Wizard Kim exclaimed in surprise. "If the Demon Tower collapses because of this, you haven't finished talking yet." Junshu cut in. "We must find her quickly now." At this moment, the Tower Master suddenly spoke up. I sense a huge mana connection nearby. I believe I know where she is. After a while, the 3 tower masters arrived at the house on the cliff to cast spells and search for the whereabouts of the Mudbrain. Juno exclaimed in surprise, "Is she hiding inside to perform the ritual?" The tower master nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but the maze is too strong, so she can't destroy the entrance right now, because it is designed to withstand the sunfire." The tower master suggests that Juno and sorcerer Kim stay here, while I will go deal with the Mudbrain. But Mage Kim stopped him, saying he couldn't go. Junshu nodded in agreement. "Wizard Kim is right, this is too dangerous, let me handle it." The tower master was surprised and exclaimed, "You want to go in?" Junshu calmly said, "Yes," to make her let her guard down. "It's best for someone like me to go in." The tower master, feeling it makes sense, reluctantly said, "It seems I owe you once again. Take this." He then took out many items and handed them to Junsu, including a magic die and a teleportation ring. Junu didn't hesitate and took them gladly. "The escape ring has given you a second life. Risking your life once is worth it to possess one of the 8 treasures of the Demon Tower." A moment later, inside the space maze, Junu, who had just entered, realized that Mage Kim was also following. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on? Why did you follow me into the maze? You're going to get yourself killed." Wizard Kim muttered, "But this is a problem of the Demon Tower, and it's better for both of you." While using dice to neutralize the interdimensional space, encountering enemies would be troublesome. So the Eclipse faction always causes these kinds of problems? While they were talking, he didn't notice the monster attacking from behind. Luckily, Junshu reacted quickly, threw his sword, and killed the monster. "Wizard," Kim finally reacted, speechless with panic. June calmly said, "If I had been a little slower, we would have been bitten. It seems they have already smelled us. Stay close behind me." After saying that, he drew his sword from the corpse of the monster and walked away, gripping his sword tightly. At the same time, Junu also changed his attributes. He took the lead and warned sternly, "There will be dozens of monsters heading our way now." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of monsters attacked the 2 of them. Junu was unafraid and disappeared in an instant. The sword lights continued to dance in the air, cutting through the monsters' bodies. Attacks on weak points deal extra damage. With a loud bang, all the monsters exploded. Mage Kim behind watched this scene and couldn't help but mutter in panic, "These monsters." Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw an old woman standing on the cliff, none other than Do-O Boon. She pointed her magic staff at the 2 of them and shouted angrily, "Why do you dare to step here? Your crime of interfering with my masterpiece will not go unpunished." As soon as he said that, a series of lightning bolts struck down from above, shattering the nearby cliffs into pieces. Junu knew that the Boon Brain was definitely not an easy opponent, but he wouldn't die in a minigame like this. Thinking that, he firmly grasped Mage Kim's shoulder and told him to hold on tight. Junu had observed this move countless times in the game, so he could see everything. Immediately after, he changed his equipment attributes and carried Sage Kim into the air to escape each wave of Mudbrain's attacks. In an instant, continuous bursts of explosions echoed through the sky, and a corner of the forest was struck black by lightning. Junshu hugged Mage Kim and ran, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Mage Kim nodded slightly and replied, "I think I'm fine, but where are we?" Junshu calmly replied, "This is where the mana concentrates here. Set up the neutralizing device." Sorcerer Kim immediately responded, "Understood, I will do it quickly and come back, but I haven't gone far before the explosion blocked me." She frantically shouted, "You fools are digging your own graves!" As she finished, the dark energy began to activate again, and lightning appeared densely once more. Junshu saw that and shouted loudly to warn, "Kim Sorcerer, get out of the way quickly!" Luckily, Kim Sorcerer managed to jump back in time, or he would have been blown to pieces by the lightning. Junshu squinted at the gold lady facing him, feeling admiration in his heart. She truly is a 7th-level mage. If hit, she would turn to dust, and there's no way he could withstand her attack normally. Thinking of this, June spoke again. "Kim the mage, I will draw her attention. Do it quickly." Sorcerer Kim quickly replied, "All right, then run away." Seeing that he had left, Akbun's face immediately turned grim. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Where did that damn brat go?" Just then, Junu suddenly shouted, "Ajo, Akbun, you old hag!" When Akbun heard the sound, she glared at him, but Junsu didn't care and shouted loudly, "If you suddenly gained this power, I guess you used the Kumo Corporation chairman's mana ring to boost your strength a bit, right? Or are you so senile you've gone completely crazy?" Akbun bit his lip fiercely, his tone full of deadly intent. "I was going to rely on my disciple to get the Sun Crow, but you've destroyed everything, so it doesn't matter anymore. That black crow is enough already." As she finished speaking, she cast her magic again. lightning raging wildly toward Junu, but he quickly dodged. This action made Akbun angrily scold. Do you think you can keep dodging the power of the solar eclipse? Are your eyes clouded? You can't even land a single hit. This only fuels Bun's anger to the breaking point. She roared furiously. The little brat, on the other hand, Mage Kim has already started installing the magic dice, and before long it's finished and the magic has been activated. From afar, Bull's mind saw this scene and muttered in confusion. When did the neutralizer device activate? Kim. The mage looked up at the sky and muttered. Now the neutralizer device has emitted magic that passes through space and weakens the power of space. The Tower Master outside, seeing this scene, excitedly shouted that it was time to act, and then began casting a spell to gradually break the space of the maze. Inside, Mage Kim was smiling happily and said, Superman, the maze is cracking open. Junshu also nodded in agreement. That's right, it seems the Tower Master is doing very well. The solar eclipse in the sky is also gradually disappearing. This caused Okbun to panic. She kept muttering, It can't be like this, my magic, my power, my world. In just a moment, this old woman's body had become frail and withered. Her face peeled of skin, and she kept muttering, I'm about to finish it. It's because of you. All because of you. Then she poured her fury into her magic and struck. Junu didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly used his iron fist to block, but he was still much slower than Bun's mind. This power is truly insane. Before you could catch your breath, Boone struck again, and Junu hurriedly dodged, with explosions continuing behind him. This made Boone furious and scream, Damn it, why didn't it hit? Go and die. With that, she continued to attack Rungsu with lightning magic. The lightning kept striking down relentlessly, as if trying to crush him into pieces. When the lightning finally faded, only a large crater remained, with no sign of the person, leaving Bun confused. At the same time, Junu used his weakness detection ability and saw the vital point behind Obu's back. Junsu smugly smiled and said, I've found her weakness. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and swung it into her back. The fragile body of Akbu collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out uncontrollably. She muttered in defiance, I won't die like this, I must at least kill you myself. Immediately after, she trembled and raised her hand to attack Shu, but at the same time, another hand appeared and grabbed Ukbun's neck. So it was the Tower Master. He has appeared. He snorted coldly and said, You old trash, die for me, then used flames to burn her down. At that very moment, the Sun Tower was restored to its light. The Tower Master kept praising Junshu after returning. Before, you were just an apprentice warrior, or someone with a bit of talent in magic. But today, you seem like a warrior ready for battle. Junshu blushed shyly when praised, but the Tower Master kept praising him. No wonder the general gave you the Black Wolf sword. This kind of thing is called Peerless and Countless Stars. It seems that the magic spirit also talks about this. Thinking of that, Junshu hesitantly asked, What is it? The Tower Master slowly explained to describe those with endless potential and 10,000 superhuman energies. He then took out a ring and said, This is my gift to you. It is a solar eclipse ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Demon Tower and also the strongest holy artifact of the solar eclipse school. Junu happily accepted it and wore it on his hand. Its binding property is the eclipse, and it even has the function to swallow, absorb, and store mana. After finishing everything, he returned with excitement to his home in the suburbs. As time went by, and winter arrived, Soren has started practicing how to use the energy of the Celestial Assassin, while Janet is honing her steel energy within her body and gradually becoming stronger. Junsu is naturally very happy. Soren will probably reach level 5 soon. The day she learns the Fire Spirit sword technique won't be far off. And Thich Queen has also reached level 4. He is beginning to expand his influence across the country, and Seun's time to Ingjie December 24th has come. That night, Junsu took Soren and Janet to join the festival, and the two of them kept expressing their amazement as they walked. Junsu also happily said, Let's enjoy today to the fullest, because starting tomorrow, we will return to training. Janet immediately dropped her smile and quickly spoke up. I'll go ahead then. Soren also chimed in, running after. Janet, wait for me. Then the two of them ran off. December 24th is the day of the Demon Slaying Festival, the day the bishop was officially declared dead, and also the day the Westphalia Treaty took effect. So this festival is celebrated worldwide like Christmas, because there is no Christmas in this world. While Soren and the other person were walking, Soren saw someone. She excitedly shouted, Look, Janet, it's the Holy Night Cha by June. Janet also glanced at the handsome man, unable to help but marvel at how handsome he was. Junu, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. During the Divine Annihilation ceremony, the Holy Knights from each country will have their own gathering. You have been invited as an honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Gur sects.
At this moment, a diplomatic delegation approached Junu and greeted him, saying, "Are you not the owner of the Black Lake sword? I am
Akum Kurat, the Indian diplomatic representative in Korea." Junu also politely replied, "I am a level 5 superhuman, Warrior Kim. Thank you for inviting me here." Ames smiled softly and pointed to the two behind him, introducing, "This is my wife and daughter."
Junu, nice to meet you, Kim Warrior.
Here is the last of the top 3 Kikurat warriors. The girl will become the owner of Kalarachi. Is he thinking of using Janet to get closer? After a moment of hesitation, Junu pointed to the two people Soren introduced and said, "These are my disciples, and coincidentally, my second disciple, and your daughter." But before he finished speaking, a sudden cry of shock rang out. "Isn't that the owner of the Black Lake sword?" So everyone's attention turned to Junu. They surrounded him, constantly praising him, making Junu feel extremely helpless. "This is a chance for you to get closer to Kaylee. So why is it like this? It's just that without you, Soren and Janet are still happily talking with Kaylee." After a long while, Junshu, exhausted from the noise, finally escaped from the crowd and saw 3 girls huddled together, talking happily. You just let out a sigh of relief, so everything is fine. Outside, snow has already started to fall. It's really almost the end of the year. June wished everything could stay peaceful like this. As he was walking, suddenly someone behind him greeted him. "Hello." June glanced over and saw a woman approaching, a faint smile on her lips as she spoke. "Can I talk to you, heir?" Junu realized she wasn't the holy maiden of the bishop's army. He narrowed his eyes at her and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?"
"Aren't you busy preparing for the Godslayer festival?" The holy maiden's face immediately darkened as she coldly retorted, "It's not the Godslayer festival, but the Rebirth festival."
Hearing that, Junshu scoffed dismissively and said, "Whatever you say." So the two of them continued walking and talking. The holy maiden spoke coldly.
"You can tell that I'm being very generous with you, right?" Junshu said with a sniff. "Here."
"Generous? What do you mean by being generous?"
She chuckled softly and asked, "Don't you find it strange that you killed one of our supervisors and are still alive?"
Junshu was stunned to hear this. Even though it happened inside the maze, she still knows everything, huh?
"If I had acted, your miserable body would have been asleep long ago."
"Because I am now behind the control screen. Do you understand?" Jundu narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking why she did this. "Wasn't it me who asked you to do that?" The saintess whispered into his ear with a gentle smile. "Only a soul as magnificent as yours can become our savior and lead the light." Junu was stunned after hearing that and said, "Don't tell me the soul she mentioned is actually you in the real world." In the real world, Junu is just one of countless failures, a worthless bastard with no achievements, cursed in love and in money. The more I think about it, the more I panic. Is this some new kind of scam? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be due to a change in attributes? If the Holy Maiden considers changing attributes as a form of binding with the soul, then it could also be regarded as a wonderful soul. While Junu was thinking, the Holy Maiden softly said, "I sincerely hope you become stronger, to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours." Junshu hadn't even had a chance to understand, and the Holy Maiden sneered and said, "Today." Her words left him confused and unable to understand, while the Holy Maiden continued rambling on with more incomprehensible sentences. "From today, everything will begin. We are counting on you, the Savior." While Junu was running around creating chaos, she said they would also gain a lot of things. The more Junu listened, the more confused he became and asked, "What are you rambling about all of a sudden?" The saintess chuckled softly and shook her head. "Then you'll find out soon." Immediately after, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She smiled maliciously and said, "Take care of yourself until we meet again." And then the saintess disappeared from Jusu's sight, leaving him in confusion. The madman appeared to ramble and then vanished again. What is she really planning? Is everything starting from today? The main game hasn't even officially started yet, so those super epic main quests like in Chapter 1 won't happen at all. But suddenly, Junu thought of something. He took out his phone to check if today's God Destruction Festival coincided with Chapter 10. If in the game the saintess also announced the same thing, then could it be? While Junu was lost in thought, time kept moving forward. At exactly midnight, a deafening explosion erupted, causing chaos and concern among the festival attendees. Junu looked up at the smoke and flames ahead, silently cursing himself. This is it. Chapter 1. The crisis in Seun has officially begun. Monsters and beasts of unknown origin are attacking people. There are so many of them it's hard to believe. Junu didn't think twice and ran with a gun. He hurriedly instructed everyone, "Stand guard here with the other holy knights." The other person nodded and replied, I understand. And what about you? Junshu said casually. I have someone to protect first, and then I will run away quickly. Every corner of this place is being attacked by monsters. Soren and Janet are trying to eliminate them. As Seyoon's chaos erupts across the city, Callie's parents were killed in this terrorist attack in the game. This deeply wounded Callie's heart, and she decided to become a superhuman. But now they have a protector.
Soren and Janet saw the arrival and exclaimed happily, Master, the one coming is none other than Junsu. He won't let that happen in his timeline.
At the same time, Callie, in her parents' arms, saw Junu appear like a god, her eyes filled with admiration. And then the three of them began working together to defeat the monster. Amid the chaos, a car sped through the wind, driven by Junsu. He quickly contacted Jom. On the other end, Jom answered immediately. Soldier Kim, I'm currently busy dealing with the terrorist attack in Seoul. Let's talk later. Junu quickly said, No, I need to speak with you right now. Although the terrorism is happening all over Seoul, its only target is one thing. Thinking quickly, he hurriedly said, The president is in danger. What? Really? But I heard the greenhouse is still fine, Junu calmly replied. It's the truth. Since the president isn't there, I'll send you the location. With that, he sped off again. During the god-killing ceremony, the unmarried president will surely go to his secret lover's house. A moment later, Junsu's car stopped above the skyscrapers. The magic spirit hesitated and asked, Should we land on the roof? There's no time. Junu shook his head slightly and then kicked off the car door. Wherever the president is, security will be tightened there. To bypass the security check and get there quickly, he had no choice but to jump down and break through this special glass. With a bang, the security glass shattered, revealing a chaotic scene inside. A man holding a girl in a corner is the president. His face shows a hint of panic, and upon seeing you, he quickly speaks. Are you a swordsman? Junu didn't care and ran over to the two people, worriedly asking, Are you both okay? The president didn't answer and shouted in panic, The person behind you is an ambush from behind Runu. Luckily, you reacted in time, raised your sword to defend, but still was pushed back a few steps. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him, finally appearing, the boss from Chapter 1. The terrifying Queen Assassin, a level 7 superhuman. She coldly said, Kimakmo, it seems I have accidentally gained a big advantage. Jun lightly furrowed his brow and remained silent, his face showing a serious expression. The executioner queen paid no mind and continued to smile as she said, If I kill you and throw your body to Guangwaman, that old tiger will be heartbroken. Then she drew her sword. The Yodo Masamune sword activates a random curse each time it strikes an enemy. Junu knows this sword very well. As you were lost in thought, the executioner queen suddenly shouted fiercely, Let's see who teaches you a lesson better. Me, or that old man. Immediately after, she unleashed a blade of sword light streaked with blood and shot it toward him. Junshu dared not slack off and used his shield to block, but it still made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying it was just to block one attack. The Queen Executioner, on the other hand, smirked and said, Not bad, let's see if you can block this one too. Then she swung her sword down again. This time, Run couldn't defend and was cut away, flying out of the beam. You fiercely bite your lip and say, Queen Executioner's sword style is not about defense, but attack. To survive another second, you need to fight fire with fire. Fighting halfway would be impossible to win. With that in mind, Runshu suddenly broke free and charged like a moth to a flame. In just a moment, he'd appeared behind the Queen of Executioners, yet I still stood there calmly, smirking with a contemptuous smile. How pathetic. Die. Then the Queen Assassin spun around and lunged with her sword, but Runshu was faster by a step, creating a shield to block it. At the same time, he also changed his attributes and directly counterattacked, causing the Queen of the Executioner to be thrown back. Before she could react, he charged forward aggressively, swinging his hammer repeatedly. The Queen Executioner was forced into a defensive stance, grinding her teeth in anger and shouting, You brat, Junu doesn't care much. The only weakness the Queen Executioner has now is her vulnerability to close-range attacks. If you make a mistake, you'll definitely die. But you have to try first. The two continued to exchange blows, with sword flashes and magic spreading everywhere. The president beside him watched this scene in shock, while inside the battle, the two were still locked in fierce combat. Junshu angrily bit his lip and muttered, Damn it, because the Invincible Queen's passive talent prevents your attacks from causing any damage. At this moment, the Queen Executioner had been pushed to the brink of madness by Junu. The crazy woman shouted fiercely, This is the end! Then she swung her sword at Junu, forcing him to retreat. She narrowed her eyes at him, and the cold Queen Assassin said, Do you want to deny it?
Jundu didn't answer, urgently shouting, "Red, take the president somewhere else."
While they were fighting, the car arrived at the place where the president was hiding and then quickly left. The Queen Executioner realized too late and could only try to stop it in despair as the car vanished into the distance.
"What now? You missed your target."
This statement pushed the Queen Executioner's fury to its peak. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You bastard, so this was your true goal." As she spoke, she kept wielding her sword. This is the Queen Executioner's ultimate technique, the destruction of heaven and earth. Junshu watched the blood-red mana flow slowly toward him, a wave of worry rising in his heart.
"Are you out of options to escape now that you're cursed and can't move?"
That's just a dream. Junshu suddenly smirked. The ring in your hand suddenly glows. This is the escape ring, allowing you to leave the battlefield once.
"Thanks a lot."
That foolish old woman. Then her body was enveloped by a surge of demonic energy.
When the Queen Executioner's sword struck down, the person disappeared without a trace, only stabbing into the ground. This made her furious as she shouted, "You damn brat!" By the time Junu reappeared, he was inside his own bathroom. Junshu lifted his head, gasping for air, almost losing it. If I hadn't received the escape ring from the Tower Master, I really would have died. Luckily, Junshu frowned and muttered to himself, "Well, I guess the general has already arrived at the building now. Have they captured the Executioner Queen yet? With that kind of strength, it's probably a bit difficult. But this isn't the time for him to think about these things. He needs to focus on treatment first." So Junshu continued to soak in the bathtub and rest. It wasn't until the phone rang that he woke up. Junshu, annoyed, picked up the phone and lazily spoke. "Hello?" On the other end, Soren's frantic scream immediately comes through. Junu was startled awake by the shout. Soren on the other end kept rambling. "Why didn't you answer my calls? It's been days." Junu reluctantly said, "I am resting," but quickly realized a problem and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, it's been days?" Soren complained, "So do you have any idea how worried I was, leaving those strange messages and disappearing like that?" Junu was confused and opened the message to check. "Yeah, the message is a bit strange." He apologized sincerely, but Soren didn't care and continued speaking. "Forget it, that's not the main issue. Do you know where I am?" Junu frowned and asked, "Where exactly?" Soren whispered, "I am at the greenhouse with Janet. The president wants to see you." Junu spoke casually as he stepped out of the bathtub. "I understand now. All right, I'll be there right away. Now go claim your reward." A while later, at the greenhouse, when Junu arrived, the president warmly greeted him. He gratefully said, "I'm truly grateful that you risked your life to save me." "Are you feeling better now?" Junshu replied casually with a smile. "I am fully recovered. The magic potion and divine medicine have played a major role." Just then, a large hand patted his back. It's Jom. He just arrived and happily said, "See, I told you so. Your little kid showing up here without a scratch, huh?" The Tower Master is also here, smiling happily and saying, "Looks like the medicine is working, right?" "Remember not to forget to thank our demon tower. Du really looks helpless. Why does he suddenly seem so friendly?" At this moment, the president approached and spoke. "Thank you very much, Warrior Kim. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it." He then took out a box containing an SR-grade refined armor. Its attribute is refinement, just like its name. This is a super deceptive trait that can change its settings to give an advantage each time you switch it. If you change the trait to swordsman, it will prioritize attack and agility. If switched to the warrior trait, it will have strength and durability. If changed to marksman, attack and movement speed will be boosted. Isn't this made specifically for Junu? That's really impressive. Thinking of that, Junu happily accepted it. "Thank you, I will use it well." This moment, a hand placed on his shoulder, making him a bit confused. Before he could understand what was happening, the Tower Master and Jom excitedly shouted out, "All right, now it's time for the main event." Junu was then pulled into the conference room with them and the president. The president calmly announced from the center, "We are currently tracking Yurin, the leader of the terrorists, who is the one called the Queen of Execution." Junu stood silently, observing the map on the table. "You've seen this map quite a few times before since it's the map for the mission in Chapter 1. If this were in a game, everything would be finished in the blink of an eye, just like that. But even the Western Legion commander, a war hero like the Eastern Legion commander, many leaders from different cultures, and even the Superhuman Society's assault team have joined forces. As expected, whether or not there is a government makes a huge difference. This is why the German bishop's army wanted to assassinate the president along with the words of the saintess that day. Junu wants to see what she will do now. It seems like Chapter 1 ended a bit quickly. In the following days, news praising Junu appeared across newspapers and online platforms. Soren and Janet saw everyone cheerfully speaking. Everyone is talking about him now, sir. It seems the battle at the Indian embassy has attracted a lot of attention. Luckily, it seems like Chapter 1 has ended. Junwoo should focus on training himself, so he drove these two girls back to his own house. As soon as Janet stepped out of the car, she saw Aim with his wife and daughter in front of Du-Yu's house. Upon seeing him, Aim hurried over to greet him. Hello? Owner of the Black Lake Sword, I am here to express my gratitude to you. Junshu nodded slightly and replied, Yes, I understand. This is a golden opportunity to recruit Kali. I need to say something. But before I could speak, Kali suddenly stepped forward. The girl looked determined and spoke up. Teacher, I want to become your student. Junshu was immediately stunned. You haven't even had the chance to do anything yet. Junwoo asked doubtfully, What do you mean by student? Kali explained slowly. During the recent accident, I realized clearly that people need strength, so I want to be as strong as Junsu's two students, Soren and Janet. Kali sincerely bows her head in respect to Junsu and says, I hope you can teach me. Junsu hadn't even had a chance to reply when Aim suddenly shouted in panic. Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think carefully. Junwoo understands why Kali's parents are worried. Kali's grandmother was once the owner of Kalarachi and was transformed into a mutated creature while exploring the fissure. When members of your ambassador's family reach adulthood, the fate of the goddess Kali will appear, and if they resist their destiny, death will follow them. That's why they have no choice but to follow their ancestors' path. But what era are we even in now? So, Junwoo immediately spoke up. Ambassador, not Kali's father, but the last chance to possess the top 3 warriors is something you must seize. So Junwoo firmly declared, I understand your good intentions for humanity as well as the destiny passed down in your family. Hearing this, Aim was stunned and exclaimed, Why do you know that? June did not answer, calmly continuing, I understand your concern, but Kali has the ability to protect herself. Aim then asked suspiciously, So you know how to make sure our Kali doesn't suffer? Mac nodded. Junshu calmly replied, Yes. For that to happen, Kali must become a superhuman. You said that if everyone entrusted it to you, you would definitely make it happen. Aim still couldn't accept this and hesitated, muttering, The girl is a naive child who has never held a sword before. The girl can't become a superhero, there must be another way. But out of concern for her, his wife stepped in to advise. After a moment of silence, Aim looked back at Kali and asked, Are you still sure about your decision? Kali nodded firmly. Yes, I will do my best, please trust me. Come here and pat the girl on the shoulder with a loving tone. This will be a very difficult path. But if you're already prepared, then follow your heart. You must overcome fate and survive. Hearing the confirmation, Kali happily exclaimed, Yes, definitely. And then at the training ground, Junwoo squinted and asked Kali, Have you made your final decision yet? Kali, still unaware of what awaits her, happily nodded and replied, Yes. Junwoo tilted his head back and laughed loudly, so Kali tremblingly muttered, Please help me, teacher. A few days later, the gym echoed with pounding music as Kali, dressed comfortably, kept dancing non-stop. Kalarachi is a dancer and also a killer. Junwoo has unlocked her hidden trait. Now only the dancing trait remains. It's time for Kali to unlock it now. Kali kept dancing until the magic surrounded her body and the dancer trait was quickly unlocked. Just as Junwoo thought, Kali truly has talent and the foundation to face her destiny is already set. Now it's just a matter of leveling up. Junwoo then approached, handed Kali a towel and said, You're really diligent. You've already reached level 3. Kali took the towel, nodded and said thank you, then began to wipe her face. Junwoo looked at Kali exhausted and suggested, Take a break for a bit. Your stamina is still weak. Better not push yourself. And the girl shook her head in refusal. No, I'm fine. Please, sir, start the training again quickly. Kali wants to become strong like Soren and Janet, with Soren already at level 5 and Janet at level 4. The girl is trying to push herself to train without realizing how difficult it really is. Thinking that, Junshu gently advised her, You also have innate talent like the others, so just tell Kali to train steadily and she'll be fine. No need to rush. If the body is overexerted, problems will arise. Kali quickly nodded and replied, Yes, I will remember. At this moment, Yunsu's phone rang. He quickly stepped outside to answer and also advised Kali to go rest. It's Chunbok calling, and I can hear his excited tone through the phone. Kim? No, I am the owner of the Black Lake Sword, Kim Chunbok, Junshu asked softly with a frown. It's been a while. Do you have something to discuss? Kim Chunbok hurriedly replied. Actually, someone has issued a challenge to the Black Lake Sword. Do you remember? The Destroyer. When Junshu heard this, he immediately understood that he was being challenged and that a duel for the celestial rights was being proposed. Then he calmly nodded and said yes. Chunbo continued.
This time they're offering a diamond as the prize and a piece of Mars. Hearing this, Junshu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. A piece of Mars debris? Of course you know what that is. The Fire Spirit Duel technique is sealed inside it. Junu immediately feels excited. This is the mission to obtain it. At this moment, Chun-bok spoke up again. The decisive match will take place in 2 weeks and will be a 4-on-4 battle. Will you accept? Junu replied without hesitation. Yes, of course. See you then, sir. After saying that, he quickly turned off his phone. 2 weeks to form a team, Junsu needed a squad capable of guaranteeing an absolute victory over that destroyer. There are a few people who are quite useful, like Soren or UIN, but you've never used them in team battles before, so it might be a bit difficult. However, Junu thought of a different formation, put away his phone, and then smirked as he spoke. Just as I thought, that team is the best. 2 weeks later, at the underground arena, the referee announced that today's battle was about to begin, and the warriors quickly stepped onto the fighting platform. The Destructive King's team advanced step by step, except for him, followed by the 3 old men, the Dragon King, the Demon Master, and the Heavenly King. The Dragon King looked at his opponent and smirked. Are you just a bunch of amateurs? Even though I'm old, I'm still full of energy. Do your best. Junu narrowed his eyes at the 3 old men in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He had expected the Destroyer King to bring all the top experts, but he couldn't believe he actually brought 3 level 6 masters into the arena. But there's nothing to worry about. Junu has a way to win. Today your team includes Tik Quinn, another is Priest Kim, and the last is Mage Kim. When you played the game, you never used this trio, the Kim family team. With this team, Junsu knows exactly what strategy to use. He will definitely get the Mars shard. A few days ago, after accepting the challenge from the Destroyer King, Junu called in the 3 warriors, Priest Kim and Mage Kim, to his house. They had no objections and showed up immediately, all very willing to help. This is a top-tier team consisting of a Catalyst warrior, a mage, and a priest. Junu often uses this formation, but the Kim team has a weakness. Thinking about this, he finally spoke seriously. Our team's main issue is defense. Father Kim nodded and said, Don't worry about that, I can help. Kim the mage suddenly raised his hand and muttered in despair, Am I the weakest link? Junshu gently shook his head to reassure him. You're not to blame. Anyway, since our opponents are experienced fighters in the arena, facing them directly will be a bit difficult. Thick Queen watched him intently and hesitated, asking, So what's your plan? Junshu chuckled softly and replied, There are 2 things to remember. First is how to attack, and second is melee combat. So now a melee has broken out on the arena. Isn't this way of fighting quite straightforward? But ended up making those old men suffer quite a bit, with each of the 3 taking one person by the leg to disrupt the opponent's team's strengths. And Junshu is facing off against the Dragon King. He flies in the air, smirking as he says, I didn't expect you to use such a pathetic tactic thinking you can easily defeat us. Then, the Dragon King began his attack. Junshu responded calmly. Just as you thought, they look down on your group and start splitting up the formation. The Dragon King of the Flying Realm raises his fake arm, ready to fire. Immediately, a dark cannon shot towards Junu. He knew that aerial attack was Fi Long Vuong's specialty, but he had a way too. Immediately after, Junu switched his attribute to non-explosive. In an instant, the sky was filled with continuous small explosions, smoke and fire spreading everywhere. But Junshu safely lifted himself into the air, causing the Dragon King to exclaim in surprise, You can fly! But before he could understand what was happening, Runshu sliced the explosive in half. At the same time, a powerful sword light shot forward. King Filong saw it and was panic-stricken, but it was too late, and the sword light exploded in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly King was stunned. The Destruction King also worriedly shouted, Uncle Filong! But while he was distracted, Thich Quien threw a punch, causing the Destroyer King to fall to the ground, and Thich Quien then aimed the gun in his fake arm at him. Junshu saw this and smiled contentedly. With that level of damage, the Destroyer King is just a mosquito. The next are those 2. Father Kim and Mage Kim are still facing off against the Heavenly King and the Demon Lord now. Junshu quietly smiles. Everyone is following my orders and doing very well. I told them earlier not to use magic. At that moment, both of them were very surprised and asked, What? So how are we supposed to fight? Junshu calmly replied, First, stick close to the opponent and disrupt them. Then the opportunity will naturally appear. When that happens, using magic will be just right. By this point, the Archangel King had begun summoning magic attacks. In an instant, a brilliant light engulfed the arena, causing the 2 clerics Kim to cover their eyes. At the same time, the Demon King also summoned his magic. He roared loudly,
The game is over. Die for me.
Immediately, a blood-red magical energy shot toward them. In a life-or-death situation, Junshu ran forward to use the shield to protect both of them. Then he shouted loudly, "Cleric Kim, bless me now." Cleric Kim immediately received the order and nodded.
All right, then outside the shield, the magical attacks continued to fiercely assault. It wasn't long before Junshu gained the defensive trait.
The Demon King saw they weren't fighting back and sneered, then said, "Are you just a bunch of cowards who only defend?" Suddenly, the Archangel King exclaimed, "Wait, Demon King, I sense a strange energy." At the same time, Junshu still stood there bravely, without taking any damage. Mage Kim approached him and said, "Shall we end this?" He nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's finish this." As he finished speaking, Junu took out Tho's hammer and Mage Kim also channeled magic into it. In just a moment, a fire phoenix appeared. Junshu, wielding the hammer, charged forward alongside the fire phoenix. He smirked confidently and declared, "This is a victory for Kim Chien team." A loud explosion shook the arena, smoke and fire engulfing the entire area. The referee immediately announced the end of the match, declaring victory for Kim Chien Min's team. At this point, Junshu also gained the fearless trait, which required defeating 3 high-level enemies in a row. Thanks to that destructive king's name, all the conditions for obtaining the trait are gathered here. While Junshu was thinking, the destructive king approached and spoke. "We lost." He nodded slightly in response. This was a very exciting fight. The destroyer also kept his promise and handed the shard of the fire crystal to Junu. He calmly spoke, "This is the item I promised you. The rest will be given to each of you." Junu was delighted when he saw it, finally obtaining a fragment of the fire crystal that could awaken Soren's swordsmanship. In his excitement, he couldn't help but suggest that if anyone wanted a rematch, they could contact him any time. The Flying Dragon King chuckled softly and replied, "I don't think so. It seems it's time for me to retire. Our era has passed and a new age has begun." The next day, at Junsu's house in the training room, a series of sword beams were continuously being unleashed as Soren and Junsu sparred with each other. They were fighting fiercely, but soon they created some distance between themselves.
"Master, you're not tired yet, right?"
"I'm starting again now." Then she charged forward fiercely. There is a huge amount of magic around her. This is the power of the celestial assassin. A few hours earlier, after returning home, Junu called Soren over and gave her a fragment of the fire crystal, making her exclaim in surprise, "Huh? You're giving me this?" "Yes," Junu calmly admits it.
"If I have it in my hand, the fire crystal shard is useless because it only reacts with Soren."
Soren holds it in his hand with a slightly serious expression, muttering, "But just looking at it makes me feel strange." Junu gently shook his head to reassure her, saying, "It's okay. You don't need to resist. Just let the mana in your body follow your instincts." Following his words, Soren sat cross-legged on the ground and began to sense the shard of the fire crystal. The 3 great sword techniques include both martial arts and mana cultivation methods. The reason Runu couldn't teach them the special skills to control mana precisely is because of this. Before long, Soren suddenly opened her eyes without hesitation and drew her sword. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Then a dark energy with a bloody hue appeared. This is the true form of the celestial assassin star, the power of Mars, the god of war, and the celestial assassin spirit. Soren has now fully gathered the traits and core of the Firestar sword technique. Soren still couldn't believe it, muttering vaguely, "I can't believe it, but I've had a bad feeling in my head all along."
Junshu chuckled softly, patting her shoulder to reassure her. "It's normal. That's the power of the celestial assassin. Accept it and focus on fighting. You'll become stronger."
Soren nodded and replied, "Thank you. I really don't know how to repay you." June smirked and said mysteriously, "Now you can repay me right now by making her understand nothing." Junsu raised his sword again, furrowing his brow and suggesting, "What if I become your apprentice? Teach me the fire spirit sword technique." And then Junu and Soren trained together. Soren's speed after mastering the fire spirit sword technique became fast and powerful, and her stamina and mana recovered quickly, so it wasn't long before Junsu was pushed out. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "This sword technique really breaks the game." If Kali's dance is a gentle sword dance, Soren's dance is a fierce war dance. In just a moment of clashing swords with her, Junsu could gradually feel the world as if sinking into a sea of blood. For a moment, Soren was instantly stunned with wide eyes. Junsu's state had completely changed, and then the two continued their duel, but before long, Junsu turned the tide and pushed Soren back. With a loud bang, the wall behind was shattered. Junu finally understood the fire spirit sword technique. He smiled with satisfaction. "So, this is the heavenly assassin love. It was just that Junu quickly realized one thing. Soren, who had been pushed away by him, was still sprawled on the ground.
Big Soren, are you okay?
The training ended like that. Soren went to rest, while Junsu, after taking a shower, went out to the balcony to enjoy tea. He's about to level up to 6, but still needs a little more. It seems he needs more activities and experience. Thinking of that, Junshu took out his phone, looked at it happily, and said, "In times like this, you need to find the right person." The next day, at Cho Junu's office, he arrived here to take on a mission.
As soon as he saw you, Cho started joking and laughing. "Oh my, who is this?"
The pride of our organization, the top earner, along with the little boss beside him. Jundu ignored them and quickly sat down, getting straight to the point. "By the way, you mentioned there's a major mission."
I nod slightly and say, "I will explain as the mission broker. Did you know that the terrorist alliance has been wiped out?"
He nodded slightly to show he understood. Due to the Archbishop's army, plotting a catastrophe. Chapter 1. The Terrorist Alliance. Unlike in the game, they were wiped out in a government-led crackdown operation.
At this point, rebuilding that organization will be very difficult. Currently, the Queen of Executioners and my remaining forces are being scattered and defeated everywhere.
At this point, he continued, so according to the army's request, we have found them. Kiok also sighed and spoke, but one of them is hiding somewhere we cannot reach.
Is that place really dangerous? Kizyok reluctantly replies, "There are monsters, and among those terrorists there are mutants."
Hearing this, Junshu couldn't help but feel helpless. In the monster village, mutants are considered family.
Kia lack dao to dai,
but those terrorists are very dangerous, and that bear keeps protecting them, so we're in a tough spot. But I really didn't expect the Gold Hunter to know the monster village. It is indeed fate. Junmin Bak nodded.
I see, but you still can't accept it right away. To reach level 6, you can't recklessly clash with the monster village.
But outright refusing wouldn't be very good either. As Junu was thinking, Kiok pushed a photo forward. The photo shows a chameleon man. The uncle slowly explains, "This is a picture of him."
The lizard mutant hiding among the monster village? Doesn't he look just like a terrorist?
Junshu picked up the photo and stared at it for a long time before frowning and asking back,
"You say this thing is a mutant?"
Kai Ok nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" This lizard is not a mutant. It's a mid-level boss from Chapter 1, the Lizard, a high-tech biological criminal. This terrorist has deceived the Big Bear, so Junsu took on this mission. Junu then ran all night to Hope Village.
"You're sure that after knowing the truth,
the Big Bear will cooperate?" "I can't be sure it will listen, but you'll try to persuade it." As they neared the place, a deafening explosion erupted, causing Junshu to panic. Wasn't that the direction of Hope Village? So that lizard has already started to act. Smoke and fire quickly covered the sky in the distance.
All the creatures in the village are now very weakened, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the Big Bear can't help but shiver.
There's something stuck in its throat. It mutters hoarsely, "What's going on?"
"It's a magic bomb!"
Junshu ran over from afar and shouted, "Upon seeing you," the Big Bear exclaimed in surprise, "Kim the swordsman, why are you here?"
"I heard there's a terrorist here, and it's probably him who did it. He's a criminal pretending to be a supernatural being."
The Big Bear was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Disguised, still stunned, a creature ran from afar to report that the village chief, the Snakebone, is gone, and the gecko has disappeared too. The Big Bear immediately froze, unsure of what to do. Jun quickly spoke up. "There's no time left. If we stay here, everyone will turn into bombs and explode."
"The creatures in the village are truly suffering." Junshu once again suggests, "Hurry and build a barricade."
The Big Bear didn't hesitate and replied, "I understand." Then it ran to the tree god. "Mother, please help us."
"Oh, great mother, please protect us."
As soon as these words were spoken, the sacred tree immediately lit up. Then, a series of magical beams shot out from the sacred tree, quickly enveloping the entire village, and the condition of the creatures became more stable. Seeing this, Junu spoke up, "Please maintain the barrier. I will go find the terrorist and the snake bones." The Big Bear looked worried and asked, "Are you sure going alone will be okay?" Junshu nodded slightly. "You've changed the properties of your sixth sense. I will find them quickly and come back." Then, Junu ran deeper into the village. "This place is shrouded in fog." The boy frowned and muttered, "I think this is the place." Suddenly, a call rang out from behind, making Junshu startle and turn around. The one calling you was Soren. You frowned in confusion and asked, "Why are you here?" Soren smiled and replied, "You called me to help." Junshu couldn't help but be stunned and asked back, "Huh? Really?" But he quickly realized something, smirking as he said, "Oh, right. That's why you came to help me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swayed, causing Soren to panic and catch him. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay, teacher?" Junu held his head, pursed his lips, and said, "I'm fine, but it's strange. Why does my body feel so weak?" Soren supports you, moving slowly, and gently suggests, "You should rest. Let me investigate." Junu hesitates with a slight frown and asks, "Are you sure it will be okay?" "Sorry," I smile faintly. "Of course, let me handle the rest and you can rest in peace." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew a knife and lunged forward. Immediately, the smell of fresh blood filled the air. But upon closer inspection, Soren's eyes suddenly widened in shock because Junu was still standing there confidently and the knife in her hand had been dropped. He smirked and said, "You think I would fall for this illusion?" A vial of holy water appeared in Junsu's hand, and he stabbed his own leg to stay alert. At this moment, Soren suddenly exploded in front of him and turned into a cloud of black smoke. When he saw the scene that followed, Junshu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Seeing this, Junshu angrily shouted, "You crazy bastard! Are you using a mutant's body as a bomb?" Kainyoung has returned to his normal appearance, smirking as he sees, "These freaks are really easy to fool. Thanks to them, I can prepare the perfect terrorist attack. And now I've also caught that troublesome swordsman You think this is enough to deal with me? This is the perfect moment to use these things. The hot weapons are ready. Fury, resilience, attack, destruction, unmatched slaughter. Combine these 6 traits to create the Fire Spirit Sword technique and face 1,000 enemies." The harmony of the attributes and the Fire Spirit Sword technique that Junu uses is very skillful. In an instant, Kainong's soldiers were covered by blood-red magic sparks, causing them to panic significantly. Junshu's eyes now burned with madness as he sneered coldly. "Do you really think you messed with the wrong person?" Without waiting for an answer, he charged forward, wielding a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. In just a moment, his sword was stained red with fresh blood. The entire group, including Kainyoung, had been defeated. Junshu smiled with satisfaction, truly possessing terrifying power. Soon after, Junu saved the snake bone and brought it back to the village in hope. Seeing its condition, the big bear exclaimed in shock, "What happened to the snake bone?" Du silently replied, "It has lost too much magic power. It will probably go berserk soon. Please take it to the guardian mother." "Yes." The big bear hurriedly nodded and then took the snake bone to the tree god's place to beg. "Please, godmother, save the snake bone." But what it received through the translator was the tree god's tone of regret. "It's too late now. I can't do anything anymore." The big bear was terrified and trembling, whispering to himself that it couldn't be true. At that moment, the weakened snake bone raised its hand, trembling as it called out, "Gao Gao." The big bear hurriedly ran over and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Have you regained consciousness?" Snakebone trembles slightly and pleads, "Guard, kill me." In an instant, a look of panic appeared on the big bear's face. It angrily shouted, "What are you talking about?" "Kill you." Junshu also felt very helpless. This might be the best way. If the snakebone manicore and violence combine, they could create a huge explosion capable of destroying the entire village. But the big bear was heartbroken and cried loudly, "I can't do it. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will never do it." While everyone was in despair, Junu spoke up. "I have a plan." The big bear immediately cheered up. "Really? But you don't want them to get their hopes up too much." I hesitated, saying there's a 90% chance of failure, and if something happens, Junsu will also be in danger. But the words of the bones, snake from the first farewell, still lingered in his mind. Maybe he should risk his life to save it. Still, the big bear remained resolute, even if the chance to save the bones snake was only 1%. "I don't care. Please, with your beak." Junu nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. First, prepare a bathtub for me." Everyone outside quickly ran away. Junu then looked back at the big bear and gave instructions. "And outside the forest, the Hunter Association is waiting. Please allow them to come in." The big bear followed your instructions and cleared the way for Kex's people to enter. The uncle handed Junu a suitcase and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "Chairman, no. All senior soldiers. Take out the manicores and lubricant from the prosthetic parts." Kiyaka asked softly, "How much do you need?" Junsu hurriedly said, "All of it must be extracted. The only way to save the snake's bones is to give it a human body, so Junsu is preparing medicine for it." Then he soaked the snake's bones in the body of the god tree. This method only appeared after the nuclear war chapter, but it's worth trying. As long as there's a sacrificial object from someone who has reached the divine realm, there's a divine tree right here. Thinking it over, Junshu said seriously, "Would you be willing to share your blood to save the snake bones?" This makes the big bear exclaim in shock, "Mother's blood is a guardian." The tree spirit hesitated for a moment before speaking. All right, take it then, and she poured her essence into Junsu's bottle. Junu quickly drinks a mouthful from the snake bone, saving the last for himself, then activates the 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With these 3 traits, he can reach their level even just for a moment, and then Junsu will enter the space granted by the tree god. In an instant, the scene before him changed. This is the domain of the divine tree, and there are 2 gods she invited, 2 deities. Junsu felt very small standing before them, but their sacred relics were responding to him. As long as these 3 gods are together, Junu can break this probability adjustment system and level up directly. Soon, the sky over the village of Hope was covered in darkness, and then 2 other streams of magic also appeared. All 3 struck directly at Junsu's body and the snake bones. Seeing this scene, the big bear couldn't help but gasp in amazement as lightning struck directly at the snake bones. KOK also looked bewildered. No one understood what was happening, and Junsu was still surrounded by magical energy. Before long, lightning continuously struck from the sky, illuminating a corner of the village. Wait until the lightning subsides and the snake bone bath keeps steaming. Junshu smirks and says, "Snake bones, it's time to wake up." As you finished speaking, a hand slowly reached out from the tub. Before long, a girl with golden hair appeared. Junshu smiled with satisfaction. It worked. It has truly become human, or rather an artificial human. Snakebone quickly steps out of the bathtub in human form. Now it has become a human appearance. Junshu hurriedly covers her body with a cloth, smiling as he says, "Congratulations, you now have a new body." Snake Skeleton gratefully looks at him and whispers, "Thank you. It feels like a dream. The wind blows through my skin, carrying the scent of grass and fresh air. It's been so long, it feels like a dream. Now I truly have a body." As soon as she finished speaking, the Snakebone's body wavered, causing the big bear to panic and shout out, "Are you okay, Snake? Is everything correct?" Junshu also feels quite suspicious. Strange, it actually works. While everyone was confused, the Snakebone suddenly coughed and a round treasure appeared in her hand. Junu recognized it. This is the SSR, level fairy artifact that appeared at the end of Shuangran's personal mission. Shuangran narrowed his eyes at it and muttered softly, "So this is the prophecy of the foster mother." The big bear, hearing this, looked confused and scratched his head. What is a prophecy? The Snakebone placed the fairy ring into Junu's hand before smiling and saying, "You returned my bone flesh. My destiny is to give a part of my body to you." The fairy ring, true to its name, is a device that can reveal any information within the game. For example, it can reveal the rewards inside the treasure chest, or uncover maps of random dungeons related to it. Junu truly didn't expect this reward. While you were still thinking, Snakebone took out a mana core and handed it to you. "Here, take this as well." June couldn't help but wonder and asked, "Isn't this a mana core? Even if she's no longer a mutant, she'll still need it." The Snakebone gently shook his head and said, "It's okay. If you want to reach level 6, you need my mana core. She told me to do that." At the same time, the tree god suddenly shuddered, and a leaf fell into the hand of the Snakebone. "My godmother gave us the guide to level up to level 6. After hearing this, Junshu stepped back. The Snakebone slowly explained, "According to what is written here, you will need mana cores from other mutants as well." As soon as these words were spoken, the big bear immediately said, "You're a benefactor to our village, so this is nothing. I will give you all the mana cores I have collected." Immediately after, everyone in the village also started to say they wanted to give him something. June smiled contentedly. These were probably keepsakes from teachers, parents, or friends, but they were still willing to give. He truly appreciated them very much. The next day, Junu returned to the city and went to a skyscraper. "Your 3 students are also following behind." Soren looked around for a long time before hesitantly asking, "Is this whole building really yours?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, I just bought it. Money is power." At this moment, Choi So also ran over from afar and waved to greet. "Hello, Superman Kim," Junshu replied with a gentle smile. "Director Choi, you arrived so early." "Of course, now that I am the manager of this building, it's my honor. Now let me give you a tour of this building." Hearing this, the 3 Soren immediately cheered up, each feeling excited. So everyone planned to go to the dining hall, but Junu suddenly suggested, "Let's go to the training room," causing Soren and the others to panic. A while later, in this training room, Junsu and his 3 students began their training. Kali was already a level 3 superhuman, Janet a level 4, and the highest was Soren, a level 5 superhuman. In addition, Junu also trains, moving so fast that the naked eye cannot see. Junu has changed his attribute to swordsman and has also leveled up to level 6. After intense training, Junu stopped to observe his 3 students. They have already started building a training foundation. Now you can focus on training yourself. Thanks to the fairy ring, Junu was able to obtain the necessary items to reach level 6. Moreover, he also mastered the Eastern Army's secret techniques, the Black Lake swordsmanship, and the Hellfire. After gaining so many attributes like this, the master-level swordsmanship trait won't be far away. However, using that trait requires a different kind of cultivation than what Junsu is currently practicing. Therefore, he had trouble controlling the fire spirit sword technique. Junu felt that it was probably time for him to go to that place, the home of the gods. A few days later, at the giant palace in Sweden, Junu approached the entrance, but as he stepped inside, the guard outside blocked his way. Knight Kim, I'm afraid you're not allowed to enter here. Jundu was taken aback and asked suspiciously, I am the honorary holy knight of this place. The guard replied coldly, even if you are a holy knight, reaching level 6 is already dangerous. Please come back when you reach level 7. Junshu sighs helplessly. I guess you saw this coming too, it's understandable. Because there is a saying that anyone below level 6 will die if they encounter a divine being. But there is a way. Then he took out a flower. Junu casually smiled and said, This is a legendary item from Norse mythology called Misregret. The angelic guardian couldn't help but mutter in doubt, Did you really get it? I understand now, let me lead the way for the day. Hearing this, Junu smiled contentedly. That's enough. Luckily, you prepared in advance. Earlier at the Swedish square, Junu was walking purposefully through the streets, but before meeting Tho, he needed to prepare something in advance. There was a task with the main reward, being Miss Ten's regret. I have to finish it first. According to Junu, I need to find some special characters in this market area. While you were lost in thought, Sheech Moon approached from behind and put his arm around your shoulder, smiling cheerfully and saying, It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? I never expected to meet you here, Junshu politely smiled. It's been a while, hasn't it? What a coincidence. Thanks to the new member in our family, now that we have a child, we brought him here to receive blessings. Looking at the happy couple, Junshu couldn't help but smile and thought, Wait, this place was once a sacred site of the Norse. Isn't the god who blessed the Norse babies the same one? Wait a minute, are you here to receive Freak's blessing? But I heard she has already died. Edord nodded slightly and replied, yes, but with a prophecy. The prophecy said that in the floating castle in the sky and at the deepest end look for the gemstone that holds the sunset. Take the gemstone to the empty field, board the spaceship, and restore the world to order. Only then will the gods smile. Junshu frowned slightly. According to the prophecy, the floating castle in the sky must be a giant palace, and the lowest point is probably here. While you were thinking, Sheechmoon spoke up and asked, Do you want to see the crystal? And then handed the item in his hand to Junshu. Junshu reached out in surprise and muttered, So this is a gem, so it also means forbidden knowledge here? It's just that in the picture, Junu saw something familiar. Seeing your reaction, Sheechmoon looked a bit confused and asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? This is the birth of the purest and most immaculate deity, the origin of misname. The special character Junu is supposed to meet the couple Sheechmoon, right? You have to help them receive Freak's blessing to complete the mission. Thinking of that, Junu immediately changed his attitude and excitedly said, Brother, may I join your journey? So the 3 of them moved to the field mentioned in the prophecy. But there were quite a few monsters below. Sheechmoon sat in the driver's seat and pointed into the distance, saying, That's the spaceship from the prophecy. The legendary ship built by the Dwarf King. Junshu looked in the direction of his hand and indeed saw 2 flying ships hovering in the air. Junshu was instantly overjoyed, recognizing them. It is a foldable mobile fortress that can fit in your pocket. It is a flying mobile fortress. Sit. Mun saw that you didn't say anything and continued speaking, seeing it with his own eyes. It's really amazing, right? Actually, Junu just wants to take it back, but in the game you can't get it. Sheechmoon and his wife sit in the car, constantly looking around because Tianqi advised them to take the gem to the field, lift it onto the spaceship, and restore order to the world. Only then do the gods smile, so they must seize Skidbladnir and defeat the Titans. Sitman sighed reluctantly when thinking about this. Many have lost their lives chasing that ship, and it won't be easy at all. Junu clenched her fists tightly. Not easy at all? No, it's easy for you, like eating cake. Right now, the gun barrels are aimed at Jusu's car. In an instant, a barrage of magical bullets was fired at me. The system immediately issued a warning, detecting incoming fire ahead. It's time for me to show what I can do. At the same time, Junu also switched to a smooth driving style, then quickly accelerated, and the car tore through the wind as it sped away. The magic bullets also quickly chased after, exploding continuously. But Junsu's car still boldly charged forward, even as the guns continued to fire wildly at him, causing the system to keep issuing warnings. Junu paid no mind and kept accelerating. He charged straight into the blazing smoke ahead. Seeing this, Shichmund and his wife below were quite alarmed. Inside the sky full of smoke and fire, something is blazing wildly. Who else but Junsu's car? Junsu drives straight up into the sky, putting on an absolutely cinematic display. Thanks to that, you also gained the unique trait of merging with your steed. Immediately after, Junu drove straight toward the spaceship. The sleek car stops above the spaceship, causing the guards to panic. But before they can understand what's happening, an explosion erupts, blasting them away. The general, just coming out from inside and seeing his troops all defeated, was visibly panicked. When he saw the culprit, he immediately questioned, "Why would a holy knight like you from Tho do such a thing?" Junushu pouted and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't believe in gods." Then he clenched this hammer tightly in his hand, ignoring the screams of the general, and without hesitation, charged forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the spaceship erupted in an explosion, and in an instant, Junu had eliminated everyone on board and seized control of it. Sipmun, after boarding the spaceship, couldn't help but marvel. "This is truly an amazing battle, little brother. Now we just need to control this thing." Junshu nodded slightly and asked, "That's true, but how do I control this thing?" While he was unsure what to do, the system inside the vehicle spoke up. "I can control it, Master." And so Junu pulled the reins of the warhorse into the spaceship. In an instant, the system began to access. Sipun studied the displayed map, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "To gain Freck's blessing, we need to find Fenrir." Junsu volunteered without hesitation. "I will help you find it." Junshu saw that and smiled satisfactorily, saying, "We can now finish the prophecy, right?" Chimun nodded and said, "Thank you so much, little brother. I won't forget this favor." "Now listen carefully." With that, he took out the protective gem from before. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from within, and then the goddess Frick also appeared. The goddess Frick said nothing, slowly raised her hand, then gently touched Jorda's stomach. Very quickly after, the goddess disappeared. Sigmund now sincerely said, "I accept the blessing you left with gratitude." Junu was also very happy, so the mission was accomplished. That's why he obtained the item with a 1% drop rate in the game. Miss Name's regret. Junsu clenched the flower branch in his hand, quietly pleased. Now he was ready to face the gods. Returning to reality, Junu had entered the enormous palace. As soon as he stepped in, an invisible barrier appeared before him, blocking his way. Just getting close is enough to make him feel breathless, but with that item, even though it's not of high rank, Junu can still withstand the pressure of the gods. Because you are carrying a one-time use item, and through Junsu's persistence, you have met the Thunder God. He sat on the large chair smiling and saying, "Nice to meet you." Outsider. Junu couldn't help but be stunned. Does he know who you are? So, how would I know? My eyes can see everything, little human. Hearing this, June immediately realized that even the gods must know who he is. At this moment, Tho spoke again, asking, "Why did you come to see me?" Junshu calmly replied, "I just want to ask a few things. Do you know who summoned me here? If it is a power so great that it can change the world, perhaps Tho would know." But Tho shook his head and said, "I don't know." It made Junshu stiffen with glue, and Tho glared at him. "Say it again!" "I said I don't know. How would I know that I might have been summoned by the bishop then?" Tho furrows his brow tightly, thinking for a long moment before replying, "It's impossible. If any god used such power, I would definitely know." Junshu frowns deeply in contemplation. So it's not a god then. Remembering the conversation with the saintess that day, her words clearly carried an implication. Thinking about it, Junu quietly asked, "So why did she call me a vessel?" After thinking for a long time, Tho finally replied, "Maybe it's because of your soul. Your soul's level is really high." Junshu asked confusedly, "Is it because I know how to combine different traits?" "Damn." Mac nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, that's right. The ability to learn and combine all kinds of powers is something only superiors can do. Easterners call this something like the unmatched myriad stars, right? I have heard the Tower Master mention this before, and I ask again, have you ever met anyone like me?" Tho gently taps the chair and after a long pause says, "There was someone, the heavenly demon." This made Junshu suddenly remember that Tron Vai had said he resembled the heavenly demon. and he finally understood everything. As Junshu was lost in thought, Tho spoke up with a suggestion. Let's just escape from the bishop and that disgusting church. Then I will appoint you as my angel. Junshu was stunned after hearing this and quickly refused. I don't want to die yet. Tho looked displeased and coldly said, After you die, that human, but honestly, that old man wouldn't mind coming back to life. Are you serious? I don't want to be locked in this stupid palace and drink forever. I am the god of thunder and also the god of war. If you recall the mythological introduction in the War to Destroy the Gods, when the gods die, all defeated gods are executed and the victorious gods are sealed away. Being locked up like this, Tho must be feeling uncomfortable. At this moment, Tho suddenly spoke again. So in the end, the war to destroy the gods is only beneficial for you humans, right? Well, I'll cheer you on then. This made Junshu confused and unsure, but Tho said nothing more, reaching out his hand towards him and asking, You want power to escape from the bishop, right? Junshu didn't reply, only nodded. Tho Hailong smiled, curling his lips as he said, I am willing to grant you that power. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, enveloping Junshu's body in a flash of electric light. The pain made the veins bulge non-stop, and finally he couldn't hold back anymore, throwing his head back and screaming. Tho sat calmly on the chair, speaking indifferently, Use it well. After enduring countless pains, Junshu finally received Tho's cultivation technique and his lightning as well. Now Tho slowly spoke again. It's done, little human. The hammer in Junshu's hand, after a lightning strike, can now generate its own lightning. Although it was quite painful, the result wasn't bad. Junshu bowed his head in gratitude to Tho. Thank you, Lord Thunder God. Tho nodded slightly and responded, You may go now. Humans from another world. Junshu smiled contentedly. The trip was worth it. Then he left the palace and boarded the spaceship back to Korea. A few days later, Junshu entered Korean territory and calmly gazed down below. The trip was a bit long, but totally worth it. Although I didn't plan for it at first, Junshu ended up with the deadly misname, who can remove invincibility, and even got Skid Bradley as well. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, and Junshu happily said, Maybe I should take my disciples on a trip. But at that moment, a sudden commotion came from afar. He frowned slightly and muttered, What does that rumbling sound mean? Soon, he saw the explosion happening ahead. Junu's face instantly darkened. This is your house. Why did it explode? A moment later, the ambulance arrived quickly to take the injured to the hospital, and Junshu rushed over to see. Your speed was so fast it startled the nurses, but Junshu paid no attention, running straight to Cho's room where he was badly injured, lying on the hospital bed with Thiet Quyen beside him. Du clenched his brow and asked, Who are those bastards behind this Choi? The Queen pursed his lips and replied, We are investigating, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorists. Hearing this, Shu's face immediately darkened. He clenched his teeth and muttered, The terrorists, they've gone too far. Cho is not only Junshu's partner, but even more than that. In a ruthless society, selfishness prevails, and he is the first to show kindness. Chu's is also his right hand, that always smiling man, yet he lies motionless here. Junshu bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with self-blame. Damn it, it's all my fault for asking him to manage the building. At this moment, a trembling voice suddenly echoes, Superman. Kim, his eyes trembling slightly, looked down at the person on the bed and shouted in panic, Director Choi, are you awake? Choi Seo gently shook his head and said, I'm fine then. He tremblingly raised his hand, holding a vial of blood. He muttered softly, but there is something much more important here. This is my blood, take it. Junshu frowned slightly, suspiciously asking why he was giving it to him. Choi Seo calmly replied that he had previously implanted a nano device into his blood and had managed to smear his blood on the terrorists. With it, Junshu can find them. Hearing this, Junshu immediately clenched Choi Seal's hand and gratefully said, Thank you for still being alive. Director Choi, I will use every medical tool available to treat you. Cho Seo nodded gently, still wearing that sincere smile. Seeing that he was safe, Junshu turned and left, his face full of murderous intent, saying, I will definitely deal with them all this time. A moment later, at Guro's base, Junshu and Thiet Quyen arrived there. After checking around, Thiet Quyen slowly spoke up. Kim Superhero, I tracked the nano device in Director Choi's blood. Here are the results they are hiding here. Junshu and his brother quickly went inside. He frowned slightly and asked back, So you're saying their trail ends here? Thiet Quyen nodded slightly and said, Yes, I will destroy this place. Most of the people in Guro are residents or criminals, and Thiet Quyen's iron fist can handle them. After hearing this, Junshu frowned in silence. It was the right decision. but this time he would definitely defeat the leader of these terrorists. The assassin queen Yeren was just part of the terrorist alliance that originally started under the name of the Interest Alliance. It was once an organization founded to fight for the rights of those marginalized by society. Until they formed an alliance with the bishop's order, destroying this place recklessly could very well strengthen their cause. Thinking about it, Junu slowly spoke. Violence isn't always the way to solve everything. That kid could endanger innocent lives. Thick Queen frowned slightly and asked, "Of course, that's true. Have you thought of any other ways yet?" He chuckled softly, trembling as he curled his lips and said, "We have to tear it down and rebuild it." Thick Quien was stunned and confused, asking again, "What do you mean?" Junshu raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "From now on, we will redevelop Guro." Thick Quien, hearing this, became even more confused and dropped his cigarette. "This is my plan. The redevelopment of Guro District has gone smoothly, thanks to President, who quickly approved the project, and also thanks to investments from notable figures like the Tower, Demon Tower Lord, Hai Yong, and the General. Additionally, another event occurred. Junu finally found the terrorists' main base on the outskirts of Darim. Of course, since it was found, he would definitely go there with Junu, along with Uwen. You helped him unlock it and happily smiled as you spoke. "It's unlocked now, sir." Junu praised upon seeing that. As expected from the #1 security company, not only are they good at security, but Ewan is also very skilled at breaking them. Ewan felt a bit shy and spoke softly. "But don't you think this is a bit too dangerous? You're about to face the infamous Queen of Assassins." He unconsciously smiled. Junshu calmly spoke. "Of course it's dangerous. This isn't an easy mission at all. And that's why I asked for everyone's help. Turns out the people accompanying you are all familiar faces. The 3 martial artists, Mage Kim and Priest Kim, are already level 5 superhumans. Junsu's 3 students are still at levels 3 and 4, while Junu and Chun are level 6 superhumans. Indeed, those with extraordinary talent grow stronger much faster than average. Junu didn't expect Uwen to be as powerful as himself. Thinking this, he happily smiled and said, "So, everyone is strong enough to handle the people here, so there's no need to worry." Hearing this, the 3 Soren immediately cheered up and said, "Leave it to us." Uwen now also became more determined and boldly said, "I will try my best as a level 6 superhuman like you." After preparing, Junu pushed the door open and stepped in. As another door opened, a gust of wind hit everyone directly. When they looked closer, a space gate appeared. Seeing that terrifying blackness, the 3 Soren immediately lost their nerve. Soren hesitated and muttered, "Are we really safe going in there? Have I ever been wrong in my predictions before? Let's go in and eliminate the Assassin Queen." On the other side, in a dark underground cellar, a deep voice echoed, "Those lowly beings have already walked into their graves." As soon as she said that, a blood-red sword was raised, and Yeren smirked with an evil smile, saying, "Since it has come to this, I might as well help them find a good place to bury it." A while later, on the vast prairie, Junu's group entered the area, but the unfamiliar surroundings made everyone feel a bit uneasy. There was a magic circle on the ground, along with 3 strange formations. This place was once called the Hell Minigame by players. You must complete 3 minigames to remove the curse cast on the Queen Executioner. In the game, it's like scrolling sideways, so it's not hard, but now crossing this place on my own doesn't seem easy. That's why Junu brought his disciples just in case. Thinking it over, he glanced at everyone and said, "We will split into 3 teams to conquer that place. Team 1 is Ewan with the Iron Fist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 is Soren, Janet, and Kaylee." After hearing the team assignments, Soren immediately asked with suspicion, "Huh?" The last team can't help but smile. Junshu confidently said, "I'll go alone. You're an experienced player who ranked up in minigames. You can handle it alone." The first game with Esguin was about breaking falling blocks to reach the checkpoint. It looked tough, but with a magic sense to detect mana, it was different. That was when Mage Kim's power came into play, and he quickly found what he was looking for. Immediately, Iron Fist shattered them with his fist. Ujin's first game proceeded smoothly, but a certain thought seemed to take root in Yuan's mind, and a serious expression appeared on his face. The second game was Soren's team, a game of finding the cloud steps to cross the sky to reach the checkpoint. As long as they follow a certain pattern, they can get through. They already have Kali, the boss game fanatic, so success is too easy. And the final game belongs to Junsu. He glanced at everyone and warned, "I will handle it myself, so don't worry. If you arrive first, don't open the door. Wait there." So, good luck. A moment later, Reverend Kim stood in front of a door and smiled as he spoke. "It seems like we arrived first." Thick Queen hugged Mage Kim and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to this kid. His heart is really strong." Sorcerer Kim shyly said, It's good to have helped everyone. The three of them kept chatting happily, only Ewan standing aside with a slightly displeased look on his face. At this moment, another group appeared, the group of Soren's 3 people, and they were very happy to have succeeded. Soren hugs Kaylee and praises her. My Kali is so smart. The 3 girls kept hugging each other and laughing, very close, while Ujin once again felt out of place standing there. He was going to show Junu his maturity, but what is he doing now? This can't go on. As the only 6th level warrior here, Uin thinks he must face the multi-queen directly. Thinking of this, Ewan boldly stepped up to the door in front of him. Soren, talking casually, happened to catch sight of this scene. What are you doing? Come out now, Father Kim urgently reminds. You can't go in yet, soldier. Kim hasn't arrived, but it's too late. The door has already been opened. Ujin still confidently smiled and said, It's okay, everyone. I'm also level 6. I can handle some of it. And so they disobeyed Junu's orders and entered Yaren's hiding place on their own. The moment they stepped in, a wave of magic hit, causing Ujin to tremble slightly, and the others to react the same way. What is this overwhelming pressure? Ujin felt his body could no longer move. The one attacking was, of course, Queen Executioner Yaren. That girl is slowly walking towards the trembling Ujin. Seeing this, Soren immediately shouted in frustration, You idiot! My master told you to wait. Immediately afterward, the 3 Soren members charged forward together. Seeing that they could move, Ujin couldn't help but be amazed. How can they endure this curse? Yaren, on the other hand, remains completely unfazed, calmly responding to Soren's 3 attackers. She sneered and said, Do you want to die in madness? I'll make your wish come true. As soon as she finished speaking, Yaren began swinging her sword, unleashing a barrage of shining blades that knocked all 3 of Soren's men away. Ujin is still struggling with these curses, his brow furrowed fiercely. This opponent was doomed to lose from the start. At the same time, Yaren slowly stepped in front of Soren. Ujin, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly shouted a warning. Run, B. Soren! Yaren sneered and said with a smirk, Goodbye, kid. Before her sword could strike down, a figure appeared to block her path. Yaren's eyes involuntarily narrowed, her face showing clear displeasure. The person approaching was none other than Junsu, who used his fist to block Yaren's sword. He raised an eyebrow provocatively and said, Hey, queen of many factions, long time no see. Over a month, right? Yaren saw it was him and looked very displeased. She sneered and asked, Do you dare come here? There's no need to drag this out anymore. I'll kill them all. And as soon as she finished speaking, Yaren began to wield her sword. A series of sword flashes kept dancing in the air. Seeing this, Ujin immediately panicked. No, even if it were Junshu, he would be so worried he'd want to shout out. But before he could finish speaking, an unexpected change occurred, and Junu was now on equal footing with Yaren. Moreover, Yaren was pushed back a few meters. In an instant, she became frantic, charging forward while screaming, I must kill you! Junshu, on the other hand, remained very calm, quickly sheathing his sword, then smirking as he said, You're wrong. Today the one who must die is you. With that, he drew the Thunder God's hammer, crackling with lightning, and struck. The continuous explosions of thunder and lightning echoed, but Yaren's figure still boldly charged through them. Ha, I look down on you, scoffing. Do you think you can stop me with this trash? Fighting 1,000 times is useless. Junu obviously knew about this already. During Seun's attack, Yaren's invulnerable passive ability was unstoppable. You have tasted pain. Back then, Junsu couldn't deal any damage to her, but now it's different. Junsu can fight Iron toe-to-toe. This made her dissatisfied. How could she have guessed that he had upgraded so much in such a short time? Of course, Yaren wouldn't give up. She disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind Junu. Without hesitation, Yaren swung her sword. Unfortunately, Junu was still faster and created a shield to defend himself. But before long, Yaren's sword light shattered his barrier. She charged straight at Junu. Yaren coldly said, Let's end this now, owner of the Black Lake sword. But suddenly her body was pierced by a branch. It's the death god Miss Tentane. Einin. The glow from that thing disables Yaren's invincibility effect. Junu smirked confidently. It's over now. Only she still furrowed her brow in confusion at the blinding light emanating from that branch. What is this? Just as Yaren was leaning down to get a clear look at what was on her body, he slowly drew the sword from his waist. Mill's Demon Slayer can nullify the Invincible. The reason I pretended to lose until now was that in the very next second, a sword slash cut her arm off in surprise. Without giving Yaren a chance to react, Junu immediately activated his power. Flames burst from his palm, engulfing her and everything in sight, his entire body consumed by fire until darkness. Yaren screams in agony. That was also his plan, to seize this opportunity. Despite her skin gradually melting away, her sword-wielding arms still held high. This is nothing, you're only a level 6 superhuman. With a vengeful look, Yaren swung her sword fiercely at him. Even if I die here, I will take you down with me. But Junu quickly slashed off her remaining arm with his sharp blade, and in the stunned silence of Guzin and Soren, his voice rang out. Can you feel it now? Standing proud, Junsu's sharp sword sliced through Yaren's body. This is a battle of the realm level. Heavy pieces of her body fall to the ground. Even her head drops right in front of Junu. You deserve it, you know, for not being able to do anything anymore. She smiled and said, It's over. At the same time, the final boss of Chapter 1. Under the sharp sword raised high above, Yaren coldly delivers her final words. I have nothing to deny anymore. A cold voice echoed as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Assassin Queen has been completely defeated. Under the ruins of destruction, a voice exclaims in admiration. I never expected the Master to defeat such a formidable opponent. Even the others in Junu's group cheered in unison. It truly is an incredible achievement. Amazing. With this performance, you'll be remembered in history. Seeing everyone so happy, I felt a little relieved. Luckily, everyone is okay. Suddenly, from afar, a small figure softly spoke. Teacher, after everything that happened, Gujin felt guilty and couldn't look directly. I'm sorry, I almost ruined your plan. I understand you're confused, so I step forward to encourage you. Now that you've defeated her, there's nothing to worry about. Hold your head up high. A hand picks up the sword from the wreckage after the battle. Masamune, the demon sword of the Assassin Queen, firmly holds the sword in his hand, secretly thinking its attack power is impressive. Not only that, it never misses and can cast a curse when it hits an opponent. Even Soren nearby is amazed. That sword looks really impressive, doesn't it? Truly worthy of the Assassin Queen's weapon. To everyone's surprise, Junsu handed her the sword. She took it, causing Soren to be stunned and ask, Why? Why don't you use it? Before she could finish asking, he interrupted to explain, I think a straight sword suits me better than a curved one. With Junsu's encouragement, take it. I think it will suit you. Soren shyly blushed as she accepted her new weapon. Yes, then thank you. Still, inside, he felt just as excited. To fight the celestial spirit, you need to go with the demon sword, right? It would be amazing. An interesting combination. Having settled everything, Junshu stepped forward to the cold steel gate. Now let's see what this queen is protecting. At that moment, a look of greed couldn't be hidden on your face. Let's go. With a joyful thought in mind, the heavy door shining with dazzling light slowly creaked open to reveal the treasure inside. Immediately, a room filled with glittering gold and jewels appeared, making everyone excitedly cheer. Callie and Janet couldn't resist diving into the pile of gold before them. There are so many coins, and they sparkle too. Soren, standing nearby, is also at a loss. There's a lot of money in this warehouse. I've been used to it for a long time. The empty-handed warrior standing nearby wondered if this was the loot she had taken from those terrorist attacks. Brother, what do you plan to do with all this gold and jewels? Probably to cover some of the damages from the bombing. We need to rebuild the infrastructure. Junshu happily raised the gun in his hand as if he had found what he needed. Of course, except for this one, which made you so excited you blushed and smiled. Now, I finally have the last piece in the Dan collection, the Dan gun spray. A moment later, under the sunlight at the construction site, Gujin earnestly bowed and begged, Please, I beg you, please accept me as your official disciple. His sudden action surprised Junu, leaving him confused. Why did Gujin suddenly reveal his feelings right in front of him? Honestly, I was very confident in the previous battle because I thought I was a genius. Now, your eyes can no longer hide the shame in your heart as you speak. But in reality, I haven't been able to do anything. I couldn't even swing my sword once. Hearing those words, Junu also remembered Gujin's sad face from before. Turns out that's why he looked so downcast back then. Then I remembered the battle with Eren. He realized that leveling up couldn't solve all the problems. Suddenly, his eyes filled with determination as he looked up. Of course, the teachers in your guild are excellent, but they lack one crucial element. With Soren's intense gaze, Janet and Kaylee beside her, Gujin shouted out his wish. I also want to become a warrior. Under his determination, Junshu stroked his chin and slightly curled his lips, instinct of a weed struggling to survive in nature. If he wanted to learn that way, he wouldn't think twice, and would make his decision. All right, I will accept you. Hearing Junsu's approval, Gujin couldn't believe it and looked up. Really, even so, you remind me, but don't give up halfway. The two girls beside him also cheerfully rejoiced for him. Gujin blushed and quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, That will never happen, thank you so much. Suddenly, a punch hit him squarely in the back from behind. Hello, rookie. From behind, Soren raises his hand with a friendly smile. I'm really looking forward to training with you. But after that last hit, Gujin, clutching his back, looked annoyed and asked, "What do you mean, new recruit?" Frustrated, he explained, "I met him first. You're the one who arrived later." "What are you talking about? We have to join in order, right? Do you think that's correct?" Brother Seo made Janet and Callie sigh in frustration. The two whispered with Dongthan nearby. Her internal bomb had exploded again, but it still caught Soren's attention, making her blush and shout. Under the bright sun, she angrily ran to the two girls who weren't allowed to tease the senior sister. As Janet turned her head to look back, Soren's voice rang out, and suddenly the girl bumped into someone. A chilling voice suddenly echoed, making the girl turn pale. Janet, dressed in a white cloak with a strange symbol on it, spoke. "There you are. You don't know how hard I've been searching for you." He immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Stay back now, or Janet will be frightened. Wait." Suddenly, another hand grabbed that person's wrist tightly. Seeing him, Junshu's face darkened as he questioned, "What are you here for?" The man in the white cloak struggles free and retorts, "I want to take back what's ours." Looking at the people behind him, he trembles as if hearing a joke and repeats it. "Your assets. Are you sure you're talking about Janet?" With the paper handed over, he made the decision himself. "Exactly. You can read this contract. Our little girl should be taken away by us." As if remembering something, he silently thought he knew who they were. The Bloody Day scene reappeared alongside their figures. The people who killed Janet's parents and sold her into slavery. You became an orphan for the traffickers. Standing in front of Junu, they smile arrogantly with their symbols. The mages of Iliang Tower. Knowing what was happening, it seemed that Janet's personal mission was about to begin. He quickly shielded her from behind. "She is my student. You can't take her away." But they still irrationally pointed at the paper in front of them and argued. "What did you say? What is this, kid?" Look closely at the contract. At that moment, the sword was also drawn. A clean slash splits the paper in half, surprising him. Watching the two pieces fall, Rue points his sword and they declare, "Your life depends on that damn piece of paper. If you want, I will take Janet to where you are." But the girl's face still looked scared as she turned to look at you, her eyes now cold as a warning to them. "I also have to go with you." Another sword appears in Runu's mind. In this mission, she will fully inherit Nephilim's sword. The giant tower rises under the blazing sun, Washam and the Iliang Tower. A loud explosion erupted from the laboratory door, shaking everything around. Staring at the enormous experiment chamber before him, Gujin covered his mouth in amazement. "What is this place?" Junu explained as he walked ahead. "The biomagic experiment zone," and his thoughts echo, revealing humanity's disgusting greed. Janet was almost speechless as she looked at what was before her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Catching your attention." The teacher gently placed his hand on his chest while Janet was still frightened by everything she was witnessing. "Do you think I am strong enough to stop all the terrible biological experiments in the world?" Even Soren was choked up when he saw her like that. Janet encouraged him, and Junu confirmed, but only when she received Nephilim's sword. Hearing that, the girl quickly said, "Let's go right now." But he coldly glanced at Janet as a reminder and said, "But there is one thing you must do first. Avenge your parents." Junu's words made her stop in her tracks, not thinking any further. Under a gaze full of hatred, Janet decided, "I almost forgot what I must never forget. Let's go, master." The pile of papers scattered onto the ground, along with the sound of painful cries. One of the sorcerers from the Iliang Demon Tower tremblingly begged, "Janet, I'm sorry, please spare my parents." But those words only made her coldly question him further. "Iliang Demon Tower Master, do you still dare to mention my parents?" Each word Janet uttered made him turn pale. "I don't want to waste any more words with you now. Die, so he can't deny anything anymore." The girl personally ends the one responsible, fresh blood spilling onto the ground with his pain. A heavy sound echoed as Janet's whole body trembled after dealing with him, and the girl let go of her sword, unable to hold it any longer, collapsing into tears. Soren also hurried over. "Janet," she hugged the girl and asked about her condition. "Are you okay?" "You did well." Junu approached and praised Janet. "You tried your best." But as he stepped on the scattered papers on the ground, he understood that Janet's mission was not just about revenge. Picking up the dusty red file in front of him, Junshu silently thought about how dark, magical, biological experiments were quietly taking over everywhere in Zone in chaos. He quickly searched through the documents, among which the most successful experiment was. Then, upon seeing the image of a black creature with wings, Junu knew he had found it, the hybrid of human and angel Nephilim. "We need to kill him." He gently looks at the name at the bottom of the picture and smirks confidently. To do that, he needs to find out his real name. Anach? Once the girl calms down, Junu also says, "Janet, let's go down to the basement." Disguised as a giant creature wielding a sword, he explains to everyone to obtain Nephilim's sword. Standing before them is a giant creature inside a containment tank. Someone exclaimed in awe, "So this is Nephilim? Are they studying something like this?" Juno didn't wait a second before drawing his sword. "Good job, everyone, but none of you are his match. Step back." Jin saw you walk up alone and asked, "Are you going to fight him alone? Isn't that way too dangerous?" As you said, even Juno understands when he sees him. He's not wrong. This boss requires at least 4 level 7s to handle. But Nephilim lack intelligence. They can't use tactics or tricks like humans do. Without hesitation, he decided that following the plan was still the way to win. Standing before Nephilim, he shook and firmly commanded him to wake up. The very next moment, his name was also called out by the boy. Hearing the familiar name, he opened his blazing red eyes and a colossal sound caused the ground to collapse. Even the Nephilim container couldn't withstand his power, and shattered. A scream of fury like the underworld echoed out as he raised his sword high, unleashing his power, forcing Juno to struggle to raise his shield to block. A powerful sound wave capable of inducing fear and lowering the opponent's stats. However, Juno had already planned ahead, and with his uninterruptible skill activated, he successfully jumped up to dodge Nephilim's attack. He even smirked confidently, too predictable, and didn't hesitate to activate his equipment's special ability, using the ultimate skill of his demon. In the blink of an eye, Juno slipped behind him and countered Nephilim's attack. Not only that, he seized the opportunity to turn around, then forcefully swung Tho's hammer straight into his right leg, piercing through. Severely wounded, Nephilim cried out in pain. Still, he struggled to keep Mantan Kiem on the ground to hold his position, causing Juno, who was activating his air attack, to be startled. Quickly sliding across the ground to maintain just enough distance, he smirks with a mocking smile. "Really?" Seeing Nephilim's right leg gradually healing, Juno couldn't believe his eyes. I deliberately aimed at his legs, but they remained unchanged. Seizing the opportunity, Juno charged again. "Looks like I have to keep fighting until it sinks in. I know all his moves now." He had already calculated in his mind with his blood-stained weapon, pouring the giant's blood onto his sword, unleashing a series of sharp sword strikes that left him no time to react. The blood of the giant will continuously deal damage to the giant if the damage keeps stacking during the fight. Just thinking about it makes Juno chuckle with delight. After a series of strikes, I soar above and see Nephilim fallen to the ground, and my damage becomes infinite. His eyes fill with rage as he screams in fury. Although he was in an advantageous position, he still reminded himself to watch out for Nephilim's sword, and a burst of dark energy erupted as he stood up to counterattack. Seeing each dark arrow coming, Junshu quickly stepped back to dodge. A wave of black energy surged forward, and he struggled to defend with his sword, but he was still struck in the face, causing Juno to frown and cry out. Seeing such a scene, Gujin turned pale in shock, leaving Soren helplessly by his side to remind him, "Now is not the time to panic. Stay calm." Just as she was about to rush in, and our teacher was about to join, he suddenly raised his hand from afar to stop her. "Wait." Under the sharp sword he wielded, Junshu confidently faced Nephilim, and now the real battle begins as he activates his aura skill, just like a protagonist bathed in blinding light. I can't miss my final strike. Watching each stream of dark energy Nephilim unleashes, Junshu jumps high to observe, and noticing a white flower on his wing, he knows it will bloom into a white blossom. Found it. And without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight into Nephilim's body. He looked at Nephilim with cracks appearing on his body, understanding that a large amount of sword energy was flowing out, and everything was going according to plan. Knowing the moment had come, Junshu firmly grasped his sword. "Now go back to hell." With a single strike, he split the person in two. In that moment, he still weakly managed to say, "I was wrong." Then only 2 heavy halves of the body fell to the ground, revealing Junu's small figure. Everyone outside who witnessed what just happened was also stunned. Watching his sword fall to the ground, a crack kept spreading with dark energy emanating from it. Nephilim's sword still released mana. Without hesitation, Junshu swung his hammer directly at the crack, and a dazzling light began to shine through the fissure on the blade. Another sword, the SSS Dark Shadow Sword, appeared shortly after. Holding the sword in his hand, Junshu smirked proudly, finally having obtained the Dark Shadow Sword. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. An amazing fight. Jin and everyone else stepped behind him to praise him. "We've learned a lot." Soren on the side keeps worrying about Junshu, but what if he gets hurt? However, he called her Janet directly and handed her the sword, telling her to try it out, which made Janet feel a bit confused. A sword? All right. Seeing the girl firmly holding the sword, he understood that only Janet, who had experienced the experiment, could unlock its full potential. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy rushed toward her. This is a necessary step to complete the mission. Seeing each wave of power surrounding her, Janet trembled. What's going on? Junu, standing nearby, calmly reassures her, don't worry, just follow what it tells you. Following his words, the girl took a deep breath and softly said, this sword is then like something entered her, causing her eyes to turn completely black. As if controlled by dark energy, Janet directly pointed the sword at herself. As soon as the scream calling her out rang out, Janet directly stabbed the sword into her own body, but you calmly raised your hand to stop. Wait a moment. Then Junu calmly said it was time to begin. As soon as he finished, Janet was immediately surrounded by whirlpools of magic. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification about primordial energy, as the source of power erupted even more fiercely, spinning rapidly around the girl. The black sword, shrouded in darkness, reacts to Janet's primordial aura, while Soren and Gujin stare in awe at the fierce scene before them, and Junu stands with his arms crossed, smiling contentedly. The raging magical tornado finally reached its peak, and then all the energy suddenly exploded. Finally, a powerful dark magic aura surged to the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust. Janet calmly held the sword in front of her, and a strong flow of energy radiated from its blade. Nephilim's dark sword of powerful energy is complete. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper as voices of admiration echo together. Wow, the inside is incredibly spacious and bright. Guzin, Soren, and Kali's eyes sparkled as they looked around the interior of the building. Jin excitedly noted that all the damaged facilities had been repaired and there was even a state-of-the-art training area. And Kali eagerly added her perfect suggestion for training. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Runu crossed her arms and sighed contentedly. He glanced over as Janet timidly approached from behind and softly called out, "Teacher?" But Janet scratched her head, hesitating as she spoke. "The Nephilim's sword. I don't know how to pass it on." Junshu smiled softly and reassured the girl. After all, Nephilim's sword only reacts to those who possess innate primordial energy like you. Janet looked surprised, only with me. "So, what should I do then?" the boy confidently replied. "It's nothing difficult. I will also learn the energy cultivation, and naturally, I will know how to pass it on." The girl exclaimed in surprise. "You're going to learn spiritual energy? How will you do it?" Junu points at Guzin and confidently says he will master the post-heavenly energy, planning to learn Gujin's divine sword fusion first. He crosses his arms confidently. "Since you've observed carefully with your eyes, just mimicking with your body will be easy." Jin and Janet looked at Junu with admiration, and he happily cheered. "Copying superpowers? I've only heard about it, never seen it for real." Then he smiled and stepped forward, signaling with his hand. "Well then, let's get started." The scene shifts to another location where countless bullets fly densely toward them. He and the girl keep firing at Junu while he wields his sword, flying back and forth to block the bullets. Janet, worried, kept shooting and shouting, "When will this be over, teacher?" But Junu kept blocking the incoming bullets and firmly announced, "Almost done, keep going." But still worried, he shouted loudly that this way he would die. He stubbornly kept moving to block the bullets. They flew in and shot at him, blood splattering everywhere, but Junshu clenched his teeth and endured, even as the bullets hit his body with shockwaves. Bullets grazed his legs, tearing his clothes apart and staining them with blood, but he still refused to back down and kept wielding his sword to block the incoming bullets. Although the death attribute gnaws at the body, his trembling eyes remain cold and focused straight ahead with unwavering will, still trying to grasp that grand principle. Then he suddenly swings his sword fiercely backward. The bullets instantly shattered into pieces. Only then did Gujin and Janet gape in shock at Junu. A new surge of energy envelops my body, and the system immediately displays a notification that I have acquired the merged body and sword trait. At the same time, my entire body radiates a powerful flow of energy. Junshu wipes the blood from his mouth, a confident smile playing on his lips. "It's not over yet." You look at the system panel, secretly glad that you've finally assembled the last piece. Now you have the top-tier ultimate trait of the warrior system, both in name and reality. He and the girl exclaimed in amazement as black streaks and a blue energy flow surrounded the sword in Shu's hand. Both of them excitedly shouted out, "Sword Aura!" He clenched his sword and smiled confidently. The system immediately announced that the sword's owner attribute had been unlocked. A 6th-rank swordmaster surpassing the standard appears. Junu smiles proudly as the scene shifts back to the building. Junu seriously told Janet, "Now before we start formal training, the other 3 should observe from a distance." Then he slowly asked Janet, "What is aura?" The girl lowered her head in thought. Then Janet answered confidently, "Is it the light of the soul?" At this moment, Junshu stood with his hands on his hips and slowly asked again, "The light of the soul?" The girl confidently affirmed. "Yes, unlike sword energy, it is not just a magic crystal," Janet explained clearly, using magic as the body, the soul as the spirit, creating a different form of oneself, which is the avatar. He propped his chin and vaguely guessed. Like an avatar, right? The girl happily spread her arms and explained further. Yes, so even among high-level superhumans, only the warrior type can use aura energy. Junshu secretly praised himself. "See, I told you so. You're thinking quite hard. Then you ask another question. But if it's just about transforming energy into a shape, calling it a sword aura should be enough, right?" Janet hesitated before replying, "Yes, that." Then the girl turned around, looked down at her hand, and suddenly realized that it seemed to be right what the teacher said. Junu crosses his arms and smiles at Janet, gently explaining, "Vital energy is not just a concentration of power, but can also be seen as a path to transcendence." Junu gave an example of fighting Nephilim alone before, surpassing the visible level and fully transforming into a physical form because of a major change in matter. Janet quickly understood that at that level of Chi-E, the soul does not mean the realm has been elevated. Now you understand. People should train their aura to strengthen their soul. The girl immediately understood their goal was to ascend to a divine realm. Soon after, Janet clapped happily. So Nephilim is actually a hybrid descendant of the celestial angel who naturally learned aura cultivation from birth as effortlessly as breathing. Hearing this, Junshu paused slightly, hesitating and thinking to himself, like breathing? He kept analyzing other skills in the system, realizing that while other skills used the sword as an active ability, this one must be used as a passive skill, right? The girl calmly made her request. "Master, please pick up the sword and close your eyes." Then Janet placed the sword into Du's hand. Then the girl slowly explained, "It's not about using the sword aura like usual, but about breathing." You immediately closed your eyes and focused on regulating your breath. Janet gently guides Runu, gradually and comfortably. The streams of energy begin to swirl around his body. The whole body feels as if it's floating in midair. He immediately realizes it's about breathing. Then Junshu calmly opened his eyes and looked around this place. He saw an endless staircase leading to a blinding light in the distance. Deep down, he became even more certain that Nephilim's realm longs to become a god. He reached out to affirm that this was the K, the understanding of their true desire. Junshu looks up closely, the starry sky stretching before him, with stairs leading to the black constellation that is the light of the soul. Immediately after, spells fly straight into him, one after another. All of this is a truth that cannot be conveyed with words. Junshu closed his eyes to feel the sensation from that magical flow, the heat, the exhilaration, and the joy filling his entire body. His whole body was instantly thrown far away. Only now could he feel it completely. Junu's fingers slowly loosened, but he immediately clenched the sword in his hand and then decisively raised it high. A surge of magic burst out fiercely along the path of his sword, a moment of pure ecstasy. Janet covers her face with her hand and kneels slightly before that powerful magic. She smirks with satisfaction. It's a success. The system immediately announced the attribute. The sword trait of Nephilim has been obtained. Junu is delighted with the result. Janet cheerfully says, "Congratulations, teacher." After the three others finished, they quickly approached. Kaylee excitedly shouted, "Did you succeed, teacher?" Junu sheathed his sword and looked at Janet. "Thank you," he said softly. "You've worked hard, Janet." Janet shyly scratched her head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just what the teacher did." Suddenly, a loud bang. Choi Seo rushed in, panting, shouting, "Soldier Kim, it's a big deal!" Everyone immediately turned around in shock. Junshu slowly asked, "Director Choi, what's going on? Is President Chung Hon seriously in critical condition? A 7-star superhuman, huh?" Choi Seal immediately replied, "It's poisoning. I hear Alicia is useless, and the condition is even worse." Hearing that, Junshu was momentarily stunned, eyes wide with shock. Alicia useless? A suspicion flashed in his mind. With such a poison, it could only be blood toxin. Junshu frowned in thought, and that item in the game could only be used once. On this side, Haiwai is trembling and lying on the bed, with blood spreading across her neck and arms. Haiwai's face was grim with labored breathing, a sign of the impending zombie disaster. As Hyung-do desperately performed CPR on her and shouted commands, "Her heart has stopped. Prepare for CPR now." The female secretary behind her trembles, panic in her voice as she shouts what's happening. "If the president gets hurt, we all die. You know that, right?" He continued EPR without hesitation, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, just a moment ago, everything was fine. At that moment, Junshu suddenly opened the door and loudly ordered, "Stop." Hai Ungdu was startled and exclaimed upon seeing him, while Soldier Kim Chien-shu seriously advised about that illness. He observed her exhaustion and confirmed that it was not something a doctor could cure. Immediately after, Hai Wai was fed a bright red medicinal mixture. After drinking, the blood on her body gradually disappeared, and her breathing became more regular. Soon after, Hai Wai let out a faint sound. Seeing that, the female secretary hurriedly ran to the bedside. "Chairman, have you woken up yet?" She slowly spoke up. "Secretary and Kim Chen." After a moment of hesitation, Hai Yang continued. "Is it me again who owes you?" Junshu gently smiled and said, "I don't dare to accept thanks. Please consider this my repayment for your help in the previous redevelopment." Then, the female secretary carefully helped her sit up. Hai Wai asked anxiously what exactly happened, then suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness, and the female secretary immediately said, "I am truly sorry, Chairman." It seems there was an external poisoning plot. She was startled and looked up, asking, "Poisoning? When exactly did it happen?" "Have you been in contact with any animals recently?" "Animals?" Oh. Then the secretary immediately remembered playing with a stray cat in the rain.
"Yes, before collapsing, you stroked a stray cat, and when you touched it, you didn't realize your hand had been stained with a green substance." He calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." Junshu quickly explained that it was a shape-shifting immortal disguised as a cat, and was hired by someone to assassinate the guild leader, Shung. She suddenly asked, "So you already know the truth and have caught the culprit?" He smirked confidently. "Of course, I already knew their tactics all along." On a full moon night in a quiet forest, he pointed a gun at the injured sorcerer on the ground and coldly ordered him to tell the truth. The mage transforms, grinding his teeth in disbelief that he's been caught. "Huh?" Junshu raised his voice and demanded, "Are the Black Rat sect hired you to assassinate the leader of the Sung?" But the sorcerer still pretended not to understand. "I don't understand what you're saying at all." He immediately leaned in close to his face, crazily provoking. "Then repeat after me. The Black Sect is a cowardly species swallowed by winged snakes, which made the sorcerer furious and shout a curse, but he quickly turned his face away." Seeing your reaction, Junshu also guessed it vaguely. Based on your response, there's no need to ask further. Then he pressed the gun against the sorcerer's head and threatened, "Hand over the blood core if you want to live." The sorcerer immediately turned pale and stammered, "I don't have that." Junshu, hearing that, pressed the gun even closer to his head and calmly said, "So what reason do I have to spare your life?" The sorcerer hurriedly intervened. "Wait, I will give you this in exchange." Then he took out a sparkling orange crystal necklace and hurriedly begged for his life. Junshu stared at the necklace without blinking and immediately recognized it as the dragon pendant. You happily pick up the necklace to look at it. "Okay, I will take this." "I'm so happy inside, I got the treasure," the mage hurriedly assured confidently. "So I can leave now? I will never go to Korea again, I promise." Junshu replied softly. "Yeah, go ahead." He immediately ran off, but then suddenly the boy grabbed a sword and leapt onto his head to ambush him. "If you can survive and return to the present," Junshu scratched his head with a slight smile. The antidote has already been taken from the shape-shifting mage, but in his mind he was thinking of gutting him to get it. "So that's how it is. Who hired the assassin? You clearly identified the saintess and her followers as the Black Church, or more precisely, the sect led by the old man behind them. Going back to the past, Yaren once wielded a sword in rebellion. If in the first episode they used the terrorist alliance to make the president and his wife tremble and cling to each other in fear to disable the government, this time the target is to assassinate the heads of major corporations." Hai Yang bowed his head, frowning with concern. "But that's a foreign cult, so why are they targeting me?" Junshu silently analyzed in his mind. "Maybe it's because of the recent financial support to eliminate the terrorist alliance. As a saintess, I have to be cautious, but I can't reveal that the fake church behind it all is involved since there's no proof yet." After analyzing everything, he looked at her and slowly spoke. "I'm not sure why, but then Junshu calmly announced that he had found the hideout of the black cult." Hai Wai's face immediately darkened, her eyes turning cold and dangerous. She then stood up and demanded, "Then I officially entrust you? Find those who attempted to assassinate me." And the car was torn into pieces, cutting to a busy bridge with cars passing over the river under the blazing sun. Junshu leans on the bridge railing, head bowed, carefully observing his surroundings. Hai Yang calmly approached and announced, "Commander, everything is ready as you instructed." She looked at the crowd taking pictures on the bridge and spoke anxiously. "Is it really necessary to do this? It's just to gather evidence." Upon hearing that, he immediately turned back and replied, "There are other ways, but to prevent the zombie disaster in Volume 2 from plunging Zune City into chaos, this is the only option left."
Junshu slowly explains that the mirror is meant to serve as a warning for the Black Sect and the mastermind behind it all. Maybe so. Yi Yang asked in surprise. The mastermind? He turns to look in the river and confidently replies, "You will see. Now please begin." As he finished speaking, Junshu immediately unleashed his power, a great magic spell vaporizing water, sending a surge of energy straight into the river. The water instantly parted at the point where the energy struck, revealing the ground beneath the riverbed, and the hidden entrance beneath the Han River was finally exposed. Then everyone looked up at the sky in amazement as the city suddenly floated in the air, and the river water started to part, causing Junshu to cheer excitedly and begin the attack. The prepared artillery vehicles immediately took their positions. He immediately ordered a full-scale aura shell barrage. Prepare for aura shelling. Juno looked at the equipment stats on the system, then started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. He happily took the steering wheel and fired the giant cannon. Crush them completely for me. Immediately, countless shells are fired straight into the river. The flames burst out in a fierce red across the river. The system continues to notify. The commander has gained the trait. The order has gained the trait. The deployment has gained the trait. Then, a protective barrier suddenly appeared on the riverbed, revealing a defensive formation around the target. Junshu immediately ordered a ceasefire. Feeling excited, finally, it's revealed. A muscular giant raising a sword high appears majestic, standing on an ancient circle emanating dense death aura, surrounded by dark sorcerers wielding black magic to control him. He thought to himself, are they all blood knights of the holy blood? And the fortune-telling mages, too. The system immediately notifies along with the priests. Sir, what is your plan? Juno excitedly replied, now's the perfect time to scratch that itch. Looking at the equipment and attributes on the system, he confidently replied, I will handle it myself. Then, Run Xuankio grabbed his sword and jumped down excitedly. Immediately after, he swung his sword down on the barrier, releasing a surge of energy that burst upward along the blade. Attack! The barrier instantly shattered under that tremendous strike, and the giant immediately appeared. Junshu immediately calls out, Hey Han! As he finishes speaking, he rushes down and strikes Manthan Kiem at him, but is blocked by the giant. Hai Yang rushes down from above to help. You're rushing too much. Superhero, I will also assist. But before she could help, she was attacked by a giant gorilla rushing at her. Hai Wai immediately sensed the danger and felt uneasy. Black magic. This is a power I cannot fight against. Then, the monsters kept rushing in one after another, forcing her to brace herself and defend. Suddenly, Han looked to the side. Junshu charged forward with his sword and cut them down. She exclaimed in surprise, That's Hai Yang. Just a glance is enough to recognize the aura sword. Afterward, she gently approached and asked, Have you become a sword saint now that you've reached level 6? I was about to help, but I ended up getting assistance instead. All right, I've finished clearing the way. Let's move in now. Then, both of them stepped towards the giant gate. The enemy's secret base. They both stared intently at the gate and into the forbidden zone. The gate gradually opened, and both silently confirmed that evidence of the mastermind behind the darkest sect must be here. Inside the forbidden zone, the densely packed tall buildings looked eerily terrifying. Hyeon John, while walking, looked around and saw that there was no one here. Juno quickly responded to clarify the situation. Yes, their base is actually in Brazil. You go ahead and explain both of your missions. We need to find the main culprit behind the disruption in Korea. Hyun-John asked suspiciously after hearing this. You mean the mastermind behind it all? The two of them approached a large wall covered in strange black flames. Run-Soo stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the wall ahead, clearly seeing evidence here. Hyun-John covered his mouth, showing surprise as the entire wall was engulfed in black flames, and without hesitation, he said, I will handle it. You step forward and press your hand against a certain brick on the wall. Suddenly, the flames seem to be drawn back and continuously gather in one spot. The wall gradually opened as well. Hyun-John narrowed his eyes, both surprised and curious. After everything gradually came to an end, towering metal cabinets appeared before the two of them, and was there a place like this in the sealed area? They opened a random drawer and were stunned for a moment. Jewels, demon stones, diamonds, all expensive items inside. It seems like these are rewards for the assassination of the car company's chairman. They are really generous. While the two of them are searching separately, Junshu suddenly holds out a stack of papers towards her and calls out loudly, It seems we have found evidence against the culprit. Looking at the confusing, distorted characters, both of them appeared puzzled. It is written in an encrypted language. Hyun-John put on his glasses and examined it carefully. We need more time to decode this. We have to call in the experts. Junshu felt helpless and cursed inwardly. Damn, the Holy Seas Church is really good at hiding their traces. She turned to you and suggested that our security team handle this. We will decode it as quickly as possible. Junshu could only helplessly accept. Yes, thanks to you. He couldn't help but feel regretful inside. Really regretful, but now I can be satisfied knowing that Jumo Corporation is my ally. Returning to the grand office building. Once again, thank you for your help. Junu sits on the chair, looking both confused and bewildered.
Sword Saint, you point to yourself and ask back.
Saber. Hyon Yohon pushes a phone toward you and responds calmly.
You don't know? The latest news about you has spread very quickly.
The latest hot search headline now reads the exciting phrase, Black Tiger Swordsman. From now on, call him the Sword Saint. Everyone has already started calling him the Sword Saint. Junshu looked at the comments praising her kindly and couldn't help blushing, silently marveling at how Hyon John pushed a bag toward her and gently said, "This is my gift." Junshu was quite surprised. "Go Fu's bag," she immediately explained. "I bought you a better one because I saw you use it often." He took the bag and politely responded, "Oh dear, you don't have to do that. I've received too much already.
This gift is only natural. You saved my life after all."
You can't help but feel proud inside. Truly, President Zhang is incredibly generous. She's on a whole different level.
What are your plans now that you've secured the documents from the black market and the secret files from the secret society?
We will contact you once the decryption is complete. June, holding gold in one hand and money in the other, looked up when he heard the question. Where do you plan to go now? Sword Saint. Hearing that, he quickly locked his bag with his right hand and calmly replied, doing what the car president is also doing. Junshu, now at level 7 with fiery spirit, felt a deep surge within himself. To prevent the catastrophe in Chapter 2, I need to become stronger. The scene shifts to the divine realm of the Sali H Lap, an ancient floating structure with 2 armored soldiers guarding the gate, outside a chaotic pushing crowd. Junshu saw the crowd bustling around and muttered helplessly, "Don't push and shove, just line up. It's as crowded as I thought, makes sense. The only way to reach Olympus is through Temple G, which is also very difficult to enter. Move to the arena, where the gods of Olympus face destruction, and the final battle took place there." The image of the goddess appearing in his mind made him more determined than ever before.
The reason he's here is because of one of those gods, an ancestor of the divine and giants. The goddess Gai called him here.
Junu slowly weaves through the crowd, pushing and shoving, but to enter, he must complete a mission. He confidently and comfortably walks straight toward the main gate, thinking to himself, "Then when I meet the divine, I must become a spirit and receive the privilege of immortality." People voluntarily make way and ask, "Is that badge, is he a holy knight?" "Why did the holy knight come here?" someone asked in confusion. "Shouldn't he have ridden a divine horse and flown here?" Hearing that, a quiet resistance stirred within. "The divine horse looks too harmless. Not my style. I'd at least choose a dragon to look cooler." Junshu stepped to the main gate, catching the attention of the 2 guards, one of whom greeted him warmly.
"Nice to meet you, Saint Knight Kim Chien Bin. We are the guides here."
Junshu was quite surprised. "Do they know who I am?" The remaining guards responded. "No one is unaware of Stickham's protector." They then politely offered to escort you. "Please, go ahead." Hearing that, the crowd showed admiration. "Is that person Sigma's bodyguard?" "Yes, that's right. I already met him in Germany. Thank God, I got lucky." Amid the clear blue sky, the exclamation still echoed around the castle. "I never expected he would come here." The scene shifts then, as he nervously follows a guard inside, glancing around every corner and whispering his amazement deep in his heart. It was magnificent and grand, a completely different feeling from Tho's palace in Stockholm. Looking at the shining badge pinned on his chest, he felt very proud. "I am truly enjoying the full privileges of an honorable knight of the Thorn Order there." After approaching the fountain, Junshu saw a figure standing there waiting. "We are waiting for you, Holy Knight." She calmly draped a white cloak and got straight to the point. The paper he received contained his mission. Then she said nothing more. Junshu approached to look and wondered silently. A mission, a random task that must be completed to meet the god. After Junshu took the paper, he silently prayed, "Please, let it be an easy one." As he reached for it, the person in the white cloak beside him suddenly spoke. "The one who has ascended to the heavenly path, go to Jogja Valley beneath the gold mine stolen from the golden-haired dragon." Junshu tremblingly took his mission, unable to control himself. "Oh, Lord," he deeply sighed. "Why did I draw the hardest one again?" On a steep mountain cliff, Runshu is hiding behind a rock, watching a golden dragon sleeping soundly. He mutters quietly, "Huanglong, among all the dragons, you're the most impatient one." Junshu tries to step carefully and quietly. Is this going too far? He accidentally stepped on a branch, and Huanglong, startled awake by the sound, opened his terrifying eyes and stared fiercely before making a noise. It roared loudly, releasing a terrifying aura that made everything around it, including Runu, retreat. The boy clenched his necklace tightly with determination. Junxiu did not hesitate and slowly stepped forward, shouting loudly, "Hey, let's talk!" The Golden Dragon King looked confused and asked, "You can speak?" He smiled with satisfaction, as the dragon necklace allowed him to use the dragon language. "Luckily, I brought this with me." It looked at you with great suspicion and curiosity. "Strange creature, what do you want to say?" Junxiu was quietly reassuring himself inside. "I once defeated Huanglong in the game, so if I wanted to kill it, I could do it easily. I look down at the golden fur Huanglong is lying on, but if I do that, the golden wool will be damaged. I need to stay calm." Junxiu cut in and said, "I have a piece of advice for you." Hearing that, the golden dragon immediately became extremely aggressive and furious. "What? A lowly creature like you?" I cut in, revealing my attribute strength chart. "Calm down. At least we can talk a little." Huanglong was surprised and confused. "You call that strength? If you dare, try saying it." Junxiu sat down on the ground, appearing relaxed as if negotiating with a friend. You know, if you stay here forever, how can you become the ruler of the dragon clan?" "What?" Junxiu immediately showed a thoughtful expression and began to manipulate the mind. "Think about it. You've been here for 2,000 years and haven't achieved anything. If this continues, all hope will be lost." The golden dragon immediately lost control and roared. "You insignificant thing, what do you know to talk? After your success, you start drawing a big cake for it. So I will only show you the way to become the dragon god. Trade me your golden feathers." Huanglong began to grind his teeth and growl continuously. "You say your words are not enough, yet you still aim to protect my treasure." It stood up suddenly, emanating a huge aura of dominance. "Do you think I will give you a chance?" Junxiu revealed a very sinister smile, along with his teasing skill. "If you don't want it, then forget it. This has pushed it to its limit." Its eyes blazing with rage, the sky darkening, its furious voice rang out. "I will take this as your denial." It spewed out a fierce flame toward him. "Drop dead, you dodge, and use the airstrike skill." "Very good, your dragon. Mental attacks are indeed too easy." "My 9 hairs." It roared and charged at you fiercely, so you retaliated immediately. A burst of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion erupted. Huanglong looked down, panting and amazed. "The lowly creature you are." Junxiu gathers his strength and steps back, glaring at the furious beast covered in its woolly coat. "Do you dare take my treasure?" "Are you serious? So what? You can't burn it, right?" Junxiu silently thought that the golden fleece was an item of immortality and rebirth, and just having it would be enough to defeat the golden dragon. He taunted, "If you're going to destroy it now, I won't resist." Junxiu remembered the Thunder God's advice. Use it well to deal with that little dragon for me. He was given a divine hammer to help him. "The Thunder God has aided you." Junxiu uses his divine power to leap onto the head of the golden dragon. "He told me I had to destroy you. When it saw it was about to be defeated, it desperately begged for mercy." "Spare me, stop!" He immediately replied, "No way." A bolt of lightning with immense divine power struck the dragon decisively, accompanied by Junu's voice, "Items made from dragons are very valuable." It was beaten so badly that it fell to the ground, unable to resist. Junu looked pleased, saying, "I told you we could handle it more easily." The truth in your heart is only thinking about the upgrade items, the chance to receive a 7th-tier divine elixir and upgrade items, so how could I miss this opportunity? Junxiu's eyes reveal a perverted, extremely desirous expression. Now, only the last drop remains. The scene shifts to the magnificent white castle bathed in blinding golden light. The goddess Ji, towering from above, looked down and asked, "A distinguished guest has come to visit me." Junxiu respectfully bows. "It is an honor to meet you. I am the Golden Warrior." He spoke calmly and gently. "I know, I have been watching you for a long time, so if you have anything to ask, please go ahead. Thank you." I remember what happened then and continue. The Thunder God from the west said, "I was summoned here by a non-divine entity." Junxiu looked up and faced Goddess Ji, asking his question. "Do you know who was the one who summoned me here?" He replied that if it had happened above the human world, or in hell, he would know. But he himself didn't know anything either. Junxiu, hearing this, couldn't help but be suspicious. "So, it's from heaven?" Goddess Ji continued with another explanation, suggesting there's one more possibility, that it could be in the hidden realms or in the other world within the rift. Hearing that, you can't help but think of a woman with an extremely cunning face. Could she be the saintess of the Holy Church? G Goddess explained your problem, and it doesn't seem to be her either. If a soul is summoned from another world, the summoner's soul would be severely damaged. He continued, saying that it's likely the one who summoned you has already disappeared, which seems to keep the saintess's soul intact. If it's not her, then who is it? At this moment, the goddess interrupted his thoughts. It seems I can't help you much anymore. Then tell me your wish. Junshu hesitated for a moment before speaking firmly, then made his wish with unwavering resolve. Can you give me a 7th-tier blueprint suitable for me? The goddess G did not refuse, and reached out her hand towards him, offering a shimmering scroll.
All right, I will give you the second one. You want in front of Junshu now is a glowing scroll.
Is this the 7th-level blueprint? Junshu looked up excitedly, unable to hide his joy. There seems to be one more. He brought 2 scrolls and held them out to him. This is the level 7 and level 8 blueprints. I have also prepared the necessary skills and items. Junu couldn't help but feel excited about the goddess's generosity. She gave me the 8th level too. He clenched the blueprint tightly, feeling excited. With this, defeating the saintess is no longer impossible. To reach level 6, you need a mutant core. For level 7, a demon lord's mana core. And for level 8, a half-demon lord's mana core. You can't help but wonder what level 9 would be like.
Do I really have to take the god's mana core? The pressure is starting now. How can I get all of them at this point?
There are a few more materials. Sensing what you are worried about, Goddess G immediately spoke to comfort you. My child, there's no need to worry about a future that hasn't happened yet. Your fate is approaching a critical point. Junshu looked up, attentively listening to the words of the goddess. You clutched the 2 scrolls tightly in your hands, calming yourself. Yes, now I need strength to face the final boss of Chapter 3, 8th level Saintess. Junshu bows deeply with utmost sincerity. Thank you. O Goddess of Thorns, the most radiant and compassionate, you immediately offered a reminder. Be careful, the 2nd wave is coming. Junshu looked up in wonder. The 2nd wave, he quickly explained to you. Yes, fight against it and change your fate if you can't. The shadow of your figure is cast on the ground, along with the warning that you will be swallowed. As the scene shifts to the departing road, Junu continues to ponder the goddess's words. The 2nd wave is clearly the impending zombie disaster right in front of us. I'm a bit worried and contemplative. I destroyed the core of the Black Church zombie event, but will they give up? Junu's car landed smoothly right after, but he was still deep in thought about the undead dragon. No way that could be real. Now, it seems the zombie dragon is being created. Junshu carefully closes his car door, constantly thinking to himself that defeating it alone is impossible. But when they saw you return, everyone warmly and happily ran out to welcome you. Teacher, you're back. Junu looked at Kaylee and began to strategize in his mind. The only way to deal with it was through Kaylee's personal mission. Jin asks if the teacher has met the necessary god yet. You also cheerfully replied. So, how is the Imperial Dragon I gave you doing? Everyone eagerly reported that they had dismembered it and everything was carefully preserved, which made you very satisfied. Junu called out to Gin, who cheerfully responded. Yes, sir. You asked what I did to Skit Bladnir while you were away. It looks a bit different, Guzin cheerfully replied. I just made some improvements. He added, my specialty is in things like this. Du looked at the Dragon King's head behind him and broke out in a sweat. Amazing. But why did he leave the dragon's head here? The closer we are, the more it feels like he's not normal. Soren chimed in, praising. Our youngest has a talent for this. Gwyn complains. I told you not to call me the youngest anymore. Janet continued. It looks much better now. Callie marvels. Now it's like a mobile hotel, isn't it? Junu felt a bit of achievement and praised them. You've all worked hard. He secretly feels pleased that his students are growing up so quickly. He glances over at Soren, who has become much stronger. Soren has already reached level 6. She blushed and covered her mouth, giggling. I know you'll notice anyway, Janet raised her hand to suggest. There's still me, too. Junu nodded in agreement. Janet will soon reach level 6. As for Callie, seeing her equipped traits, he couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of his heart. At first, she only had 4 attributes, but now she has gained a 6th, mind control. Junu approached and patted Callie's head, making her blush with embarrassment, as she was about to reach level 5. He felt relieved inside. Luckily, Callie was ready to start the mission. Jin asked first, so where do we go now? You quickly reply, heading west to the Grand Canyon. Xin and Kali seem a bit surprised by Junsu's statement. Don't say the Grand Canyon is a giant crack. You turn to the girl and kindly explain your plan. Today, Callie, we will help you level up to 5. Then when we reach the Great Crack, we can insert the Kararatu into your body.
Junu asked further. But since I have to meet my grandmother again, my emotions might fluctuate. Can I do it? Callie hesitated slightly. The girl who remembered her past self had already made a vow the moment she became your student, and she was mentally prepared. Callie clenched her fist and confidently affirmed that she could do it. Trust me, Callie's personal mission to kill her grandmother, who became a demonic creature, and to obtain the Kalaru tree. This is the only way for someone with goddess blood to escape suffering. Junu is also considering it. Once there, obtaining the 7th level divine elixir will be easier. He reached out and patted the girl's shoulder to encourage her. Then let's start training. Callie confidently points forward and commands. Before reaching America, I had to go through hellish training. Everyone behind also cooperated and obeyed strictly, sir. The scene shifts to the base of towering cliffs with the distant Grand Canyon in view. A giant crack. Junu uses his 6th sense to analyze the path to the location. Looking at the massive, eroded skeleton in front of us, this is a branch of the Black Church. Soren Fan. That pile of bones is really creepy, Junu warned. From now on, everyone has to follow Callie. Remember where we gather, okay, everyone? Callie was the first to respond and also raised her question. Yes, the shell tower with the mother-of-pearl pattern. But where are you going? Junshu points and replies, I will go lure the zombie dragon inside. Janet looked at him in confusion. What is it? Isn't it too dangerous? Soren immediately said to comfort. Janet, at this point, you should accept it. Our teacher isn't the reckless type. Callie also chimed in. After all, the teacher has the heavenly demon body. You all talk so much that I feel reassured now. Suddenly something flashed in Callie's mind, making her frown and stop in her tracks. She clutched her head and shouted loudly. Soren ran over in panic. What's wrong with Callie? Everyone gathered around the girl, worried about the situation. But Junshu still stood aside with his arms crossed, not showing any reaction until finally he responded. Callie sat on the ground, trembling. Did you hear something? It's not a ghost dragon, but another owner of this place. The divine being. Right now, a huge crack has appeared at the Black Fortress. Inside the control room, they also sighed at the same time. Time barely moved. They casually discussed, how much longer do we have to keep doing this? You're so stubborn. How many years has it been now? Probably around 20 years, I guess so. The supervisor continues speaking, but finally we are about to see the end. If we pour enough mana into the dragon's corpse, we can turn it into our servant. His eyes filled with excitement, and soon our sect will rise. Suddenly a noise sounded, making the supervisor turn around. What was that? Did you hear anything just now? At that very moment, the person right beside him crouched down. While the supervisor was stunned, the system announced the equipped traits, overwhelming, martial arts, and the strength of the hidden giant, prompting Junshu to immediately attack the remaining person. With guards watching the bridge like that, how do you plan to survive? That's neglecting your duty, you know? But I think this is okay too. You look up at the screen and realize you can't handle so many people alone. They are all level 5 superhumans trained within the rift. As that thought crossed his mind, Junshu quickly raised his card and swiped it. So the best way is to immediately announce and confirm Lord Edmund's identity. Feeling that the moment has come, you press the button. They all moved quickly, the alarm ringing loudly everywhere, detecting an emergency situation. The iron doors kept closing one after another, activating the defensive mode. Just as Junu planned, everyone had to be locked inside. While they focused on casting magic, and the Imperial Dragon suddenly appeared with an invisible gravity surrounding them. That made them panic. What is that sound? What are the guard doing? The priest is over there. Seeing you standing above them, they were a bit stunned. An intruder, what? How could he get in here? Soon after, a series of attacks shot straight at Junshu, killing him instantly. Seeing that, he immediately launched an attack. All right, let's see what my new weapon can do. Junshu suddenly recalls the moment he was rummaging through the cabinet, and after a while, he is amazed to discover an interesting item. He looked at the 2 guns inside, and his eyes suddenly lit up, realizing that Junshu was now wielding that weapon with great skill as he returned to the present. This shield is invincible. The bullets inside keep firing out non-stop. Everyone in the room was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, frustratedly asking, "Open the portal. Why are the bullets coming non-stop?" One of them hurriedly unleashes their power using a Namana shield to block the bullets and prevent him from escaping. The person next to him pauses upon hearing this. What? But suddenly a voice rang out. So who will guard the seal of the undead dragon now? As soon as the sound ended, the surrounding scene turned chaotic. Everyone saw that the situation was hopeless and shouted to run away. At that moment, the golden dragon suddenly roared, causing everything around to shake. You nearby are also somewhat affected by it. At the same time, the system reports on the properties of magic resistance equipment, barrier defenses, mana shields, mana armor, and mana shields again. Jun aimed his weapon at Huanglong and admitted that this boss truly lives up to its reputation. surpassing him easily. Soon after, powerful bullets shot out, hitting and directly piercing its body. As the Dragon King felt pain, its roar grew more intense, and it suddenly unleashed a massive burst of fire. The situation changing suddenly left him stunned. Is this still in its incomplete form and already so powerful? The system sounds simultaneously appear, with features like no attack, speed boost, and rapid movement. Junshu quickly runs in the opposite direction. Crimson Stone. Just a little more. We're almost there. Suddenly, at this moment, you hear Soren's voice. The teacher is here. Junshu immediately smiles softly. Good. Seize the opportunity and quickly move toward them. Junshu just landed and asked, Is this the place, Callie? The girl replied, Yes, I heard the whispers saying we are almost there. As Callie finished speaking, Huanglong suddenly charged forward like a flying arrow. Quickly use your shield. Is it too late for me to change my fate? The girl turned her face toward the sun and muttered, No. Callie observed for a moment and confirmed, We did it. At the same time, the voice of the spirit rang out, Whoever dares to oppress the descendants of the Holy Star General. It appeared directly above. The spirit person continued speaking. You seem to have lost all your sense of fear, huh? Hearing this, Huanglong was immediately provoked, and both sides began to lose control and confront each other. Junshu watched this scene and smiled. Good. They're fighting each other. Soren beside him also agreed. If it continues like this, we will benefit. They will fight each other, and we will win. It's good that you have some protection, but the children of the stars are not that stupid. Junshu suddenly throws a hammer at them. Now my plan truly begins. That thing immediately grazed the body of the spirit, making it furious. You bugs dare to. Before Tin Nyan could understand what was happening, the golden dragon suddenly charged forward, quickly gaining the advantage and pouncing on Tin Nyan. Seeing that, he slightly curled his lips, giving the impression that he was helping the zombie dragon. But in reality, he was summoning someone. Tin Nyan's eyes filled with rage. Fine. Today all of you will become sacrifices for the Holy Spirit Sovereign. As planned by Junshu, it immediately summoned the tentacle monster. Advance, my child! Seeing the opponent approaching, he prepared himself mentally, and finally she appeared. The tentacle monster, with its strange appearance, slowly approached, and it was none other than Callie's grandmother. Sharing the same bloodline, the girl quickly recognized her grandmother. Junu also rushed forward to attack. So the main scene has begun. Everything seems to have been part of your plan. June imagines a beautiful martial arts sword dance, graceful yet hiding deadly fangs. He silently observes and evaluates Blood God Wu. This move is powerful and complicated, but it's nothing compared to the Fire Spirit Sword technique. Immediately, the system displays the attribute of the Fire Spirit Sword technique of the sword's owner. Suddenly, hearing a booming sound, he trembles slightly and glances over. You see the scene before you, and immediately think that Tintu's offspring has gained the upper hand. At this moment, the golden dragon is struggling to resist the star being, but it seems to be failing. It ordered the tentacle monster. Finish it, my child. Junshu thought to himself, finally, it ordered the zombie dragon to be killed. The tentacle demoness is about to move. My chance has come. You smirked, and the only reason I faced the zombie dragon was to drain its power. Junshu slowly climbed onto the body of the star being, quickly grabbing the hammer, and at this moment, it warned, you are overstepping your position. Suddenly, a swarm of tentacles appeared behind him. Obediently surrender to the Holy Star Lord. Junshu heard the enemy call him a lowly insect and then forced a reluctant smile. This is bad. The tentacles are surrounding the entire scene. You start to run and jump into the air. As Junshu stops, the scene before him leaves him stunned. Seeing that, Runshu couldn't help but feel a headache. Does it still have strength? But that's not a problem because I was prepared in advance. I'm also a holy knight blessed by. Suddenly, thunder roared fiercely in the sky. He quickly seized the opportunity to gather strength for his hammer. Dares protection. Junshu risks everything as he slams the hammer into the ground. Soon after, fierce lightning bolts and Tho's power appeared, with each strike of lightning engulfing the body of the spirit being. Seeing that, he muttered, now everything should be over. Junshu immediately turned his gaze toward the golden dragon, so he immediately drew the sword at his side without hesitation and quickly ended this battle. It's time to end this. You climb onto the top of the star being's head, leaving it stunned. With a decisive sword technique, the move immediately pierces through Huanglong and continues to create a beam of light through the body of the star being. The tentacle monster woman also seems to be affected to some extent, moaning and groaning, and she is also Callie's grandmother. As soon as everything is settled, everyone begins to step closer to her. He observed and thought that holy water would help extend her life.
and suddenly the tentacle monster's body underwent a major change. Junshu looked at the person in front of him and thought she would return to her original appearance during this time. Her current age is probably comparable to that of an alien creature. After a fierce battle, the surrounding scene also became desolate. He looked around and then smiled. The operation was a success. Perfectly executed. Junshu's gaze shifts toward the tentacled monster. The woman, who was controlled by the Children of the Stars, has finally regained her sanity. But seeing that she is still immersed in pain, he quietly believes her life will soon come to an end. Another Kali, a person who shares the same name as the goddess Kali.
Little Hot Hai ran over and called out, "Grandma!"
Kali was moved when she saw the monster's tentacles right in front of her. "Grandma," she immediately recognized her. "Kali, you've grown so much."
"You still recognize me?" "Of course. If you are my last descendant, how could I not recognize you? Whenever I think of you, that alien creature attacks my mind."
"My dear?" Kali's eyes welled up with tears. "Did she think about you?" She looked at the girl with a gentle gaze.
"You and I are the only two descendants of the goddess. If I don't transfer it to you, you'll die."
Kali heard these words and tears started to flow. After a moment, the tentacle monster suddenly asked Hest, "Ami, how is it going?" The girl quickly replied, "Dad is still okay?" She continued, "I've been worried about him all this time. I'm so glad I miss my son so much. Please, let's go to Seun and see Dad. He definitely wants to see you too." The tentacle monster smiled gently and said, "Thank you, my dear." Looking at her hand gradually disappearing, she added, "I don't have much time left." Kali was stunned and asked nervously, "Can I make a request?" He replied, "All right." She said sincerely, "Please cremate me and scatter the remains over the floating chaotic island.
"After fulfilling my last wish, you will receive a gift for helping me die as a human," the tentacle monster added. "I will give you Kalarachi." The girl seemed unable to accept the truth and grabbed her grandmother's hand. "No!" Soon after, the tentacle monster pulled out a sacred sword. "Kali, take it now or your grandmother will be lost forever in this terrible world." The girl stared intently at the floating weapon in midair and quickly realized it was the SSR Kalarachi. Kali immediately reached out and grasped the hilt, and the sword instantly merged with her. The tentacle monster smiled kindly and said, "Finally, I can rest in peace." Kali shouted in frustration.
"Auntie," the girl hurriedly said.
"No, don't go." Junshu helped her up. "You've worked hard. Now I will begin the ritual." Kali's voice echoed in vain. "Mom," the tentacle monster's warning. "Don't be sad, Kali." She continued saying, "Our family's hearts are always connected." The giant rift in the chaotic ocean swayed. Not far away, they discovered a place connected to the goddess Kali. This is an ideal spot to grow manana. However, this place also risks turning into a mutated monster if seduced by the whispers of a strange presence. The girl clutching the jar of bones whispered, I can hear her high. Junshu said it might belong to the goddess Kali. The girl wondered. The goddess? Kali hears the explanation again.
"That's right, because you and your grandmother are both servant girls dedicated to the goddess Kali. Now that you also have her protection, of course you can hear her voice."
The girl's eyes flickered with a gloomy look. I felt like that voice was comforting me. Kali was just explaining the story and praying. "Goddess, please take care of my grandmother." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, startling Junshu. "What is this terrible aura of pressure?" The girl seemed to understand and said, "Master, the goddess wants you to place your hand on the magic circle." Hearing this, a sudden thought flashed through his mind.
Has the goddess Kali appeared?
Junu, with a look of doubt, reached out and placed his hand on the magic circle. Immediately, a wave of power enveloped him, accompanied by the system notification. "You have acquired the superpower trait." Junu, surprised and a bit incredulous, thought to herself, "I can't believe I got this superpower so easily." Seeing his confused expression, she said, "This is a gift from the goddess." Junju is lost in his own thoughts. "If I get this ability, it means now is the time." Kali suddenly pushes the sword away. "Teacher, can you keep up with my speed?" He also guessed that he might acquire Kalarachi. The girl quickly launched into action right in the middle of the air. Kali moves as fast as lightning, and the system immediately activates the Kalarachi trait of the goddess's blood, the blood dance of the thunder god. Junu, equipped with speed, lightning, teleportation, spirituality, superpower, and spell selection traits, chases after her. You smile with satisfaction because you gained the superpower trait, causing many other traits to explode and increase rapidly like a wildfire. And since this place has traits that greatly boost mana, Junshu quickly approached the girl so I could catch up with Kali. The girl saw how fast you were and smiled. "Well done." Kali quickly swings her sword towards Junu. "I won't hold back." the Master of Sword Dance and Superpower. When the mastery of swordsmanship and dance traits meet, they will merge into a sword dance trait. So let's do it. In mid-air, the two of them continued to fight each other, neither willing to give in, making the battle increasingly intense and realistic. Juno had to admit at this moment, she's really fast. Could this be the power of a goddess? In a fleeting moment, Kaylee kept unleashing one move after another, engraving all 108 sword strikes of the girl deep into her heart. When Junsu's demon eye and intuition detect all of Kali's movements, it instantly transforms into his own sword dance. It is completely different from Kalarachi's blood image, because Junsu has almost renewed and improved it in his own style. Kalarachi Thunderbolt. He looked at his own sword and couldn't help but feel happy. It's finally complete. At the same time, the system announces the special attribute of the Kalarachi Fire Spirit Sword Technique, Nephilim's Sword. The top 3 chaotic sword techniques of Sun. Juno clenched his sword tightly, and all he needed to do was build a base that could coordinate well with them. Juno's thoughts start to drift away. Then, whether it's the heavenly demon or the saintess, Junshu slightly lifts the corner of his mouth and vows to eliminate everyone, even the bishop up there. While he was lost in his thoughts, suddenly a voice beside him woke him up. The teacher is too much. Juno turned around and was startled to see Kali panting heavily. He stammered to explain, I misunderstood. That wasn't really Kali earlier.
I almost died too. Everyone saw, right?
She keeps switching from one place to another, as if she has become a completely different person. Suddenly Soren pointed the knife straight at Juno. I didn't want to hear any excuses. Her face darkened. What we really want is a sparring match with the master. Janet wields innate gifted traits, the divine stream, and the diamond body, becoming an expert in Nephilim's provocative sword. Kali uses Kalarachi traits, goddess bloodline, blood dance sword, and phantom body time control. Finally, Soren prepared the fire spirit sword technique, real combat airstrike, the strength of a giant, the immortal diamond form, then smirked provocatively because the master had become stronger. Juno quickly accepted the challenge after hearing this.
All right, then you also prepare the fire spirit sword technique, Nephilim Kalarachi's sword. The owner of the divine water, diamond form, and then arrogance. Shout everything up here. A moment later, thousands of lightning bolts rained down.
Soon after, this battle seemed almost unbeatable for Juno. Soren, as if suffering from premenopause, struggled to stand and managed to speak. I almost died. Are you okay, teacher? He gasped for breath and replied, Of course I'm fine. Kali bluntly reveals it. Teacher, there's blood coming from your mouth.
She asked curiously, what exactly did you do?
Don't tell me you used all 3 sword techniques at once. Junshu replied while thinking.
It used more mana than expected, that's right.
The girl complained, saying the teacher really doesn't hold back. No wonder it hurt so much. Soren complained. You should have been gentler. He ignored their words and said, Drink a few bottles of high-grade medicine and get back to training.
Everyone at your level, the monsters in the Great Fissure shouldn't be too difficult. Then he nervously advised, I have some things to do, so I'll head out first. Everyone, remember to train hard before you go back.
He said seriously that something big is about to happen in Sion. She frowned in confusion. A big deal? Junshu explained. Yes, just like the previous terrorist attack, it will be serious enough to paralyze Sion.
The 4 of them were stunned upon hearing this, and soon after everything settled, he arrived. Congratulations, you have reached level 7.
Juno started to think that just reaching
level 5 in the chaos of the car would be enough to gain priority.
So, what about level 7? It's considered the limit of superhumans, the ultimate realm.
At that point, you'll be seen as a walking disaster. Compared to modern weapons, I'm at the level of an aircraft carrier.
You quietly calculated that I now have enough strength to handle Chapter 2, but it's still not enough for what's coming next. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing. I need a stronger ally.
The Tower Master is a good choice.
Junshu quickly answered the phone.
Yes, Tower Master, how have you been lately? You said Superman Kim, I called you today to show off.
Junshu seemed to guess something, boasting that surely the other end of the line had finished. He instinctively recalled what he had said. Isn't the approach of a warrior different from that of a mage? Who knows, maybe my ultimate flame is better.
The Tower Master chuckled and said, That's interesting. Very interesting. So, do you want to place a bet?
The deadline is 2 years from now. Is it yours or the Demon Tower's? Let's see whose ultimate fire is stronger, he said happily. As I promised, the ultimate flame of the Sun Tower. Junshu couldn't hold back and quickly ran to the Tower Master's side, laughing heartily. I didn't expect us to achieve the long-cherished goal of the Demon Tower so quickly. You forced a smile. Congratulations on completing it. Then he thought to himself, a bet is still a bet.
If I lose here, Junshu, what are we betting? The Tower Master angrily replied, If you win, I will give you what you want.
He smiled and added, "But if I win, you have to join the Demon Tower's security team." Just thinking about it makes Juno feel powerless. I will be a capitalist slave for life. The Tower Master raised an eyebrow and said that once you see it for yourself, you'll have to admit your defeat. Why not just admit it now? Junshu said, "Tower Master, you must remember that our bet is to see whose flame is stronger." He was stunned. "What?" Soshu replied nervously, "Yes, I think I've prepared everything already." Then he said, "Sorry, but shall we go compare now?" The two of them quickly arrived at the place holding the ultimate flame of the Sun Tower. Meanwhile, everyone was talking. Could an ordinary warrior really have achieved the ultimate flame? He probably just brought out some useless magic again. I really don't understand why the Tower Master cares about him. Myung-seok thinks differently. He is the one who has opened a completely new perspective for our Magic Tower's techniques. He doesn't need to lie, he is different. At the same time, the Tower Master saw the flame on his finger flicker and asked, "Is that your ultimate flame?" Junshu explained, "To be precise, it's not really. I accidentally produced a slightly different result." He grumbles, "Yeah, it seems so. A tiny flame like that can't be the supreme fire." That's right, because this is the supreme flame you created in your own way. Before coming here, Juno combined 6 hard-to-collect ingredients. The dark fire you obtained when leveling up to level 2. The solar fire was gained by helping the mage control it. You received the fire flame when you learned how to remove the demon chains. The Dragon King's fire was obtained after defeating the Golden Dragon of Heaven fire given by the Guy Goddess. According to my memory, your ultimate flame is even more powerful than the Sun Cannon. You're pursuing destructive power and casting speed suitable for real combat, right? The Tower Master replied, "That's correct, but my ultimate fire is different. I have reduced its power and the mana required to the minimum." He frowned. "So start explaining. The power of the Supreme Flame will increase as I pour more mana into it when that happens." Junshu smiled cunningly and said, "This small flame can rival your Supreme Flame." The Tower Master, upon hearing this, seemed almost unable to believe it. "Let's see." He began to channel energy to activate it. "Look carefully. This is it." The Tower Master quickly asserts the dominance of the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. He slightly raises the corner of his mouth. "For someone like you, this is probably too much to handle. So I think you should give up." Suddenly, the Tower Master's gaze froze as he witnessed the scene before him. He looked around and saw nothing but fire. What? The Tower Master was stunned. No way! How could just a small flame cause this much damage? He suddenly realized everything had gone off course and ordered to stop. As soon as he saw the flames piercing inside, the Tower Master's voice grew more urgent. "You can stop now." Just as Junshu halted, the surrounding heat still hadn't subsided. The system reports the stats of the Sun Tower's ultimate fire. Damage 290, range 78, mana cost 20, casting time 11, difficulty 33, total 441. At the same time, it reports your ultimate fire stats. Damage 300, range 100, mana cost 100, cast time 100, difficulty 200, total 800. Junshu raised his eyebrows towards the Tower Master, hitting the mark. Then he confirmed, "This is my ultimate flame." On this side, they seemed to find it hard to believe as well. "No way it's 800 points?" he said in disbelief. "I can't believe it. You created such an amazing flame. How could you create something like that?" Junshu felt a bit guilty hearing that I just copied it. He calmly said, "If you like, I can tell you how. So the Sun Tower's ultimate flame will become even more perfect." The Tower Master was excited. "Really? Thank you so much, Super Kim. You're truly a good person." Junshu suddenly made a condition, saying, "But since I already won earlier, you must fulfill my request." He immediately reverted to his previous respectful demeanor. "All right. Go ahead and tell me what you want. I want to form a blood alliance with the Sun Tower, with those who can fight against the bishop." Not long after, the sky began to rain. Junshu returned in a cheerful mood. "All right, so you've been secretly planning. Now I have 2 allies fighting against the bishop. Everything is proceeding as planned." Junshu hesitated for a moment, but everything was going too smoothly. The notification sound rang out just in time. "You have received a file from Zonghyeon Johon of the Kumo Corporation. Do you want to open it?" You couldn't help but be surprised when you saw that. Chairman Song. Juno immediately pressed the open button. Has she already found out who's behind the Black Society? A series of folders quickly appeared before him with the words Top Secret Black Report on top, leaving Juno confused. A top secret file. Right now, a series of questions are running through your mind. What the hell is this? Soon after, another mysterious message appeared addressed to Commander Jom, and lightning streaked across the sky, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Junu wondered at the same time why the name of the Eastern General was here. He pondered. "Jom, the Eastern Army is funding the dark magic research of the Black Society." Junshu fell silent, probably not because of the general. He quietly guessed that he was not the type of person to humble himself to that extent.
So, a little later, Jom's voice suddenly rang out. "Who is it?"
He shouted. "Who dares to commit such a disgraceful act of insulting the army?" General Junshu explained, "I am an outsider, so I do not want to interfere in the internal affairs of the army. But the Eastern Army is now nothing but a potential terrorist organization." Jinzu-do Hyung-do witnessed the scene in silence. Dung-do at this moment also dares not make a sound. Jom asked loudly, "Are any of you division commanders aware of this beforehand?" After a while, seeing no one respond, he became angry. "Why aren't you answering?" Jom sternly asked, "Could it be one of you who did this?" She hurriedly explained, "That's impossible. We would never do such things," Dung-do suddenly said.
"Father," he immediately bowed his head and admitted it was my fault. In fact, the Eastern Army has often been involved in similar incidents. He was surprised and... what?
Dung-do explains that to transform our bodies into an optimal physique for the Black Lake sword technique, we have longed for magic.
You frown, and you are telling me that this is the right thing to do.
He insists that it is not, that it is a shameful act. Now, looking back, I realize it was all just meaningless vanity. Father, all of this is my fault as the eldest son. Father, please punish me accordingly. And General, as the commander of the 1st Division, I have a request. He said, "Please eradicate the root of the illegal activities and black magic spreading throughout our army." Jinzu and Hyung-do were stunned. Jum rubbed his temple and said, "All right, of course." He then said, "Superman Kim, no, from now on I have to call you Swordsman." "Yes, sir," Jom said. "I want to carry out the highest level inspection across the entire Eastern Army." He asked, "Will you take primary responsibility for this comprehensive investigation?" Junshu hesitated. "Me?" Then wondered why I should get involved in someone else's family affairs like this.
Jom interrupted, saying if you still care about honor, you should have done better before everything went wrong. He then seriously told the young man that he has many children, but cannot trust anyone with this responsibility. "I officially appoint you to the position of Honorary Inspector General and Honorary Major General. Jom places all his trust in you. What do you think? Will you accept our request?" Junshu suddenly remembered. "Wait a minute. This is another opportunity to join forces. You immediately smile and accept if you trust me with this position. Of course I will do my best." "Sir." A few days later at the G Chief Inspector's office, Junu asked how the investigation into the underground demon tower in Nog was progressing. The answer confirmed that his suspicion was entirely correct. "That's why they illegally captured monsters and magical beasts," Junshu realized. "I kept wondering why the research funds of the Eastern Army were leaking out." "You asked, what about the Southern Gang?" Titch Quinn replied, "They also run an illegal monster arena for mutated creatures." Junshu nodded, just as expected. All the pieces are coming together. He added, "They run an illegal monster arena where humans and monsters slaughter each other for entertainment. It's a crazy and dangerous idea." He suddenly wondered, "How do you know all this?" Junu explains, "So the superhumans are warriors using dark magic to increase their power." "I already know what's going on here." His eyes suddenly darkened, and as he recalled the events that happened in the game's story, he knew exactly where to go next. Junu began to reminisce. "For the past few days, I've stayed up all night reviewing classified documents and the Eastern Army's budget plans. I looked at the demonic equipment features, trusted my intuition, observed the night, understood, deeply, focused, and made a guess. And thanks to those incredible abilities, I was able to narrow down the search to just a few key clues." Junu, busy reviewing the information, had already gathered all the evidence of the illegal activities related to the budgets. You just need to analyze what remains and find out who is behind it. Junsu thinks that the researchers, or rather the ones who approved all of it, you see a research file on the impact of real combat in the arena on level progression, and can't help but be surprised. Suddenly, these people are interrupted by a strange object appearing in midair. It suddenly exploded in the night, and the dust inside instantly dispersed, revealing familiar figures. Jindu asked if he's dead yet. "We need to go back before father finds out." Hai Ungdu replies, following his sister's orders. Suddenly, they notice something unusual, and as she looks at the person sitting right in front of her, she is struck with shock. "How?" Junshu slightly curled his lips. "What's wrong? Do you really think I would die just because of a bomb?" Jinzudu shouted upon hearing that. "The little brat is spirited. I knew it was you guys. I bet you were pretty scared when the Break Z Army's secret base was destroyed, huh?" She immediately ordered, "Division Commander, Division 3, attack together and end this quickly." He responded accordingly.
Jindu grew more and more annoyed and said in a low voice, "You should have kept silent." They both charged at him together, saying, "We will show you that there is always a higher mountain." You raise an eyebrow and say, "There's always a higher mountain," while Junshu defends against their attacks. You've jumped straight into the tiger's mouth. He observed and evaluated. Indeed, the fierce attacks from the two tigers felt truly different. Junshu analyzes that both masters of the white tiger swordsmanship are aiming directly at his vital points. He fully senses the strength of his opponents, especially Jinzu, who is extremely treacherous and ruthless. Everything around them is becoming more and more chaotic. Junu continues to face off against the two of them. As soon as she pointed her sword at him, he quickly blocked it, and a massive explosion suddenly erupted at that very moment. Jinzu-do quickly realizes the enemy's plan and orders to pursue him. Hai-ung-do obeys the command. The two of them immediately used the fierce tiger attack technique without hesitation. Junshu stopped to observe the two white tigers. You start gathering power for your sword and quickly unleash a massive amount of energy. Do you think that's enough? He still firmly said, "It's just for show, he's only at level 7. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as everything began to turn into a dangerous sea of red. Jindu frowned at the sight. "What the hell?" Junu slightly curled his lips.
Just level 7? That's right.
"But I used Nephilim's sword trait, Kalarachi Fire Spirit Sword Technique, the sword technique of Tho's spiritual cultivation," and then sneered. "I'm not an ordinary level 7 superhuman. I'm a Kim warrior." Junshu charges forward fiercely. "If you dare destroy the evidence, you will pay the price." Everything here has almost become a mess. The continuous explosions echoed through the sky, with sword energy representing the purest embodiment of power. Hai-ung-do was overwhelmed by your strength and immediately retreated. That is the soul of an extraordinary superhuman who has broken all their limits. A powerful shock runs along the blade. Normally, recoil would make the wielder hesitate, but the Fire Spirit Sword technique is completely different. Its unique traits, the Fire Spirit Sword technique, the Black Tiger Sword technique, and the sword's owner, all utilize both explosions and recoil to accelerate.
Hai-ung-do angrily charges forward. "How dare you!"
The movement becomes more instinctive than ever, as if seeing through the future itself. With a powerful strike, your sword will tear through the battlefield. Jindu, despite his severe injuries, keeps fighting. "I will kill you." Junshu sneered. "Do you really abandon the honor you once valued so much?" She charged forward like a beast. "Arrogant fool." Jindu begins to unleash her power. "I will show you the strength I have gained through dark magic." He suddenly remembered the wounds from fighting monsters and quietly confirmed to himself that enough evidence had been gathered and there was no need for any more proof. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, she charged forward.
"This is my Black Tiger swordsmanship." The two powers quickly clash, and suddenly Jindu has a bad premonition, causing her to freeze in place.
"No way."
"How can someone like you execute the Black Tiger sword technique so perfectly?" Junshu sneered. "Isn't it obvious now? You confidently counterattack with your swordsmanship, because I, Junshu, solemnly affirm the true owner of the Black Tiger sword." The system notification sound also rang out, listing the equipped traits. White Tiger Sword Technique, Black Tiger. Fierce Fang, Black Tiger Thunderstrike, Black Tiger Heaven Cleave, Black Tiger Shadow, Black Tiger Bright Flame Sword. Soon after, he returned to Jom's side.
"He praised you for doing very well.
Thanks to you, the discipline of the Eastern Army has been restored." Junshu asked, "What about those involved in illegal activities?" John concluded that he personally punished them, but suddenly turned and asked, "What do you want to do?" The boy honestly replied, "They are your people, so I am very cautious when speaking about this." But Junu looked at Jom with a determined gaze and said, "I believe they should be severely punished, according to French military law, for ambushing us at night and trying to destroy evidence." He sighed and said, "I wish I had a son like you. Even my own flesh and blood I can't control. Life is truly short. I feel like I have wasted an entire lifetime." "That's not true, Commander. Without you, Korea would have disappeared in World War II. In the game, the country is fully protected by resistance, not by the victory of the Allies." Junshu thought, not to mention Commander Feng Dong also made great contributions in the Korean War, and he bowed solemnly, "Please do not forget. You reminded us that we are living under your legacy." Diom couldn't hide his smile upon hearing that. "You're blatantly flattering me to get a reward, aren't you?" Junshu said with an embarrassed smile. "Does it look like that?" Jong asked. "All right. Close your eyes and stand still. You start guessing, not knowing what he will give you." A moment later, he spoke. "The thing I am about to give you is all of me. The Eastern Legion." Junshu suddenly realizes that he has already taken it and immediately confirms the strongest trait of Zenzun,
which contains the entire life of the heroic regiment commander. Junu begins to feel them, a powerful and fierce flow of mana, as if it were injected directly into his body. John suddenly coughs. It seems the transfer went smoothly. Junshu, the Legion commander, asks worriedly, "Why did you go this far for me?" He replied, "I was also planning to give it to someone, but you won't be able to use it yet." Jom said, "Only when reaching level 8 can you awaken this power." Junshu hesitated. "Thank you, truly. I don't even know how to repay you properly." He said, "The only condition I have is that you must become a star. As I hear, people now call that the strongest on Earth." Then Jom added, "Reach level 9. That will be enough to be worthy of my sacrifice." Not long after, Junu also returned. He recalled earlier feeling uneasy, knowing the Legion commander was supposed to die in a few years, but because he transferred mana to himself, that moment would come sooner. Junshu hesitated, wondering if he could reach level 9 within a year. After a while, he answered the phone. "Yes, Chairman X, sir. Thanks to you, I managed to resolve the issue with the Eastern Legion." "Hey," Y interrupted. "Have you seen the news yet?" Swordsman Run Shu frowned. "News?" "Breaking news. A zombie outbreak has occurred in multiple locations across Brazil. Hundreds of people have been reported injured so far. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government is responding. You find it hard to believe there's a zombie outbreak? I thought I had taken care of that after destroying the Black Panther cult, right?" Junu guessed. Could it be that after failing in Seun, they continued their plan in Brazil? Too Long is dead. So why? She said the location found while following the clues matches the place where the zombie outbreak is happening. He asked, "And where is that?" "Hi," Y quickly replied. "Sao Paulo, does anything remind you of something?" Junshu said, "Yes, I will fly there immediately and clarify. Sao Paulo, that is where the lost divinity of the Black Panther resides, and also where the gentle god Poka rules." He brought his thoughts with him as he went there, knowing their goal was to steal Poka's divine position. Junu quietly confirmed that by resurrecting the Yulin army shortly after, he had already set foot in Brazil. Junu stands right in front of the Sao Paulo Grand Cathedral. The reason the Black Panther's church caused the zombie outbreak in Seun was to create a large number of corpses. You think to yourself that if the Mama Makila sect doesn't intervene in time, Poka's divinity will be stolen and the Black Panther will be resurrected. I can't let things go according to the Saintess's plan. Junshu quickly entered the Grand Temple. "It's an honor to meet you." The clan leader happily replied, "I am also honored to meet you again." "Swordmaster, I heard that you visited the Great Danger earlier. My brothers from the Great Danger branch said they witnessed it firsthand." I smiled and said, "Yes, I should have come to greet the Demon Legion fighting on the front lines of the Great Danger." As soon as I finished speaking, Runshu immediately bowed his head. "I was late because I was too busy. Please forgive me." The clan leader waved his hand. "It's fine. We're just doing what is right as representatives of the moon. When the great chaos threatens to spill over, the demon sect will send a saint to hold back the alien creatures, just like the Alliance guards defending the Great Maze." Suddenly he asked, "What would make someone as busy as you come here?" Junshu politely replied, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with you regarding the Black Panther sect." The clan leader didn't show any surprise when he heard that. It's not surprising to you either, given the Black Panther sect. Of course he would be shocked. They will threaten the god Poka for a long time. Junshu got straight to the point, saying, "Recently I have gathered some information. Do you think it relates to the current zombie outbreak?" "Yes, I suspect they are trying to establish the U-Spirit King's dominance here." "What nonsense are you talking about? This is the city where gods reign, isn't it?" A group of ordinary spirit hunters nervously presented evidence saying, "Look at this," which you also add, "It will help you understand what I am saying." He hesitated, but still said, "I'll consider this, but I can't fully trust the words of an outsider." Junshu smiled politely and said, "I hope you will reconsider once more." At the same time, he thought to himself, why should I beg to help a country I don't even live in? Of course, from their perspective, it's not easy to believe. The god here, Poka, is still immature, so they haven't sensed any threat. He understood that what he was saying might sound very strange. But soon after, the clan leader bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can get involved in disturbing our gods. Wish you a safe journey." Junshu quickly left the great holy temple after being politely asked to go. He helplessly brushed his hair and muttered, "Everything is over now." The next day, the sun gradually rose. Junshu walks around helplessly. Without the support of the Mama Makila sect, finding the location of the Spirit King would be extremely difficult. Do I have to wait for another zombie outbreak to happen? I can't think of any feasible plan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you here?" The holy maiden slowly approached. "This is our third meeting. Isn't that right? The Savior." You think to yourself, The holy maiden of the old priest's church is the mastermind behind everything, yet she dares to appear so brazenly. Junshu approaches and greets her. "You're really busy, aren't you?" Traveling all the way to Brazil, she shrugged and said, "Yes, I didn't expect to have to come to Brazil's either." Then the saintess lowered her voice. "All thanks to someone standing right in front of me. You use your equipment's abilities to observe and grit your teeth. An 8th level saintess, I can't defeat her." Junshu analyzed that at a lower level, I could beat a superhuman 1 level above me. But level 8 is an extraordinary realm beyond humanity, which is impossible. She sneered and asked, "Do you have any questions?" "I guess it's a lot." The boy immediately ignored the opponent's words. "No, get away. What's the point of asking? I'll find the answer myself anyway." Just as Junshu was about to open the car door, the saintess suddenly spoke. "Then let me ask you a question." As he turned around, he saw her face had been pressed close to his for some time, and suddenly the scene before him was beyond his imagination. "The savior?" the saintess asked with a threatening look. "You come from a different world, right?" she continued. "I didn't expect that. I thought the savior also came from another world like me, so I performed the ritual." Hearing that, you couldn't help but doubt. "Did she perform the ritual?" the saintess asked coldly. "Do you not know?" Suddenly she said, "I was the one who summoned you. I thought the ritual had failed, but it turned out to be more successful than I expected." Junshu immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? The god said that if someone truly summoned me, the summoner would definitely be dead." He suddenly recalled the words of the goddess Gur. It doesn't seem to be her either. If you summon a soul from another world, the summoner's soul will be severely damaged. It's highly likely that the person who summoned it has already vanished. The saintess gently points at Runshu. "So that was the first question. What have I sacrificed?" You furrow your brow, wondering if she has offered something else to summon you. Then don't say that Junshu carried suspicion and asked, "Could it be that she used her own future as a sacrifice?" The holy maiden sneered, truly worthy of the savior. "Yes, I have sacrificed my entire future, including this very soul." You raise your voice and say, "You're truly crazy." Doing that would also mean losing your chance to reincarnate. She fell into silence. Once this world has perished, what's the point of reincarnation? The saintess continued. So instead of being worn down through endless cycles of rebirth and becoming fertilizer for the universe, wouldn't it be better if this existence was used for something meaningful? Her face suddenly changed expression. "Are you saying I chose this moment? So you're the savior then?" "I ask you not to wander aimlessly anymore, but to dedicate your body and soul to the bishop." Junshu shouted, "Why do you have to go this far? The bishop can no longer be perfectly resurrected." She interrupted, "I know." And then she continued, "But all plans must change according to the situation. A small world is only worthy of a small god." "Do you think so?" Junshu frowned. "Don't tell me you mean a saintly god," the saintess cheerfully replied. "That's right," she added. "The bishop will descend in the form of a saintly god. He will reincarnate from generation to generation to protect this world." The saintess said that by then, all the disasters foretold would be completely eradicated. All her thoughts just appeared openly. The saintess's face started to distort. If he gains power by stealing the fate of someone from another world, the bishop will dominate this world. She extends her hand. "What are you saying? Come with me and offer that body as well as your soul to save the world." The saintess reached out and placed her hand on your face, "Our holy and great savior." Just as she was about to touch your temple, Junshu decisively brushed it away. You sneer and say, "What? Saving the world by sacrificing yourself?" In this world where you have no family or friends, you have found the people you want to protect. Of course, Junu is willing to sacrifice his life to fight for them. He immediately gestures a friendly finger and says, "Get lost, but I'm not a fool. There's no reason for me to sacrifice myself unilaterally." The young lady sneered, "You're truly disappointing. Do you dare abandon the greater good just to save your own life?" "What does it matter what I say? Whether it's a world dying from catastrophe or one turned into a farm for beings beyond, they're all just disasters. It's a pity, isn't it? If only you had kept your original memories instead of those of this world, maybe we could have understood each other better." Junshu heard these words and frowned. "What? What original memories are you talking about?" She didn't answer and quickly disappeared. "Then see you again. Goodbye." "Hey, wait a moment before you go." Before leaving, the saintess also said, "May the blessing of the Lord Almighty be fully upon the Savior." Junshu angrily wondered what the saintess just said before disappearing again. Suddenly, a warning bell rang out. And inside the great holy temple, an order was immediately given to urgently assemble all forces to protect Lord Poka. "Hey, what's going on here? Are you a civilian? Hurry and evacuate. The zombie soldiers are flooding the town." Junshu quietly confirms that the Ghost King has finally appeared, and he quickly joins the fight. At this moment, the Ghost King is not yet level 9, so Junshu only takes a few steps before encountering him. The Ghost King whispered, "So it was you the black-clad human mentioned." He sneered, "Perfect. If I reshape your body and devour that soul, my power will be fully restored." Hearing this, you couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. "Really? Do I look that easy to devour?" The Shadow King contemptuously said, "Leave the crown to me, then I won't torment your soul." Junshu immediately charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike. "Just try it. I will start transforming into the giant." He calmly swung his sword at the pitiful figure. The boy quickly analyzed that the Shadow King is both a warrior and a mage, as well as a priest. Junshu guesses that although he hasn't fully recovered his strength, he's already around level 7.5 years. Thinking of this, he simultaneously activates 3 traits: Giant's Power, Diamond Form, and Invincibility. Junshu also thought that even Bill, considered one of the 3 main pillars, couldn't match his physical strength. Should I try using the old tiger's power? Junshu suddenly remembered the moment Diem bestowed the power trait on him. "What he is about to give you is all of me and the Eastern Army." Junshu quickly retracted his thoughts. "No, using something incomplete that I haven't mastered yet would be too dangerous. Looks like I have to fight properly now. You are starting to use the holy power-equipped trait: Holy Light, Aura, Healing Hands, Miraculous Magic, and a Halo Ring. Among my survival traits, Gear's Healing Hands, Kaylee's Miraculous Magic, and the Halo Ring are added." Junshu thought this was the strongest move he could use against the zombies, and he would dominate the power of death with divine strength. Without much thought, he immediately activated the Holy Night trait bestowed upon him. Junshu kept attacking non-stop, making the Ghost King exclaim, "That's impressive." He immediately counterattacked. The Ghost King fought back while speaking. It was truly impressive. You didn't react much when you heard that and kept persevering. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, saying, "But it's all meaningless to me," activating the effect that weakens the equipped traits being removed. Holy Power has been removed. Holy Light has been removed. Aura has been removed. Healing Hands have been removed. Miraculous Magic has been removed. Junshu thought, this is the unique trait of the Shadow King of Heaven's Reversal. That thought just crossed his mind, and he slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. No problem. Junshu observes that if he has to use this move, it means he's already taken enough damage from Holy Power. He mutters, "All right, the preparation phase is complete." And now the next trait is Junshu using the equipped power of a giant, spiritual magic, combat skills, knightly titles, and thunder resonance. The Shadow King suddenly felt something was off. The all-powerful being suddenly shouted, "You deserve to become my prey." Then the Ghost King summoned and said, "Let me borrow your name." His voice echoed everywhere. "Black Crow, listen to my command." Junshu simultaneously activates magic resistance, invincibility, diamond form, and immortality. The Holy Knight was knighted, then slaughtered, and thought to himself that a large-scale magic circle would require sacrificing an entire army of undead to activate, which would be painful. But this is the rule you have to endure if you want to defeat the Shadow King. The more you look around, the more anxious you become. If you don't deal with the monsters now, he will use resurrection magic to fully revive them. These resurrection attempts are too much. June follows the purple light into the darkness. Phase 1 is finished. I will end it before the Mug King's inverted paradise cooldown is complete. He begins to focus on counterattacking, activating the traits gained from near-death, frantic, and furious moments. Junshu unleashes a 3-stack Berserk combo with the Fire Spirit Sword technique, Kalara Sword of Nephilim, facing 10,000 Berserk and furious enemies. You face the Italia without a hint of fear, and the Ghost King, seeing Junshu's bravery, praises him. "You're quite interesting. I'll see how long you can endure," he confidently said. "There's no chance." The King of Shadows surrounds Junshu, and once caught, there's no way out for you. Suddenly, he breaks free, surprising him. The Ghost Hand Control skill forcibly restrains the opponent, but I can use mana to deal with it. The Ghost King seems to sense something. "That's strange." He asked curiously, "How do you know so much about me?" Junshu calmly replied, "Well, I've killed you about 100 times in the game, so I guess I've got this down pat." He clenched his weapon tightly. "All right, now bring the lightning-filled hammer and move forward. It's time to unleash the damage." Junshu unleashes a flurry of strikes on the Shadow King's body. You gather all your strength and decisively throw him far away. That strike leaves a deep, long scar on the ground. Du X looks at his hand. Long Tam thinks he's holding out better than he expected. The side effects of the Frenzy Eye are starting to show. The chaos magic has appeared, blood vessels and nerves are being destroyed. Just a little more. Just a little more. Still refusing to surrender, the Shadow King gathers his spiritual power in his chest and says in a deep voice, "Truly impressive. Truly impressive. The all-powerful one. But now you look really pathetic because the price of perfect perfection is an unimaginable burden." Right in the middle of the chest, the source of power erupts fiercely. He roars, "I have to accept some loss too." Seeing this, he smirked and thought to himself, "Here it is." Finally, it has entered the final stage. From the Shadow King's body, a swirling vortex surrounds him. Watching this scene, Runshu quietly assesses the Shadow King's wide-range annihilation technique, a fierce gale powerful enough to paralyze ordinary people and stop their hearts in just 0.1 seconds. But that also means you've revealed your weakness. A series of equipped traits appeared as Juno pushed himself to run forward. Magic resistance, invincibility, diamond form, immortality, and the holy knight bestowed with the title of Skybreaker. He evaluated himself amid the aftermath of his berserk state and the weakening effects from the Ghost King. Even with his traits helping, his body was gradually reaching its limit. Clenching the sword tightly in his hand, Junshu silently resolved that he must end this quickly. The Shadow King sneered, "Fool, your endurance is useless." As he spoke, he unleashed a deadly aura of spiritual energy across the space, both resisting you and thinking once again about the rebellious heaven. At this moment, Junshu's mouth was full of blood. He clenched his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, if his special trait disappeared now, the pain would... Facing the overwhelming pressure, Junshu still tried to keep his balance and endure. Witnessing that scene, the Ghost King praised sincerely. "Truly impressive. You are the best among all the heroes I have met, but that hero story ends here." After finishing, he raised his sword high, unleashing a powerful aura, and shouted, "Die." For a long time, the space was filled with thick smoke and fell into silence. Junshu, full of energy, steps out in a fur cloak and says, "You are careless now, Ghost King." Seeing this, he shouts, "9 golden feathers." Without much words, he slashed at the Shadow King, causing him to fall backward, and he happily said, "You know this well, right? The effect of it is immortality." Junshu begins to use equipment with different properties. Fire Spirit Swordsmanship, Kalara Sword, Nephilim's Sword. The owner, Spirit Swordsmanship, the Holy Knight bestowed with a title. That strike drove the Ghost King's sword straight into the ground. Seizing the moment, you leap high, ready for a surprise attack, confidently saying, "It's over." At that moment, Junshu delivered a fatal strike straight into his chest. The Shadow King's heart was easily pierced by the sword energy. Unyielding, he struggled and called out to Lathat Than, "I can't die like this." The sharp-clawed hand of the Ghost King immediately pierced into Runshu's stomach, leaving him no time to defend. He lifted Runshu high into the air and cruelly declared, "I must go to death with you." At this moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Tam blamed himself for his mistake. His body was breaking apart and he couldn't escape. In that moment, Runshu's eyes grew heavy as he thought despondently, "Am I going to die? Everything in this world is slipping away from me." Suddenly, a beam of light burst through the darkness. He vaguely reminded himself, "No, not yet, not yet." The system notification, a near-death escape ability, was activated, nullifying a fatal blow and restoring HP. The next day, Juno groggily woke up in the hospital bed, seeing that you were awake. Someone asked, "Are you awake now?" Looking out into the space outside, Junshu muttered, "Where am I?" "This is a hospital in Paulo village, under the jurisdiction of the Maquila Church." Then he looked back at the Grand Chieftain and said, "So that's why the Archbishop appeared here." He replied, "We were really worried, mate, because you wouldn't wake up. I thought the savior hero of Paulo and the Holy Knight had already gone back. You're overdoing it. Inside, you're screaming, 'Please don't call me the savior anymore.'" The clan leader said, "We brought the broken holy sword here, and it was our techniques that healed you. Do you still feel unwell anywhere?" Junshu replied, "Yes, I'm fine. But did you see my equipment?" He replied, "We have placed it in the secure vault along with the Ghost King's gear." Hearing this, a look of delight appeared on his face as he muttered, "Huh, the Ghost King's stuff. Just in time for the sale." The clan leader suddenly bowed respectfully and said, "We were too rude last time. Why did we ignore your warning?" Run waved his hand and said, "No, he appeared earlier than I expected." He continued, "Even if he tries to respond, it will be extremely difficult." He handed over a box and said, "Thank you very much. Although small, this is my token of gratitude." When I opened it and saw the 2 vials of divine medicine, Runshu exclaimed, "Divine medicine? But deep down you already have some disdain. It's really small. I did save those gods after all. And here, after checking your files, we found the source of the zombies."
While Junu held it with a puzzled look, he explained, "That is the data we collected after clearing out the Black Club's base in Sao Paulo.
Whether you need it or not, I hope it will help you." Holy sword. Thinking of the Black Report Society, he silently guessed that if we had destroyed their headquarters, there would definitely be evidence of the Bishop Society here. Junshu clenched it tightly in his hand, tears of happiness streaming down his face as he thought. Chapter 2's painful, exhausting ordeal has truly ended. Suddenly, the clan leader asked the Sword Saint after you recovered if we should go to the Great Holy Temple again. He wants to meet you, and a little later you arrived at his place, introduced yourself, and said, "I am Poca, the living god of Brazil." Junu bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, I am Super Soldier Kim Level 7. You must have been very worried," Poca softly replied. "Yes, but now it's okay because I have escaped death." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Dying." He then said gravely, "My fate was always to die. Kidnapped and tortured by the Black Society and those you know, I was destined to be captured, tortured, and executed." "Why do you bring this up now? I thought you were too young to see through the future." Poa looked at you with a sad expression and said, "Even if his identity is uncertain, I can vaguely predict my future. But fate has changed." He stepped in front of Junu and continued in a deep voice. The moment he pierced through the Shadow King's chest, Poca and the soldiers all bowed their heads in gratitude and said, "The Holy Knight is also the Holy Sword of the East, not only Sao Paulo, but he has saved us all." Hearing this, my lips trembled as I said, "I don't even believe it myself that I saved a god." He silently thought that there was a certain difference between the game and reality. "Is this the butterfly effect?" Poca bowed respectfully and said, "I have high expectations for you. Sometimes in this world there are entities with such immense power that they can change the fate of a god." He gestures toward Junu and continues, "The ones humans call destroyers of heaven or fate breakers." And then Poca smiles and whispers to him, "You, a person from another world, are one of a kind." Hearing this, Junshu was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure, placed his hand on his chest and replied, "Thank you for your recognition." Poa said, "From now on, the Mama Makila Guild will always stand by your side." "Holy Sword, so you should be the Holy Knight of our guild, become the commander of our holy army." Hearing that, he silently marveled, "Really? You're really going all out," Junshu said with a mischievous smile. "Do you have such incredible power and yet no sense of responsibility?" He secretly thought, "Thank you. I will act very carefully because I know you entrusted me with this important task because you trust me. But now is more important." Then Junshu spoke. "Poca, I have something to ask of you. Please be natural." With a serious expression, Junu states that he needs Poca's blood, the god of volcanoes, and his brother Yeso. The wind god ascends to level 8 in front of Poca's attentive gaze. "May I take your blood?" He quickly replied, very willing. The scene shifts to a vast area, and seeing the plane, Junshu exclaims excitedly, "Is it a supersonic jet?" "Can't hide my excitement," I asked with my mouth wide open. "So much gift-giving already, and there's still this?" The clan leader calmly replied, "That is my personal gift, and this one is from the entire guild, so feel free to accept it." Junshu pressed his face against the pristine glass of the plane and muttered, "A normal plane already costs hundreds of billions, so is this a fighter jet?" Long silently thought, that demon society really is rich. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately piloted it to fly up high, looked outside and exclaimed, "Wow, look how sparkling it is." "Run." Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This really fulfills my dream." Looking at the button on the plane, Runshu muttered, "We're going full throttle, right?" The system prompts with a question about setting the maximum speed. "Are you sure you want to take off?" "Do I even need to ask?" "Take off now!" And the super-fast plane soared through the clear blue sky. The number displayed on the speedometer now is quite high. Looking at it, Junshu sighs. 5,000 kilometers per hour. This speed is truly crazy. Sitting inside, he happily said, "This is even faster than a car. With this speed, I'll reach my destination soon." The system asked, "Where should I go, Master? We are heading to the North Pole." The map on the screen is clearly displayed along with the sound of machinery. The location is set. Destination, the Arctic, and the time is being calculated as Runshu mutters, "I have gathered enough evidence and allies. Now it's time for the final preparations to fight the Saintus." Seeing the image of the giant bird from the other world makes Runshu even more excited. It's time to hunt down those alien creatures. Flying over the icy lands of the other world, Runshu hums. "Even in a snowstorm, it's no problem. I can go anywhere." He leaned back comfortably and sighed. "That feels so good. But I still have a lot to prepare to level up to 8. Remembering the battles I fought in the past, Junshu said, Chapter 2 is completely over, but then the wicked smile of the Saintess appeared. I am determined to say there is still one more chapter to deal with the Saintess. Imagining this battle as a fiery one, Junshu muttered to himself, the fight with the Holy Church will happen soon. His eyes sharpened as he thought to himself that he had gathered enough allies, but he still wasn't sure if he could defeat her. I need to become stronger. Juno remembered that Long once thought reaching level 7 with the energy core of the Star Childs was relatively easy. There was a time he threw his iPad in frustration and yelled, and compared to that, level 9 was even a bit easier. That crappy game, if you're a casual player, you probably aren't a real gamer. You think level 8 really requires a lot of effort and luck. The more I think about it, the more Junshu's face looks cunning. But who am I really? The veteran player has farmed diligently dozens of times, so I've planned every move. After a while, he finally reached the mystical castle. And the first path is right here. As Junsu just stepped in, he was stopped. A cold girl, known as the Guardian Captain Sierra, steps forward and speaks. A warrior from afar. She asked softly, "What brought you here?" Seeing Celeria, Junshu silently thought, Winter Spirit. Now she is the leader of the Guardian Guild, but later she will become the Winter Queen, SSR. Then he replied, "The reason I came here is simple. I want to hunt and I need support." Hearing that, she asked, "Is there anything you can't hunt alone?" "Yes, I want to find it." Thinking of the giant bird's figure, Celeria nervously said, "The ruler of the Arctic, the colossal beast, the Arctic Emperor, Arctic." Then she angrily shouted, "Do you understand why it's called that? Our entire dragon legion was frozen by its ferocity." Celeria warns, "It's not something you can casually call a hunt." Hearing that, Junu calmly thinks, "Of course I know it's a level 9 boss in the game, so it's naturally strong." When thinking about the eyes of the North Pole Emperor, he confidently muttered, "But now they are only level 8. At this moment, Junshu spoke up. "Yes, I want to cooperate with you." This line makes Celeria startled and wide-eyed, his eyes showing cunning and secret calculation. "If I have an ally, I will have a chance, and say I will free the Dragon Legion." Remembering the battlefield in the other world, Junu silently confirms this is an offer I can't refuse. The image of Celeria's older brother appears. He silently deduces that the leader of the Dragon Legion, who was captured by the North Pole Emperor, is her brother. "Can you really do it? The North Pole Emperor is right there." "How can you?" Junshu pondered. In the game, they were only freed when the demon dragon arrived. As he replied, he took something out of his pocket. But that thing was a beast with an extremely voracious appetite, so Junshu had a way to wake them up early. He took out a syringe and said in a low voice, "I will use it as bait to sedate the Emperor, just for a short time. I will inject top-grade anesthetic here." Seeing that, she asked in confusion, "How did you get this?" Remembering the past, Ranshu recounts, "One was hunted in Greece. At that time, he had slain a dragon in the nick of time. The other creatures are the golden dragons and the undead dragons defeated at a great fissure," Celeria said in a low voice. "The light of life and death, as well as the colors of darkness, are enough now. You suggest that I should train with the Dragon Masters to defeat the North Pole Emperor?" With some doubt and concern, she speaks up, "But all the Dragon Legions were captured after losing to the North Pole Emperor. Even you won't find it easy." When comparing the North Pole Emperor to the dragon, Junshu assessed that yes, the North Pole Emperor is basically the natural enemy of dragons. The pressure created by the North Pole Emperor is immense, which is why you need to analyze it carefully, especially the Arctic winds it generates in critical moments, a powerful skill capable of freezing everything around and healing its wounds. Junu silently thought that was our chance, just like fighting the Shadow King. Then he reassured Celeria, "Don't worry. When the Arctic wind arises and you look out over the icy landscape, that's when the weakness of the Arctic King is exposed." At this moment, the Arctic Emperor is peacefully sleeping on an ice floe. While observing, he whispered, "Is the Arctic King sleeping?" Celeria replied, "No. He's sunbathing under the ice sun rays. If we get too close, he'll notice." Hearing that, Junshu felt a bit envious and thought, relaxing and basking in the sun so comfortably, then quickly put on his invisibility cloak and said, "I'm leaving now." At this moment, he approached it secretly, contemplating how to combine the effects of the invisibility cloak and his thieving skills. Junshu carefully set down his tools, quietly taking them out while thinking to himself that he has blocked all the mana so it won't notice. Suddenly, the nearby dragon's head made a loud noise, startling him and widening his eyes. The North Pole Emperor was suddenly jolted awake. Seeing it rummaging through trash and looking around, Junshu immediately uses his feigned death skill and mutters, "That was close.
Back then I trembled and judged that this feigned death ability can cancel out all anger, so it's over.
As expected of a tough alien monster, it suddenly opened its mouth and devoured the food with a ravenous hunger. Seeing that, Run-X muttered, "This damn bird brain should have been suspicious when the food suddenly appeared, but it still ate happily, how strange." Seeing it eat so happily, he thought it must be because after decades, it finally got to taste dragon meat again. Immediately after, a wave of deadly aura spread throughout the space. The Arctic King immediately fell straight down. Juno secretly cheered, "Success. If there's an easy way to kill it like this, that would be great." Then he called Celeria and said, "All right, come up here quickly." When she approached, he immediately said, "Brother, but Juno has stopped them. Step back a little. I will wig them up right now." He uses a high-level dark fire skill, and his hand immediately erupts with magical flames. Due to the heat, the ice blocks begin to melt. At this moment, Celeria's brother sat up, holding his head in confusion and asking what was going on. Seeing this, Hot High ran over and called out. He saw Celeria and shouted out. Celeria gently reached out with her hand. They embrace each other tightly after a long time apart, watching from behind. Junshu silently thought that finally he had woken up. The commander of the Dragon Legion. "Look at the plans you drew up with the dragons. Let's fight against the North Pole Emperor together with these dragons." Climbing onto the dragon's back, Celeria's brother spoke. "Sword." "Saint, I've heard Celeria. Thank you." Junshu hurriedly greets to buy time. The North Pole Emperor is about to wake up. "Please wait a moment. There's still a dragon not yet awakened." Looking at the frozen dragon, he exclaimed in surprise, "Still not over?" The Crimson Dragon King is still there. My mind is in chaos as I think, is there a fire dragon in the North Pole too? This is harder than normal ice. "Sword Saint, do you have any way?" Hearing that, Junshu smiled cunningly and said, "We have to awaken it at all costs, with a plan in mind if I can tame a stray dragon. I can only awaken its power." Later, Junshu shot a huge flame to break the ice and said, "The rest will have to be resolved by itself." Celeria behind him said, "No, it's not melting at all." Meanwhile, Juno focused all his strength on breaking the ice, secretly thinking that this ice contained a powerful magical force. Then he suddenly shouted to wake up, his dragon eye wide open, and said, "Human." The soldiers were startled by this. Did he just use the dragon language? How can a warrior use the dragon language? The mysterious dragon thought, if you don't have enough rank, even a dragon can't use the dragon language. Truly a strange human. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave struck, causing Celeria and his brother to fall. As the Northern Ice Emperor soared through the sky, everyone shouted, "Hey, the Northern Ice Emperor has awakened!" Celeria shouted orders. "Dragon Legion, prepare all. We must stop the icy spears of the North Pole Emperor." Arrows immediately shot toward the North Pole Emperor. At this moment, Junshu stands before the Crimson King and says, "I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point." Above is the intense battle with the North Pole Emperor, while here he calmly makes a request to the Fire Dragon. "We are about to hunt down the one who froze you. Do you want to join us?" Hearing that, it growled, "I owe you a human life." So the Crimson King unleashed scorching flames that melted everything, sealing the deal. This scene leaves the Arctic Emperor stunned in amazement. Red King gathers a source of spiritual power in its mouth and declares, "I will melt everything." It unleashes a raging flame like a tornado. Observing this magnificent scene, Runshu quietly smugly says, "Truly, a supreme power." Just as I suspected, some might wonder why such a mighty dragon could be defeated by the Ice King. That's because the Crimson King is facing a problem. Suddenly, he looked to one side where the sound of shattered ice came from. The Red King is now whining and crying as shards of ice pierce his skin, hurting my body. It hurts so much. It hurts a lot. Junshu helplessly sighed. "Mom, this old dragon is getting senile." Suddenly, the North Pole Emperor let out a loud cry. Brother Celeria anxiously said, "You must act quickly, Sword Saint." As I threw the food towards the fire dragon, I evaluated how to use this dragon. I need to persuade it first. Whether adult or child, their nature is the same. Then it shouted, "Hold on quickly!" After biting into the meat, it cheered happily. "This meat is so good," Junshu asked. "Do you like it that much?" Sichvuong, wagging his tail, replied, "I like meat a lot. Give me more, I can give you more, but in return, while Runshu is making the request, you must help me from above." The Arctic Emperor was aiming straight at him, then suddenly charged down, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the Emperor was stunned to see no one, only a large crack in the ground. Riding on the Sichvuong above, Runshu arrogantly calls out. The bird's head looks into the murderous eyes of the North Pole Emperor, and he shouts loudly, "It's time for revenge!" Junshu begins to use his skills and gains the Dragon Knight trait. He proudly shouts, "All Dragon Knights attack!" So all the Dragon Knights simultaneously unleashed their skills. The Emperor also swiftly dodged the training techniques. As all the techniques converged, it used an ice shield to defend itself. A soldier shouted, "Open your eyes, it's too powerful!" At this moment, Junshu commanded the Red King to fly in front of the Emperor. The Red King suddenly grew weak, trembling as it said, "He's too strong, calm it down, trust me, I will give you lots and lots of meat." Because of the food, the Crimson King fiercely spat out flames and the North Pole Emperor shouted, "Meat!" Runshu praised, "Spitting fire is impressive, but right now sharp ice shards are coming at us." Realizing it, he thought of lightning power and the great ice spear magic. Shichvuang turned around. Runshu shouted, "Don't worry, I will help you break through them." The shards of ice slicing past his face drew blood. Longtam wondered if with his current stats, stopping all this ice was too much for him to handle, and he exclaimed, "All right, so Junu has used even more special abilities. All the other Dragon Knights are surrounded by a protective circle, which is the strongest defensive trait of Xun Kuang Luan Tien Tun. You order the Dragon Army to advance, unleashing a series of attacks directly at the North Pole Emperor, who is struck down. It screams in pain, refusing to surrender. The Emperor begins to gather a source of spiritual power. Seeing this, the soldiers panic and shout,
That's the white spirit ice. What should we do?
Hut. Could I really be trapped in the ice again? Celeria's brother reassures. Everyone stay calm. This battle is different from before. He shouts loudly, "We have to trust him." Meanwhile, Junu is facing a wave of pressure emanating from the North Pole Emperor. Long Tam is calculating Bach Lin Bong, the ultimate secret technique of the North Pole Emperor. If I can endure it, I still have a chance. Junshu analyzed with the Earth attribute given to him by the goddess. Along with the equipped abilities, he said he would create the strongest defensive combination he could think of right now. What is this intoxicating light? Without hesitation, Junu immediately uses the land attribute on the Dragon Knights, a layer of light enveloping them. Seeing this, Celeria exclaimed in confusion, "The North Pole Emperor, can't he freeze us?" All the Dragon Knights rushed towards the Northern Emperor. Faced with this scene, Celeria's brother wondered, is this really how it should be? Is it time to use our knife to skewer the bird? Junshu confidently said, "So now we rely on the Dragon Knight trait to harness the will of the Red Dragon." He reached out and muttered, "Then I will rely on the Dragon Knight's trait to harness the will of the Crimson Dragon," then closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them, a fierce blaze erupted around him, trembling. He shouted, the flames surging like a powerful wave of sound towards the North Pole Emperor. Junshu silently felt the strength within him rising fiercely, as if pouring more fuel onto the blazing fire. "With it, then I will shout and burn you to dust." The flames shot straight into the Emperor's stomach, making it scream in pain. Finally, I see what is reflected in the Arctic storm, the core of the Arctic King. Then Runshu gathers all his strength and launches a missile that speeds off at maximum velocity. A deafening boom sounded as the missile hit the Arctic Emperor. After the explosion, chunks of ice fell, and the sky cleared up again. Celeria shouted, "We did it!" She looked up in disbelief and said, "We really defeated the ruler of the North Pole." The knights cheer happily. We are free now. Up above, Runshu rides the Crimson King, waving and smiling happily. Everyone cheered. The White Ice King's fortress is peaceful again. Thanks to this hero, Celeria expressed her gratitude. "Thank you very much. Sir Swordsman, we are grateful to you and truly don't know how to repay this kindness." He cheerfully replied, "It's okay. After all, I came here with a purpose." He silently thought to himself about the demon core of the alien monster. At this moment, Junshu opened the system to check and looked at the newly acquired attribute, muttering to himself about the unique trait of the White North Pole King. Then Junshu turned away and said, "I'm done here. I'll take my leave." Sierra called out, "Wait." She continued, "I don't think the dragons want to see you leave like this. Is there something special you want to do?" He suggested, "If that's the case, then let me borrow everyone's strength for the upcoming battle." Sierra asked, "A battle?" Thinking of the Saintess, Junu said, "I have a lifelong enemy. If everyone can help me in that battle, I would be very grateful." Sierra agreed, "We are happy to help." Suddenly, the voice of the Crimson King echoed out, "Humanity." Hearing that, he turned to look at it and asked, "Are you awake now? How do you feel?" Then the Red King kept whining for meat, constantly crying out, "Give me meat, more meat." Junu said, "There should still be some in my bag?" "I just had an idea. I wonder if I can turn him into a mount." "What? Are you serious?" it said excitedly. "If so, I will go with you." "I like meat," Junshu asked. "Can I take the red dragon with me?" Celeria's brother replied, "Raging dragons are not something we can control. They choose their own path. If Shichlong wants to follow you, Then all we can do is wish him well. Hearing that, the Crimson King was even more delighted and laughed happily. Then he took out a large piece of meat from his pocket and said, "All right, teammate, feed it now." Junshu patted his head and said, "Let's go." Watching both of them leave, Celeria softly said, "He will really lead the Red Dragon." She said to her brother, "Surely he didn't use food to lure him, right?" He replied, "Even though he's not alert now, he's still the king of the dragons." He also said that Shi Chuang must be able to sense his abilities. While Shi Chuang kept shouting about meat, Celeria's brother's voice echoed faintly, "The one who can truly become the leader of the dragon army." The scene shifts to night in southern Egypt and someone shouts, "What the hell is this?" When they look up at the sky and see the Crimson King, everyone screams in panic, "It's a monster!" Seeing that, Runshu looks down and mutters, "Everyone must be in a panic. Where can I hide this big guy?" At this moment, the system displays a warning. Warning. A wave of bone mana is approaching. This is a magic sensor disable zone. It is recommended that you turn back. You chuckled happily and said, "Finally, we're here." The scene shifts to Lake Nas Sea. Beneath the lake, strange fish stare up with wary eyes.
This is the dwelling of the river goddess and the frenzied spirits. The deeper you go, the more the system triggers red alerts.
Warning. Warning. A flow of mana bones is approaching. This is a magic sensor. Disable zone. Junshu calmly thought, the bone mana flying through the cold bone zone. He muttered, "My mana can't be used here." Looking at the map, Junshu asked, "How large is the coverage of this bone screen?" The system responds, "Based on satellite images, its range is about 10,000 kilometers. You estimate Seiyun's size to be around 600 square kilometers, so its area is comparable to Gyeonggi province." "Really?" The system asks, "What should we do now?" Stay calm and reply, "It would be reckless to rush into battle there now. We should prepare here, where the authorities still have control." Then Junu ordered to go to AD-1 City Hall. The system responded promptly and clearly. "I will request approval from the control tower and proceed with the landing." The plane begins to circle amidst the thick fog.
You say that the climate is unpredictable. Clearly, this is the result of the goddess of the river's interference.
Later, Junu arrived at the Ad-1 Egypt City Hall. As he entered the waiting hall, a commanding voice echoed, "Greetings to the sacred guardian of the divine soul, the holy knight of the Sword of Saints of Asia." Hearing this, Junshu nervously said, "No."
Why does it have to be so far away, I wonder, feeling embarrassed? It seems I've become quite famous. Judging by the eye symbol here, I can tell this is the Ad-1 City Hall in Egypt, and also the headquarters of the Osiris Society. He muttered to himself that even though he had informed the airport he was coming here, he didn't expect them to welcome him so warmly. At this moment, a man stepped forward to greet him. "You're here, Sword Saint. This is the mayor of AD-1 City in Egypt, and also a member of the Osiris Society." He then continues to welcome you to AD-1 Fortress of Egypt. Junshu respectfully replied, "Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm sure everyone has worked hard to prepare in such a short time." The mayor modestly said, "This is just basic hospitality for you, or perhaps you'd like to have a drink to clear your throat first. I'm a bit busy, so let's get straight to the point." Of course, the Holy Knight wouldn't come here without a reason. "Woody, I can also guess the reason now." He continued, "So you're here to hunt those fish monsters, right?" Hearing that, Junshu let out a sigh. Images of the fish monsters appear. The mayor recounts that after the Osiris Society built the one dam, the native creatures of the river, the true owners of this lake, the mermaids, began to fight back against them. He laughed and said killing them all will bring enormous benefits. Their body fluids can be extracted to make divine medicines. Although he smiled cruelly on the outside, he secretly thought that the mayor's intentions were quite obvious. The more he spoke, the more excited he became about revealing the plan. Once the Sword Saint, who even defeated the Shadow King, Red King, personally came here, the evil aura of the demon god will finally vanish. After hearing this, Junshu quietly deduces that they want him to end this battle while he's only here to gather materials. The beautiful river goddess appears in his mind. You wonder, but there's an 8th level river goddess beneath the lake. How can we possibly deal with that? Just go along with their plan for now. After finishing his thoughts, Runshu scratched his head, hesitated, and said, "Okay, let me handle the fish, but I need one thing. Can I get a large amount of divine herbs?" The mayor cheerfully replied, "Of course, our guild will provide them completely free of charge," and then handed Junshu a lantern, saying, "Please accept this." Seeing it, he asked, "Isn't this part of the water system?" He replied, "Yes." With this lamp within its reach, the mayor hinted it would neutralize the entire bone curtain when thinking of Lake Nasi. Holding the lamp,
He stepped out to an artificial pond created by the One-Run X Dam, muttering that it must be nearby. He looked out towards the dense forest in the distance, the mayor's narration echoing in Junu's trembling mind. Because the river goddess is angry, the Egyptian government and the Osiris Society have declared this area dangerous. You think that apart from when they send holy knights to hunt down the river's servants. Found them. A fish growled fiercely at that, and he waved his hands, saying, "Calm down. I'm not here to hurt you." In reality, they pose no threat to humans at all. They are just trying to protect their home. Junshu imagines the conversation with the fish. They shout, "Get out of here, and if you leave peacefully, I will spare you." You sound pretty threatening, too. Long silently concluded that he couldn't communicate with them verbally right now, and then summoned the flame in his hand before saying, "But with this?" The fish looked growling fiercely. He muttered, "They're shouting in my face to go away. Just wait a little." Junshu drew the fire into the shape of the word, "hello," then said, "Thou, I have something to tell you." He casually waved and said, "Hello, do you know how to read?" "Do you?" Seeing that, the fish looked at each other with confusion. This scene made Run think that these fish have a different mouth structure from humans, so this could be considered the beginning of communication. Suddenly, they formed the characters high on the water's surface, and I shouted in panic, then responded. Then the fish burst into joyful laughter, and seeing that, Runshu guessed that they also found this amusing. Wow, maybe this is the first time they see a human being friendly to them. The system notification indicates that Junu has acquired the fish language trait, and he happily says, "I can talk to the mermaids now." A merman with a muscular build stood up and asked, "Are we not scary?" Seeing its body, you froze, speechless. Later, Junshu playfully said, "There is some bad breath." The mermaid also laughed in response and asked, "Why are you looking for us?" "I have nothing to say." Junshu calmly said, "I came here to take a drop of the goddess's blood." Hearing that, a mermaid asked again, "What did you say?" No need to reply, it drew its weapon and shouted, "How dare you! The blood of the goddess. You are also a wicked human." Seeing the spear tip ready to strike, Junshu silently understood why they were so cautious. The holy knights usually patrol around the river and harm the fish nest, but this is not one of those cases. With quick reflexes, he dodged to the side and also responded. Junshu quickly grabbed its spear tip, holding it tightly in his hand, and calmly said, "Listen to me first." The mermaid's body trembled as she asked, "Why are humans so strong?" While it was grinding its teeth and trembling, Runshu explained, "I didn't come here to beg for blood with a clean hand. I will help the goddess regain her sanity." Looking at the vast wall, the mermaid recounted that it has been 100 years since that cursed concrete wall was built by Odysseus' betrayal. How can a human do what all of us have failed at for the past 100 years? He hesitated and said, "It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I plan to beat her until she wakes up." Hearing that, the mer-person grabbed your collar and shouted, "Are you crazy, human?" Listen carefully. The goddess was born as a soul of the river, and she achieved divinity through human worship. That's right, you continue. So the true nature of the goddess is a soul, and angry souls often will. Amidst the chaos of the fish, Junshu continued his incomplete sentence, regaining his composure only when faced with death. After explaining, he asked, "Do you understand my way now?" It replied in a deep voice, "All right, we'll trust you." Junshu forced a smile and said, "That's enough." Suddenly, the mermaid sprayed water into his face without warning. After acting, it leapt into the river, panicked and scolding. "Hey, you should at least warn me before attacking." With a wet face, he muttered to himself, even though he had guessed it. It was worse than he thought. But Junshu looked at his palm and his entire body emanating a stream of energy, silently realizing he had gained an adaptation from the merfolk. You adapt and swim down with the fish, allowing Runshu to breathe freely underwater. For it, close combat is no problem. Suddenly, the non-attack ability activates. Seeing that, he thought to himself that he didn't have the swimming trait. But surprisingly, the non-attack ability also worked underwater. After swimming for a while, the mermaid turned around and said, "We're here." When humanity arrives at a sacred place, it declares, "This is the goddess's temple." Junshu speaks, "Thank you for bringing me here." "Get ready," the merfolk said. "Promise us first, humanity." It calmly demands a commitment that you will save the goddess. You quickly agree. Of course, if you cooperate and speak the part, Junshu takes out a bottle of divine medicine and says in a low voice, "I also have many restorative divine medicines." Watching the flow of divine medicine blending in the water, the fish murmur anxiously, "That is divine medicine made from us." It thinks, and with it, the goddess can wake up. Runshu asks, "So the prerequisite check is done, right?" After finishing, he creates a stream of fire. Then I'll begin. Combined with the gear that Rune Shu shot straight into the goddess's temple, the inscription on the stone tablet shone brightly. From the shrine, powerful whirlpools of water burst forth. Seeing this, Jun Shu asked, "You're here already?" The shape of the river goddess appears enchanting, her water spirits raging wildly. The face of the river goddess appears with an expression of anger, but emptiness. She creates a whirlpool of water around her body. The river goddess controls the whirlpool to drown Run Shu and threatens him. "You won't escape." Attacked, he lost his balance and tumbled backward. Suddenly, a streak of red shadow passed by. "It's the Crimson King." He quickly lifted Run Shu onto his back. He turned to Shichwang, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "You're spot on now."
Shichwang asked if I did well. Riding the red dragon up high, Run X said, "You're the best. After this is over, I'll treat you to a meat feast."
The river goddess, furious, controls the whirlpools rushing forward as Shichwang skillfully dodges the attack. She still calmly controls the water flow, muttering to herself, "Phase 1. Ro blocks the whirlpool."
The whirlpools, like snakes, are commanded by the goddess to chase after Runu.
Seeing that, he quietly assessed that they relentlessly pursue their target like guided missiles. Truly, at this moment, a stream of water is rushing straight toward the Crimson King. Unaware, he is struck directly in the chest. Mass slaughter. Crimson King cried out in pain. "It hurts so much. Focus, there's more to come." Seeing the whirlpools like fierce beasts rushing toward him, he silently thought if he couldn't dodge these moves. Without hesitation, Jun Shu unleashes a fiery attack. A fierce blaze erupts around him. Long silently thought that all he needed to do was make them disappear. He placed his hand on Shichwang's body, activating the Dragon Knight trait, merging with the energy of the red dragon. Its body turns to gold like fire, with fierce flames burning non-stop around it and pushing the power of flames to the limit.
"You think you've survived the opening of Phase 1?
The river goddess is now confused. Using the traits of her equipment,
Junu pulls out a bazooka, aims at the target ahead, and as he prepares to fire, he says, "Now it's my turn."
After finishing, Jun Shu fired a missile at maximum speed. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering all the surrounding earth and rocks.
Looking at the result, Jun Shu asked the Crimson King, "What do you think? This is a rain of bullets."
He explains that assigning an attribute to this weapon will cause the mountain's echo to activate energy entities carrying that very attribute. At this moment, the river goddess is gradually being frozen. Jun Shu plans to freeze her first with the massive explosion of the North Pole Emperor, a perfect ice crystal block. You press something on the system, then continue to summon a flame on your fingertip. A sudden roar sounded, and the flame shot straight at her, but the river goddess was unharmed. Seeing that, he shouted, "Did I scare you?" Looking ahead, Jun Shu muttered, "I am aiming for its heart." Now she drifted around the water like a ghost. He concluded that Stage 2 had begun. Faced with this situation, Jun Shu re-evaluated the matter. Fighting against an 8th-level entity like the river goddess is already extremely difficult, but to fight the summoned spirits at the same time? That's truly madness. However, now deep beneath the river, shadows soared upward. Those were the mermaids wielding weapons, aiming straight at the river goddess. Seeing this, you felt satisfied, thinking that the mermaids with the same goal were fighting alongside you, placing your hand on your chest. Then it pulls out a glowing magic core, and they even sacrifice themselves. At this moment, a brilliant light erupts from the magic core. The mermaids all crush it simultaneously. At this moment, the river goddess seems dizzy and can no longer stand firm. Seeing this, Jun Shu silently analyzed that once they break the magic core, or rather their heart, she will melt away and scream in pain, causing these water spirits to be stunned. Now, she has no more illusions. This is the most important part of the battle against the river goddess. The river goddess furrowed her brow in anger when suddenly a powerful water vortex lifted her into the air. The Chain King lunged to dodge the water column, trembling as he shouted, "Siklong, dodge! Follow the command, it sidesteps to avoid the attack." He glanced at her and thought that the river goddess was struggling in utter despair, and at the same time her core would be exposed. The scene was now chaotic with raging waters, as Shichwang flew away shouting loudly, "Let's finish this together, Meek." Shichlong. Observing the situation, Junu realizes he is too small. To break through that water column, he tightens his grip on the sword in his hand, the key to changing the current situation, standing in the chaotic space, trembling as he mutters to himself, relying on his own attributes. He started thinking about the attributes, using the swordsman traits as a foundation, then adding 2 mana traits for support. That way I will become a sword and Jichlong will too. As he moved forward while calculating, he finally grasped the blazing sword after combining all the traits, the final trait to complete everything. Junshu unleashed a fierce burst of fire, intending to cut through this water storm. A magic core gradually cracks open, holding back the raging waters like a tsunami. The mermaids cry out, "Oh goddess, it's time to return to the lake." After a fierce struggle, the calm sky has returned. The mermaid gratefully said, "Our human goddess." Suddenly, its eyes widened in surprise as if it had seen something. "That is the river goddess in a beautiful form," the mermaids exclaimed. "Goddess?" And she looked around in confusion and asked, "Where am I?" The mermaid joyfully said, "The goddess, you have truly awakened," and Runshu hurriedly ran towards the river goddess. "You have regained your senses yet?" "Oh, river goddess," with a tired and dazed face, she muttered, "Sword saint, humanity." Junshu kneels respectfully before the river goddess, bows and says, "Nice to meet you. I am Kim Warrior." She glances at him and immediately senses two sources of power emanating from Junshu Bao. She could sense the divine power of the earth and lightning from him. He quietly looked up at the river goddess, silently wondering if she could feel the divine nature. It seems that even if they fall, gods are still gods. Then Junshu slowly spoke, probing. "And what about her memories? Does she remember what happened?" Hearing this, her face became uncomfortable and she struggled to speak. "I remember." The river goddess frowned and muttered a name, Osiris. After recalling something, she suddenly shouted in anger, and the waves surged violently from that point on. "Because that selfish person betrayed me, our river was destroyed." The river goddess's eyes turned red as the waves surged higher. She raised her hand, commanding fiercely, "I will destroy Osiris immediately. I will break this dam and reclaim our territory." Standing before the goddess of the river's fury, Runshu calmly asked, "Do you really think you can win?" Hearing this, she bent down to look at the small boy standing below and sneered, "What? Do you dare to doubt me?" Junshu shrugged lightly and said seriously, "Not exactly, but the river goddess's jade body has been cracked inside, and you're worried about her, so you spoke up to protect her core mana. I'm concerned about the wound in your heart." The mermaids are now lining up and standing still, listening. Because of their anger and pride, we must absolutely not lose the entire mermaid tribe. Your carrying words make the goddess of the river furious. Now I hope you will tend to her wounds." She softened and hesitated, but thinking about the high wall blocking the water, her voice as the river goddess grew sharp. "The flowing river has been blocked by the dam for too long. If this continues, I won't be able to regain my strength." Remembering the images of murdered mermaids lying scattered, she painfully said, "And in the fight against humans, I will not be able to protect my people." The river goddess's face darkened, her voice filled with sorrow. "Do you want me to just stand and watch?" Junshu looked directly at her and slowly said, "So I have a proposal." The goddess looked suspiciously at him and shouted her proposal. Then he quickly made his suggestion. "There is still another river in the world as big as the Nile. What if we just migrate there instead?" She gently strokes her chin, muttering thoughtfully, "That's a great idea, but I'm not sure if we can relocate such a large number of gods." Seeing the concern on the river goddess's face, she lightly chuckled and said, "If possible." Right above the blue sky, a huge spaceship appeared. You smile brightly and point. "Will you allow me?" She happily looked up at the spaceship with excitement, saying that with this treasure, it could be feasible. Then the goddess immediately turned to Junshu and asked, "What do you want from me, human?" At this moment, he already had a plan in mind to upgrade the materials to level 8. Junshu achieved his goal by taking a drop of blood from the person. The huge ship hovered above the blue water as your serious voice rang out, along with your promise to stay on this ship, to support me for a while longer. Hearing this, she looked down nervously and asked, "It seems like someone needs my help now." Without waiting for a response, the goddess quickly agreed, "Fine, I agree." Hearing that, Junshu grinned happily, thinking to himself that now, with her strength and the mermaids, his original goal had been achieved. With the addition of the water spirit, our alliance is complete. The large golden boat bobbing on the water then slowly lifts off. It then soared straight into the sky, rushing across many places on the ground. Junshu, sitting in the cockpit with an excited expression, exclaimed, "Maybe because it was originally a ship, it glided much faster when entering the water." The large vessel kept rushing through many hills, carried along by the power of the river goddess. As soon as the ship connected with the water spirit, its internal mana reserves immediately underwent a physical transformation. In other words, creating a river in the sky. Seeing the spaceship streak across the sky thanks to her power, Runshu silently whispered to herself, "I will reach the destination soon." On the other side, the tree god was quietly closing its eyes, enjoying the surrounding space. The last resource needed to reach level 8. Suddenly, below the tents set up there, everyone was shouting loudly, "Get out of the way, go quickly! Chief, what's going on? It stammers in fear, constantly glancing around. It's bad. The snake at the top of the tower. The village chief couldn't hold back anymore and shouted in fear. A powerful entity is approaching from the west. The girl was stunned and muttered, "A powerful entity." It kept cursing in vain. Mom said a broadcast was coming through the radio. "God is coming," the village chief said to the girl standing opposite her. She said that, the girl exclaimed in confusion. "A god?" The white-haired girl's eyes showed a hint of worry. She gently raised her hand to lightly stroke her chin and whispered that after the Holy War, the gods had been banished to the mortal world. So why was it sweating so much with fear and screaming then? "I don't know. We need to prepare immediately. At all costs, we must protect the godmother." Suddenly, the girl remembered something and told the village chief, "Wait a moment. Then maybe the swordsman doesn't know, let's call the sword saint to help." It immediately froze and shouted in surprise. Right after that, the village chief quickly took out his phone to call Junshu. "I will call him right away. The other end has already answered the call." You answered quickly and put it on to listen. "Hello." Before Junshu could say anything, its voice suddenly interrupted. "Sword saint, save us!" The village chief is crying tears. The hurried sound from the other side echoes. "The god is approaching our village. If this continues, my adoptive mother will be in danger." Junshu was so frightened by it that he shouted out loud, "A god? No way." At this moment, you are standing above the spaceship as the goddess approaches slowly. On the other end of the line, it feels a bit nervous and stammers, asking Junshu, "What's going on? Did we get attacked?" You silently wondered if you had realized something helplessly. "It seems like the spaceship is flying over the forest." Junshu wasn't sure what to say upon seeing that. "They must have mistaken us for gods, right?" Then he could only force a faint smile and respond. "I'm sorry, village chief. That god might be me." The village chief was surprised and shouted, "What?" The boat quickly drifts along the river above the forest. "At last, I finally feel like I truly belong here." Then she trembled and turned off her phone, thinking about the long journey ahead to level 8. Below the forest, she and the white-haired girl were already standing there. The silhouette of the spaceship gradually appears, the final destination. The tree. God gradually becomes rough and silent. The welcoming voice of the village chief echoes. "Sword Saint, in just 1 year you have become much stronger." He stands behind you, looking up seriously and sincerely speaking. "Godmother, the Sword Saint will never harm us so we can lower our guard, right?" Junshu stepped forward, grinning confidently, pounding his chest to affirm, "Of course, who do you think I am? I am the one who drank my foster mother's blood. And actually, the spirit I brought here is to help her." "Help you?" "That's right." The tree spirit continued talking to him, asking Han if he was searching for the final piece. Junshu was not too surprised when she found out and immediately said, "As expected, you already know everything, so this negotiation will be much easier." He stood facing the tree spirit, his hand gently placed behind his back, standing upright and respectfully beginning to speak to her. "Godmother, do you want to become the world tree?" Hearing this, both the village chief and everyone there were stunned and open-mouthed. It widened its eyes in shock, voice trembling as it exclaimed, "The world tree besides the one that existed in North Europe, hasn't there never been a second one before?" Someone else nearby also shouted, "Even that has been tempered in Ragnarok." At this moment, the village chief's mood was a bit confused as he looked towards Junshu, trying to stop him. "Hey, Sword Saint, you're going too far. Even for you, for her to become the world tree and truly become a god, she will need to live for tens of thousands of more years. If you act recklessly and hurt her..." Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. "Child!" The white-haired girl sitting far away now calls out to attract attention. "Let's try trusting him this time." The girl slightly raised her head, her voice confidently saying, "He's the Sword Saint." Hearing that, he and the others immediately felt awkward. Then, the village chief turned and softly asked the opinion of the divine tree. "What should we do now, sir?" She quickly responded to the question, saying, "Just listen to him. Go on. Tell me your idea." "I'll keep it simple. A tree needs 3 things to grow. A tree needs 3 elements to grow, and you explained it clearly so everyone can understand. Light, water, and nutrients." Junshu looks up at the god tree and says, "Even if you are a deity, the essence of being a human-made tree will never change." She quickly understood what you meant, so Junshu, with a proud and confident smile, said firmly, "Today I will prove all 3 to my adoptive mother." After a while, Soren, pulling the cart around, called out loudly, "Master, where should I put this?" He stood outside majestically, pointing to guide everyone to plant it on the left root. "Yes, First, everyone transported the fertilizer made from the two mighty dragons. First, we will prepare fertilizer from the meat and blood of the high-level golden dragon and silver dragon. Okay. Everyone start digging the soil all around there. They work tirelessly, splashing the fragments of the North Pole Emperor to make lubricant. As the village chief and the girl look on in confusion, he softly smiles and says, "The nutrients are ready, next is water." Then, trembling, she called upon the power of the river goddess and flew up to spray water around the divine tree. The river goddess Nin would be very willing to help with the water. The necklace worn by the river goddess begins to glow, as the water element enhanced by angel tears elevates her power even further. Then he rode on the Chain King and soared into the sky, finally reaching the bright light. Junshu lowered his eyes, contemplating. Not too strong, not too weak. A characteristic panel immediately appears. You open your hand and begin to channel your power into the world tree. A pure faith full of sincerity. If you observe this light for a certain period, after completing the steps, her entire being will shine brightly, like a gentle melody, with light spreading throughout the forest. Now the tree god seems to be reborn, her entire body shining with a dazzling golden light. Finally, the first god born after the Holy War, the god who has manifested, the world tree, has come into existence. The tree spirit smiled kindly and gratefully said, "You've worked hard, Sword Saint. I owe you." Junshu politely replied, "No, I am the one who has been helped the most." She listened and smiled slowly before saying, "I truly owe you a great debt. My mother would see you as an incredibly interesting person." Hearing this, an image of a large green tree appeared in his mind. "Is your mother Joe?" The tree god replied, "Yes, although she is now completely consumed, she is the mother of all trees in the world and the divine trees on this earth." Hearing this, Junshu suddenly remembered, glancing subtly, thinking to herself, "That's right, in the little story." Then she sincerely suggested, "I should give you a proper reward." "You really don't want anything in return?" "I didn't do this expecting a reward, but I do hope to be appreciated in my own way. Nothing in this world is free. From the golden leaf of the tree god, a single drop of water separates and falls. Here you go." The final piece. As soon as he fell, Junu's whole body burst with vibrant energy. He smiled proudly at the result of reaching level 8. The light bursts forth, enveloping Junu's entire body. As a wave of intense excitement rises within him, the tree god shines brightly as if transferring its power to him. Junu spread his arms wide, enjoying the moment as the vast sense of liberation spread everywhere. The world granted by the world tree is unfolding. Suddenly, a small ray of light gradually falls and then turns black. Curiously, he opened his palm to catch them, and they turned into black feathers, flying everywhere. Junshu hurriedly unrolled the scroll and muttered to himself, "What? Why did it fail?" According to the design given by the goddess Ger, it should have worked, her voice now echoes, because the Sword Saint is still not ready. You hear that and are stunned, looking up at the divine tree in front of you, hurriedly asking, "Not ready? After coming this far?" "So, what about all the things I have collected to reach level 8 so far?" She also slowly explained to Junshu. "From level 8 onwards, you have stepped into the ranks of the divine. That is why it is called the Transcendental Realm. You silently listen to the divine tree's words, a divine position beyond the limits of a superhuman, and you must define it yourself." Hearing this, Junshu froze, wide-eyed, asking, "How can I do that?" Her small branches extended and spun around with the tiny image of you in the middle. "Your body is ready. Your soul as a supreme being has opened the path to divinity. In the depths of space, a streak of light converges into a triangle surrounding the earth at the center. So let me ask you, where do you think you're stuck on the path from human to God?" Junu's tiny body could stand on one of the 3 glowing orbs. God level? Junu's past image while using his phone appears. It indeed exists within the game's setup. Fragments of your past images from a long time ago keep flooding back continuously. All characters can reach level 9. At level 8, characters can decide to become gods. Fragments containing images of other people also gradually connect together. At level 9, in other words, they become a constellation. In other words, they are gods, they are lords, and they always have a title attached to their name. The image information of Soren and her also appears along with her own attribute panel. The thing that determines the title is the characteristics that symbolize that person's life. Junu also received such things. He was surrounded by a wave of power, with each notification appearing one after another. The attributes were no different from a person's direction or beliefs. Level 4. Warrior Class. The philosophy they hold is huge and firm, restoring immortality, with a fighting spirit, swordsmanship, and the roar of the Tiger King. Junu couldn't help but feel confused. He frowned, raised his hand to scratch his chin, and pondered vaguely. The warrior Kim can change his attributes, making it very hard to define him. After a long pause, Junshu looked up at the god tree and asked, "Is what you said is still missing? Meaning I haven't gained any divine level yet?" She gently smiled and replied, "Exactly. You only act to survive and have never truly reflected on your own identity." The tree god continued to shine brightly, illuminating down and saying, "If both body and soul lack a firm sense of self, then everything is just an illusion." He looked up at her from below, placing his hand on his chest, and hurriedly asked, "What can I do to fix it?" Then the tree god slowly spoke to answer Junu's question, based on experience, and at this moment he felt a bit confused about what he had just heard. Damn it, identity, the self, I've never thought about that. Don't be disappointed. The Sword Saint? Hearing that, he gently bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest in silence. The answer lies within him. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared and spiraled deep into his trembling chest. He quickly clutched his chest tightly. This is the power granted by the general. A special trait card suddenly appears, and Runshu stares at it in shock. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, destroying everything. Suddenly, your soul is inside someone else's body. Junshu is stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering where he is. Suddenly, a trembling voice interrupted your curiosity. "Brothers, I was wrong." Junshu turned around and saw it sitting on the ground, holding its wound. "Just run alone. Hurry up." The enemy troops are already closing in, and he drew his sword to face them, and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. How could he abandon Du Dongjae and run away?" She's sitting on the ground, angrily yelling, "Idiot, do you think I'll be grateful for that?" At this moment, Junu is witnessing the full scene from the past. This is the past of Commander Guism. The enemy soldiers are nearby, pointing their swords at them and shouting surrender peacefully. "If you don't drop your weapons, I won't show mercy." Seeing this scene makes you keep reflecting. The reason the general awakens the hero trait is because he keeps shouting towards that man, "Please run away, I beg you." Do you think you're some kind of hero? The other person just firmly holds his sword up, ready to sacrifice himself for his comrades. In other words, the image of the trait card appears alongside that man. He opens his eyes wide with excitement, turns his head back, and loudly declares, "Not a hero, but a proud man." Whether we live or die, we will always do it together, right? A heart that prefers to be. Thinking of this, Junu's mind suddenly snapped back to reality. He was startled, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, and his whole body nearly collapsed afterward. Junsu is exhausted and silently thinks, "It's too hot. I can clearly feel the boiling emotions of the general, but I am different from him. What kind of will and purpose should I find in this past?" Suddenly, his eyes suddenly widened, and a bright light flashed inside his pupils. The past seemed to realize something, and Du smiled triumphantly, whispering to himself, "That's right. Now that I think about it, the reason I'm always here is to become stronger." At this moment outside, the calm river goddess sits on a tree branch, observing the starting point of my journey and everything that has taken me far away for many days. The boy gradually straightens up, and the characteristic cards seem to appear, surrounding Runsu as a trait. Different images gradually appear, building higher and more beautiful attributes like layering walls. A trait card suddenly appears. At this moment, he holds the sword with a surge of power surrounding him, merging high-level traits to create an ultimate level as the sword Junu wields continuously emits streams of electricity. He happily swings his sword forward as a castle is built stone by stone. A tall, pointed tower has been built. Junshu stands below, looking up in admiration, and that is how he grows stronger. The tower unleashes powerful pressures, and a blinding light appears at the top. Suddenly, my whole body trembled intensely, and I clenched my fist tightly before soaring straight up. Kim Chin Bin, the trait collector, releases a powerful beam of light that illuminates the entire area in front of the tree goddess. The river goddess remains calmly sitting on her branch. "Congratulations, Sword Saint." Junshu slowly opened his eyes. Now his entire body was bursting with immense power. "You have become a superhuman." That evening, in a tall building, a cheerful voice rang out loudly. "Level 8. Teacher has reached level 8. Everyone seeing Junshu couldn't help but feel excited. Everyone kept congratulating him, truly deserving of being a born genius. "Congratulations, teacher." They all gathered around quickly, approaching the young man with 2 bottles of wine and saying congratulations on Kim becoming a superhuman. "Now you are among the top 100 strongest people in the world." Wizard Kim then interjected, saying, "In this country, you're in the top 7. Father Kim also excitedly clenched his fists and said, "You're no longer the Sword Saint, you're the Sword Heaven now." Junshu quickly gritted his teeth, raised his hand to hide it, and quietly said, Let's have a private celebration this time, just responded happily. Of course, suddenly everyone became worried, turning away and looking elsewhere. If the Bishop's Society finds out, we'll start taking action. He subtly glances away and then sighs. Recently, I made the connection between myself and the Church of the Bishop known to everyone. Junu then remembered Poka revealing the evidence from the data collected from the Manga Society. Junu clenched his teeth softly as he received the report on the phone from Hai Y, revealing that the mastermind behind the disasters in chapters 1 and 2 was actually the saintess of the Church of the Bishop. For a long time, Junshu, standing high above, looked down at the training ground below, lost in thought. But it won't be long before they realize I've reached level 8. My mind immediately started calculating how to help everyone in the team level up. Before that, I have to help everyone become stronger. Bear level 7, Selj Gwyn level 7, Janet level 6, Kaylee level 6, Kim Prist Kim level 6. A huge explosion suddenly erupts, lighting up the sky. All 6 of their attributes are maxed out, so I will merge with them. The images of the allies Junu gathered gradually appeared, and he felt reassured, knowing he had gained many allies, and with his flawless plan, he could win the battle against the Saintess, A long time later, in a magnificent castle under the night sky, 1 month later, at the Grand Cathedral of the Bishopric, fireworks continuously lit up the sky, creating a roaring sound. The Saintess is sitting on her throne, bored, and says, "It's so noisy." The soldier standing beside her respectfully replies, "Yes, a superhuman has appeared." And that person is the savior of our church and this ugly world. Disgusting. The Saintess's eyes turn cunning, and she softly whispers to herself. After swearing endless reincarnation and tempering her soul through countless trials, even having reached divine rank in this hellish realm, he still chooses reincarnation over becoming a god. A magic circle is formed, with a wizard standing there performing a spell. The summoned being is brought forth through a purification by a prophecy from the bishop's church. The Saintess's face lit up with excitement as she blushed and laughed loudly, finally reaching level 8. He's now at the optimal level for the bishop's arrival. We've waited too long, too long. All the soldiers below have lined up and are ready to follow the Saintess's orders. Ready for your command. She quickly drew her weapon and, standing boldly before the soldiers armed with weapons, gave the order. Let's begin. Her face darkened, and her eyes lit up with anticipation as she said, "Our sacrifice plan." On this side, Junshu suddenly stomps his foot and runs out. The announcer calmly reports on TV, "Breaking news, the entire bishop's sect has disappeared." The news was broadcast everywhere, attracting everyone's attention. Members around the world, including those at the Great Holy Temple, have vanished without a trace. As soon as he heard the news, he hurriedly opened the door and ran out. The Church of the Bishop has recently come under suspicion. Related to a series of nationwide terrorist attacks, Junu tries to run as fast as he can. Chapter 3 begins now. Just as he was running, he was suddenly blocked by a group of people who seemed to be walking involuntarily, groaning nonstop. "Oh, Savior, oh, Savior!" Immediately afterward, they all charged forward to attack Shu. "Please end this era of suffering and save the earth from hell." Seeing that, you grimaced and clenched your teeth, trying to avoid. "Oh, Savior, luckily a rope has bound them." Everyone stay alert. The police team is here to protect Junshu. If anyone dares to move, I will shoot immediately. Seeing an ally, he rejoiced. From a distance, the police call out to the Sword Saint. The panicked president rushes over to ask about his condition. "Are you okay?" Junu was also surprised that he cared about even the South Korean president. "The Supreme Commander of the Army is also here, remembering the connection between yourself and the president. He has always paid attention to you since the Seoul terrorist attack, so it seems he quickly grasped the situation." And Junshu quickly stood at attention and politely saluted here, saying the president is very busy. "Why are you here?" He sincerely expressed his wish. "I'm here to protect you, yes." Recently, the Bishops' Association has been acting very strangely. The president mentioned the current situation. "Sword Saint, I suspect they are trying to invoke the spirit into your body by calling you the savior." Junu also agrees with his opinion. "Yeah, that's how it is. But before they help the god to enter my body, they will first need to accumulate a large amount of mana." The more the president investigates, the more suspicious he becomes. But how can they accumulate mana if they keep hiding like this? Junshu calmly proposed the most plausible plan. Maybe they will try to use that method. The church has used it to accumulate mana since ancient times, and that method is extremely inhumane and dangerous, involving human sacrifices. Hearing this, he still has many questions. "Are you saying that the members of the society disappeared because they volunteered to be sacrifices? But how would that be enough? You seriously asked for a number back to the president. What if it's 1 million people? That directly made him stunned. What? Junu continued to present his thoughts. If they sacrifice all the people in a super city, how much do you think they would get in return? During the meeting, a report echoed through the silent space. A few minutes ago, the Wangrusi area in Gyeongjae was covered by a massive barrier. All requests for support were denied, and they also used force to prevent the army from advancing. Jom slammed the table in anger and shouted loudly, "Their plan is too obvious." Even during the Japanese occupation, they only wanted to expand their religious influence. Yanjiang remains calmer than expected, realizing that those guys clearly want to sacrifice the people of Wangdu to carry out their ritual. No way. How could they do something so terrible? Hi, Wai spoke up to present the evidence she had collected.
I have evidence. We found these during our investigation into the connection between the Black Cloak Society and the Church of the Bishop.
Based on the available information, she was able to reach a conclusion. Looking at this confidential data, it is clear that they are plotting to sacrifice the entire population of Gwangdu City to create a divine king. Diem clenched his teeth in frustration as everything became too clear. As expected, it was the plan to resurrect the bishop. Next, Junshu stood up to present his proposal. So I have this plan, Mr. President. Now is the time to issue the general mobilization order. The president falls into tense silence, deep in thought. In the end, he wants to hear everyone's opinions. A total mobilization order? Before issuing that order, I want to hear everyone's opinions. Jom confidently expresses his viewpoint. I agree. We should eliminate them as soon as possible. Yanjiang also agrees with his opinion. I agree as well. With such clear evidence, I see no reason for us to delay any longer. The Tower Master is very eager to join this campaign, and our Sun Tower also votes in favor. Haiyang also confirms that his side will work together with full effort. We will join this battle with all of Kumo's security forces and my personal protection team. After everyone has spoken, the president has also made a decision. I understand. If everyone agrees, he will seriously summon the Sword Saint. The president has entrusted you with full command. The goal of this campaign is to completely subjugate the Holy Church. You will take command of all the forces, right? Jom is very pleased with this idea. Both Yanjiang and the Tower Master had no objections. Seeing that look of complete trust, he also accepted. The system immediately appears to update information. You have gained the commander's traits, effects, and a larger, stronger army under your command, making you more powerful. June smiled confidently, affirming that there was no reason for him to refuse. And then everything proceeded naturally as it should. So the battle has begun. Everyone has been assigned clear roles. The Eastern and Western armies will lead the ground battle. Jom, as the commander, gives the order to open fire. A loud explosion occurs, but Yeonjang comments, "No damage at all." Then comes a clear shout ordering the attack. All troops charge forward, soldiers from everywhere working together. The Holy Knights from the Makilia Guild, everyone sharing the same goal. The church and all its members are fighting with all their might, and Church G has also stood alongside us in this battle. Junu has called for help from everywhere. The Northern Dragon Corps supported us in the air battle. Another group, following your plan, is attacking via the waterways. Meanwhile, the Monster Village and the Sun Tower happily advanced onto the spaceship. Junshu Wai Fong looked the part of a leader, the one commanding them all, none other than myself. Kim the warrior, a deep resolve rises in your heart. I will use all my useful traits to fight alongside them. Suddenly, a massive battleship appears in the sky, and you panic, pointing at it to alert, "Look at that warrior." Junshu turned to look at the expressionless face. So it has finally appeared? You predicted everything. A strong light suddenly appeared. The core element of this battle is that a heavily armored ship has also joined the fight alongside 8 mid-level bosses in the hangar, and Junu has targeted it for elimination. That's the Saintess's spaceship. I have to destroy that first. Immediately, I asked the Tower Master to act first. Tower Master, could you deliver a strike on that thing? Mr. Tien approached fearlessly, expressing his interest. The Tower Master takes a stance with weapons aimed at the flying ship. This is the moment to call in the mage. Along with his shout, a direct attack was launched. Die. Its shield shows a crack, making the Tower Master very excited. The strongest magic, absolute fire. What kind of being is this after all? Thank you, sir. Junshu also sends his thanks and continues with the next part. Tower Master, we will handle the rest ourselves. Mage Kim, Priest Kim, the two of you are ready after hearing the command from him. The ultimate fire weapon is prepared to fire. Then he loudly ordered the fire to be unleashed. The projectile flew like a giant dragon toward the enemy's aircraft. Please help us by contacting the River Goddess. The shield on the left side of the spaceship has been lost.
River Goddess, please guide the Skitbridnir. To the left side.
She immediately responded to Junsu's call. Understood. The water splashed the ship upward, giving you a chance. Now is the perfect moment. Increase the magic power to maximum and operate the controls according to the command. The ship streaks across the water like a spear. The communication device reports to you that the high-energy fire of the Supreme Fire has been fully charged again.
We are ready to fire on your command. Seeing the opportunity is ripe, Runshu orders the attack.
There's no time to waste. Open fire again. After the collision, debris flew everywhere. Those guys were thrown into chaos by this counterattack. What the hell is this? At this rate, the spaceship will crash. Just then, a voice rang out to reassure everyone. There's no need to panic. They turned to look at the approaching person. The leader, the chief, loudly rallying the troops. We are the servants of the greatest god of all.
Our bishop has nothing to fear. He raises both hands and begins to recite a spell, focusing his magical power.
Oh, bishop, please have mercy on your servants and grant us your power. But then a direct attack from Junu's team. He covered his eyes at this sudden chaos. What? Your voice startled him. The landing was successful, and when those guys saw Runshu, they immediately became noisy and chaotic. As the savior has arrived. You quietly whisper to yourself as you observe the enemy. Though you had guessed it, they already went into a frenzy, shouting and rushing to kill him, to subdue him, because Bishop Runshu was terrified by the overwhelming crowd. But they are too many. Suddenly, Shichvuong appears and stands in front of you. The leader, confused, faces its sharp teeth. Soon, their situation descends into chaos and fear. The leader has been swallowed, but he still refuses to surrender. Don't be afraid.
There is only one enemy. With the bishop's blessing, we can do it.
Who said he only has one? Soren's group is here to fight alongside him. Master, I hope you are not secretly having fun alone. Junshu smiled confidently at the students. It started with Guzen's 1-on-2 sword fight, but with his skills, he easily defeated the enemies. After taking down 2, Guzen let out a sigh and looked to the side. And next is Kali, who is defeating enemies with a relaxed attitude. Are you ready to surrender now? At least I will spare your life. Even when surrounded, enemies refuse to admit defeat. Stop talking and go deal with the witch. The girl then created thousands of illusions to finish them off. Is that so? Then die. Suddenly, a sharp sword lightly took the enemy's head from an unexpected direction. Kaylee shouted in frustration for being caught off guard. Soren is not allowed. Soren can only accept responsibility to his teammates. Sorry, it was just too fun. In a moment of distraction, someone launched a surprise attack from behind Kaylee. Fortunately, Janet managed to block the blow with her shield in time. The little girl sternly reminded Kaylee to remember that in a single sword strike, Janet had knocked all the enemies away, and she must not lower her guard while on the enemy's territory. The commander was stunned by this overwhelming power. No way. He can't believe what he's seeing. How could 1,000 soldiers be wiped out so quickly? Before that guy could realize, the Crimson King swallowed him whole, trembling as he desperately begged for his faith. No, Father, Bishop, it's not too late for you to share that power with us. But it's already too late. A bullet has pierced his head. Junshu solemnly announces via radio that the air battle is over. The fight continues on other fronts. The enemies keep fleeing in front of Jom's sword attacks. Yanjiang saw this and praised him. Hey, old man, your sword still looks pretty light. He laughed happily. It's no big deal. Jom started chatting with her about his feelings since the colonial era until now. This is the first time I've had to face such a large number of enemies. Yon looked up confidently and assuredly. This time, probably nothing to worry about. She looks at her team's plane approaching with even more confidence because it seems like we already have the upper hand. A series of deafening explosions destroyed the enemy's tanks. Jom turned around and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, he praised how Junu's team easily completed the mission and appeared so grand. You smile mischievously and salute. The commander of the Kim Warrior Bishop's chaos suppression operation has returned safely. The city ahead still has a protective barrier. Soren couldn't hide his amazement as he watched Yanjiang strike. I never thought I'd see the captain's spell up close like this. Jin also agrees with her opinion. We will definitely break through that barrier easily. And Junshu silently watched her from the side, fully aware of the core technique Yanjiang was using. The combination of martial arts and sorcery. This is the ultimate secret technique of the Western Army General. If we only consider immediate damage, this move is even more powerful than the Black Tiger Sword technique of the Eastern General. Even knowing that, Junu still felt suspicious. That is one of the most powerful piercing skills in Seon Frenzy. But right after Yanjiang finished, Guzen quickly celebrated his victory. Amazing, the barrier must be down. But then a voice full of astonishment rings out. Huh? And Junsu confirmed his suspicion.
Just as I suspected, they are stunned because that protective layer is completely intact.
Even after that attack, it's still unharmed. A feeling of unease and worry rises in your heart. I have a bad gut feeling about this. Jin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The attack had been completely nullified. John patted his shoulder, ready to try joining in. No, I will try. Junu stepped forward to stop his attempt. No, General, because if even the Western General cannot break through that barrier, it can only mean one thing.
Yonjiang also confirmed what you just said. He was right. That thing is the strongest martial art, the 9th level of the heavenly demon technique.
Soren couldn't help but raise his voice in amazement. The demon god technique? Jum gritted his teeth in frustration.
I knew it. I had a premonition that that thing was very powerful.
Then someone asked cautiously, but you criticize? Has the heavenly demon technique always been like this? Yonjiang hesitated, unable to give a complete answer. But she frowned and proposed the most plausible option. Using the heavenly demon's heart might be possible. Before Yonjiang could finish, the Tower Master interrupted. Are you saying that the heavenly demon is already dead?
That absolutely cannot happen, not to mention the heart as well. Suddenly, Hai Yang appears out of nowhere to reassure her. This is entirely possible.
In her hand is a piece of paper of great significance. I just decoded the plan for the upcoming Easter festival,
and it mentions the second disciple of the heavenly demon, known as the Demon King.
The Tower Master was stunned upon hearing the result and exclaimed, Ma Vuong, the disciple killed his master. How could someone do such a thing? Jom also couldn't stay calm and kept questioning. But heavenly demon should have been the strongest among them all. This just can't happen. Yonjiang also shares the same line of thinking as both of them. He's right. Even the Demon King cannot. At this point, Junsu proposed a hypothetical situation. But what if the Holy See helps the Demon King? Even with just a little information, you've made a decision, which isn't necessarily impossible or, more precisely, a very clear answer in this situation.
They gradually settled down and asked Junu for his opinion. So what do you want us to do?
You said your plan without hesitation. We need to confirm first. Junu volunteered to carry out this plan.
I will personally do it. You fearlessly rush into the enemy's lair to confirm the state of the heavenly demon.
Jun Jurid is on the back of the Crimson Dragon to explore the area, constantly thinking about that barrier. The heavenly demon technique is the ultimate skill, unbeatable in both offense and defense. The only way to break through that barrier is to confront it with the heavenly demon technique itself. Are you saying that Jom wants to go to Mount Tian in order to confirm earlier? Junshu is very determined about his choice.
That's right. I needed to check the situation first to see if the heavenly demon is truly dead. And you also have some doubts in your mind.
The only one capable of breaking through that barrier
is the God King, the first-generation disciple of the heavenly demon.
When we arrive, Duan Shu thanks Shi Chuang by tossing him a piece of meat. Thanks for waiting for me. He happily accepted the delicious meat as a reward. Seeing that Shi Chuang still had his spirit, he couldn't help but marvel. It has flown tirelessly for 4,000 kilometers and shows no signs of fatigue at all. Truly worthy of being my top-tier mount. Junshu looked at the tower in front of him and made his decision. The Heavenly Demon Church, then. Let's go inside. He stepped inside with utmost caution, as the eyes of the two dragons shone brightly in response to the host's greeting, welcoming him to the Eastern Holy Sword Church. The Grand Elder is the one who is suspicious and should ask first.
Why did you come here without warning?
Junshu didn't rush to the cave, just simply introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim, nothing special. Then he questioned them in return, making them feel uneasy.
I am here only to pay my respects to the Heavenly Demon, who is currently in seclusion to confirm whether he is still alive or has passed away. He avoided giving an answer.
I think you know this is impossible, but Junshu responded without showing any respect. A barrier created by the Heavenly Demon technique has just been discovered in Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. His voice coldly delivers a sharp judgment. Could it be that this is clear evidence that the fate of the Heavenly Demon is still very uncertain? This directly enrages the Elder.
What nonsense are you talking about? He loudly justifies his side.
The Heavenly Demon is currently in seclusion for cultivation,
and no one is allowed to enter or leave that place. However, it still cannot deceive Runshu.
That's not it? Calmly questioned the Elder. Aren't the disciples still allowed to enter? He raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. What? Are you saying that the God King or Demon King might have harmed the Heavenly Demon? The Great Elder's accusation is unacceptable and blasphemous. The disciples immediately surrounded him, trembling. Do you think we will let you go after those words? He ordered them to attack. Teach this disrespectful brat a lesson. Even amidst the chaos, you remain calm and composed.
Oh my, I am very busy right now.
The great elder coldly begins the slaughter. Kill him. They smirk arrogantly and charge forward together, requesting permission. Junu quickly moved to dodge and break free from their pursuit. They were stunned by his speed. Since when? It's already too late.
I beat him. He betrayed him.
Junu rushed to the Grand Elder's side as he and his disciple cried out in terror and helplessness. No, he's heading for the Elder. In an instant, Junshu easily pinned him to the ground. If you don't let me in, I'll do this then. And then the Elder was extremely surprised when he found out. What? He was stunned to see Junshu possess that item. How do you have the Heavenly Demon Seal? And you, with a very confident smile? Explain. I have the right to go in there. Then Junshu confidently said, despite the surrounding men being afraid. The third gate of the Heavenly Demon. He boldly taunts without any fear. I want to challenge it. The Elder standing and watching the monitor observing Junshu's actions, then sighed deeply. He watched intently before sighing and saying, The Blood King has handed over the Heavenly Demon tablet to that person again? The Great Elder frowned anxiously, deep in thought. This is the supreme cultivation hall of the demon sect created by the first Heavenly Demon, guarded by puppets born from the 10,000-year cold iron, wielding top-tier martial arts. Even a sword heaven couldn't pass through this place. He saw you about to be attacked and thought there was nothing worth watching. Immediately, the Elder turned and left, saying, I'll go ahead. The rest of you handle it yourselves. But his subordinate turned pale, stammering, Wait a moment, Elder. The Elder turned back with a frozen face, looking extremely surprised. It's over. He couldn't believe his eyes and slowly analyzed. The first illusion is Tula Quan Maris swordsmanship, Venus warrior, master of close combat swordplay, a deadly demon, and in just a few seconds, he finished the fight. Second level of the Heavenly Tribulation Gate. The Great Elder suddenly shouted in shock. How could he withstand that demonic energy without protective aura? He carefully observed everything, installing the magic circuits while responding in real time. This was definitely right after the Elder had reached his final conclusion. The Heavenly Demon body is equipped with special traits, resistant to magic, dark energy, diamond form, ultimate fortress, unyielding and proud, laughing with satisfaction, as easy as eating porridge. Even the second pass it too. Now it's the final gate, the third level of the Celestial Tower. Those who pass all three will succeed in inheriting the Heavenly Demon. That legend obviously has its reasons. You nervously think about how to deal with the enemy and how to pass the final gate. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon charged forward fiercely like a madman. Junshu carefully observed every move he made, aiming to imitate the Heavenly Demon divine skill, but using only the common traits wouldn't be enough. His face shows determination as he charges forward, but if he has it, Junshu quickly comes up with a clever idea. If the world's ability to copy everything, maybe he can do it too. Their two swords kept clashing fiercely, and just by copying, the space itself was distorted. Soon after, both of them forcefully swung their swords to the sides. Immediately, the Heavenly Demon attacked first to take the initiative, making Runshu struggle to defend. I also want it, but the Divine Demon technique is level 9, so I have to fight while thinking of ways to win. I need to expand my world even more. Still far from equipment, traits, worlds, demon eyes, sixth senses, mind magic, vacations, training. Runshu's resistance is extremely fierce, but that's not enough. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon still shows no signs of fatigue, so you must stay even more alert. If you want to learn the Heavenly Demon divine skill and break the barrier of the Lord of the Realm, he, with his emotionless face, rushes forward quickly, and Junshu immediately follows closely behind the Heavenly Demon. His eyes shone with a red light, showing his determination. Junshu constantly reminded himself to aim for the top, and then he aimed precisely at the Celestial Demon, and delivered a powerful strike that sent him flying into the air, a cloud of thick black smoke appearing along with his words. Even with the Heavenly Demon technique, Junshu smiled brightly and retracted his sword. I can't lose to those puppets either, right? I've defeated 3 of them. The door opposite suddenly shook, startling you. Junshu was confused, not understanding what was happening. What's going on, everyone? The Elder Master, terrified, clings to the ground and shouts loudly. The new Heavenly Demon has been born. Immediately after, he and his subordinates kneel and shout, 3 great heavenly demons, may you reign forever. But you just stood there blankly, confused. What do you mean? Everyone was like crazy, shouting nonstop. The Heavenly Demon army has arrived. 10,000 demons bow in submission. Suddenly, a half-giant circle appeared outside. The Elder followed behind and said, Don't be too modest. I will definitely support you. The three great heavenly demons. But Runshu kept waving his hands repeatedly, refusing, saying no, I was just imitating. He looked surprised when he heard that. Imitate?
So you're saying you're not the successor of the heavenly demon divine technique?
You're right, I've been saying that all along. Then he thought for a moment and said, I also really want to learn the heavenly demon divine technique. Seeing Runshu looking around, he immediately spoke up. This is the Great Elder quickly introducing the two statues before us. The statues of the generations of heavenly demons. The one holding the sword is the founder of the heavenly demon divine sect, and the one in front is the current heavenly demon. He chuckled softly and interrupted. I know, especially the current heavenly demon, Runshu. Proud of himself, I know very well. Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering if there is a heavenly demon divine sword. In the game, the laser weapons also exist only as data. He cheerfully laughed and said, and this is the place you mentioned. Junshu was stunned as he looked up at the large nameplate above. Repentance moved here. One of the three people who could open the heavenly demon cave was being held captive. The door slowly opened along with his inner thoughts. Recently, he had been imprisoned here due to the showdown with the divine sovereign.
Tranvi smiled and asked, Who is this? Long time no see. Master Swordmaster Mak Ho Junshu was very surprised. Blood King, you immediately adjust your demeanor.
It's been a while since we last met. He observed carefully and secretly praised himself. Have you reached level 8? Even though my demon power is sealed, my eyes are still the same as ever. I proudly boast that now in the East I am called the Sword God, no longer the Black Lake Swordmaster that the Blood King once knew. Tranvi nodded with a bright smile, unexpectedly surpassed me. Looks like I've been quite lazy too. So, what brings you to me? Just get to the point without beating around the bush.
Actually, a city in South Korea has been sealed off by a large-scale barrier, and the next thing he said made him startled. The barrier was created using the heavenly demon god technique. Tranvi asked in shock, the divine demon technique? What does that mean?
Junshu then explained.
Yes, although I don't know the reason, I believe my father's old sect used the heart of the heavenly demon. But then he suddenly stood up angrily, shouting nonsense. Could it be that the master has already transformed into the immortal? Now, besides those speculations, Tranvi really can't sit still anymore and eagerly requests, Great Elder, I must go personally to the Demon Heaven Cave where my master is. But the Great Elder seems unwilling, as it's against the rules, and he eventually concedes. But with my authority over the Heavenly Demon Sect, I can grant you some time to walk around.
Before leaving, the Elder carefully instructed that he must return here within 30 minutes. He repented and quickly agreed because he was too impatient. Fine, as long as the sky doesn't fall. Tranvi confidently confirmed and then leapt away. I will definitely come back. Everyone below looked up in fear as the Blood King escaped and reported to the Divine General. He rushed forward swiftly and then turned back to warn that they were close to where the Heavenly Demon was. Following the swift pace of the wind, Tranvi moves so fast that not even a hint of magic or internal energy can slow him down, and he wonders how powerful the Divine General and the Demon Queen, who dominate the Blood King, truly are. Suddenly something attacked fiercely from behind, causing Tranvi to cry out in pain. Immediately, a voice rang out. Junior brother, didn't you say you would be imprisoned for 3 years to focus on cultivation? The Divine General appeared treacherously and asked, What is this reckless behavior? The first disciple of the Heavenly Demon. The first disciple of the Heavenly Demon, the heir to the Heavenly Demon divine technique. Is the Divine Sovereign coming so quickly? He stammered. Senior brother, it seems the Master has transformed into a demon, leaving behind the body and demonic energy. He coldly orders to confirm the situation immediately, stop talking nonsense, and return to your original position. The fierce celestial lord emphasized that if you cause more chaos, I will cut off your limbs like last time. Runshu, landing from behind, said, pretty scary. Definitely someone from the demonic sect. He sneered and asked, Are you the Sword Heaven? He calmly replied, I am the Golden Warrior. The celestial lord spoke bluntly, having heard much of your reputation. But this is where my master is training, and no further chaos can be tolerated. Yet beneath that serious facade, Run responded teasingly, Yes, I hear the demon sect rules by strength. Then he chuckled softly and quickly drew his weapon, so why not settle this with a martial arts contest? He went berserk and challenged, Foolish one, come here. As a senior in the martial world, I ask for 3 seconds from you. As soon as I finish speaking, the two of you rush at each other, so I won't hold back. What is that? Junshu swiftly blocks the attack. Compared to the dome-shaped barrier I saw in Guangzhou, then he proudly strikes with great force. This is just childish stuff. The injured Divine General with a face wound is furious and grimacing. Junshu seized the opportunity and aimed straight at the opponent. Who gave who 3 seconds, huh? He sneered. This is the master of the sword that struck twice with its power. Junshu points his sword directly at the evil god, his face still cunning despite being at a disadvantage.
My apologies, I was too confident in myself.
The god of war slowly spoke before fiercely charging forward. This time, the real battle begins. He shouted loudly and struck the ground fiercely. The heavenly demon shattered the heavenly leader, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. I only see the divine soldier surrounded by shattered rocks and dirt. Junu carefully observes Seun's strongest attack. If that's the case, I also suddenly jerked and shouted no. At this moment, I had already formed a solid barrier and charged forward. Junu carefully calculated the direction he would use to face Zen Seun's strongest defensive move, as multiple streams of purple light began to form from somewhere. Chanvai painfully clutches his injured arm, pale-faced, as the divine general and the two of them exclaim in shock upon recognizing the heavenly demon divine technique. You smirk confidently. I copied that. Junshu nervously looks around the wreckage. If he doesn't block it and takes the hit directly, he'll probably be crushed. The Celestial King, like a madman, grits his teeth and dares to use the heavenly demon divine technique. Then he rushes wildly towards you. It's unbelievable. The Celestial King suddenly struck Junshu with a powerful knee attack, leaving him stunned and caught off guard. Junshu immediately clenched his fists to regain his composure, then forced himself to jump out of his attacker's range and painfully struggled to get back up. Immediately afterward, he analyzed that in order to overcome the heavenly demon god technique, the Celestial Lord once again charged at him and actively attacked, but still lacked mastery. Junshu flew backward, thinking that if so, there was only one thing he could do. He calculated carefully and changed his attributes. Mouse's double-layered swordsmanship suddenly shifts as he jerks upright, his movements changing entirely. Once again, Junu carefully strikes, fighting according to the situation to block the dark light of the demon god divine technique. At this moment, as if he has split into a clone to fight, clashing and continuously launching attacks on his opponent.
Every time it hits, the world's trait will use that power as fertilizer to grow, and the divine sovereign roars in madness. All right, let me show you that the celestial sword is the one raging in attack. The true heavenly demon technique, surpassing stars in the universe, evolving its traits. Junshu suddenly realized that when a dazzling golden light appeared, the cosmic sword had merged into his sword. The light shone brightly toward the god of war. He exclaimed in amazement, "I've never seen such a dazzling light before." Soon after, the god general knelt down and bowed his head. I lost Heavenly Sword's signal for him to stand up. It's been tough, but I've learned a lot. Junshu gently helps the divine sovereign to stand and then ponders. Through this battle, I have also gained a clear understanding. You also realize that even if the divine commander uses the heavenly demon divine technique, he cannot break the black barrier in Guangzhou. Junshu carefully considers, roughly ranking it like this. So, now can we open the way into the demon god cave? The celestial lord replied briefly. All right. Junshu eagerly approached the tall tower. Let's go to the deepest part of the demon abyss. Suddenly, a voice said, "Welcome to the demon realm, god of war." He stepped in and said, "Master, please forgive my rudeness." Suddenly, the celestial lord's face turned pale, and his master was stunned to see that the heavenly demon had been defeated. Master Tranvai helplessly kneels down. What is this? What exactly happened? The celestial lord also suddenly knelt down. Heavenly demon, you said you would ascend to the immortal realm, he said with pain. I will wait there in the immortal world. Who exactly is responsible for this? Junshu carefully examines and finds the answer beneath the floor. What? That damned demon god, the divine soldier, still doubts and says, "But it's strange. Those people shouldn't be able to enter here." Junshu then points out the solution. Isn't there still one more person allowed to come in? He suddenly thought of someone else. Could it be that your meaning is that the senior demoness is the one who did it? Tranvi was extremely furious and cursed. That wicked woman must capture that rebellious brat immediately. The celestial lord also agreed and added, "Yes, daring to destroy the master's body and violate the dignity of the god cult, this crime must be paid with death." His face turned more ferocious than ever as he issued the order. "Gather all the demonic sects to Tiansun. We will go to Brazil, where the demon queen is." Suddenly, Junshu froze. The demon queen is in Brazil. Could it be that you unconsciously remember that I am destined to die? Kidnapped, tortured, and suffering by the dark sect and those you know, while the saintess still seeks the incarnation of goddess Poka? Poka solemnly kneels as an offering for the birth of the divine king.
In the dark night of the bustling city illuminated by countless lights, someone suddenly says, "Hippie, connect with Director Choi." "Yes, Sword Heaven, do you have any orders for me?" Juno immediately ordered, "I want to buy as many magic tools as possible." He straightforwardly said, "Tell me how many, and I will prepare everything." He nervously replied, "It will be around a few hundred. I will send the files quickly for review." Juno recalled and pondered, in the world, if you speak precisely, it's about achievements. He nervously considered that to upgrade that trait, he needed to gather all the public traits of Enon. Then Junsu seriously suggested to do it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone arrived to report that the situation was getting worse. Pope Paulo Poca trembled and collapsed as smoke billowed around him. The clan leader anxiously ran over to ask Han if he was okay, and he sadly said, "This time it seems we also failed to awaken the current god." "Why is it like this?" Junshu suddenly spoke up, questioning. "You have been poisoned," Poa exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Sword Elder asked, anxiously, "What do you mean by being poisoned?" "I will check it." Then he hesitated and thought, "The body of the divine fruit person is indeed extraordinary. Even the slightest gap can be sensed." He immediately froze. But as expected, the poison from the heavenly demon divine technique spread quickly, and Junsu immediately recognized the danger. He was only recently poisoned, but it had already taken root. A kind of divine power that carried both darkness and light, embodying both evil and purity at the same time. He slowly withdrew his hand. "This is no ordinary poison," Junshu calmly explained. "It's both a martial art and cursed attribute." Hearing this, the clan leader was stunned and asked, "Who is the one cursing?" He nervously looked around and urged, "We must catch the one who cursed them if they are here to disrupt the awakening of the current god, because they are definitely hiding nearby." Runshu's eyes fixed intently on that direction, and once this pointless act is over, he will be able to confirm it immediately. The demon queen in her soldier's outfit suddenly twitched, and someone exclaimed in surprise, "The demon queen?" At the same time, her hat fell heavily to the ground. A voice echoed, "The name given by the old world's god I have discarded, and that person is gradually revealing themselves." That person appears mysterious. "My name is the equipped trait Heavenly Demon, Divine Skill. 9 Yin, Ultimate Meridians. Mysterious Ice Demon Technique. Owner of the power. 1 strike to kill shapeshifting. Hi. Y happily appears and says, 'The Queen of Darkness.'"